This young guy suddenly snapped his eyes open, greeted by the sharp, stinging smell of disinfectant. Is this a hospital? Is he actually still alive? Zhong Yuan looked over at the heart rate and blood pressure monitor next to him. Every single reading was flatlined at 0. Yet, he felt completely fine. What kind of piece of trash equipment is this? Is it broken? Just then, voices whispering outside caught Zhong Yuan's attention. The doctor was talking to Zhong Lan about her brother's condition. Apparently, before he woke up, things were looking extremely grim. Because his injuries were so severe, the doctor had warned her that he would most likely end up in a permanent vegetative state. Hearing his little sister's name, Zhong Yuan panicked. He ripped off the medical wires taped to his body and scrambled toward the door to find Zhong Lan. The door swung open and Zhong Lan walked in. Seeing her big brother awake, her eyes welled up with tears of pure joy. "Big brother, you're awake." Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhong Lan threw her arms around Zhong Yuan and burst into tears. Zhong Yuan gently patted her back, soothing her and saying he was fine, but he couldn't help noticing something felt incredibly off. Zhong Lan looked much smaller, like she was back in middle school. Hearing him say he was okay only made her sob even harder. "Stop lying to me. You got sent flying by a car. How could you possibly be okay? A car?" Suddenly, a realization washed over Zhong Yuan. He had regressed to the moment right after his accident, 4 years ago. That meant the current year was 2042. This was absolutely perfect. Heaven must have heard his desperate prayers, granting him a second chance to return and protect his little sister. It wasn't too late. A man stepped into the room and struck up a conversation with Zhong Yuan, mentioning that the doctor had practically written him off as brain dead. Seeing him not only miraculously awake but also so full of energy was nothing short of a miracle. The man introduced himself as Lin Dongliang, the captain of the Night Eagle squad, and a major who possessed ruin abilities. Lin Dongliang reached out for a handshake, but Zhong Yuan grabbed Zhong Lan, pulled her back into the room, and slammed the door right in his face. Left completely bewildered, Lin Dongliang slowly pulled his hand back. Inside the room, Zhong Yuan sternly warned Lan Lan to never associate with shady people like him. Zhong Lan defended him, saying Uncle Lin was actually really nice, and that he had been helping them out ever since Zhong Yuan was hospitalized. But Zhong Yuan knew the truth. In his past life, it was Lin Dongliang who had secretly recruited Lan Lan to become a ruin ability user, which ultimately led to her tragic death right before his eyes. Memories of his past life flashed through Zhong Yuan's mind. That man's face was burned into his memory forever. He just hadn't expected the guy to have targeted Lan Lan this early on, 4 whole years ago. He reminded Zhong Lan that there is no such thing as a free lunch, asking her if the man had attached any strings to his help. Sure enough, the middle-aged man wanted Zhong Lan to enroll at Chengjing Academy to serve society. However, it was clear that Lan Lan had no idea what that school actually was. If they could just avoid Chengjing Academy altogether, Lan Lan wouldn't have to become a ruin ability user. But then again, staying powerless might be even more dangerous. If a threat emerged and they lacked the basic means to defend themselves, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, the ultimate way to protect themselves was to personally eliminate any threat. Zhong Yuan opened the door and stepped out, having made his decision. He asked Lan Lan to handle his discharge paperwork while he personally went to find Uncle Lin to express his gratitude. Lin Dongliang happened to overhear Zhong Yuan's words. He chuckled and said there was no need for thanks, though he did have a few things to discuss with him. Zhong Yuan secretly worried whether this man had forced Lan Lan into doing anything strange during the days he was comatose. Cutting straight to the chase, Zhong Yuan told Lin Dongliang that he knew he was a ruin ability user and that he was taking advantage of his accident to drag his little sister into their world. If my guess is correct, Chengjing Academy is a training ground for ruin ability users, isn't it? Lin Dongliang was caught completely off guard by how much Zhong Yuan knew about him. He asked, "What else do you know?" Zhong Yuan's voice grew cold. "I know a lot. For instance, I know about the ruin rifts and the monsters inside them. And I know my sister, Zhong Lan, is a genius. And you hypocrite, talking about serving society when you're really just kidnapping a 12-year-old girl to put her life on the line." Infuriated by the baseless accusation, Lin Dongliang snapped at Zhong Yuan. "Don't paint me as some kind of creep. I'm only trying to find talent to ensure the survival of humanity." Zhong Yuan sneered. "So, was eavesdropping on my conversation with my sister just now also for the sake of humanity? You're a real weirdo, old man. I suggest you stay the hell away from my sister." Lin Dongliang didn't want to drag this argument out any longer. Zhong Lan's talent could save countless lives. I hope you can reconsider. Just as he was trying to persuade Zhong Yuan, the boy suddenly did an about-face and agreed to let Zhong Lan attend Chengying Academy to train as a ruin ability user. Stunned, Lin Dongliang asked, "Didn't you just oppose this and tell me to stay away from her? Do those two things contradict each other? Besides, I have a condition. If you don't agree to it, then forget it." "I won't let Zhong Lan enroll," Zhong Yuan said. In response, Lin Dongliang promised that as long as he agreed, they would pay whatever amount he wanted. With an annoyed look on his face, Zhong Yuan replied that he didn't want money. His only condition was that they get him into Chengying Academy. He wanted to study alongside his younger sister. No matter how brutal the training was, or what kind of missions he had to take on, he wanted to be by Zhong Lan's side. Having said his piece, Zhong Yuan waved goodbye and walked away, but not before giving Lin Dongliang a final warning. Lan was very obedient. If Lin Dongliang didn't agree to his condition, she definitely wouldn't enter Chengying either. This put Lin Dongliang in quite a tough spot. Letting Zhong Yuan into Chengying was fine, but placing an ordinary guy like him into a special class designed for training ability users was highly inconvenient. But if he refused, they would have to let go of a rare prodigy like Zhong Lan, which would be an absolute waste. On the way back home, Zhong Lan was deeply worried about Zhong Yuan's health. Even though he had just been discharged from the hospital, his body was still ice cold. Zhong Yuan didn't care much, believing that staying in the hospital would only delay his recovery. Besides, his arms were already covered in dark bruises from constant injections. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan noticed something strange about his arm. These marks didn't look like regular bruises at all, they looked more like corpse spots. The moment they got home, Zhong Yuan immediately went to the kitchen and cooked up a lavish feast of delicious dishes for his sister to enjoy. As Zhong Lan happily ate, she couldn't stop praising her brother's cooking, calling it absolutely flawless. But suddenly, Zhong Yuan set his chopsticks down and stopped eating altogether. Zhong Lan grew worried. Since leaving the hospital, her brother had been eating less, and his skin was getting paler by the day. She suggested he go back to the hospital for another checkup. Zhong Yuan reassured his sister, explaining that it was normal to have a small appetite after waking up from a coma, and that he would be fine once he fully recovered. Once Zhong Lan finished eating, he began clearing the table to wash the dishes, his mind drifting back to his body's strange condition lately. The truth was, he hadn't felt even a single spark of hunger for several days in a row. Not only was he never hungry and unable to taste any food, but he also never felt tired. He didn't even need to sleep or use the restroom. But the most bizarre thing of all was that those dark marks on his skin were indeed corpse spots. At first, he thought the hospital equipment had glitched, but when he measured himself at home, he discovered he truly had no blood pressure or heartbeat. His body temperature and breathing were completely gone too. And yet, these corpse spots were appearing on him. He knew this because he had read about corpse spots in an encyclopedia before. Every single sign pointed to one terrifying conclusion: he was technically dead. The most logical explanation was that the mysterious power of the golden coffin had returned his soul to his body, which had died in a car accident 4 years ago. But even without the golden coffin incident, he would have been saved by an ability user anyway. Zhong Yuan wondered how these ability users could pull off such a feat. This world held so many secrets, but if he could get into Chengying Academy, he could slowly find the answers he needed. Fortunately, the corpse spots on his arm were gradually fading away. As long as he avoided any hospital checkups, no one would ever find out he was technically dead. Otherwise, it would absolutely scare Zhong Lan half to death. While Zhong Yuan was lost in thought, his phone rang. On the other end of the line was Captain Lin Dongliang. He was calling to let him know that the favor Zhong Yuan had asked of him was officially taken care of. Once summer break ended, all he had to do was head straight to Chengying Academy to register alongside Zhong Lan. Zhong Yuan asked skeptically, "Is it really that easy?" Slightly annoyed by Zhong Yuan's attitude, Lin Dongliang snapped, "Not at all. It's only because I refuse to let a prodigy like Zhong Lan slip through my fingers." However, he also made it clear to Zhong Yuan that he could only pull enough strings to place him in the special class for ability users as an auditing student. Furthermore, he couldn't let his regular academic subjects slip. If even a single grade fell below 90, he would have to leave. This was no problem at all for Zhong Yuan. He agreed to Lin Dongliang's terms and promised to bring Zhong Lan for enrollment. A few days later, both Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan arrived at Chengying Academy. Zhong Lan was incredibly excited about everything around her. Stopping in front of a statue, Zhong Lan eagerly asked Zhong Yuan, "Hey, who is that bro, standing right in front of the academy like this? Is it Confucius?" A male voice echoed from behind them. "That is Lord Cheng Yung Chao, the founder of the ability user system in our country." He introduced himself as the one in charge of welcoming the new students, joining the special class. "My name is Jie Yihan, and I'm your upperclassman. You must be the new student, Zhong Lan, and the auditing student, Zhong Yuan, right? We'll be classmates from now on." He then casually tossed a bag to Zhong Yuan, saying it contained his school supplies. But when he turned back to Zhong Lan, his attitude completely flipped 180 degrees. With a warm smile, he explained that there was a communication watch inside the bag, suggesting she put it on right away. In a gentle, caring voice, he said to Zhong Lan, "Let me show you to the dorms so you can get familiar with the campus." Xie Yihan's smooth talking instantly rubbed Zhong Yuan the wrong way, making him want to kick the guy as far away as possible. Xie Yihan was still babbling away to Zhong Lan about how almost everything at Chenjing Academy was completely free. He even offered to take her to some nearby amusement parks and art museums. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He stepped up, pushed the guy away, and said, "Thanks, but don't bother. We can take good care of ourselves." With that, the two of them walked away. Xie Yihan watched them with a sly look, clearly plotting something in that head of his. Zhong Lan excitedly slipped on her new watch and urged Zhong Yuan to put his on too. Moments later, a notification popped up on the watch, welcoming the new students of the special class and announcing that military training would begin at 1 in the afternoon. It instructed them to quickly complete their enrollment procedures and gather at the training grounds on time. Zhong Yuan hadn't expected the military training to start so soon, and he was curious to see what made the special classes training different. At the training grounds, the students were absolutely furious because of their smartwatches. "Damn it, I'm going to smash this piece of trash watch to pieces and see if it keeps ringing." Someone even burst into tears, unable to take it anymore. The constant ringing and vibrating of the watch was driving him to a nervous breakdown. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhong Lan began to put two and two together. The ringing combined with the vibration was indeed highly annoying, and Zhong Yuan felt the exact same way. It seemed that, except for his and Zhong Lan's, everyone else's watch was ringing non-stop. Zhong Lan wondered how Zhong Yuan managed to make his watch stop. Zhong Yuan explained that he had simply answered a question, and it shut up. "What about me?" Zhong Lan cried, putting on a cute whimpering act to beg the watch. "Mr. Watch, please stop ringing, or I'm going to lose my mind." To her surprise, after begging it like that, the watch actually stopped. Zhong Yuan was completely speechless. At first, he thought the watch had a keyword recognition feature, but now, it seemed like there was someone manually controlling the voice receiver on the other side. According to his calculations, there was an 80% chance it was some lolicon. The speaker blared, ordering everyone to line up. The damn watches finally stopped. Zhong Yuan noticed that the guy who just spoke looked quite a bit older, probably around 40. It seemed Cheng Ying's special class only cared about talent, not age. Lu Wen stepped forward and shouted for everyone to shut up. She was the instructor for the freshmen during their time at Chenjing. If they had any issues, they could come to her, but only if they survived the upcoming military training exam. Because of her young age, Zhong Lan was exempt from military training. The rest of them had to sign a document before heading immediately to the gathering point. Xie Yihan read the document and suddenly yelled, "Wait a minute! What the hell are you making us sign? Military training carries risks, and the academy will not be held responsible for any accidents? What is that supposed to mean?" The instructor flatly replied, "If you don't want to sign, you can head straight to the academic affairs office and withdraw. But let me remind you all, this training is your chance to obtain resonance crystals, and I can help increase your success rate by 20% when you absorb them." As soon as instructor Lu Wen finished speaking, everyone rushed to sign. Xie Yihan signed with bitter resentment, while Zhong Yuan couldn't help but think how these people were willing to risk their lives just for some profit. It wasn't hard to figure out. Resonance crystals were likely used to boost an awakener's powers, or maybe they were even the key factor to becoming an awakener in the first place. But the success rate of absorbing them seemed incredibly low. Zhong Yuan figured, since he was technically already dead anyway, signing this waiver didn't bother him one bit. Luckily, his little sister didn't have to get involved in this dangerous mess. In the future, if he could get his hands on some resonance crystals, there was a good chance he could become an awakener too. A strange young man stared at Zhong Yuan with a curious look, thinking to himself that this skinny kid wasn't even fully grown yet. but had some serious guts to sign it without hesitation. Besides, he was the only one who had replied and gotten a response. All 40 students of the special class boarded the bus. Just as the bus was about to pull out, the stranger suddenly walked over to Zhong Yuan. "Hey, Zhong Yuan," the stranger whispered, warning him that if things got dangerous, he should hide in a safe zone or use his watch to call for help. "Protect your watch at all costs. Do not let anyone take it from you." He added that this piece of advice was his reward for giving the right answer when the watch was ringing. As he spoke, he pulled Zhong Yuan close to him. Zhong Yuan grabbed his arm and demanded, "Are you the creepy listener behind the watches?" "And why did Zhong Lan's watch stop too?" The stranger smirked and explained that she was exactly his type, so he just couldn't say no. "By the way, what does she look like?" Her voice sounded like such a sweet, pretty girl. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bus started driving off. Zhong Yuan sat inside, cursing the guy out as a total creep, but the bus was already moving away. Unable to hear him clearly over the engine, the stranger assumed Zhong Yuan was probably shouting his thanks and just didn't want to leave his side. The bus eventually brought everyone to Mount Shaman. Now, the students had gathered and were waiting for their briefing. Instructor Liu Wen announced, "You all have the potential to become awakeners, but until you absorb a resonance crystal, you are nothing but ordinary humans. This military training will force them to realize just how fragile they are as ordinary humans." They were briefed on the details of the military containment zones. The Void Realm is a sealed space established by multiple anchor points, essentially creating a parallel copy of the original physical area. When Awakeners fight inside the Void Realm, it has zero impact on the real world, making it the only way to contain the monsters. To harvest Void Crystals, governments around the world use artificial realms to trap and cage these beasts. Shaman Mountain is one of those containment zones. Their mission this time is to survive for 3 days inside the Shaman Mountain Void Realm. Before them lay backpacks packed with all the survival gear they might need. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, if there is a chance to obtain Void Crystals, then he might actually have a shot at becoming an Awakener. That is the only way he can protect Zhong Lan. The instructor then reminded them that if they find themselves in danger, they can use their wristwatches to call for help. This watch not only tracks their location but also emits high-frequency sound waves to scare off low-level monsters. However, keeping the sound wave feature on will quickly drain the battery. Their watches only have enough power to last for 3 days. With that, the portal to the Void Realm creaked open. It was time to enter. Right before they left, the instructor gave them one final reminder, stating that they are all fellow citizens of China. When facing danger, they must stand together instead of turning on each other. Anyone caught harming a classmate will face immediate expulsion and a court-martial. Zhong Yuan knew there was a deeper meaning behind this warning, but he had absolutely nothing to fear. He wanted to see for himself just what these monsters were made of. They were advised that fighting in groups would be much safer, but each squad of Awakeners was capped at 6 people. Everyone was free to form their own teams, but Zhong Yuan was having a hard time finding a team, getting rejected by classmate after classmate. As he was struggling, a girl named Huang Xiaoyan walked up to him and asked, "Haven't you found a group yet? We only have 4 people, so why don't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, someone suddenly interrupted, pulling her away and bluntly telling Zhong Yuan that their team was already full. As she was dragged off, she turned back and mouthed a quick apology. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, they only have 4 people, so how are they already full? They clearly just did not want him in their group, and the reason was obvious enough. Zhong Yuan realized they were already targeting him this early on. Sensing that someone was watching him, he quickened his pace to shake them off. Sure enough, the most dangerous thing in a harsh environment is always human nature. The group tailing him clenched their teeth in frustration when they saw him make a run for it. "Wang Meng, that brat took a shortcut. Do you think he noticed us?" Zhong Yuan looked down at his guidebook. The monster contained in this realm was called the Snowbone Snake. It hunted by sensing heat, and its offensive power was only average. However, its void crystals were of extremely high quality, possessing up to 4 different abilities. First is super perception, which randomly boosts physical abilities. Second is freeze, freezing objects within a certain range for 10 seconds. Third is regeneration, which heals bodily wounds. And fourth is death immunity, allowing the user to cheat death once when on the brink of dying. This thing is a total sponge, frail but incredibly tanky. No wonder they breed them like livestock. That death immunity skill is incredibly tempting, but it is completely useless to him anyway. Either way, he had to find one first. As he searched high and low for the monsters, he suddenly stepped on something that felt like ice. Slightly surprised, he figured a monster had to be nearby. Scanning the area, Zhong Yuan spotted a snake coiled around a tree branch. He swung his blade to strike, but the creature did not even react. Zhong Yuan was taken aback. Even if they were bred in captivity, there was no way they would lose their wild instincts and be this docile. Then he remembered that according to the guidebook, they rely entirely on heat signatures to hunt. Right now, Zhong Yuan was basically a log to this snake because he was technically dead, carrying absolutely no body heat. Well, if that was the case, he was going to wipe them out. Zhong Yuan swung his blade, cleanly decapitating the snake. But wait, something was wrong. It seemed to be triggering death immunity and reviving itself. Fine, then he would just chop, slice, and dice. If one strike did not do the trick, he would just keep hacking away. Suddenly, a glowing green sphere dropped out of the snake. Zhong Yuan picked up the sphere. This had to be the void crystal. Now that the crystal had dropped, the snake was officially offline. He could not let the instructor find out about his undead state. In that case, he might as well try absorbing the void crystal himself. Since his little sister, Lan Lan, was a prodigy, his own talent probably was not too shabby either. He did not care what skill he got. He just desperately needed one. Suddenly, a system screen popped up, displaying the details of the void crystal and asking if he wanted to absorb it. The snowbone snake possesses the following skills. Gold grade, super perception, upgradable. Level 1, gold grade freeze, upgradable. Level 1, gold grade regeneration, upgradable. And calamity grade death immunity, which cannot be upgraded. After reading the details, Zhong Yuan figured he'd give it a shot. After all, it wasn't like he could actually die. He marked himself as ready and began the absorption process. Zhong Yuan's body slowly absorbed the ruins crystal. After a brief moment, he successfully obtained all 4 abilities. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but wonder how he got this incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Huang Xiaoyan's group of 4 students was discussing the most powerful ability in China. Right now, they can only boost the success rate of absorbing death immunity to about 0.03%. Xiaoyan was completely stunned. A probability like that is like trying to pull a specific SSR card from a basic banner. Another student chimed in, saying that unless you can guarantee a 100% success rate, it's pretty much impossible. The last teammate advised them to forget about death immunity, saying it all comes down to pure luck. Instead, their top priority should be using their watch's sonic function to secure a ruins crystal and head back to the instructor. The 4 of them were so caught up in their conversation that they didn't notice a group of big, muscular guys creeping up behind them. Wang Meng was staring right at them. One of his goons asked, "Hey, Brother Meng, we broke our watches earlier and only have one left that works. What's the plan now?" Wang Meng let out a sinister grin and said that since their own watches were busted, they would just have to make everyone else's watches theirs. Hearing that, his goons got even more hyped up. They were raring to go and rob Zhong Yuan of his watch. It looked like he had been in the crosshairs of these thugs from the very start. Back in the instructor's office, the monitor room had overheard the entire conversation, and the scheme Wang Meng's crew was cooking up. He looked completely disgusted. It was heavily implied from the start that the watches could be used for communication, yet these fools were still actively looking for trouble. Talk about a bunch of professional watch wreckers. He was thoroughly annoyed by their actions, wondering what on earth they were thinking. Instructor Lu Wen asked curiously, "Are the students already turning on each other? Should we step in and rescue them?" But the monitor shook his head. He locked his hands behind his head, kicked his feet up on the desk, and replied casually, "They are just a bunch of idiots begging for a death sentence. Saving them would only create more paperwork for the military court. Let's just leave them to their own devices." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was testing out his new abilities, successfully freezing some nearby leaves. He was quite impressed. Being able to freeze an object for 10 seconds could easily make the difference between life and death in a tight spot. Next up was the snowbone snake's thermal sensing. Having a 10-meter detection range was honestly pretty decent. The snowbone snake has 4 abilities. Death immunity is basically useless for him, while glacial freeze and super sensing are alright, but the best one by far is regeneration. Even though it didn't restore his body temperature to normal, the corpse spots on his skin had completely vanished. This meant he no longer needed to wear contacts to hide his cloudy eyes. He also realized that because of death immunity, he had to kill those snowbone snakes twice to actually put them down. Thinking back to the ones he killed earlier, they all regenerated from the core in their heads. Zhong Yuan decided to test it by slashing right through one of their heads. Sure enough, his theory was spot on. Destroying the head completely prevented them from activating their death immunity. The system popped up with a notification, showing more ruins crystals nearby, and asking if he wanted to absorb them. He immediately clicked yes. Once he absorbed the crystals, each of his abilities received a slight stat boost. However, death immunity was the only skill that didn't level up. Zhong Yuan finally realized that upgrading a skill required ruins crystals of the exact same type. Each ruins crystal granted him one level and a random skill. Now, he was curious about what rank lay beyond the gold tier. He figured he'd have to slay a few more beasts to find out. Meanwhile, Wang Meng's crew of thugs was tracking the exact path Zhong Yuan had taken. They were also searching for ruins crystals. Suddenly, one of the lackeys spoke up. "Brother Meng, we're getting further and further out. Maybe we should just forget it." But Wang Meng had no intention of backing down. He reasoned that if a weakling like Zhong Yuan dared to head up here, then what did 5 big guys like them have to be afraid of? Right then, one of the goons spotted a monster's carcass nearby. Their jaws collectively dropped. They couldn't believe a wimp like Zhong Yuan had actually taken down a snow-bone snake. Wang Meng refused to accept it, muttering that the kid probably killed it using his watch's sonic blast, since there was no way a normal person could be that strong. But then, they looked a bit further and spotted 3 more snake carcasses lying nearby. Wang Meng's heart began to race. Could that kid actually be a ruins evolvist? They had no idea whether Zhong Yuan had just absorbed a crystal or if he had been a ruins evolvist all along. Sensing danger, one of the goons urged his boss to pull back, but the stubborn leader refused, insisting they hunt down Zhong Yuan and take his ruins crystals. He reasoned that after fighting so many battles in a row, the kid had to be completely exhausted. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes as he realized this was the perfect opportunity to jump Zhong Yuan and rob him blind. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was busy fending off a massive swarm of snakes. With hundreds of them closing in on him, his thermal sense suddenly picked up approaching footsteps. A total of 5 people were surrounding him. It was the exact same group that had been tailing him since he first set foot on the mountain. Wang Meng brandished his knife, ready to pounce. His expression turned completely wild as he bared his teeth and roared, "Hey, kid, hand over the ruins crystals. Get over here, then scram." Wang Man and his gang surrounded Trung Nguyen, making sure he had no way to escape. Looking at them, he figured they were about to rob him, so he immediately went on high alert. Trung Nguyen calmly told them that he didn't have a single void crystal on him. Furious, Wang Man pointed at the pile of dead snakes and screamed, "Who are you trying to fool? There are so many dead snakes on the ground, and you expect me to believe you don't have a single void crystal?" Trung Nguyen replied that he hadn't even had a chance to harvest them yet. Secretly, he knew the snakes here were only knocked out, not dead. But seeing how these guys wouldn't even hunt monsters themselves, and instead chose to rob their classmates, they'd probably end up bullying Lam Lam later on. He had to teach them a lesson first. To prove his point, Trung Nguyen decided to show them. He dumped everything out of his backpack, but all that fell out was the basic starting gear. Seeing this, Wang Man grew even more furious. He pointed right in Trung Nguyen's face and shouted, "There were 4 dead snakes on the way here. You must have hidden at least 4 void crystals." Trung Nguyen kept up his innocent act, explaining that those 4 void crystals went to waste because his absorption attempts failed. Hearing this, Wang Man finally lost his temper. He started hurling a non-stop stream of insults at Trung Nguyen. But given his current situation, Trung Nguyen couldn't let anyone find out that his body had actually achieved a 100% absorption rate. Wang Man, on the other hand, calculated that Trung Nguyen was likely too exhausted to fight. If he just kicked him out, all the void crystals from the snakes on the ground would be his. Having made up his mind, he sneered, "If that is the case, leave your watch here and beat it, Trung Nguyen." Trung Nguyen readily agreed to their demand. Just as he took off his watch and set it on the ground, they demanded he hand over his knife as well. One of the lackeys felt a bit bad for him and asked their leader, Wang Man, to at least let Trung Nguyen keep the knife. Wang Man flatly refused, fearing that Trung Nguyen might use the knife to go crazy and attack them. Wang Man's stubborn greed made Trung Nguyen act a little frustrated. "If you guys push me to the edge like this, aren't you afraid I'll drag you all down with me?" Wang Man's group quickly tried to calm him down, telling him he'd be perfectly fine as long as he returned to the safe zone. Another lackey chimed in, telling him not to worry, guaranteeing that their path here was completely safe. The safe zone has food and water, so you can easily complete the test just by waiting there for 3 days. Trung Nguyen pretended to give in and played along, warning them, "You guys better not be lying to me." With that, he walked away just as they wanted, but not before deliberately stepping on the snakes' tails to wake them up. Unaware of what was happening, the group stood there as countless snakes began slithering toward them. They were too busy gloating over their loot, the watch Zhong Yuan had left behind, while foolishly praising Vuong Man for being so smart to trick Zhong Yuan into leaving so easily. But the moment Vuong Man held the watch, his face turned pale with terror. The watch still had 95% battery left, which meant Zhong Yuan hadn't used the sonic wave feature at all. Did that mean he had actually defeated the snakes himself? Only then did they realize the danger creeping up on them. But it was already too late. Dozens of snakes had already surrounded the five of them. Vuong Man screamed in utter despair, "Run! The snakes are still alive." His face was paper white with fear. Soon, their desperate cries for help echoed throughout the entire mountain. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan walked away with confidence. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan. No one steals from him that easily. They only had themselves to blame for underestimating him. Elsewhere, Ta Ukfong and Huang Tuyen's group were still hunting for monsters along this very path. Just 10 minutes ahead lay a nest of snakes. Huang Tuyen asked anxiously, "Is it dangerous for just the two of them?" Ta Ukfong didn't show the slightest bit of concern. He reassured Tuyen that she didn't need to worry about any of that and just needed to trust him. As they walked, they ran into Zhong Yuan. Huang Tuyen rushed over to him and asked, "Why are you out here all by yourself?" Zhong Yuan told them about how Vuong Man's gang had just robbed him of his backpack. Seeing Tuyen act so close to Zhong Yuan made Ta Ukfong extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Huang Tuyen asked about his well-being with deep concern. He said he was fine and deliberately mentioned that after taking his gear, the gang went straight to hunt monsters. They must have finished by now. Hearing this, Ta Ukfong quickly grabbed Huang Tuyen's hand and urged, "We need to hurry. We can't let them steal all the monsters." Huang Tuyen hesitated, wanting to stay and help Zhong Yuan. Since he had lost all his supplies. Wait, he's lost all of his supplies. We can't just leave him here to die, can we? Ta Ukfong clenched his teeth in frustration, but having no other choice, he turned around and pretended to show some goodwill toward Zhong Yuan. "Join our." Before he could even finish, Zhong Yuan cut him off, saying he already knew Ta Ukfong didn't want him in the group anyway, but the main reason was that, right now, he was basically dead weight. Going days without eating or drinking and showing absolutely no signs of weakness would definitely raise some eyebrows. Zhong Yuan figured he'd better act a little exhausted. Besides, without a knife or any weapon to slay the monsters right now, things were going to get pretty inconvenient. Zhong Yuan told them he would tag along to retrieve his backpack. Once he got it, he would leave immediately. But when they reached Wang Meng's group, they were met with a horrific, unexpected sight. They were all lying motionless on the ground, except for Wang Meng, who was writhing in agony with several snakes coiled all over him. He kept screaming for help, but after just a few moments, he collapsed and went completely still. Xie Yifeng was terrified. It was his first time seeing so many snakes at once. Huang Xiaoyan was just as panicked. The tough guys who were so cocky earlier were now dead, wiped out by the snakes. Panicking, Xie Yifeng and Huang Xiaoyan turned and bolted, but Zhong Yuan just stood there, completely unbothered. Huang Xiaoyan looked back and yelled, "What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Run." Xie Yifeng snapped, "Why do you even care about him?" and dragged her away. Zhong Yuan watched them with utter disdain. They were so eager to hunt snakes a minute ago, and now they were running like cowards. He picked up a knife and walked toward the snakes. "Since you guys already had your fill of human flesh, you won't mind if I take your lives now, right?" Zhong Yuan lunged forward, slicing through the snakes one by one, and harvested their ruined crystals. Once he finished, it was time to absorb them. The familiar system prompt popped up. Snowbone Snake Ruin Crystal detected. The system asked if he wanted to absorb them. This round of absorption would grant him Super Sensing, Green Tier Level 2, Green Tier Level 3, and Regeneration, Yellow Tier Level 3. However, Death Immunity still couldn't be upgraded. Zhong Yuan was starting to understand the upgrade system. Moving from Gold Tier to Green Tier required 10 Ruin Crystals. From Green Tier onward, each level upgrade required another 10 crystals. The chance of a skill upgrading with just a single Ruin Crystal didn't seem to be consistent. Freeze was already at Green Tier Level 3, yet Regeneration remained stuck at Yellow Tier Level 3. It felt as though some unseen force was holding back his regeneration upgrade. Judging by how others acted, it wasn't hard to guess that normal people struggled to absorb Ruin Crystals at all. If they failed, the ruined crystal would just be destroyed, making upgrading completely out of the question. The skill names matched the database perfectly, but if that was the case, could other people see the system prompts when he absorbed them? To cover his tracks, Zhong Yuan froze all the dead snakes. He couldn't risk anyone finding out he had absorbed such a massive amount of ruined crystals. He had to deal with the snake carcasses. Meanwhile, in the instructor's room, an alert flashed on their smartwatches from the academy, reporting that a student had been killed by beasts. The instructor told the students that this was a serious matter, instructing them to use their SOS distress signals so the instructors could head over and handle it. Instructor Liu Wen asked the proctor next to him if they should go rescue the students, since someone had already sent an SOS. But the man beside him shook his head. They weren't in any real danger, they just didn't know they were being monitored. Still, they had to go over and put on a show. Soon, the proctor arrived at the reported location. He turned to the student next to him to confirm if this was indeed where the victims had met their end. Xie Yifeng nodded confidently, confirming it was the spot. The proctor walked over to examine each victim's wounds. Most of the wounds were caused by snowbone snakes, but one of the bodies had a distinct knife wound. 3 of their smartwatches were smashed, while one had simply run out of battery. Based on the audio recordings and the state of the scene, the proctor began to piece together exactly what had gone down. Wang Meng's group had been ambushed by snakes because their sonic wave features failed. At that point, their watches could only repel 2 snakes, leaving them completely defenseless. Wang Meng had desperately tried to restart his watch. Sensing the extreme danger, one of his lackeys turned tail and ran, with Wang Meng hot on his heels. But the snakes caught up to them in no time. How could they slither so fast? Wang Meng had tried to reassure his buddy that being slower than the snakes wasn't a death sentence. But immediately after, he drew his knife and stabbed his own teammate in the back. He sacrificed his comrade to distract the snakes, buying himself enough time to escape. The proctor deduced that those tough guys who broke their watches must have been lured into the snake nest by Zhong Yuan, who then used the snowbone snakes to wipe them out. Looking at the surrounding environment, there were at least 30 snakes nesting in the area for a long time. Yet, why wasn't Zhong Yuan attacked when he arrived first? The proctor marveled. Unable to believe that a mere student could pull off a scheme even he couldn't see through. Fascinating, he muttered. Xie Yifeng listened, utterly confused by the proctor's words. The proctor dismissed their confusion, telling them not to worry about it. With the truth uncovered, their only job now was to proceed with the military training. He smirked, thinking to himself, "This kid, Zhong Yuan, is cunning and ruthless. Just my type." Quietly, he sent a silent promise to Zhong Yuan. "Just focus on surviving. I'll take care of the bodies." Meanwhile, outside the training zone in the Qingying Academy cafeteria, Captain Lin was asking Zhong Lan how her first day of school went. Trung Lam was absolutely beaming with joy. Chowing down on her pastry, she happily babbled about her new life, saying the campus was gorgeous and the dorm was massive. The teachers are so sweet, the cafeteria food is delicious, and everything is just perfect. As she spoke, Lam Dong Luong placed a phone on the table, explaining that it had satellite connectivity, meaning it would never lose signal, even inside the boundary realm. He had brought it specifically for her, but Lam Lam immediately looked away, saying her brother forbid her from accepting gifts from strangers. Lam Dong Luong was stunned. Trung Win's warning to his sister had been spot on. Thinking on his feet, he quickly lied to Trung Lam, saying the phone was just a loan. He told her she could use it for now and pay him back once she started earning her own money. Hearing that, Trung Lam's mood instantly brightened. Her cheerful smile returned as she reached out and grabbed the phone. "Well, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Suddenly remembering something, Lam Dong Luong asked where Trung Win was. The innocent girl honestly told him that her brother had already been sent off for military training by the school. Upon hearing this, Lam Dong Luong completely lost his cool, slipping into a state of sheer panic. What on earth was the staff at Than An Academy thinking, dragging a mere auditing student into military training? His biggest dread was that if anything happened to Trung Win, Trung Lam would end up hating him for the rest of her life. Drenched in cold sweat, Lam Dong Luong told Trung Lam to keep eating, then made an excuse about an urgent phone call to slip away. He had barely taken a few steps when Trung Lam asked if military training was dangerous, adding that she wanted her brother back home soon. Wiping his brow, a flustered Lam Dong Luong desperately reassured her that Trung Win would definitely come back safe and sound, even though deep down, he was terrified of what might happen to him. Meanwhile, Instructor Lu Van was sitting and eating with an unfamiliar man. They were currently discussing the supervisor wearing sunglasses. Wait, The guy in sunglasses who came with us. Is he really the legendary to not? Luvan quickly warned him to shut up and not use that name, or he'd get slaughtered. She explained that he hadn't joined this training session out of respect for them. As they spoke, a man dressed in white walked up to their table. He introduced himself as Fong Vu Mak from the Fong Long group, stating he was on a mission in the Mount Zaman boundary realm. Pardon me, is the person in charge here? Luvan was quite taken aback. Wasn't this the young master of the Fong family, a powerhouse ranked 68 on the youth leaderboard? Why did he show up for a mission without the higher-ups notifying her so she could reschedule the training? Pushing her confusion aside, Luvan introduced herself as the Than An Academy instructor in charge of this training. Fong Vu Mak got straight to the point and explained his situation. My mission here is to rescue a student named Trung Nguyen. Do you have his coordinates? Luvan replied that all the tracking gear was with Tu Feng Kin, the supervisor who had just gone over to Vuong Man's group, but since he had left for safe zone number 1 and hasn't returned yet, they were out of luck. Having gathered the necessary info, Fong Vu Mak thanked Luvan, waved, and set off on his mission. Once Fong Vu Mak was out of sight, Luvan grumbled, wondering why anyone would barge in looking for a student when the training was going so smoothly. The man sitting with her chimed in, I don't know about the rescue, but I've heard quite a few rumors about this young Master Fong. Word is, his older brother has a terminal illness. To search for the undying ruins crystal of the snowbone snake, he specifically requested a transfer to camp near Mount Zaman. But he has one minor flaw: he suffers from severe face blindness. Imagine having face blindness and being assigned to a search and rescue mission. Perhaps his superiors really had run out of options, forcing them to send him anyway. Meanwhile, Fong Vu Mak was still trying to find his way. As he walked, he reassured himself that with Feng Qin overseeing the training, nothing too dangerous should happen. According to the map, a short walk ahead would take him past a snake nest. He pondered whether he should casually clear out a few of them on his way. After walking a bit further, he suddenly came across the carcasses of snakes that had already been slain and harvested for their ruins crystals. But looking at the messy marks, he found it hard to believe a freshman could have done this. Moving a bit further, he spotted a young man hunting snakes. It was none other than Trung Nguyen, the very person he was sent to rescue. Seeing the chipped, cracked, mud-caked knife in the youth's hand, Fong Vu Mak was utterly horrified. He held his face in utter despair. Oh my God, the knives issued to Than An Academy's freshmen are exquisite weapons crafted by the Supervision Bureau. How could it be tortured like this? Feeling deeply offended on behalf of the weapon, Fong Vu Mak marched up to Trung Nguyen and said, Your knife is crying. That is not how you use a blade. Trung Nguyen turned around, looking utterly confused, and asked who Fong Vu Mak was and what he wanted. What does my bad technique have to do with you? Is this some new way of hitting on people? Trung Nguyen mocked him. Are you going to teach me, or what? Fong Vu Mak was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had ever run into someone like this. Wouldn't a normal person feel embarrassed and immediately leave? Instead, Trung Nguyen shamelessly asked this guy he'd just met for one of the academy's knives. They only handed out one knife, and mine is already useless. Could I borrow yours? Fong Vu Mak has no choice but to toss him a knife. Holding the new blade in his hands, Trung Nguyen's eyes instantly light up. Fong Vu Mak then shoos him away. His expression suddenly shifts as he tells Trung Nguyen that he can take the void crystals that are already exposed, but the rest belong to him. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen turns pale, but snaps back, asking Fong Vu Mak if he has no shame stealing from a student who is still in basic military training. Fong Vu Mak glares at Trung Nguyen and coldly replies that this isn't his territory, and there's no such thing as first come, first served here. He takes down a snake in the blink of an eye, then turns back to Trung Nguyen. As for who these snakes belong to, that's decided by pure strength. Watching Fong Vu Mak's quick demonstration, Trung Nguyen is quietly impressed. The guy blew up a snowbone snake's head with a single strike, so he must be a real master. The attack he just used is highly reminiscent of the weapon Lam Lam used in his past life, the standard gear of an official void ability user. Fong Vu Mak continues to brag endlessly about his abilities, saying, See that? That is the massive gap in our strength. Completely oblivious in his smugness, he has no idea that behind his back, Trung Nguyen is already prepping his freezing ability to launch an attack. Trung Nguyen thinks to himself that an official void ability user stealing from a student during military training is pathetic. There must be some dirty deal going on behind the scenes, and he definitely needs to teach this guy a lesson. Without another thought, he freezes Fong Vu Mak solid and rushes forward, landing a barrage of punches on him. But in no time, his hands are swollen red and throbbing with pain. He punched the guy so hard, his own bones almost broke, yet the man only wobbled a tiny bit. Thankfully, Trung Nguyen's hands heal instantly due to his regeneration ability. After a moment of thought, he realizes Phong Vu Mac doesn't really seem like an unforgivable bad guy. It's best to know when to stop. Trung Nguyen runs over to gather up the nearby void crystals and carries them back to Phong Vu Mac. "Since you gave me a knife, I'll let you have this place." He grabs Phong Vu Mac's blade, claiming he is just borrowing it for a bit and will return it later. With that, he walks away, leaving Phong Vu Mac standing there, all alone. Once the ice finally thaws, a bruised and shivering Phong Vu Mac stumbles his way over to Feng Qin. Seeing him in such a pathetic state, Feng Qin can't contain his surprise and bursts into laughter, teasing Phong Vu Mac. "Did someone pin you down and beat you up? Your injuries aren't that bad, but the disrespect is off the charts. And let me guess, did they steal your spear too?" Feng Qin's grin grows wider and more sadistic. Indeed, finding joy in someone else's misery is always incredibly satisfying. Groaning in agony, Phong Vu Mac begs Feng Qin to heal him immediately. Feng Qin reaches his hand out toward Phong Vu Mac, casting his two-knot time rewind ability to restore him to his physical state from 24 hours ago. Instantly, Phong Vu Mac is completely restored to his original state, making him feel like he's walking on air. Feng Qin then invites Phong Vu Mac to spill the details about his recent misfortune, purely for his own amusement. Like a whiny little wife complaining to her CEO husband, Phong Vu Mac vents about every single grievance he just suffered. After hearing the story, Feng Qin finds it hard to believe, asking, "You're saying a Chengying Academy student stole your spear right here? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Phong Vu Mac adamantly insists that his story is absolutely true. However, Feng Qin has been keeping an eye on things and hasn't detected any student watch signals in the area. Right now, there's only one student not wearing a watch, Trung Nguyen, since his is currently with Wang Man. Phong Vu Mac can't recall the guy's face right now, but he's itching for a rematch. Feng Qin reassures him that the spear thief will definitely show up when everyone gathers, so for now, he needs to focus on his main mission. Phong Vu Mac agrees and asks about Trung Nguyen's current coordinates. "Of course I have them. But your actual goal in entering this dimension is to get your hands on those snow-bone snake void crystals, isn't it?" Feng Qin hits the nail right on the head, seeing right through Phong Vu Mac. He then begins laying out a plan to help Phong Vu Mac harvest as many void crystals as his heart desires. Meanwhile, Vuong Man is hopelessly lost. For the past 2 days, every snake he ran into had already been wiped out, and now he's completely turned around in the mountains. Panting heavily, he curses his terrible luck. But when he looks up, he gasps in sheer panic at a road closed for construction sign. This is literally the 10th time he's run into a sign like this. Frustrated, the poor guy turns around and dashes off to find another route. Watching from the shadows, Phong Vu Mac silently offers his apologies to Vuong Man. It turns out those road construction signs were actually his doing, but to hoard more void crystals, this is the only trick up his sleeve. Following his map, Trung Nguyen finally reaches the next snake hotspot. However, when he arrives, every single snake is already dead. Someone has beaten him to the punch. Trung Nguyen can't help but scream, wondering what heartless monster wiped out all the snakes in the entire area. He climbs up a tree to look around, and in the distance, he spots the peak. The mountain opposite us isn't on the map the school gave us. Maybe some snakes managed to escape over there. Trung Nguyen decided to head over there to try his luck. Sure enough, just as he expected, after running a long way, he finally found some snowbone snakes. Now that he had a few crystals, it was time to upgrade. Super Sensory is blue level 4, Freeze is blue level 6, Regeneration is gold level 4, and in a familiar twist, Death Immunity cannot be upgraded. After upgrading, Super Sensory's range expanded to 1 kilometer. The freeze duration also increased to 2 minutes. With his mental strength fully charged, he could use it multiple times in a row. Freezing things for hours wouldn't be a problem at all. After walking a bit further, Trung Nguyen thought to himself, the Hua realm has no day or night, and since his body doesn't feel hunger, his sense of time was getting a bit warped. It's been so long, it's probably time to regroup, right? As he was walking, Trung Nguyen suddenly felt like something was following him. Freezing in his tracks, he turned around and was shocked to see a massive snake slowly creeping up on him. You've got to be kidding me. How is there such a giant monster hiding out here? In a flash, it lunged, biting his shoulder and tearing his clothes. He quickly used his regeneration skill to heal the wound. Trung Nguyen knew his own limits. With his current agility, it would be tough to even land a hit on that giant snake. He also wasn't sure if his upgraded freeze skill would even work on it. Zhong Yuan cast his spell to freeze the snake's head first. Seeing that it worked, he did it a few more times. Leaping and dodging around, Zhong Yuan completely froze the snake's body, leaving it unable to move. Once that was done, he repeatedly stabbed the snake with his spear. Although the wounds weren't deep, at least he could break through its defense. Zhong Yuan silently marveled at how powerful this stolen spear was, but spamming his freeze skill had nearly drained his mental strength. The snake's head was completely crushed, but its crystal still hadn't appeared. That meant its death immunity was still active. By now, it was time to regroup. Some students had already returned and registered with the instructor. Zhong Man had also made it back, letting out a sigh of relief that he had managed to find his way. Phew, looks like I finally found my way back. Fong Vumak said he safely brought Zhong Yuan down the mountain, and now it was up to everyone else to get him back to school. Hearing this, Zhong Man's face went completely pale, with fear for some reason. Feng Qin chuckled and said, "Young Master Fong, did your face blindness kick in again? The person you brought back isn't Zhong Yuan." Fong Vumak asked Feng Qin in confusion, "Wait, didn't you give me this tracker location?" Of course, the tracker on the watch belongs to Zhong Yuan. As for why his watch is on this classmate's wrist, as he spoke, Feng Qin began to close in on Zhong Man. With a slow, sharp, and intimidating voice full of authority, he said, "I'll give you one chance to talk your way out of this." Zhong Man, who used to act like a big shot, was now trembling so hard in front of Feng Qin that he could barely stand. On the ground, the shattered pieces of the dragon lay scattered. Zhong Yuan was putting all his strength into thrusting his long spear into the azure dragon's head. Even a dead guy like me is completely exhausted, yet this thing is still trying to regenerate. Suddenly, a small, glowing orb appeared. With a dirt-smudged face, Zhong Yuan panted heavily as he took the orb. It was finally dead for good. The system announced, "Detected the crystal of the Snowbone Snake King. Do you wish to absorb it?" The Snowbone Snake King possesses another ability, the Calamity-grade Frozen Blood Eruption. It cannot be upgraded and requires the user to have mastered the freeze ability. Ability description: all attributes are immediately boosted by 1,200%. Lasts for 30 seconds, after which the user enters a weakened state. The weakened state lasts for 48 hours. What a terrifying ability. Good thing I didn't let it use it. Zhong Yuan pressed the orb against his chest. Being able to absorb such a powerful ability made all this effort totally worth it. The sky was clear, and the lush trees swayed gently. Dong Luong cried his eyes out, sobbing, "No, just let me die here. Don't send me to a military court." Vumak looked at Feng Qin, who was sitting comfortably in his chair, and asked with irritation, "Feng Qin, did you do this on purpose?" Feng Qin held his water bottle. "We have both the witnesses and the physical evidence. He brought this on himself." "No, I mean you knew the tracker location was wrong, yet you still shared it with me." Meanwhile, Dong Luong was being dragged away, screaming his lungs out. "No, please," Feng Qin asked nonchalantly. "Does it matter?" "What matters is that Zhong Yuan is the only one who hasn't shown up yet. The person who stole your spear is definitely him." Feng Qin then glanced toward the vehicle. "Instructor, go ahead and take the other students back to school first. I'll stay here and wait for Zhong Yuan." Lu Van, standing nearby, asked, "What about you guys? We'll hitch a ride back with Fong Long's group." Vumak checked the time on his phone. "It's 10 o'clock, which is the actual regrouping time, and you've already sent the other students back." "Yeah." Feng Qin watched the vehicle kick up dust as it drove off. What else was I supposed to do? Start a fight right in front of the instructor? The two of them stared at the tall mountain in the distance. "Zhong Yuan is the one I have my eyes on. When you get your revenge later, don't go too hard on him." Vumak shoved his hands into his pockets. "With you as the head of the Hua Realm's medical department, he won't die, but he's definitely going to have a rough time." It was now 10:05. Feng Qin and Vumak stood there, bored out of their minds with time to kill, unable to stand it. Feng Qin chilled out on his gaming chair while Vumak was busy grinding push-ups. 20, 21, 22. Soon, the afternoon rolled in, and the clock hit 2:20 p.m. Both of them were still stuck in that exact loop. Feng Qin was tapping away on his game, while Vumak had pushed his way to 298, 299, 300. By now, the clock read 5:12 p.m. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, Feng Qin sat waiting with his hands behind his head. Meanwhile, Vumak switched to lifting weights, counting up to 951, 952. Growing incredibly restless and boiling with anger, Feng Qin yelled, 7 hours. No one has ever dared to keep me waiting this long before. And to top it off, he's a guy. Vumak patted him on the shoulder to calm him down. Hey, keep it friendly, chill out and calm down. Feng Qin snapped back. Don't stop me. I'm gonna wreck that guy. While Feng Qin was fuming with rage, Vumak kept trying to reason with him. Don't you get tired of shouting? Even if I'm totally exhausted, I'll make sure he gets taken out 100 times first. Right at that moment, Zhong Yuan walked up, carrying his worn-out spear. Zhong Yuan looked around, totally clueless. Wait, none of the other students are here. Did I get back too early? Feng Qin and Vumak stopped what they were doing when they saw Zhong Yuan approaching. Gripping his spear, Zhong Yuan slowly walked over, thinking to himself, if I had known, I would have taken another lap. The spear in Zhong Yuan's hand was cracked, chipped, and filthy, covered in thick black blood. Veins popped on Vumak's face, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. What the hell did you do to my spear? Zhong Yuan replied nonchalantly. Just normal wear and tear. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy rushed forward. The dark mist wrapped around Zhong Yuan's legs. He froze. I can't move. It's a shadow. Meanwhile, Vumak was absolutely boiling with rage. Vumak lunged at Zhong Yuan with his fist raised, roaring, You bastard, you're paying for this, and threw a direct punch right at Zhong Yuan's face. Watching this, Feng Qin scratched his head. Man, you hit him way too hard. Who was the one yelling about wanting to beat him up a second ago? Now you've got him pinned to the ground. Flying back that far, even my pure son won't be able to save him if he actually dies. Still, a beam of healing light shot toward Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan lay motionlessly on the ground with his eyes wide open, having been blasted 10 meters back. It seems like this shadow skill has a distance limit. Feng Qin and Vumak continued to bicker. Zhong Yuan gripped his gun, thinking, I need to find a way to put some distance between us. What are those two whispering about? Feng Qin and Vumak got ready to play their parts as amateur villains. Feng Qin smirked deviously and pointed his finger. Zhong Yuan, you caused your classmate to get bitten by a frostbone snake. The evidence is clear. Your crimes are heinous. Vumak, standing next to him, joined in on the act. Stop resisting and surrender already. With his face covered in dirt, Zhong Yuan looked on in utter disbelief. These two, one of them sneaked into the mountains to hunt during military training, and the other guy attacked me without saying a single word. They must be working together to silence me for good. Zhong Yuan activated his pistol's skill, super sensing, aiming assistance. He raised his gun and fired a rapid succession of bullets. Vumak was protected by his iron body, while Feng Qin easily dodged the shots. Feng Qin smiled as he watched Zhong Yuan struggle in front of him. Just give up already. You can't even scratch our defense. Zhong Yuan was barely standing, but he still gave it everything he had. Don't push me. The two of them continued their villainous roleplay with wicked grins. Oh, we are pushing you. What are you going to do about it? You have nowhere left to run. Feng Qin wondered. Does this brat still have a trump card up his sleeve? Humph. Let's see what you've got. A dark, dangerous grin spread across Feng Qin's face. Once you're dead, your sister will become my sister. These words crossed a serious line for Zhong Yuan. Instantly, Zhong Yuan unleashed his ice blood burst power. Touch my sister, and I will end you both right here, right now. Vumak, standing beside him, scolded. Feng Qin, that was way too far. Feng Qin quickly covered his mouth, only able to click his tongue in response. The system announced, Your super sensing ability has leveled up. You have unlocked a new calamity grade upgradable skill, Thermal Pressure Burst. Thermal Pressure Burst compresses the ambient temperature in the air to create a thermal high-pressure zone with a maximum range of 10,000 meters. Your freezing ability has leveled up. You have unlocked a new non-upgradable calamity grade skill, Eternal Frost Realm. Eternal Frost Realm freezes all matter within a maximum range of 10,000 meters at your absolute will. Your regeneration ability has leveled up. You have unlocked a new red grade upgradable skill, Undying Body. Undying Body grants complete immunity to all damage and negative status effects. However, this overwhelming power radiating from Zhong Yuan would only last for 30 seconds. There was no time to hesitate. He had to use the skill he knew best. Zhong Yuan roared. Eternal Frost Realm. A massive wave of frost surged directly toward Feng Qin and Vumak. Feng Qin desperately activated his defense. Life Resonance, Springtime Pure Sun. Vumak was instantly frozen solid, and Feng Qin's body was rapidly freezing over too. This was absolutely terrifying. If Vumak didn't have his iron body, this single attack would have easily wiped out both of them. Feng Qin supported the frozen Vumak, desperately casting his healing spell over and over again. Pure sun, but it was no use. The temperature was too low. Even with the continuous healing, they kept getting frozen solid every couple of seconds. On the other side, Trung Nguyen was completely drained. That attack had taken way too much out of him. A single cast had totally depleted his mental energy, leaving him unable to perform another skill. Pointing his gun forward, Trung Nguyen muttered, "This is the end." But the gun was completely iced over, making it impossible to pull the trigger. Panic set in. Oh no. The gun is frozen, solid. Running completely on empty, Trung Nguyen let out a helpless smile. Looks like my luck has finally run out. With that, he collapsed to the ground. As I lunged to the ground, I swore that even if it cost me my life, I would never let him get away with it. Mo Yu froze, standing completely still on the spot. Meanwhile, Feng Jing leaned heavily on him, both of them scowling as they eyed Zhong Yuan. His amplification can be boosted up to a maximum of 448%, and anything beyond that is highly life-threatening. His last move definitely crossed that line. Feng Jing pleaded, "Mo Yu, help me over there, quick." Soon, they were standing right in front of Zhong Yuan's body, and Feng Jing reached out to heal him. Pure sun, but Feng Jing had already been hit by the previous attack, and pushing his energy like this caused a massive backlash. He muttered, "You said you wouldn't let me go even in death. Well, then you're not allowed to die." With that, Feng Jing also collapsed to the ground. Mo Yu facepalmed and sighed, "Seriously, you guys." He then supported Feng Jing as they walked away, grumbling all the while. "Feng Jing, you absolute idiot. You dug your own grave. And I'm an even bigger idiot for playing the bad guy with you." Later that night at the hospital, the monitor showed a long, flat red line. With a continuous beep, the doctor sighed. "Is there really no way to bring him back? He is completely cold. No heartbeat, no blood pressure. The life resonance even knocked out 2 healer espers. Sigh. Let's just take him to the morgue." Suddenly, Feng Jing, still in his hospital gown, burst through the door and bellowed, "All of you, hands off him." Mo Yu stared at the intruder in shock and asked, "Who are you?" Feng Jing snapped back in frustration, "Just because I'm not wearing my sunglasses doesn't mean you shouldn't recognize me." Feng Jing pushed the doctors aside and out of the room saying, all right, he is just playing dead. There is no need for your useless treatments." Mo Yu pointed at the unconscious Zhong Yuan lying on the bed and asked, "Are you seriously sure he is just playing dead? Even corpse spots have started appearing on him. Where? Let me heal him and see." Feng Jing quickly activated his ability to treat Zhong Yuan. "Pure sun. All right, all patched up. Those were just some minor bruises, so stop talking nonsense." Feng Jing folded his arms and looked at the guy on the bed. Mo Yu asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Feng Jing scoffed, "As if I wouldn't be able to tell if someone is alive or dead." The next morning, the sky was crystal clear with fluffy white clouds. A phone screen displayed the National Esper Youth Rankings. Number 68, Xuan Ming. Number 69, Feng Wu Mo. Mo Yu stared at the screen in Feng Jing's hand and muttered, "Isn't this fake name a bit too ridiculous?" Feng Jing replied, "You're the one who said he beat you twice. It wouldn't look right if we didn't report it, but using his real name would only bring him trouble. Since you're the one who came up with the alias, you can explain it to him yourself later." Lying on the bed, Zhong Yuan grumbled, "So noisy." He bolted upright and snapped, "Shut up, both of you." The 2 guys leaning against the window jumped in surprise. Feng Jing grinned, "See? I told you he was playing dead. You lost. Pay up." Mo Yu clicked his tongue, followed by the beep of a money transfer. Watching the 2 of them act so casually, Zhong Yuan thought to himself, "What on earth is going on here? Since when did we go from being enemies to buddies?" Suddenly, Zhong Yuan received a text message. "Big brother, are you injured and in the hospital? Everything is great here at school. The teachers and my classmates are all looking out for me, so please just rest and recover. Don't worry about me. Call me as soon as you wake up." Zhong Yuan read the message and muttered to himself, "Has it already been 2 days? A technically dead guy like me didn't get sent straight to the crematorium. Did they cover for me?" Feng Jing slipped his hands into his pockets and greeted, "Well, hello there, classmate Zhong Yuan. I'm Feng Jing, the student council president of the 3rd-year special class at Thanan Academy. Before, I purposely framed you just to bait you into a fight. It was my bad, and I'm really sorry. Feng Jing extended his hand to make peace, but Zhong Yuan responded by throwing a brutal punch right into his face, sending his black sunglasses flying. Feng Jing slammed against the wall, his cheek instantly swelling up as he stared at Zhong Yuan in utter disbelief. With a smile, Zhong Yuan extended his hand and said, "Now we can officially say we're acquainted." Meanwhile, in another location, Dong Liang looked at Zhong Lan, who was sitting in a chair, and reassured her, "Zhong Lan, just relax. It's totally fine, even if you fail." Holding a red crystal in her hand, Zhong Lan listened as Dong Liang instructed her, "Just keep holding it like that, and carefully sense the energy sealed inside." Lu Wen reached his hand toward the ability crystal, and thought to himself, the success rate of absorbing a void crystal is merely a statistic. The real key lies in a person's innate talent and their current mental state. With a serious expression, Lu Wen thought, "Isn't it a bit reckless to blindly rely on talent and hand her a king crystal right off the bat? Will she really be okay?" Clenching the king crystal in her hand, Zhong Lan grimaced as she tried to calm her mind and absorb it. With so many alien beasts invading this world, only espers could stand a chance against them. Uncle Lin has been so good to me and my brother, because he saw my potential. I absolutely cannot fail. I want to protect this world, and protect my big brother. The king crystal in Zhong Lan's hand vanished, and a notification appeared. Cloud Wind King Crystal detected. Proceed with absorption. This may consume 20 years of your lifespan. Back on the school campus, Zhong Lan excitedly threw herself at Zhong Yuan, crying, "Big brother, you're finally back. You worried me half to death." Zhong Lan grabbed his arm, staring in surprise at the red disciplinary armband. "Whoa, your uniform looks so cool and unique." Zhong Yuan scratched his head with a sheepish smile. "Yeah, I joined the student council as a disciplinary officer. This is the student council uniform." Zhong Yuan recalled what Feng Jing had told him. After military training, the school would give everyone a 1-week break so that instructors could help the special class students absorb their void crystals. Since Lan Lan was brought to this school because of her talent, they probably have a similar plan for her. Zhong Yuan patted Zhong Lan's head and asked, "Lan Lan, has the instructor set up any special training for you lately?" Zhong Lan thought about it for a second and replied, "Oh, the school hasn't arranged anything, but the advisor let me absorb a Fire Cloud Wasp King Resonance Crystal." Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Full of energy," Zhong Lan said cheerfully. "Now I've become a powerful ability user. From now on, it's my turn to protect you, big brother." Zhong Yuan already knew that in this life, Lan Lan still couldn't escape her fate of becoming an ability user. All he could do was become stronger himself so he could protect Lan Lan. Zhong Lan grabbed Zhong Yuan's hand and puffed out her cheeks, saying in a slightly annoyed tone, "Big brother, aren't you even going to ask what abilities I got?" Zhong Yuan played along and asked, "Okay, what did you get?" Zhong Lan replied, "Godspeed Teleportation and Tian Yuan." Zhong Yuan let out an "Oh," and Zhong Lan immediately ran over to a nearby stone monument, saying, "Humph, watch closely." With a single kick, Zhong Lan shattered the monument in half. She then asked excitedly, "Well, aren't I super awesome?" Zhong Yuan smiled and said, "Lan Lan, I'm happy you're getting stronger, but you know destroying public property means you have to pay for it, right?" Cut to a self-reflection report sitting on the desk. Liu Wen massaged her temple with a massive headache and said, "That was a great kick, but please don't do it again." Zhong Lan could only giggle as she stood beside Zhong Yuan. She then pulled him along, saying, Okay, let's go." Zhong Yuan was quite surprised. They didn't even have to pay for the damage. Was she really that lenient? Sitting in her chair, Liu Wen spoke up. "Zhong Yuan, you performed exceptionally well in the military training this time. Do you want to absorb a resonance crystal and become an ability user? I can help you awaken." Zhong Yuan thought to himself, Why should I tell her I've already awakened as one?" Zhong Yuan replied, "Thank you for the offer, instructor, but I don't need help awakening." Liu Wen sighed, putting her hand to her forehead. Sigh. Even if that kid has no interest in becoming an ability user, did he really have to be so blunt about it? Suddenly, Liu Wen realized something. Wait. He was wearing the student council uniform. Feng Jing came to the military training camp specifically to find a successor to take over as the new president. Could he be the chosen one? Cut to a clear blue sky over a building that used to be an armory. "I had it renovated just like you wanted. The lower floor is the training ground, and the upper floor is the living area. The furniture is already moved in, so let me know if you need anything else." With his hands in his pockets, Zhong Yuan looked around as he walked, just casually handing over a massive dorm like this. Is this the true power of the student council president? Feng Jing smiled smugly and said, how could I mistreat you when you're rolling with me? Nearby, Wu Mo looked at Zhong Yuan. I agreed to teach you weapon handling. When do you want to start? Zhong Yuan answered, let's do it right now. Feng Jing piped up excitedly, awesome, I'll join in on the fun too. A while later, weapons were scattered all over the floor amidst heavy panting. Both Feng Jing and Wu Mo were collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. I need Su Ri. Feng Jing groaned in exhaustion. Su Ri is dead. If you need her, burn some paper. Wu Mo asked, do you still have life resonance active? Not anymore, came the reply. Unlike the other two, Zhong Yuan still looked perfectly fine and handsome. He examined his own body and murmured, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Wu Mo sighed. It's already 3 in the morning. Let's grab some late-night snacks before we go another round. Feng Jing wheezed. There are snacks in the second-floor fridge, but I can't even take another step. As Zhong Yuan walked upstairs normally, the two of them crawled on the floor, absolutely dumbfounded. This kid got beaten up by us the whole time, so how on earth is he not tired at all? Being tired was one thing, but the main issue was that this kid had absolutely zero talent when it came to cold weapons. Looking battered, Wu Mo rubbed his head and said, a normal ability user's combat talent shouldn't be this bad. On their first day, it usually takes them 10 minutes at most to get the basics down. Swords, spears, staffs, clubs, the kid couldn't handle a single one of them. Just then, Zhong Yuan walked back down carrying a bunch of soda cans, shouting, soda time! Feng Jing reached out, grabbed a can, and gulped it down. Feeling instantly refreshed, he cheered, I'm alive. I'm finally back to life, before crushing the empty can in his hand. Zhong Yuan smiled and asked, awesome, then let's get back to training. Wu Mo, dripping with sweat, looked horrified. They had been training for over 10 hours straight and had only rested for 3 minutes. Are you a literal demon? Feng Jing fell backward. I've only half revived. I need another can to fully resurrect. Zhong Yuan stepped on his own empty can and crushed it. Fine. I'll give you guys a break that lasts as long as it takes to drink 1 can of soda. Without even looking, Zhong Yuan casually tossed the crushed can, and it landed perfectly inside the trash bin. Feng Jing and Wu Mo stared in absolute shock. The trash bin was over 10 meters away, yet he made it without even looking. Could it be that he actually had a talent for hidden weapons? Wu Mo quickly handed 2 more empty cans to Zhong Yuan. Quick, throw them again, both at the same time. Both cans sailed through the air and landed straight into the bin, one after the other. Wu Mo excitedly grabbed Zhong Yuan's hands and exclaimed, Zhong Yuan, hidden weapons are definitely your true calling. But Zhong Yuan replied, how can hidden weapons ever be as cool as a 40-meter broadsword? Wu Mo clicked his tongue and stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you're really that obsessed with close-quarters combat, maybe you should try the Howling Joy Demon Resonance Crystal. It grants 3 abilities, Courage, Furious Strike, and Poison Eater. Furious Strike can drastically boost your combat power, and it doesn't limit you to any specific weapon. During a past mission to suppress a Void Rift, I actually ran into a Howling Joy Demon myself. Once it activates its Courage and Furious Strike abilities, its combat power shoots up tenfold, entering a state of absolute frenzy. It becomes a total nightmare to deal with. In the end, we had to assemble 3 teams of Ruin users just to take it down. The 3 of them then sat down in a circle. Feng Jing asked, did you guys run into Wang Huan? What happened to the Ruin Crystal? We handed it over to the state. Zhong Yuan asked, where can we get the Howling Spectre Ruin Crystal? I have no use for such a low-level crystal anyway. Wu Mo pointed his finger and said, since I can't teach you how to use weapons, as compensation, I'll help you get that Howling Spectre Ruin Crystal. Feng Jing grinned. With those words from you, Brother Feng, it's a done deal. Wu Mo stood up and started walking away. I'm heading back to Guangyuan City first. Can you send the Ruin Crystal straight to the school? Sure. Zhong Yuan asked Feng Jing with a grimace as they were running down the street at 3 a.m. Am I really that terrifying? Actually, he isn't afraid of you. He's just in a rush to wrap up your business here, so he can head back and give a Ruin Crystal to his older brother. What kind of crystal? Feng Jing asked, holding a can of soda. A Snowbone Snake Ruin Crystal, which grants the ability to cheat death. Wu Mo placed a crate full of Snowbone Snake Ruin Crystals on the table. Brother, I brought back the Snowbone Snake Ruin Crystals. Even if the chances are slim, you should still give it a try. Wu Mo began to walk away, then paused to look back. Once I become the head of the Feng family, I will definitely bring you back and restore your Feng family name. Ye Zhen, who was hooked up to a ventilator, didn't reply. Watching the door close, Ye Zhen thought, my foolish little brother. The real reason my illness can never be cured is because of the Feng family. A surge of dark shadow servant energy erupted, enveloping Ye Zhen's body, as the ruin crystals in the crate floated up and began to glow. Ye Zhen stared at them and began to absorb the crystals. As the shadow servant absorbed the ruin crystals, it successfully acquired the death immunity skill. Ye Zhen was shocked. Meanwhile, over by Zhong Yuan, a delivery guy with a friendly smile said, hey brother, making these deliveries isn't easy, so I'd really appreciate a good rating. Thanks. Zhong Yuan accepted the package. Sitting on his scooter, the delivery guy didn't forget to add, if you need anything delivered in the future, just call me directly. I'll give you a 20% discount on shipping. Zhong Yuan opened the package to find several golden orbs with a letter placed on top of them. This must be the Howling Spectre Ruin Crystal Feng Wu Mo sent, right? Wait, there is another note. Zhong Yuan unfolded the paper to read its contents. My dear Mo, ever since you left without saying goodbye, I haven't been able to eat or sleep. I thought we were completely over, but I never expected we'd get a second chance at our fated love. 8 p.m. on the 15th, by the Yuan River. Be there or be square. Zhong Yuan chuckled to himself. Well, look at that, a ruin crystal along with a love letter. Is Feng Wu Mo relying on some sugar mommy? Zhong Yuan pondered. What should I do about this? I completely forgot Feng Wu Mo's phone number. Should I ask Feng Jing to help me contact him? No way. Feng Jing would definitely post this love letter on his social feed, completely humiliating Feng Wu Mo. Never mind. I'll just go there myself when the time comes, clear things up with that sugar mommy, and have her contact Feng Wu Mo directly. With that, Zhong Yuan reached out and took a ruin crystal. The crystal's information popped up. Howling Spectre Ruin Crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it? The Howling Spectre Ruin Crystal possesses the following abilities. Courage. Green grade, non-upgradable. Furious Strike. Green grade, upgradable. Poison Devourer. Green grade, non-upgradable. Courage. Removes all mental control effects. Furious Strike. Randomly enhances combat skills. Poison Devourer. Immune to all toxins. The higher the toxin concentration in the body, the stronger the ability becomes, with a maximum attack power boost of up to 148%. The ruin crystal in Zhong Yuan's hand dissolved as he successfully absorbed the level 2 green grade Furious Strike. Zhong Yuan reached for his blade and activated Furious Strike. Swinging the blade in a series of powerful clean arcs, Zhong Yuan smiled. So, a blade can actually be used like this. Meanwhile, a voice echoed inside the student council room. I do not agree to let that freshman named Zhong Yuan join the student council. The speaker was Lei Ba, the student council's propaganda officer. Lei Ba stood up in fierce opposition. An auditing student from the special class? Since when do they get an official spot on the council? Making him a disciplinary officer is the biggest joke in the entire world. The girl sitting across from Lei Ba tried to calm him down. Lei Ba, don't get so worked up. The president just wants him to do some basic errands. Then, Shang Guanyi spoke up. That's not right at all. The girl who had just spoken, Jian Ru, the student council secretary, turned her gaze toward Shang Guanyi. Shang Guanyi continued. A disciplinary officer needs superb strength, impeccable morals, and the responsibility to monitor the student council president himself. It's not a job just any random nobody can pull off. I still officially hold this title, so don't be so dictatorial. Feng Jing smiled as he reminded him of the situation. Shang Guanyi, the former disciplinary officer, slammed his clenched fist onto the table and stated, Fine, Zhong Yuan can join the council, but he's strictly running errands. In the classroom, the teacher was delivering a lecture. The ruin abilities of alien races typically exist within their bodies as energy. It's only after their death that they condense into ruin crystals. Zhong Yuan raised his hand to ask a question. Teacher, when a ruin user dies, do they drop a ruin crystal, just like the alien races? The teacher replied, Human biology and alien biology are completely different, so you can't compare the two. Zhong Yuan asked further, So, what if someone starts absorbing ruin crystals from the womb and is born as a ruin ability user? The teacher, holding a textbook with a serious look on his face, replied, It's strictly forbidden to experiment on pregnant women. Student, don't let your imagination run too wild. Under a clear blue city sky, inside the school cafeteria, Zhong Yuan was grabbing some food with his chopsticks while reminding his sister, Lan Lan, you're still growing, so make sure you eat up. Sitting next to him, Zhong Lan replied, Geez, bro, I'm not a kid anymore. I can grab my own food. Out of nowhere, Feng Jing appeared. Zhong Yuan, your little sister is so adorable. Zhong Yuan's face turned dead serious as he threatened, one slip up, and you're looking at 5 years minimum, or life in prison at worst. Feng Jing chuckled, Don't glare at me like that. Even if I wanted to, I'd at least wait until she's of legal age. Feng Jing's words only made Zhong Yuan's blood boil, snapping his chopsticks right in half. What did you just say? Feng Jing quickly waved his hands to calm him down. You're so protective of her. Are you guys really blood siblings? Zhong Lan happily clung to Zhong Yuan's arm. Of course. Just as Feng Jing uttered the word sister complex, Zhong Yuan immediately sent him flying with a single punch. And you're supposed to be the student council president? I swear your head is filled with absolute trash, Zhong Lan asked, utterly confused. What does sister complex mean? Zhong Yuan warned her. Good girls shouldn't look that up. Sitting opposite them, Feng Jing smiled and cleared his throat. Ahem, just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Zhong Lan asked. So back when my brother was injured in the hospital, the student council senior who helped him make a call was actually you? Feng Jing quickly replied, Yup, that was me. You can just call me Feng Jing. Zhong Lan pointed and said, Senior Feng Jing, your sunglasses are cracked. The glass might hurt your eyes. Ah, my eyes are a bit unique. If I don't wear sunglasses, I'll end up scaring people. Full of curiosity, Zhong Lan asked, Can you show me? Feng Jing took off his glasses. Well, since you're so cute, I'll make an exception and let you have a quick look today. Feng Jing's eyes were revealed to be a glowing violet. Surprised and fascinated, Zhong Lan gasped, Wow, your eyes are so beautiful. And they're glowing too. Sitting next to her, Zhong Yuan asked, Were you born with them? Feng Jing explained. When my mother was 3 months pregnant, she absorbed the power of a ruin crystal. Well, it wasn't actually her who absorbed it. I did. So, I was born a ruin ability user. My body is also much tougher than normal people. Zhong Yuan looked down, thinking to himself. The teacher said, This is strictly forbidden. The secret behind this guy must be massive. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. I shouldn't pry. Feng Jing suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, right. Almost forgot the main event. Zhong Yuan, you're a disciplinary committee member now, so you need to patrol the campus during lunch break. With a deflated look, Zhong Yuan asked, Can I quit the council? Feng Jing tempted him. The student council budget is super generous. Wouldn't it be great to buy your little sister an extra serving of spicy chicken every meal? Hearing this, Zhong Lan's face lit up with excitement. Spicy chicken? Feng Jing added. Overall, the academy is pretty peaceful. There aren't many fights on a regular basis. It's just that the student council has a few, situations lately. Just handle it as you see fit. As long as nobody dies, I'll clean up the mess for you. Zhong Lan excitedly asked her brother, Are you going to fight, bro? Let me carry you. Zhong Yuan declined. No. Since you skipped a grade to high school, you need to go to tutoring. Zhong Lan was on the verge of tears. No way. I don't want to go to tutoring. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was out on his patrol. The girls walking past kept turning their heads to look at him, blushing and whispering, Hey, is that the new disciplinary committee member? He looks so handsome when he's patrolling with that serious face. Thanks to his super perception, Zhong Yuan quickly realized someone was tailing him. Should I find a quiet spot to deal with them? Zhong Yuan walked ahead with his stalkers trailing behind. Hearing their footsteps, he turned his head and said, Behind the tree, 25 meters away, at 3 o'clock. Stop hiding and get out here. Lei Ba stepped out along with 2 others. To think you actually noticed us tailing you. You've got some skills. Strip, get down on your knees, and bark like a dog. If you do, I might just let you off the hook. A dark, menacing aura enveloped Zhong Yuan. So this is the school culture of Kangying Academy? Looks like I've come to the right place. Lei Ba stepped forward, facing Zhong Yuan with a sneer. You're pretty sensible, kid. Zhong Yuan walked closer, repeating Lei Ba's words back to him. What are you daydreaming about? I meant that if you strip, get on your knees, and bark like a dog, I'll let you go. Lei Ba lunged forward with his fists flying. You're asking for death. Chuhei's sonic blast. Zhong Yuan dodged effortlessly, easily neutralizing the mental control effect with a smile. Why are you opening your mouth so wide anyway? With a single hand, Zhong Yuan sent Lei Ba flying, following up with a brutal beating. It's too late to beg for mercy now. One punch wasn't enough. Zhong Yuan leaped all over the place, utterly thrashing Lei Ba, beating him worse than a stray dog. Lei Ba's face was completely swollen as he lay unconscious on the ground. His lackeys looked on in absolute disbelief. No way. Aside from a few heavyweights in this school, nobody should be able to break Boss's signature combo of using the Chuhei Sonic Blast to stun the enemy before dealing a lethal blow. Just what on earth is this Zhong Yuan's background? Zhong Yuan called out to them, "Aren't you going to take him to the infirmary?" The two guys hurriedly picked up Lei Ba and ran for their lives. As they carried Lei Ba away, they kept cursing in their heads. What a demon! He literally beat him half to death over a minor disagreement. He's absolutely ruthless. Ruthless. But little did they know, Zhong Lan was right behind a massive tree, witnessing the whole thing. She stepped out and pointed directly at the three of them. "Freeze! Put him down and take out his phone. If you don't hand it over, you'll be eating my fist." Zhong Lan took a gentle step forward, but the ground beneath her feet shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. One of the guys hurriedly handed over the phone. "Spare me, great heroine. I'll do whatever you say." Zhong Lan smiled as she took the phone. "Now, pose him like a dead dog, butt in the air, head on the ground, and both hands up in surrender." The guy hesitated. "Great heroine. Isn't that a little too much?" Zhong Lan smiled sweetly. "It's actually perfect." With that, Zhong Lan unlocked Lei Ba's phone using his fingerprint. The screen lit up login successful. Zhong Lan snapped a bunch of photos of Lei Ba's ridiculous pose and happily uploaded them. She laughed in pure delight. "I absolutely have to post this on his friend's feed." Zhong Lan looked at the other two and asked, "Did you see that post? Share it now." The two guys stood there, trembling with their heads bowed. "Please spare us, great heroine. If Lei Ba finds out about this, we are dead meat." Zhong Lan put her hands on her hips and offered a little tip. "Just tell everyone else to share it too." "Do you really think he can hunt down and kill every single one of you?" Zhong Lan's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "Besides, I already took a photo of you posing him like that. If you don't do what I say, I'll send it straight to him." With that, Zhong Lan skipped away happily, leaving the remaining two crying a river of tears. What do they mean? Zhong Yuan is a demon. This girl right here is the real, ruthless devil. Meanwhile, Lei Ba was lying in his hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages, crying his eyes out while whining to his boss. "President, that kid is incredibly brutal. He beat me up, took those humiliating photos, and posted them all over my friend's feed." Feng Jing sat across from him, scrolling through the photos of Lei Ba. He casually gave the post a like, secretly laughing his head off. "If I told you how terrifying he actually is, it wouldn't be any fun." Feng Jing spoke up. "Tell me, how exactly did that kid take you down?" Lei Ba recalled. "I did what I usually do, using my intimidating sonic wave first, but who knew he wouldn't be affected at all? He just sent me flying instantly." Feng Jing thought to himself, so his intimidating sonic wave was useless. It seems he successfully absorbed the courage from the Ghost Crier's resonance crystal. Feng Jing asked further, "What happened next? Did he use a weapon?" "No." Feng Jing was surprised. Why didn't he use a weapon? He wondered to himself. Did he actually manage to absorb Rage Strike after all? "I have no idea." Lei Ba wept, wiping his tears with a tissue. "If he had used a weapon, my life would have been over right then and there." Feng Jing shoved his hands into his pockets and walked toward the door. "Well, at least you are not dead. I am heading out." But Lei Ba was not done complaining. "He made me look like an absolute joke online. How am I supposed to survive at school now?" Feng Jing replied, "Nobody cares about a minor character like you. Just take a few months off and go home. You will be fine." Lei Ba reached out. "Wait, President, at least heal me before you go." Feng Jing shut the door behind him, brutally cold. "Sorry, this medicine cannot cure stupidity." "Elsewhere, what is this?" "The 68th rank badge on the youth leaderboard," Feng Jing explained. "This is the official combat power ranking for ability users. Only those under 28 years old are placed on this board." Zhong Yuan looked at the screen of the phone Feng Jing handed him. 68th rank, Xuan Ming. Feng Jing whispered into Zhong Yuan's ear. "This is the title Brother Feng and I racked our brains to come up with for you. Doesn't it sound absolutely earth-shattering and legendary?" Zhong Yuan scoffed. "That is so cringe. I would rather you call me Chunabu." Feng Jing felt offended and secretly docked his pay in his head. Zhong Yuan asked, "What is the point of being on this leaderboard anyway?" Feng Jing smiled. "To show off, like a part-time god of war." The king of Mo smirked. "The 4-year limit has arrived. Welcome back, Xuan Ming. The employee ID card has been thrown away, and the Qi Corporation does not matter anymore. Zhong Yuan did not care much. If there is nothing else, I am going back to doing my homework. Feng Jing quickly spoke up. Wait, there is. I even brought you a weapon. Feng Jing then opened up the weapon case. It is the Ji Dao series made by the Supervision Bureau, an improved version of the prototype. Try it out and see how it feels. Zhong Yuan was blunt. Leave the weapon, you can go now. Feng Jing panicked. Whoa, 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 don't be so cold. Let's head down to the training room. I actually really want you to beat me up right now. Zhong Yuan held the weapon, completely speechless. In the end, Feng Jing was left black and blue, his face completely swollen, but he was still smiling. It worked. He really did successfully absorb Rage Strike. Zhong Yuan remained expressionless, coldly reminding him. The city's psychiatric hospital is actually very good. I highly suggest you check yourself in. Feng Jing kept smiling. Our little Yuan finally knows how to use cold weapons. Dad is so proud of you. Zhong Yuan kicked Feng Jing away. Get lost. Zhong Yuan picked up the broadsword from the box to inspect it. That Feng Jing guy might look completely crazy, but he is actually quite meticulous, even preparing a carrying bag for the blade. Zhong Yuan slung the broadsword bag over his shoulder. Coincidentally, there was a flying disc machine here to train reflexes. Now, let us try some throwing knives. Zhong Yuan started the machine. The default speed was 120 kilometers per hour, launching randomly from 3 directions every 10 seconds, with a total of 4 matches. Please press start. Zhong Yuan stared at the training targets in front of him. Please get ready and ensure you are at least 20 meters away from this machine. The first round of firing will begin after 3 beeps. The targets were launched one after another. Zhong Yuan focused entirely on his training, flicking his wrist to throw his daggers, striking down every single flying target. The system announcement rang out again. Please get ready. The next round is starting. The targets kept launching in rapid succession. Please get ready. The next round is starting. Please get ready. The final round is starting. Zhong Yuan hit every single target. Congratulations on completing your first training session. Your score is 100 points. Zhong Yuan pulled his daggers from the ground, looking thoroughly satisfied. These live up to the Jidao flying dagger line from the Supervision Bureau. They feel amazing in my hands. The system announcement chimed again. Congratulations, you have unlocked the next stage of training. Zhong Yuan was surprised. Oh, this is like a video game where the difficulty keeps scaling up? Nice. I should practice with this every day. Under a clear blue sky with warm sunlight streaming down, heavy breathing echoed from inside the room. After practicing with these targets for days, I've finally unlocked the final stage. Zhong Yuan watched the flying targets, throwing several daggers in a row. But in the end, he only scored 80 points. Looks like my technique still needs some work. As time drifted by, Zhong Yuan planned out his schedule. Going to school, practicing with the targets, and doing homework. High school life was surprisingly busy. Standing alone in the empty student council office, Zhong Yuan suddenly remembered something. Wait, is it already the 15th? I almost forgot about that. Meanwhile, at the ferry terminal, Zhong Yuan stood waiting. This must be the fisherman's dock. Huh, how come there's no one around? Suddenly, the loud thrum of a helicopter echoed from the sky. A young woman tossed down a rope ladder and yelled, "Get on!" Zhong Yuan stared at the person in the helicopter. Is this how rich ladies make an entrance? He was definitely impressed. Zhong Yuan climbed up, and Encage reached out to pull him inside, their hands locking together. Once he was on board, Encage threw her arms around him in pure delight. Oh, thank goodness. I really thought you weren't coming. All that trouble I went through to get those ruined crystals for you was worth it. And after writing that super cheesy letter, I just knew my sincerity would win you over one day. But then, she suddenly realized something was off and shoved him away. Wait, who the heck are you? She collapsed onto the floor, sobbing dramatically. He still didn't come. He doesn't care about me at all. To him, I'm just some cheap butter he can whip up whenever he feels like it. Zhong Yuan quickly tried to explain. Actually, Feng Wumo never saw your letter. The package was delivered straight to me. I only came to clear things up and say thank you. Zhong Yuan stood by the open door of the helicopter, preparing to jump out now that he had fulfilled his duty. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank her. Thanks for the support. I'm taking off now. But Encage quickly stopped him. Wait, did Xu Jing ask you to come on Feng Wumo's behalf? Zhong Yuan paused and replied, yeah, that's right. and Cage's jaw dropped in disbelief. For someone as incredibly proud as Feng Wumo to lower his head and ask Xu Jing to reach out to her, their bond had to be incredibly strong. Plus, this kid might be a powerful ability user himself. Captain Anne anxiously grabbed him by the shoulders and demanded, "Just how strong are you?" She warned him with absolute seriousness. "This is a big deal. Do not lie to me." Zhong Yuan was caught off guard, but answered instinctively, "Well, I'm pretty hard to kill." And Cage burst into a satisfied laugh. "Brilliant. You are exactly the kind of talent we need." Thrilled, and Cage immediately contacted her teammate, Yan Tuo. "Old Yan, we got our guy. Get us to Shenongjia Square as fast as possible." And Cage led Zhong Yuan back into the main cabin and introduced him to Lin Dongliang, Zhan Hong, and the others. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cage, captain of the Ares team, under command headquarters." The other three greeted him warmly. "Zhan Hong here is our primary attacker. Lin Dongliang handles defense and protects the team, while Wu Jun is our healer." From the cockpit, Yan Tuo chimed in to introduce himself as well, "And I'm Yan Tuo, the scout." Zhong Yuan was far from introverted. Easygoing and friendly, he quickly replied to everyone, "You guys can just call me Zhong Yuan." Captain Anne's face lit up with a massive grin. She was clearly thrilled with their new addition. Shaking his hand enthusiastically, she said, "Zhong Yuan, welcome to the Ares team, even if it's just temporary." Zhong Yuan looked at Anne Cage and thought to himself, "Well played. She wrote that ridiculously cheesy love letter just to drag Feng Wumo into helping her with this mission." Wu Jun watched the two of them shake hands and whispered, "Man, your hand is freezing, Captain." But Anne Cage just brushed it off. That's just how it is for ice destruction masters. Wu Jun pondered for a long moment before realizing where he had heard the name Xuan Ming before. "Oh, right. He's ranked 68th on the outstanding youth list." Once everyone sat down together, and Cage spoke up, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Xuan Ming, I won't sugarcoat it. This mission is extremely dangerous. A week ago, a few ruin ability users from the Lighthouse Nation sneaked into the Shenongjia boundary to poach resources. The station troops and a nearby squad of ruin ability users were all wiped out by some unknown toxin. They're still unconscious in the hospital, and our Ares team already lost one member because of it. Feng Wumo's shadow servant is immune to toxins, which is why I wanted his help so badly. But now that it's you, Xuan Ming, if you feel this is too dangerous, you're free to back out right now." She cautiously warned Zhong Yuan as she explained everything, but Zhong Yuan just casually replied, "We're already here. Besides, it's not like I could sleep on the plane anyway." Seeing his attitude, Lin Dongliang, who was standing nearby, excitedly cracked his knuckles and said, "You've got some serious confidence, kid. How about you go a few rounds with this old uncle of yours?" Zhong Yuan casually raised 2 fingers and cast his freeze skill, completely freezing him mid-expression as his face twisted in shock. Then, he calmly said, "Let's talk like civilized people. No need to start a fight over every little thing." Standing next to him, and Cage's face filled with utter shock. "Impressive. How long does this freeze of yours last?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, 2 minutes. Hearing this, her eyes lit up, and she gasped in admiration, "Whoa, how come I've never heard of an ice skill that lasts that long?" Zhong Yuan replied with a helpless shrug. "Actually, I have a passive support skill that boosts the power of my other skills. Secretly," he reasoned, "a normal person can't level up their skills at all, so I'd better come up with a good excuse." This made Anne Cage admire him even more. With her eyes shining like stars, she asked, "Do you have any other abilities?" He gave another helpless reply, thermal sensing up to 1 kilometer. Old Wu's jaw practically hit the floor as he blurted out, "What? That's physically impossible." Zhong Yuan cleared his throat and added, "Ahem, and that one was boosted too." Old Wu thought to himself, according to the legends of Wuxia, Xuan Ming is the god of ice and snow, presiding over slaughter and ruling the underworld. This kid has such powerful ice abilities and is so close with Feng Yumo. It must be him. How have we never heard of a powerhouse like him before? Besides, he looks like he's only in high school, right? As he thought about this, he stared at Zhong Yuan, sizing him up. Meanwhile, Anne Cage handed him a small dagger and asked, "Didn't you bring a weapon? Are you comfortable using daggers?" Zhong Yuan quickly replied, "No problem. According to the latest intel, the poachers are close to this area. Everyone, stay alert and keep your formation." The team had now touched down in a desolate forest, and they cautioned one another. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan raised his hand and announced, "Wait, 2 o'clock, 900 meters out, we've got movement. Using his super sensing, he detected some animals nearby and began describing them to the team. There's a pack of animals, probably about 9 wolves, and they seem to be drawn to something. Hearing this, Cage explained, they purposely let wolves into the barrier to act as food for the foreign races. The garrison division usually feeds them on a regular schedule, but now that the garrison has been wiped out, it's highly unusual for the wolves to still find food like this. Zhong Yuan said, right, let's go check it out. Right then, a pack of drooling wolves had surrounded a piece of meat roasting over a fire. With the smell of roasted meat being so strong, it easily gives away their location. This is likely a trap intentionally set by the enemy. The team, hiding behind another thicket, whispered among themselves. Zhong Yuan suggested, I'll act as bait to draw them out. And Cage warned him with concern, wait, that area might be poisoned, but he reassured her, I'm immune to poison. Captain An was shocked yet again by Zhong Yuan's abilities and gasped, a poison eater? You actually managed to absorb an ability with such a low acquisition rate? He casually replied with a simple, yeah. And Cage's mind went completely blank. Staring at him with a deadpan expression, she asked, seriously, what kind of monstrous genius are you? But Zhong Yuan quickly got back to business. I'll head out first. Within 5 minutes, I'll blend into the environment, making it nearly impossible to spot me. With that, Zhong Yuan activated his super camouflage. And Cage seriously advised him, go. We'll be right behind you, ready to back you up at a moment's notice. Zhong Yuan asked, if I encounter the enemy, kill or capture? She replied decisively, kill on sight, no mercy. When the wolves noticed another target appearing, they turned to glare at him and began throwing their heads back, howling one after another. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan had already lunged toward them. He quickly analyzed the situation. The wolves didn't attack when they saw me. Instead, they howled to send a signal. The enemy must be close. Zhong Yuan activated his super sensing again, detecting 2 figures rushing in. Someone's approaching from 1 kilometer away, one from the left and one from the right. Man, they're slow. I'll take them out first. With his plan set, he drew his dagger, channeled a surge of powerful spirit energy, and leapt toward the wolves. The stopwatch timer read 0 minutes and 1 second. Zhong Yuan charged forward, unleashing a clean slash that decapitated a wolf. A split second later, with a completely nonchalant expression, he sheathed his dagger. On the ground lay the wolves, either dead or desperately squirming from their wounds. The stopwatch timer read 0 minutes and 25 seconds. Just then, another notification popped up. Scorpion poison detected. Would you like to absorb it? Zhong Yuan quickly turned his head. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, here they come. Standing amidst the wolf carcasses, a thick shroud of toxic gas began to envelop the area. The system notification rang out. Scorpion poison detected. Would you like to absorb it? Zhong Yuan immediately began absorbing the toxic gas. The system chimed in once again. All your abilities have increased by 108%. Having finished absorbing it, Zhong Yuan put his hands on his hips and grumbled with dissatisfaction. Is this poison seriously that weak? What a joke. Meanwhile, his teammates watching from outside began whispering among themselves. And Cage asked, what is he saying? The guy next to her replied, it sounds like he's complaining that the poison isn't strong enough. Hearing this, she quickly urged, if there's poison, it means the enemy is already here. Move in and support him. But when they turned back to look at Zhong Yuan, both of their faces instantly froze. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his hand, unleashing razor-sharp blades of wind. The 2 rushing enemies were instantly hit, each with a throwing knife buried deep in their forehead. Blood sprayed everywhere as they collapsed backward. With that done, he walked over to the 2 bodies and scoffed. Seriously? You guys are way too weak. And Cage widened her eyes in disbelief and asked her teammates, did you guys even see him move? One of them facepalmed and groaned. Don't even ask. The other one, practically in tears, whimpered, the enemy had active camouflage. I couldn't even tell where they were. Zhong Yuan was now checking the corpses. Pulling out his throwing knives, he calmly said, we're safe for now. And Cage's eyes locked onto the blood-stained throwing knife in his hand, and her face went pale as her mind raced. This throwing knife is clearly a product of the Bureau of Supervision, and the serial number engraved on it indicates it's a prototype. I've never seen these throwing knives on any procurement list. Could they be custom-made? Xuanming's true identity is definitely not ordinary. With her body stiffening up, she raised her hand and forced an awkward smile. Xuanming, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Don't push yourself, okay? Oh, you're fine? That's good then. Secretly, she thought to herself, how can he be so calm after just killing 2 people? I really shouldn't have pried like that. Zhong Yuan just gave her a completely puzzled look. At that moment, Lin Dongliang walked up, smiling from ear to ear as he praised him. Incredible. Those throwing knives were amazing. The teammate next to him gave a thumbs up and added, throwing knives with both hands at 2 different targets simultaneously? How many years did you have to train to pull that off? Zhong Yuan closed his eyes and shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing special. I just practice with flying discs every day. The teammate's jaw dropped in utter shock. Flying discs? You mean that training device for Shu ability users that got discontinued because it was brutally hard? Then he awkwardly asked, if you don't mind me asking, how should I set up the flying disc machine to get the best training? Zhong Yuan replied honestly, just use the default stage clearing mode and beat them one by one. The teammate then asked, oh, and what ability do you use to hit them? I've tried using all of my abilities, and I can't even get past the first level. Zhong Yuan looked at him blankly and asked, it's just hitting flying discs. Why would you need to use an ability for that? This completely broke the teammate, who slumped to the ground in a daze. Drawing circles in the dirt with his finger, he depressedly muttered, I'm a loser. I'm a loser. I'm a loser. And Cage then turned to Zhong Yuan and asked, Xuanming, can you tell how many types of abilities they just used? He quickly listed them all. One was wolf control. Another was scorpion poison. And there was also active camouflage, so that makes 3 abilities in total. Hearing this, she gasped and grabbed his hand in a panic. Scorpion poison? Are you absolutely sure about that? A bit startled by her reaction, he quickly replied, yes, I'm sure. I have the poison eater ability after all. Upon getting a definitive answer, Cage placed a hand over her heart and said with deep sincerity, Xuanming, on behalf of the entire Shenongjia garrison, I want to thank you. Our soldiers are still lying in the ICU because we haven't been able to identify the toxin's chemical composition. She then walked to the side, saying, hold on, let me make a quick call to report this. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan asked the other teammates, wait, can't healing class abilities like rejuvenation neutralize poison? Old Wu explained, rejuvenation isn't a cure-all, and if the poison has been in their system for too long, it's hard to treat. Xuanming, your information is going to save a lot of lives. Hearing this, he thought to himself, it seems the average strength of most Shu ability users isn't all that impressive. Then again, it makes sense. The average person has a low absorption rate for Shu energy, making it hard to level up, so technology remains a vital part of combat. After finishing her call, Cage turned back to him, Xuanming, he replied, yeah? She then asked, what do you think we should do next? As everyone stood there staring at the 2 corpses, Zhong Yuan spoke up. Our targets are poachers. Their ultimate goal, of course, is to make it out alive with their loot. But now that they've alerted so many people, escaping won't be easy. They might try to force their way through our defensive line. In this situation, their best move would be to take a high-value hostage to secure safe passage. And compared to a regular army that can overwhelm them with sheer numbers, a small, elite squad of Shu ability users is a much softer target. Cage sought clarification. So, basically, all we have to do now is sit tight and wait for them to walk right into our trap? Zhong Yuan nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Suddenly, a single leaf fluttered down from the trees behind them. Zhong Yuan turned his head, furrowing his brows. See? They're already here. A group of figures gradually emerged from the depths of the forest. As they drew closer, they became clearer. A squad of 4 men, one with dark skin and another with blonde hair. One had long, curly hair, another had purple hair, and the last was wrapped tightly in a cloak, showing nothing but a menacing smirk. The blonde guy spread his arms wide and said smugly, I knew the Hua Nation military would send some powerful ruin users to block our path. He then approached Cage with a bright smile and said, I am so glad it's you, the beautiful Miss Cage. She didn't understand a word Robert said. Thinking he was insulting her, she snapped back. You're the one who's Thai, stupid. Your whole family is Thai. He smirked and replied, thank you for the blessing. I hope your whole family is Thai too. Cage put her hands on her hips and cursed back. Thai, your sister. He smirked playfully and replied, I don't have a sister. Lao Wu whispered to Zhong Yuan. That guy's name is Robert. He's ranked in the top 100 strongest users in the Lighthouse Nation. Be careful. Zhong Yuan glanced back and asked, What about the others? Lao Wu replied, I'm not sure about the other two, but one of them is from the Hua Nation. Before Lao Wu could finish, their blonde teammate angrily pointed forward and yelled, Zhao Zheng, aren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you with these poachers from the Lighthouse Nation? The country spent so much effort nurturing you, and you actually dare to betray us? Zhao Zheng sneered. Nurturing? Don't make me laugh. Just because I didn't hand over my ruin crystals, they suppressed me for no reason, stealing my resources and achievements. His gaze grew more and more menacing. If it wasn't for the tavern bridging the gap for me, I wouldn't have known how free and wonderful it is to be a ruin user in the Lighthouse Nation. You get whatever you want here. Not to mention, ruin crystals are nothing like back in the Hua Nation, where ordinary people don't even know what a ruin gate is. Before he could even finish his sentence, a throwing dagger flew straight at him, stabbing deep into his forehead as blood splattered everywhere. Supercharge. Charge target. Zhao Zheng quickly activated his ruin ability to stop the incoming throwing dagger, sending it clattering to the ground. Zhong Yuan, still in his throwing stance, watched and thought, he used his ability to block my dagger. Looks like I'll need a different approach to deal with them. Robert calmly picked up the throwing dagger and said excitedly in the lighthouse language, The craftsmanship of the Hua Nation is truly admirable. Too bad the one throwing it has absolutely no manners. And Cage glanced at Zhong Yuan and the others and asked, I didn't bring my translator. What is he saying? Their blonde teammate, though unsure, replied, Oh, I think he's praising the quality of Xuan Ming's throwing daggers. Zhong Yuan could only stand there, completely speechless at the translation, but he immediately responded in the lighthouse language. Those who invade my Hua Nation will be executed, no matter how far. Those who betray us will die without a doubt. I don't waste my manners on dead men. Hearing this, Robert was taken aback. The lighthouse language, you speak it pretty well, kid. I originally planned to let only Anne Cage live, but now it seems you're much more useful than her. Join the Lighthouse Nation. I guarantee you'll get a far better deal than Zhao Zheng. As he finished speaking, and Cage asked again, What did he say? Zhong Yuan replied, He said he's going to kill everyone except you, and he wants me to take Zhao Zheng's place. With a worried look, she asked, Oh, so how are you going to reply? Instead of answering her, Zhong Yuan walked straight up to Robert, stretched out his hand, and said, Give me back my dagger. Lao Wu thought to himself, How could someone like Xuan Ming ever be swayed by the Lighthouse Nation? He knew Zhong Yuan was ready to strike, as a surge of energy began gathering in his own hands. Meanwhile, after taking back his throwing dagger, Zhong Yuan simply said, Thanks. Robert chuckled, Haha, what's that old saying you Hua Nation people have? Ah, yes, the wise adapt to the circumstances. Right then, Lao Wu activated his blessing skill, boosting his target's abilities by 20% for 10 seconds. Zhong Yuan glanced back, feeling satisfied. Not bad, perfect timing on the support. He then immediately thrust his hands forward, unleashing his freezing skill as he roared, I told you, I don't waste my manners on dead men. Sharp shards of ice erupted from his hands, instantly freezing the enemies ahead before they could even react, leaving terrified looks on their faces. Seizing the moment while they were completely frozen, Zhong Yuan hurled his throwing dagger straight at Robert to finish him off. Suddenly, the dagger was deflected right back. Robert slowly thawed out, his face twisted in malice as he spat, You Hua Nation rats are so deceitful. How dare you sneak attack me? You're the one who's going to die. Watching this, Zhong Yuan grew slightly anxious, thinking, Not only did he break out of my freeze, but he also deflected my dagger. He's a top-tier powerhouse. My frenzied strike might not even hurt him. Suddenly, before Zhong Yuan could react, Robert lunged forward and planted a brutal punch right into his chest. Looking incredibly smug, he sneered contemptuously. So what if you speak the lighthouse language? It won't save you. The force of the blow sent Zhong Yuan flying backward. Lao Wu and his teammate rushed to help him up, calling out in panic, Xuan Ming! And Cage urgently pleaded, Lao Wu, quick, heal him. Lao Wu placed 2 fingers under Zhong Yuan's nose to check his breathing, his face turning pale with absolute shock as he gasped, Captain, Hu Yanmin, I think he's gone cold. Antaika cries out in panic. What? Another teammate gasps in disbelief. Hu Yanmin. Lao No shouts, horrified. No pulse, no breathing, and his body is freezing. He looks down at the comrade cradled in his arms, his eyes filled with sorrow, and Tai Tie quickly pulls herself together and barks out, Now is not the time to mourn. Lao Hung, flank him. Trian Hung, cover him. We have to bring Robert down first. Meanwhile, Min Quan is just lying there with his eyes closed, listening to his teammates. He thinks to himself, I mean, I'm not actually dead, but it would be kind of awkward to just stand up right now. Whatever, I'll just lie here and work out our next move. At that moment, Lao Hung uses his massive frame to lock Robert in a bear hug, immediately activating his Kylan arm. Taking advantage of the opening, Trian Hung lets loose a piercing arrow straight at Robert, but Robert remains eerily calm. With a freezing glare, he sneers, You honestly think a bunch of weaklings like you can kill me? Suddenly, Robert's entire body erupts into roaring flames. It's his flame giant form, and the sheer heat sends a shockwave of terror through Lao Hung, who is still holding him. His eyes flare with a blinding light. Grinning arrogantly, Robert roars in the lighthouse tongue, Let me show you my true power. The blazing heat explodes outward, forcing Lao Hung to let go and scramble back, screaming, Hot, hot, hot. Ah, it's burning. Lao Ngo quickly reacts, summoning a wave of healing wind to soothe Lao Hung's burns. And Tai Ka shouts in sheer panic, That's the flame giant, an ability exclusive to the Lighthouse Nation. Our intel was wrong. Robert is way more than just a close combat specialist. Trian Hong grits his teeth, frustration boiling over. What the hell do we do? The heat is so intense, my arrows are melting before they even touch him. Trying to keep the team from falling apart, and Tai Cha yells, If physical attacks won't work, we strike his mind. Get ready, everyone. I'm unleashing a wide-range blast. She braces herself and triggers her mental resonance. An area of effect mental assault of this scale spans 500 meters, and it strikes friend and foe alike. Waves of psychic energy ripple outward from her, distorting the air. Her teammates desperately cover their ears, trying to shut out the agonizing noise. Even Robert can't escape the mental onslaught. His blazing body drops to one knee as he clutches his head, groaning in sheer agony. Now, do it now, someone screams. Still clutching his head in pain, Robert grits his teeth and growls in the lighthouse tongue. Am I really forced to use that move? I guess I was never meant to die as a human, only to be consumed by the flames. Switching back to the lighthouse tongue, he bellows, For the glory of the Lighthouse Nation. With that, he triggers the second stage of his flame giant transformation. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself back to his feet as the inferno enveloping him flares up with terrifying intensity. The shockwave of heat is so immense that it floods the entire area. The Shenongjia defenders struggle to stay on their feet, shielding their faces from the blinding, scorching blast. And Tai Ka winces, frustrated. Ugh, damn it. I can't understand a single word he's saying. Lao Hung chimes in, If we get out of this, I'm definitely taking a language class. Trian Hung, completely losing hope, mutters, Are we even going to make it back alive? Deciding his teammates have had enough of their little comedy routine, Min Quan finally sits up and speaks. You guys are no match for him. Everyone, fall back, and don't look back. Raising a single finger, he begins to snuff out the encroaching flames. And Tai Ka's jaw drops, completely speechless. Huyen Min, you're alive? Min Quan looks at her calmly. Didn't I tell you before? I'm not that easy to kill. Lao Ngo is even more dumbfounded. But you were literally dead. To come back like this, do you have some kind of death exemption glyph? Ignoring the shock of his teammates, Min Quan steps right through the blazing embers, walking up to Robert. He speaks to him in the lighthouse tongue. Robert, the Lighthouse Nation has always been about freedom and fairness, right? So how about a fair duel? Still burning like a wild furnace, Robert snarls back in the lighthouse tongue. And why on earth would I agree to that? Min Quan explains calmly. Once you unleash this final move, you'll die anyway, right? If all 6 of us team up against you, there's no guarantee you'll get what you want. But if it's just the 2 of us in a duel, you still have a shot at taking me down with you. Hearing this, Robert's eyes gleam with interest, and a savage grin spreads across his face. Ha ha ha, I accept your terms. The great spirit of the lighthouse shall never perish. Panicking, and Tai Ka tries to step in. She calls out to Min Quan, Huyen Min, don't do this. It's suicide. He simply replies, Just go. Don't hold me back. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the others don't waste another second. They turn and flee. Their blonde teammate quickly scoops on Tai Ka over his shoulder and yells, Captain, stop letting your emotions cloud your judgment. She reaches out desperately, crying, No, we can't just abandon our teammate like this. Lao Nyo tries to calm her down, If he's telling us to run, it means we'll only get in his way. Right now, we have to trust him. As they look back and see a lone human standing against a towering demonic force of fire, they can only pray in their hearts, Hu Yanmin, you have to survive. Now, with the battlefield cleared, only Minquan and Robert remain, locked in a tense standoff. Robert is the first to break the silence. I truly admire your courage. You know, you didn't have to die here. Minquan gives a polite nod. Thanks for the compliment, but we're on different sides. Besides, I'm not the one who's going to die today. With supreme confidence, he triggers his ice blood burst. Minquan politely replied, I appreciate you enjoying the show, but we stand on different sides. Besides, I'm not necessarily the one who's going to die. He spoke with absolute confidence as he unleashed frozen bloodburst. Countless sharp ice shards shot out in all directions. The system announced that your attributes and abilities had been upgraded. Your super sensing has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, thermobaric pressure, calamity grade. It cannot be upgraded. Your freeze ability has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, eternal frost domain, calamity grade. It cannot be upgraded. Your regeneration ability has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, immortal body. It cannot be upgraded. Your furious strike ability has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, combat master. It cannot be upgraded. Combat master. You were born for battle, mastering any weapon. Every single move you make can end an enemy's life. Zhong Yuan's face was intensely focused as he locked eyes with his opponent. The sharp ice spikes seemed to be waiting for his command to strike. Meanwhile, Dan Robert was still unleashing a massive torrent of fire. He grinned with excitement and said, So, this is your real power? Excellent. Bring it on. But suddenly, he gasped. Ah! He was completely panicked and utterly confused by the sight before him. Everything around Robert was now frozen solid. The flames engulfing his body had snuffed out without him even realizing it. Zhong Yuan calmly spoke. I already made my move. In an instant, Robert's flame giant form vanished, and he was trapped inside a spherical barrier of air. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What is going on? My transformation was cancelled, and why can't I speak? What is this invisible wall of air? As if reading his mind, Zhong Yuan calmly explained. This move is called thermobaric pressure. It drains all the heat from the surrounding air. The ideal gas law equation is PV equals nRT. This means if I control the area, and the exact moment I drop the temperature, I can use the atmospheric pressure difference to force the air away from you, creating a near-perfect vacuum. Robert clawed frantically at his own throat, gasping for breath as his bloodshot eyes bulged in pure terror. Zhong Yuan continued his cold explanation. The second stage of your flame giant transformation is meant to burn people alive. That proves it still obeys the laws of physics, and fire cannot burn in a vacuum. Robert, you lost to basic physics. With those final words, Robert coughed up blood and collapsed onto the jagged ice spikes below. Clinging to his last breath on the cold ground, Robert choked out a heart-wrenching apology. Joanne, I'm sorry. Daddy couldn't. Moments later, a soft, beautiful flame flickered, leaving behind a glowing golden core. Zhong Yuan stood there, silently watching. As the flames died down, he walked over to the golden core. The effects of my ice blood burst are wearing off, he thought. I'm entering the weakened state. I guess I didn't pass out this time because I didn't drain too much of my mental energy? Zhong Yuan reached down and picked up the crystal, turning it over in his hand. The system immediately chimed. Variant Ruin Crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it? This variant Ruin Crystal contains the following abilities. Super Strength, Level 3, cannot be upgraded. Iron Skin, Level 2, cannot be upgraded. Flame Giant, Calamity Grade, Level 1, cannot be upgraded. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan began to analyze his options. So humans really can produce ruin crystals too. It's just that unlike other races, ours don't manifest on the outside. They're hidden deep within the body. Did the authorities intentionally cover up this information to prevent ruin users from turning on each other? Even the War God team probably has no idea about this. Whether I keep it or hand it over to the government, it's bound to cause nothing but trouble. Besides, these variant abilities are locked. If I absorb them, I might permanently cap my own growth. The risks far outweigh the benefits. A short while later, a freshly dug mound of earth stood in front of Zhong Yuan. He figured it was best to bury the evidence and pretend he'd never seen a thing. Wait. They came here as poachers. They must have some good loot in their gear. With that thought, He glanced at the abandoned backpacks. Unzipping the first one, he was greeted by a cluster of glowing, spherical crystals. The system panel popped up once more. Man-Bear Ruin Crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it? The Man-Bear Ruin Crystal contains the following ability. Act Cute, Gold Grade. It can be upgraded. Act Cute increases your charm and reduces an opponent's hostility, with unlimited range. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhong Yuan stared down at the glowing orb in confusion. What on earth is this? He proceeded to open the remaining backpacks, a smirk forming on his face. There were actually 2 actual man-mon bears in their bags. But the intense heat from Robert's flame giant form must have killed them. For a powerhouse like Robert to personally poach these creatures and try to smuggle them out alive, their market value must be astronomical. Standing up, he slung the heavy backpacks over his shoulders. Well, let's ignore the ridiculous name for a second. If I max out this skills level, who knows? It might turn into something absolutely broken. After weighing his options for a moment, he stared down at the glowing crystals in his palm and commanded, "Absorb all of them." The system immediately chimed. Act Cute, Gold Grade, has reached maximum level. Your ability, Act Cute, has upgraded. Act Cute has reached max level at Blue Grade. Your ability, Act Cute, has upgraded. Zhong Yuan's body was enveloped in powerful surges of light as his skills constantly leveled up. Then, the system announced once again, you have received a new ability. Level 2 Super Cute Acting is now upgradable. Super Cute Acting permanently increases your charm, causing targets to lose all hostility. Unlimited range. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, his teammates on the other side were still waiting. The blonde teammate, who had climbed up a tall tree to observe, reported, "Captain, the fire over there is gone. Xuanming's battle must be over." Hearing this, Encage told everyone, "All right, let's head back and check it out." After walking for a bit, they spotted a familiar figure, sitting with his back to them. An urgent call rang out. "Xuanming, I knew you'd make it." Tears of joy welling up, Encage threw her arms open and rushed towards Zhong Yuan. Suddenly, she tripped over a small rock and face planted onto the ground, crying out in pain, "Ow!" Zhong Yuan was utterly speechless at this woman. With a blank face, he asked, "The mission is over. Can you take me back to school now?" The blonde teammate gasped in shock. "You're still in school?" Zhong Yuan stood up as a gust of wind blew leaves swirling around him, creating a beautiful scene. He replied confidently, "That's right. My little sister is waiting to have lunch with me at the cafeteria. If I don't get back soon, she's going to be furious." Soon, the helicopter was soaring through the sky, crossing rugged mountains as it headed back toward the familiar city. Messages kept popping up on his phone screen. "Zhong Yuan, why can't I reach you? Did you forget to charge your phone? Why aren't you at the cafeteria for breakfast yet? Did something happen? Bro, I asked Feng Jing to take me to the boys' dorm to look for you." After reading the messages, Zhong Yuan thought helplessly, I'd better coordinate my story with Feng Jing first before I go explain things to Lan Lan. Regular phones don't have any signal in the dimensional realm. What a pain. He then turned to Encage and asked, "Captain Anne, where can I buy a phone that gets a signal in the dimensional realm?" She quickly replied, "Satellite phones require special authorization. You can't even trade merit points for them." Then she winked and added, "Though, if you're willing to officially join our Ares squad, getting you one isn't out of the question." Zhong Yuan stared out the window, casually responding, I'll think about it." And Cage suggested, "Honestly, someone as strong as you should try out for Jushu. Their benefits are way better than standard squads. A satellite phone is just basic gear there." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan asked in surprise, "Jushu?" And Cage explained, "Juzu is a special unit directly under the administration of Shangjing City, consisting of only 9 members. Each of them is equivalent to an independent squad. They usually operate alone, specializing in high-difficulty missions that regular squads can't handle." After her explanation, and Cage looked at him expectantly. "So, Xuanming, are you interested?" Zhong Yuan quickly turned his head away, replying indifferently, "Not interested." From inside the helicopter, another teammate called out, "Captain, looks like there's some misunderstanding at Chengying Academy." The principal brought a crowd over. Down at the airfield, 3 people were already standing in a line, waiting for them. Standing in the middle was an elderly man with white hair, Principal Chen Wanshuang. The middle-aged man beside him was the Dean of Academic Affairs, Gu Yan, and the last person was Shang Guanyi. As the helicopter touched down and Encage stepped out with her teammates, the principal eagerly extended both hands to greet them. Captain An, welcome to Chengying Academy to guide our work. I am Principal Chen Wanshuang. It is a pleasure to have you here. Then, he introduced the two people next to him. This is our Dean of Academic Affairs, Gu Yan. And this is our student representative, Sheng Guanyi. Encage quickly responded by throwing her arm around Zhong Yuan's shoulder. She said, "We're just passing through to drop off one of your students." This left the principal slightly taken aback. He then pointed at Zhong Yuan's thoroughly bored face and asked, "Oh, is he a student at our academy?" Encage was even more bewildered. "You don't know Xuan Ming? How does a principal not know him?" Gu Yan leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Principal, that's Zhong Yuan, the auditing student Major Lin placed in the special class a few days ago. A few days ago, Major Lin even sent someone to pull him out of the military training in the dimensional realm." Hearing this, Shang Guanyi was startled. He frowned, gritting his teeth in anger as he thought, "What? Is this Zhong Yuan actually just some trash who got in through connections? And here I thought he used raw strength to beat Lei Ba into quitting. I almost fell for it." Extremely arrogant, he pointed directly at Zhong Yuan and barked, "Zhong Yuan, Chengying Academy has never accepted useless trash. You used connections to get into the special class and the student council. Today, do you have the guts to duel me in front of the school administration to prove your strength? Or not?" This shocks both of the adults standing next to them. Zhong Yuan calmly replies, "I decline." Deep down, he wonders, "Who are you, classmate? Do we have some kind of grudge?" With that, he casually walks right past him and says, "Please take your time, leaders. I won't bother you anymore." In his head, he thinks, if this drags on any longer, I won't make it to lunch with Lan Lan. Seeing his attitude, Shang Guanyi yells in anger, "Stop right there!" He grabs Zhong Yuan's arm tightly and snarls, "If you don't fight me today, you are not going anywhere." Watching this guy who clearly has a death wish, Encage finds it pretty amusing. To dare lay a hand on Xuan Ming, he is practically begging for trouble. But before she can even finish that thought, Zhong Yuan gets slammed hard onto the ground. Her face goes pale as she gasps, "Oh!" After throwing him down, Sheng Guanyi points a finger and scoffs. "Seriously? How is this guy so weak? He is not even as strong as an average person." Everyone quickly gathers around Zhong Yuan, who is now completely unconscious. Encage anxiously cradles his head and calls out, "Xuan Ming, wake up. Why are your eyes rolling back?" Shang Guanyi stubbornly points at him and insists, "I didn't even hit him that hard. He must be faking it." Meanwhile, Old Wu begins using his wind of healing to treat Zhong Yuan. A swirling vortex of refreshing green energy flows toward the lying Zhong Yuan. Moments later, he sits up, rubbing his eyes, and says, "I am fine. If I just lay down for a bit, I can get up on my own." Internally, he notes, "My regeneration during this weakened state is a bit slow, but at least it still works." Encage finally stands up and points angrily at Shang Guanyi's face, snapping, "Apologize right now." He quickly fires back, "Why on earth should I apologize?" Encage immediately cuts him off. "We risk our lives serving this country, shedding blood and tears, and instead of getting a thank you when we return, we get shoulder thrown by you. How can you ask why?" Behind them, Zhong Yuan helplessly clarifies, "I didn't shed any blood or tears." Still fuming, Encage turns around, points at Zhong Yuan, and barks, "Shut up!" This startles him so much that he breaks out into a cold sweat. The principal finally steps in, smacks Shang Guanyi on the head to force him to bow, and apologizes profusely. "This is entirely our school's fault. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you, Captain An. Xiao Yi, apologize to them right now." Still unwilling to back down, Sheng Guanyi shouts, "Uncle, this guy doesn't have a single ounce of strength. He's just a useless leech who used connections to get ahead. No matter what, I will never bow to someone like him." Hearing this, Encage crosses her arms and looks down at him, exposing him. "You got in through connections yourself, yet you have the nerve to judge others? I will report today's incident to the military district commander. I hope your academy is prepared to clean up its act and fix this toxic school culture." With that, she turns away, gently pats Zhong Yuan's back, and says, "Xuan Ming, let me take you back to your dorm." The principal panics, crying out, "We are doomed. Chengying Academy is completely doomed." Gu Yan approaches to support the principal, reassuring him with a calculating look. "Old Chen, don't panic. Our academy was founded by Master Chung Yun Chao himself. We have deep roots, a rich history, and great contributions. They can't just shut us down on a whim. Clutching his chest, Chen Wenchong frantically replies, "The school might be fine, but its principal is in deep trouble." At this, Gu Yan is completely silenced, unable to find a comeback. Chen Wenchong cries even harder, whimpering with a hurt expression, "You won't even call me principal anymore." The scene shifts to a grand building under a bright, clear sky. Zhong Yuan peeks his expressionless face through a crack in the door. Feng Jing, who has been waiting for Zhong Yuan, waves his arms and cheers excitedly the moment he sees him open the door. "Yuan Yuan, you are back." This startles him so much his eyes nearly pop out of his head, and he instantly slams the door shut. He then calmly says, "I must have opened the door the wrong way." And Cage is utterly speechless at his behavior, but Feng Jing quickly throws the door back open and yells, "Well, look at you, staying out all night and then bringing some random girl back to your dorm." And Cage is utterly helpless, while this action makes the two facing them stare back with bizarre expressions. Taking the opportunity, Zhong Yuan slips inside first, tossing a line behind him. "Since you two know each other, take your time chatting. I am going upstairs to change." Meanwhile, Feng Jing watches him leave, still holding up a playful fist toward Ankaj. And Cage crosses her arms, smirking mockingly. "I never expected a freak like you would actually come to study at Chengjing." Feng Jing places his hands on his hips and snarks back. "The only thing that can be shared fairly with me is knowledge. Now that you've dropped him off, shouldn't you be leaving?" She continues to needle him. "Don't think you can just do whatever you want, just because you have the backing of Juju and the Academy of Sciences." Feng Jing immediately puts on his most punchable tone and replies, "Grasping the sun and moon, plucking the stars, no one in this world is my equal. If you've got the guts, just try and hit me." He even deliberately drags out the last few words, prompting a furious huff from Cage as she turns and storms off. Meanwhile, outside the grand building, the sky remains clear and blue. Inside, Zhong Yuan, Zhong Lan, and Feng Jing were sitting and chatting. But after hearing the story, Zhong Lan yelled out in shock, "What? You mean some random girl dragged you into a party to play Rift Survival last night, and you played until dawn without even logging off?" Feng Jing chimed in, "Yeah, and she has absolutely no skills, but she is totally obsessed with the game. At first, your brother didn't want to, but she was just too persistent and impossible to shake off. Luckily, Lan Lan called me over to check on you. Otherwise, she might have ended up with a brand new sister-in-law by now." Feng Jing kept rambling on with excitement, completely oblivious to how many times Cage would make him suffer if she ever found out about this. Zhong Yuan quickly turned to his sulking sister and tried to soothe her. "It is really not that bad." But she suddenly burst into tears, crying out, "Brother, I do not approve of this marriage. That woman actually had the nerve to make you skip school just to play games. She definitely does not care about you. If you two get married, she is only going to bully you even more." Helpless, Zhong Yuan quickly grabbed Zhong Lan's hands and began making endless promises. "Lan Lan, don't worry. Your brother is never getting married, and I absolutely promise never to skip school for games again." Still not entirely convinced, the little girl pressed further. "But what if another annoying girl tries to bully you in the future?" He answered without hesitation, "I can just use Feng Jing as my human shield." Hearing this, Zhong Lan was finally satisfied. They had no idea that the guy sitting across from them felt so betrayed, he practically coughed up a mouthful of blood, inwardly lamenting how cold and ruthless people could be. Just as he was patting his chest to comfort himself, Zhong Lan suddenly turned to him with a serious request. "Brother Feng Jing, when I am not around, please make sure to protect my brother for me." Feng Jing immediately raised his hand in a solemn vow, putting on a mature, serious face as he replied, "Don't you worry. If anyone dares to bully your brother in the future, I promise to make their life a living hell." Lowering his hand, his eyes widened as he thought. Sigh. "I guess I should start reading up on orthopedic surgery. It might actually come in handy one day." Suddenly, near their table, someone was sitting with a notebook and pen, diligently writing something down. As he closely observed the siblings, he made a mental note. Height and physical build are slightly below average compared to his peers. His pale complexion suggests malnutrition, and he eats even less than his 12-year-old sister. He even gives all the meat in his bowl to her. The brother is just a regular member of the student council with a weekly stipend of 30,000. Honestly, the disciplinary committee members probably make way more than that. There is no way he cannot afford food. Could he be suffering from anorexia? The boy muttered, scribbling furiously in his notebook. Watching Zhong Lan stuff her face until her cheeks puffed up, he noted. On the contrary, his sister, Zhong Lan, since becoming an awakener, she eats way more than before. Every meal, she devours 2 portions of spicy chicken, and most of her other dishes are spicy too. Her taste is very easy to predict. As for Su-ri, who often eats with them, her taste is very mild, with a preference for sweets. She never touches anything spicy. After writing down his observations, he pulled out his phone and sent a quick text. Senior Su, today, I am going to try inviting Zhong Yuan and his sister to the new malatang place outside the school gate. Since Su-ri hates spicy food, she probably won't tag along. Once I pull it off, I will let you know. The reply from the other side came instantly with a simple, got it. A while later, once Zhong Yuan and his friends finished their meal, they got up to leave. Suddenly, the boy called out to them, Hey, Zhong Yuan, I heard there is a new malatang place right outside the school gate, and it is supposed to be amazing. Do you guys want to go grab some? My treat, he offered with a warm, friendly smile, holding his sister's hand. Zhong Yuan replied flatly, No thanks. But suddenly, Zhong Lan's eyes lit up with pure excitement. She raised her hand and cheered. Malatang. Zhong Yuan's face instantly paled. He felt completely defeated by his food-loving sister, so he quickly poked the boy in the chest and demanded, Xie Yifeng, you have been stalking my sister in the cafeteria for days. Were you seriously investigating her food preferences? Flustered, Xie Yifeng stammered, Wait, no, that is not. But Zhong Yuan cut him off with a chilling threat. She is under 18. Stalking her is 5 years minimum, and a life sentence at worst. Cornered, the poor guy blurted out the honest truth. You have got it all wrong, Zhong Yuan. It is not her. It is you I was targeting. Now it was Zhong Lan's turn to freak out. While her brother stood frozen in shock, she grabbed Xie Yifeng by the shoulders and shrieked, What? So my brother does not just attract girls, but guys too. Her reaction made Xie Yifeng's face turn even paler than before. Xie Yifeng covered his face in embarrassment and quickly explained, I just wanted to be friends with you guys. I swear I did not mean anything else. Zhong Yuan immediately pulled his sister away and warned, Lan, this guy has a shady motive. You need to stay far away from him. She nodded but looked back regretfully. Okay, but what about the malatang? We can go by ourselves, he assured her. This instantly cheered Zhong Lan up. Awesome. They quickly walked off, leaving a panicked Xie Yifeng standing there all alone. Feng Jing quickly called out after them, Hey, are you guys really going to grab malatang at the school gate? Wait up, let me come with you. A moment later, he caught up to them. Zhong Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, I thought you did not eat spicy food? Feng Jing leaned in and whispered in his ear, Look at how fragile you are. How could I leave you unprotected? Zhong Yuan stared at him in utter disbelief. Trung Nguyen asked him, You could actually tell just from that? Feng Qin confidently replied, Of course I can. It's second nature. Remember Thuong Quan Wai knocking you down this morning? He was ordered to write a 10,000-word reflection, and right now, he's in the student council office cursing your name 100 times over. He might just be looking for a chance to get back at you. Trung Nguyen smirked and replied, I get it. You came here to act as my human shield. Trung Lam, holding her brother's hand as he pulled her along, kept looking around curiously. When they stopped in front of a busy restaurant, Trung Lam looked up and said, Big brother, it's so crowded here. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen told her, Let's just get takeout then. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Hey, discipline guy, over here, over here. Trung Nguyen looked over and saw Tu Yen Oan waving at him. He asked, Are you calling me? She cheerfully replied, That's right. You're practically a celebrity on the school forum right now. Let me introduce myself. My name is. Before she could even finish her sentence, Feng King cut her off. I was wondering who was hogging a 4-seat table all by themselves. Turns out, it's the ultimate wish. Tu Yen Oan's face soured as she snapped back. You jerk. What are you doing here? Feng King casually replied, To eat malatang, obviously. Then, he turned to the chef and ordered in a booming voice, Boss, 1 bowl of malatang, no pepper, no chili, and don't make it too hot. Even the chef was left completely speechless by this bizarre customer. Inside the restaurant, Trung Nguyen's group of 3 sat directly across from Tu Yen Oan. The air went dead silent, and no one said a word. She nervously thought to herself, Why does it feel like these 3 are looking at me so weirdly? Trung Nguyen was staring at her as if she were a punching bag, while Feng Qin looked at her like he was watching a comedy show. and Trung Lam stared at her like she was some strange girl. Trung Lam was the first to speak. Wait, ultimate wish? What a weird name. Tu Uyen Oan quickly corrected her. Oh, my name is Tu Uyen Oan. Don't listen to that jerk. He just makes up stupid nicknames. The little girl quickly leaned over to tease Feng Qin. Hey, Feng Qin! Ultimate Wish said you're just making things up. Feng Qin didn't get mad at all. Instead, he gestured toward Tu Uyen Oan to show off on her behalf. Ultimate Wish is the strongest support skill out there. It boosts human limits by 448%, lasting for 3 minutes, and this lady right here is the only person who has it. In the entire country, her suitors could wrap around the school 30 times. A literal halo of glory seemed to shine around to Uyen Oan with every word of his praise. Hearing this, Trung Lam refused to be outdone and shot back. Just wait until I grow up. My suitors will be able to wrap around the earth 30 times. Trung Wen patted his sister's head and said affectionately, the earth is way too small. Go for 30 times around the Milky Way. Feng Qin leaned in and whispered in his ear, she probably didn't come here to cause you trouble. Trung Wen replied with annoyance, maybe, but she looks like a massive pain. Feng Qin reminded him, hey, she's still the school beauty, for better or worse. Cut her some slack. So Trung Wen bluntly asked to Uyen Oan, you went through all this trouble to lure me to this Malatang shop. Just tell me what you want. She quietly stared at him for a moment, then cut straight to the chase and said seriously, well, it's like this. Every year, the Academy selects students from the special class to participate in the college ability tournament. Last year, each school sent one team of 6 people. But this year, it's changed to 2 teams per school, with 4 people on each team. Trung Wen asked, and what does that have to do with me? Tu Uyen Oan replied, puzzled. The school team's Thunder Tyrant dropped out, and with the new rules, there are at least 3 open spots this year. Aren't you going to try and take one? Trung Wen instantly turned his head away and replied, not interested. Tu Uyen Oan stared at him in shock. Then, Trung Wen turned back to her with a smile and explained with a gentle face, it's not good for classmates to fight each other so much. Besides, isn't your ultimate wish incredibly powerful? With an ability like that, you should be able to take the championship on your own, right? At this, Tu Uyen Oan jumped to her feet, pointed a finger at Feng Qin, and yelled in absolute fury, it's all because of this unlucky jerk right here. He drew the strongest team as our opponents. Feng Qin calmly replied, that's just the difference between losing early and losing late. Trung Wen chimed in, only the weak blame their luck. To the strong, every opponent is the same. Tu Uyen Oan was left completely speechless by their tag team roast. Realizing she couldn't win this argument, she stormed off, literally fuming with rage. I'm done talking to you guys. And look at her. Zhong Lan's eyes lit up as she stared down at the food tray and giggled. Hee hee, since she's gone, her bowl of Malatang is all mine. Feng Qing asked in disbelief. Her portion is milk and apple flavored. Can you really handle that? She casually replied. I can just add 2 spoonfuls of chili oil. Hearing that, Feng Qing could only sigh in defeat. You're a demon. Then, he paused and got lost in thought, saying, I honestly thought Shangguan Yi had suddenly grown a brain and was trying to drive a wedge between us. Who would have thought Su Wanying would act on her own to recruit you? Zhong Yuan, calmly grabbing some food with his chopsticks, asked, do those 2 know each other? Feng Qing quickly explained, me, Shangguan Yi, and Su Wanying are the main trio of Chengying Academy. But with the rule changes this year, Su Wanying not only kicked me off the team, but she even tried to poach you right in front of my face. Talk about shameless. Meanwhile, after squeezing almost the entire bottle of chili sauce into her noodles, Zhong Lan took a bite. Instantly, her eyes welled up with tears. She frantically stuck her tongue out and coughed. Puh, puh, what kind of hellish flavor is this? Seeing this, Zhong Yuan immediately swapped their bowls, saying softly, give it here. You can eat mine. Feng Qing watched this unfold with a thoughtful look, then resumed with a serious tone. The college tournament doesn't just have team events. There are individual matches too. Your abilities are clearly perfect for the solo matches. But she deliberately kept quiet about that. She didn't even mention the rewards. But as he glanced back at Zhong Yuan, he saw him casually slurping down the hellishly spicy noodles Zhong Lan had just rejected. Shocked, he blurted out, wait a second, do you not have taste buds? Zhong Yuan thought to himself, I actually don't. But aloud, he casually replied, at least I can still feel some heat. Anyway, what were we just talking about? Oh, right, the rewards. Feng Qing quickly listed them off. The top 10 in both solo and team events all get void crystals as rewards. The top 3 get 4 calamity grade crystals. Ranks 4 through 8 get 2 calamity grade ones, and ranks 9 and 10 get 4 red grade crystals. On top of that, the top 10 get to choose a void realm of their choice to train in. Plus, after graduation, they get priority placement on any void user squad they want. Slurping down her noodles, Zhong Lan looked up in wonder. Wait, so this college tournament is actually a competition for void users? Then why is Su Wanying trying so hard to recruit my brother? He's just a regular guy. Feng Qing pointed over at Zhong Yuan and asked, "Wait, you still haven't told your little sister?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "Oh, I was just looking for the right time to bring it up. If you don't tell her now, when will you?" Hearing that, Zhong Yuan calmly turned to his sister and said, Lan, the truth is, I've become a void user." Hearing this, her jaw dropped in shock as she gasped, "What? Bro, how many void crystals have you absorbed?" Zhong Yuan replied cautiously, "Quite a lot, actually." Zhong Lan immediately dropped her chopsticks, broth splashing onto her hands, and burst into a flood of tears, weeping uncontrollably. She looked absolutely heartbroken as she wailed, "Boo-hoo, my brother is going to die. He doesn't have much time left." Breaking into a cold sweat, Feng Qing asked, "Wait, what do you mean? Why doesn't he have much time left?" Zhong Lan wiped her tears but only cried harder. "I absorbed 2 abilities, and it cost me 20 years of my lifespan. My brother must have lost way more than that." Even Zhong Yuan was caught completely off guard, gasping, "Wait, what?" The scene cuts to later that night. In the quiet darkness outside a walled courtyard, the 3 of them had already been back home for quite a while. Zhong Lan stared down at the void crystal and said gloomily, "Uncle Lin actually gave me a hidden wind sicklebeak void crystal before, but it has 3 abilities, which would cost me 30 years of my life." Zhong Yuan's expression was just as grim as he stared straight ahead in deep thought. Seeing his little sister trembling in sadness made his heart ache for her. No wonder her fighting style was so reckless and suicidal before I was reborn, he realized. It turns out she knew all along that her lifespan was running out. With that thought, he turned to Feng Qing, who was standing behind him, and asked, "Feng Qing, does absorbing void crystals consume your lifespan too?" Feng Qing explained, "From what I know, ordinary people have to successfully absorb a void crystal before they can even find out what abilities are inside it. And during that process, their lifespan isn't affected at all. This is the very first time I've ever heard of a case like your sister's." Zhong Yuan pressed cautiously. "Then, is there any way to?" But Feng Qing, knowing exactly what he was going to ask, cut him off. "No, there isn't. Whether it's a life-extending void ability or some kind of medical technology, neither exists right now. Even if we could extract the absorbed ability, we can't undo the damage already done to her lifespan." With that, he took off his dark sunglasses, revealing his glowing violet eyes to inspect her remaining lifespan. The number 68 floated right above Zhong Lan's head. He thought to himself, "I didn't pay close attention to it before. But looking closely now, her lifespan has indeed been cut short by 20 years. A void user's talent is hereditary, so her brother's situation must be exactly the same." With that in mind, he turned his gaze to check Zhong Yuan's lifespan as well. Seeing the number 0 floating above his head, Feng Qing was struck with a mix of confusion and pure dread. "Is your current lifespan the result, or the cause of all this?" Zhong Yuan closed the lid of the box and firmly told his sister, Lan, "From now on, you are absolutely forbidden from absorbing any void crystals that drain your life." Zhong Lan quickly protested, "But Uncle Lin has such high hopes for me. And besides," Zhong Yuan comforted her, "I'll explain things to Lin Dongliang. It's best if we return this void crystal to him." Pulling his little sister into a tight embrace, he whispered gently, Lan, if you die, my life will lose all meaning. Just do it for me. Don't go any further, okay?" Deeply moved, Zhong Lan choked out, "Brother." Then, unable to hold back her tears, she sobbed, "If I don't become an awakener, how can I protect you? How can I protect the world we live in? With so many powerful monsters out there, ordinary people like us, who have no talent, stand absolutely no chance." Zhong Yuan gently asked Lan, "Do you know what humanity's real talent is?" The little girl stopped crying and asked curiously, Zhong Yuan then explained, "It's building physical strength through training." As a runner crossing the finish line first appeared in his mind, using strategy to overcome a stronger enemy, as an officer pointed and ordered his troops. using technology to build weapons, like a soldier with a rifle lying on the ground, waiting for the enemy, and using medicine to save lives, as doctors rushed a patient into the emergency room. These are all human talents. Awakened powers aren't the only thing that makes us strong. After all, the first person to defeat a monster wasn't even an awakener. As he explained, he flicked something from his hand, creating a sharp flash of light that she stared at in awe. That object was a throwing knife. It was embedded deep into the wall. Zhong Yuan continued, "See? Just like that, with enough practice, you can do this too. Besides, you already have 2 abilities now. If you train hard, you might even become one of the top powerhouses." With those words, Zhong Yuan reached out and patted his sister's head to comfort her. Zhong Lan, still teary-eyed, nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I get it. I'll do my best." Afterward, he warily glanced behind him and asked Feng Jing, "By the way, with my sister's condition, she won't be dissected for research, right?" Feng Jing, who was holding his sunglasses, casually replied, "Dissected? No way." Then, putting his sunglasses back on, he continued, "The researchers at the Science Academy change their methods daily, and they haven't repeated a single one in over 10 years. Don't ask me how I know." Letting out a sigh of relief, Zhong Yuan held out his hand to his sister. "I see. Lan, let me borrow your phone for a second." The little girl quickly handed it over. On the other end of the line, Lin Dongliang picked up and said warmly, Lan, it's rare for you to call me first." But when he heard the voice from the other end, he gasped in shock. "Zhong Yuan?" Zhong Yuan said seriously, "There's a problem with Lan's body. She can't absorb ruin crystals. You should take this hidden wind scythe ruin crystal back." Lin Dongliang dismissed it casually, replying, "If there's a problem with her body, then we'll just cure it." Zhong Yuan replied, "It's genetic. It can't be cured." Annoyed, Lin Dongliang questioned him. "Zhong Yuan, you were the one who agreed to let her become an awakener in the first place. I've already set up all her training courses. Are you messing with me right now? And you don't even have the talent to be an awakener yourself." Zhong Yuan immediately countered, "My talent is just as good as Lan's. In fact, I've already become an awakener." Hearing this, Lin Dongliang barked angrily, "You're lying. Are you just trying to scam me out of my resources?" He calmly asked back, "Then how do you want me to prove it?" Frowning, the man replied, "Starting right now, I'm cutting off all resources and privileges for you and your sister at the academy. If you can still make it into the top 10 of the university tournament's individual match under these conditions, then I'll believe you." Putting the past aside, the 3 of them were soon standing outside the dormitory. Zhong Lan waved goodbye and said, "Brother, I'm heading up now." Zhong Yuan waved back and reminded her, "Get some sleep. See you tomorrow." Feng Jing turned to him and said, You could actually have her move in with you in your private dorm." Acting like the perfect role model brother, Zhong Yuan replied, "She can make more friends if she stays in the girls' dorm. Her school life shouldn't just revolve around her older brother." He warned him, "If you keeping everything from her, it's bound to blow up in your face one day." Zhong Yuan then changed the subject and asked, "Does the academy know you can see people's lifespans?" Feng Jing quickly raised a finger and replied cheerfully, "Nope. You're the very first person to know." Curious, he asked, "Are you intentionally sharing your secret to show that you won't reveal mine?" "Of course. But honestly, you should worry about yourself first. Lin Dongliang is cutting off your resources, yet he expects you to reach the top 10. He's clearly making things impossible for you." Feng Jing teased him with this warning, but Zhong Yuan just looked away, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Feng Jing got playful and asked, "Don't tell me you're going to find a sugar mommy over this? You'd be better off begging me." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan replied with a straight face, "Actually, that's a good idea. I can find a sugar mommy to help me." Feng Jing froze in disbelief and stammered, "Wait. No way. You." Zhong Yuan immediately dialed a number and said, "Captain On, I need a favor. Do you still have those ghost howl ruin crystals from last time? I'll take as many as you have." "Yes, thank you. I owe you a huge favor." He nodded as he spoke, looking determined to make use of them. He silently thanked the person on the other end of the line. Cut to a different room, where countless people are carrying packages back and forth in a massive warehouse filled with cardboard boxes. Voices from a conversation echo, "Ghost Howler? Why do they want those unpopular ruin crystals? It was requested by the God of War Squad. They said they need them immediately. Commander Anne's daughter? She issued a level 1 mobilization order? This is an absolute emergency check. How many we have left in the warehouse and get them out, now. The clerk hurriedly takes notes as he speaks. Cut to another location, where another voice rings out, "Old Anne, your daughter did it again. She's done us proud." Inside an office, two middle-aged men are sitting together, having a conversation. The other man replies, "She can't take the credit this time. It's obvious that a young man named Xuan Ming did most of the heavy lifting. This time, more than half of the personnel in the Central Military District were secretly poisoned, and even some of our Eastern Military District support staff were affected. The situation going forward might get a bit complicated. The speaker is An Guanfeng, commander of the Eastern Military District. The worst-case scenario is that the Central Military District has a mole from the Lighthouse Nation. Sitting next to him is Lu Jianlin, Chief of Staff of the Eastern Military District. Reviewing the documents in his hands, he ponders and says, "The battle report mentions a man named Zhao Zheng standing right beside Robert. It looks like this guy used Zhu Yao's power to fake his death and defect to the Lighthouse Nation." And Guanfeng replies thoughtfully, "Zhou Yao. Unlike Zhou Shu, the strongest organization in Huaxia, which always operates in the open, this Zhu Yao organization has always lurked in the shadows with mysterious movements. Although they'll do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, they generally still have principles and boundaries. The government has been turning a blind eye to them, but lately, Zhu Yao's actions have been getting way out of hand." Lu Jianlin calmly hands the files back to him and says, "Let the Central Military District worry about their own headaches. But your daughter, on the other hand." And Guanfeng asks, a bit startled, "What about her?" With that, he quickly looks down at the files that were just handed over. Lu Jianlin says, "Last night, she issued a Level 1 order to mobilize every single Ghost Howl Ruin crystal in the entire military district, over 2,000 of them." And Guanfeng slams his hand on the table in a rage, shouting, "How reckless! The Ghost Howl Ruin crystals are neglected because both Courage and Poison Eater are defensive abilities. Trying to force them onto an offensive-type Ruin user is just asking for trouble. If their constitution doesn't match, trying over and over again is just a waste of effort." He clenches his fists as he speaks, a mix of anger and worry washing over him. Lu Jianlin calmly flips to the next page of the document and continues. The report says, "Xuan Ming's Poison Eater ability seems to have come from the 10 Ghost Howl Ruin crystals your daughter requisitioned last time." And Guanfeng looks down in utter shock. Lu Jianlin adds, "So, these Ghost Howl Ruin crystals must be for Xuan Ming too." He then closes the file and says, "This is highly unusual. I suggest we authorize the release of 1,000 crystals first, and then track where those crystals are headed." And Guanfeng immediately agrees. "Fine, let's do that." Cut to Han Yumo, who is furiously slamming his hand on the table, confronting a middle-aged man in front of him. "How could you do this? My brother sacrificed his life for this country. Not only did you deny him a proper burial in the Feng family cemetery, but how could you go so far as to sell his body to a research institute?" The man calmly replies, "The body donation agreement was signed by your brother himself. We cannot go back on our word." Han Yumo retorts in frustration. "Then at the very least, you should restore his family name." The man simply answers, "What couldn't be done in life can never be granted in death." The conversation continues. "Yumo, you are the true successor of the Feng family. Your brilliant brother is already dead. Let's not bring him up again, all right?" Outside, a man and a woman holding black umbrellas stand there, having clearly overheard the entire conversation. The girl turns to the man beside her and asks with a cold smile, "Well, did you hear that? This is what the Feng family looks like after your death. How does it feel? Can you finally work for the Iron Tower Nation in peace now?" The man remains silent, staring up thoughtfully. She continues, "To think they'd actually sell a Ruin user as powerful and fiercely loyal to Huaxia as you to us. I really don't get what those Zhu Yao folks are thinking." With that, the man abruptly walks away, saying, "Let's go." The girl hastily chases after him. "Hey, wait for me." Cut to an office, where Zhong Yuan is standing in front of a woman saying, "Instructor, I want to sign up for the National College Championship." She hesitates slightly and replies, "Oh, but that tournament is strictly for Ruin users." Zhong Yuan replies confidently, "I already am a Ruin user." Lu Wen sighs, handing him a piece of paper, and says, "You're supposed to report it immediately if you awaken during your studies." "Oh, never mind. Just fill out this ability assessment form first." Zhong Yuan quickly takes the paper and turns around. As he fills out the information, he thinks, ability name, origin, rank. Only 8 slots. It's a good thing too, since my blizzard is way too broken. I should probably downgrade super cute a bit as well. After reading the information on Trungwen's paper, Lu Van couldn't help but gasp in sheer shock. Death immunity? Wait, you actually have it? She leaped to her feet, rushing toward Trungwen as she screamed. Oh my gosh, Trungwen, I am so sorry. Startled, he recoiled, leaning backward as Lu Van continued to wail in regret. A human ruins ability user can only absorb a maximum of 8 abilities. Any more, and your body will explode. And yet you managed to absorb death immunity. That is an incredibly rare talent, she screamed, unable to contain her excitement. Trungwen replied with concern. Maybe you should stand up first before talking. But Lu Van was still too emotional, wiping away her tears. If only I had realized sooner, I would have given you better ruins crystals instead of letting these low-level skills take up all 8 slots. Wait, that's not right. Young Master Lam has the ability to sense ruins energy, which is how he detected Trung Lam's talent and brought her to our academy. So why couldn't he see your talent when it's this high? Leaning in close, she thrust her face right in front of Trungwen's with a suspicious look. Trungwen broke into a cold sweat, thinking his talent was probably just like Lam's, except he had no lifespan left to sacrifice. But both before and after his reincarnation, Lamdong Luang never noticed his talent. Why was that? Could it be that the golden coffin 4 years later was what activated his talent, and Lamdong Luang simply couldn't detect its power? To uncover the truth, he would have to find a chance to inspect that golden coffin. Once his contemplation ended, Trungwen looked down at Lu Van and said, Instructor, what's done is done. Dwelling on it won't help. Besides, I'm quite satisfied with my current abilities. By now, she had returned to her desk and continued reading through his profile. Sigh, all right. Let me take a closer look at your current abilities. The levels of the skills from the Snowbone Snake Ruins crystal are actually higher than normal. You must have absorbed a high-age ruins crystal, so at least you didn't get ripped off. A cute bear ruins crystal? Isn't this from a species banned from hunting? Well, whatever, as long as the absorption was successful. She looked up at Trungwen, asking with curiosity, what kind of ability is Act Cute? Can you demonstrate it first? He gave a helpless sigh and replied, I don't think that's a good idea. But she advised him seriously, if you've absorbed it, you have to use it. You can't look down on an ability just because of its name. Ready? With that, Trungwen activated his skill, Super Act Cute. He squinted his eyes and flashed a smile down at Lu Van, but an awkward crow suddenly flew over his head. Confused, Lu Van asked, Did you activate it yet? Trungwen replied with a straight face, Instructor, you've already been hit. You really have. Her eyes widened as she thought to herself, why don't I feel anything at all? Looking away, Lu Van tried to comfort herself. Sigh, I've already neglected him so much. How can I keep putting him down? Even if the ability is useless, I should just make it up to him more. Meanwhile, Trungwen just stood there, looking dumbfounded. Brimming with determination, she began typing furiously on her computer. Trungwen, what is your family's annual income? Seeing her reaction, Trungwen's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Van kept typing, murmuring, never mind. Let's just report it as 50,000, so you can apply for the top scholarship. And there's this youth nutrition program that provides 4 bottles of milk a day. I'll sign you up for that too. With your grades, you'll definitely secure the scholarship, and your enrollment status can be officially transferred to the special class. Watching this, Trungwen thought in shock. The target was clearly hit but remains completely unaware. This Super Act Cute ability is terrifying. Yes. Lu Van glanced at the document again and continued, It's rare to see a level 4 king class regeneration. Why don't you show me? Trungwen replied, but I'm not injured right now. She shot back, your hair will do. Cut 1 centimeter of hair and activate the ability immediately. The surrounding hair will grow out as well. At level 1 king class, it should grow about 10 centimeters. Without another word, she snipped off a lock of his hair with a pair of scissors and commanded, now, activate it. Quickly clasping his hands together, Trungwen muttered, regeneration. Instantly, his hair began to grow at a dizzying speed. With his long hair draping over his face, Trungwen asked naively, Can I get reimbursed for a haircut? Meanwhile, Lu Van was so dumbfounded she couldn't even speak. A moment later, Trungwen walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Stretching his arms as he walked, he thought, It seems the weakened state only drains my physical and mental energy. It doesn't affect the efficiency of my regeneration at all. Suddenly, he bumped into a newcomer, sending himself tumbling backward. Zhong Yuan fell to the ground, his body still radiating the charming aura of his act-cute skill. Rubbing his head, he blurted out, "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going." The boy he bumped into just stood dazed, thinking, "Wait, you're the one who got knocked down. Why are you apologizing?" "I'm the one who should be apologizing." Zhong Yuan looked up and realized the boy's uniform belonged to another school. The newcomer felt as if Cupid had shot an arrow straight through his heart, with red love hearts suddenly floating all around him. A rosy fantasy, indeed. But wait, what just happened? Did I really just bump into a high school girl? Isn't this exactly like meeting your destined love in a webtoon? Looking at Zhong Yuan gracefully scratching his head, the boy couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Long, straight black hair, pure and petite. She's totally my type. Her voice was a bit deep, but she must be a girl, right? Since the male and female uniforms of Chengying Academy look identical, it's hard to tell. I should probably just ask to be sure. So, he gently reached out and asked, "Classmate, what is your name?" Zhong Yuan was utterly speechless, thinking to himself, I already apologized, so why is he still bothering me for my name? He's trouble, I better run. With that thought, he quickly dashed off like a flash, leaving behind a cloud of dust for the boy, who could only watch in stunned disappointment. Whatever. I should handle my business first, then ask my sister to help me find her. With that, he knocked on the door, and a voice called out, "Come in." Hearing this, he opened the door and walked inside. Once in, the boy stood politely in front of Liu Wen and introduced himself. "Hello, Instructor Liu. I'm the student council president of Hualing Academy. Jiang Tianshuo came today to discuss the upcoming competition between our two schools." She warmly replied, "Welcome, please have a seat." A moment later, as Liu Wen poured some tea, she asked, "The annual competition is usually organized by the student councils themselves. Why come to an instructor like me?" Jiang Tianshuo quickly explained. "Every year, it's just the same old faces fighting each other. Continuing like that is pointless. With Chengying competing against Hualing this year, I was hoping you could give the first-year freshmen a chance. We'll only be sending our first years to fight as well." Sipping her tea, Liu Wen pondered this. In the competitions last year and the year before, Huling's teams were completely crushed by the iron trio of Feng Jing, Sheng Guanyi, and Su Wanying. No wonder they didn't want to negotiate with the student council. This time they purposely wanted to limit the match to first years. It seems Huling recruited some exceptionally strong freshmen this year. After thinking it through, she replied, "I agree, but the match schedule will be decided by us." Jiang Tianshuo readily agreed. "No problem." Looking at him, Liu Wen thought, Hualing students all come from elite families, and their overall power is clearly higher than Chengying's. Letting our freshmen face some setbacks might actually do them some good. Besides, Zhong Yuan is way too strong. If he joins, the others won't get any real training. I might as well announce this to the students while he's away. Meanwhile, inside a barber shop, Zhong Yuan was sitting in a chair, getting ready for a haircut. He told the barber, "Sir, just give me a buzz cut, please." The barber retorted, "I'm a stylist, not a face ruiner." Zhong Lan, fuming on the side, chimed in, "My brother is obsessed with looking ugly. Please, stylist Tony, give him a haircut that will make everyone fall head over heels for him." The stylist replied with a serious face. Mission accepted. The little girl cheered. And we're done. But it's still missing its soul. Zhong Yuan was revealed with neatly trimmed long hair, giving him an incredibly beautiful, gender-neutral look. Much to the stylist's horror, Zhong Lan excitedly grabbed Zhong Yuan's hair and pulled it into pigtails. Tearfully, Zhong Yuan pleaded, Lan, a single ponytail is more than enough." Lan looked at him with an adorable, pouting face and said, "But you always did my hair like this when we were kids. You even said that twin tails are the hairstyle of the truly strong." The scammer brother Zhong Yuan laughed awkwardly and looked away. Patting her head, he said, "Well, Lan, you're all grown up now. It's time I unlock your dark magic powers." Lan gasped, "Wait, what are you doing? That's so embarrassing. I'm not a little girl anymore." As she protested in distress, Zhong Yuan countered, "If you want to style my hair, you have to make an equivalent exchange." Lan yelled, "Fine, it's a deal." Moments later, the two left the barbershop, with Lan's hair now styled into two incredibly cute braids. Pouting, she grumbled, "Fine, but from now on, I'm going to style your hair in a new way every single day." Zhong Yuan, now sporting a ponytail, casually replied, "Sure." And I'll do your twin tails every single day too. A second later, realizing he had just walked right into a trap, Zhong Yuan froze in shock. Lan, thrilled with the bargain, cheered, "Deal!" The scene shifts to the school's public training room, where a girl asks, whinnying, "Why did you suddenly ramp up your training so much?" The one asking was Jiang Xiyuan, Su Wanying's roommate and the twin sister of Jiang Tianshuo. Watching Su Wanying run flat out on the treadmill, Jiang Xiyuan continued, "Is it because Zhong Yuan rejected your team invite? Did it hit you that hard? Now that the tournament rules have changed, it's only natural for you and Feng Jing to split up." Zhong Yuan is Feng Jing's guy. Feng Jing even had a massive fight with Shang Guanyi over him. It would actually be weird if he didn't decline. Sweating bullets from her intense run, Su Wanying looked at her friend and replied. He said, "I'm not strong enough." Handing her a water bottle, Jiang Xiyuan gasped in disbelief. "What?" "Zhong Yuan, the strongest support. And you're still not strong enough?" Taking the bottle, Su Wanying smirked and repeated, "Support. Zhong Yuan really is the strongest after all. I, Su Wanying, still have a long way to go. I've got to train harder." As she talks, she tilts her head back to take a sip of water. Jiang Xiyuan, hands on her hips, sighs, "Man, if a genius like you is working this hard, how are we ordinary folks supposed to survive?" Suddenly, her phone rings. It's a call from Jiang Tianshuo. Jiang Xiyuan happily picks up, smiling from ear to ear. "Well, look who it is. My little bro is actually calling his big sister today. What's up? Trying to dig up some dirt for Hualing?" Huddled in a corner, Jiang Tianshuo replies hesitantly, "No, it's not about that." In his heart, he tries to calm himself down, telling himself to stay cool so he can find the mysterious girl he bumped into in the hallway today. He can't afford to burn bridges with his sister. Still, when he saw that girl, his mind was filled with questions. But hey, that's just a typical girl thing, so he shouldn't be biased. "I'm finally at a different school from my sister, completely out of her shadow," he thinks. But the moment he remembers her sticking a piece of paper on his forehead, his face turns pale. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tianshuo finally says, "Look, I need you to help me find a girl. She goes to your school. We bumped into each other this morning in front of the staff room at Chengying. She has long, straight black hair. She's petite, gentle, and honestly, incredibly cute." Intrigued, Jiang Xiyuan teases, "Are you looking to pick a fight, or are you trying to win her over?" On the other end, Jiang Tianshuo's cheeks flush bright red as he stammers, Well, fine. I think I might actually like her." Hearing this, Jiang Xiyuan squeals with excitement. "Oh my god, that's amazing. My little brother actually likes girls. The Jiang family line is saved. Don't you worry, bro. I'll head to the security room in a bit and track her down for you." On the other end of the line, he sighs helplessly, "Sis, please." Nearby, Su Wanying, who is busy lifting weights, can't help but facepalm. Cut to an office in the East China Military District, wherein Cage is chatting with her father. She won't stop singing Zhong Yuan's praises. "Dad, you have no idea how incredible Xuan Ming really is." And Quanfeng sighs, exasperated. "You've already bragged about his achievements to me 3 times. She pouts and asks, "Okay, but what do you actually think of him?" Taking a sip of his tea, he shares his thoughts. Zhong Yuan is only 16 this year, yet his skills are incredibly stable, far surpassing anyone his age. He's powerful but keeps a low profile. He has zero interest in joining the Awakener team, or even Jushu. Even when someone threw him over their shoulder, he didn't even react. It shows he doesn't care about how ordinary people view him at all. A guy like him doesn't play by the rules. You won't be able to handle him, so just give up. An image of Zhong Yuan flashes on screen, looking incredibly sharp in a suit and dark sunglasses, legs crossed with a cigarette in hand, radiating pure cool energy. And Quanfeng continues, "But if you really can't let it go, there's no harm in just staying friends." And Cage snaps, gets up, and storms out. "Fine, I'm not talking to you anymore." Her father is left scratching his head, completely bewildered. Suddenly, his phone chimes. He opens it up to take a look, his eyebrows raising. Zhong Yuan's file was just updated. It's under the highest security clearance. Staring at the top secret file, he analyzes. The cute acting bear ruin crystal, the one Robert poached, must have fallen into his hands. It grants death, immunity, and cute acting abilities. No wonder the security level is so high. But even putting that aside, while we don't know if anyone else has managed to condense mutant ruin crystals, with Robert's age, he absolutely would have. His fire giant ability is the most prized asset of the Lighthouse Nation, and they will definitely stop at nothing to get it back. It's a good thing Zhong Yuan is keeping the mutant ruin crystal hidden, but he's painting a massive target on his own back. And Quan Feng's eyes fill with worry. We definitely need to keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, back at the private dorms, the sky is crystal clear as sunlight washes over the building, making it glisten. A delivery guy arrives, balancing a heavy metal safe on his shoulder. He beams and says, "Whoa, look at the new haircut. It really suits you, man." Zhong Yuan chuckles helplessly. "Honestly, I wanted a buzz cut, but my sister insisted on keeping it long." Setting the safe down, the delivery guy winks. "Got it. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review." Zhong Yuan replies, "Will do." Once he's alone, he starts working on the safe. "Let's see, the passcode is..." "Huh, it's open." Looking inside at the stash, he picks up a note and reads, "Xuan Ming, we're friends. No need to thank me." Zhong Yuan recalls, "When I unlocked Ice Bloodburst earlier, I noticed that Furious Strike could be upgraded into Combat Master. With so many ruin crystals this time, absorbing them all should easily unlock the Combat Master ability." Suddenly, the system screen pops up. "Detected Wailing Ghost Ruin Crystal. Would you like to absorb it?" He quickly reaches out and commands, "Absorb all of them." Instantly, Zhong Yuan is enveloped in blinding torrents of light. The system notifications chime rapidly in his mind. Blue-grade Furious Strike has reached maximum level. Evolving your skill. Furious Strike has upgraded into a new ability. Combat Master. Combat Master, born for battle, master of all weapons. Every strike is a finishing blow. His eyes snap open. The sheer amount of ruin crystals. Things are looking up. It seems like I can still upgrade. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes once again. The system interface chimed with a steady stream of notifications. Combat Master max level. You have acquired a new ability, Tit for Tat. Gold rank upgrade available. Tit for Tat requires a courageous heart to unlock. Combat Master max level description. Combat mastery is instantly increased by 100%. Tit for Tat, green rank max level. Ability description. Combat mastery is instantly increased by 1000%. Your ability, Tit for Tat, has been upgraded. You have unlocked a new ability, Blood for Blood. Blood for Blood can be upgraded at level 8. Ability description. Combat mastery is instantly increased by 1000%. Upon taking damage, absorbs a portion of the incoming attack power and reflects it back at the target. The reflected power is over 300% of your original attack damage. Ugh. The sudden rush of power from the upgrades was so overwhelming that Zhong Yuan clutched his head in pain. He thought to himself, the teacher once said that ruin crystals contain the negative energy released by the monsters when they die. Back then, I didn't feel anything when I absorbed them. I thought it was just because of my constitution, but now it looks like the quantity is the key. My body doesn't even need sleep, yet I'm actually starting to feel tired now. It seems I can't just absorb massive amounts of ruin crystals anymore. I have to be more selective from now on. Still lost in thought, he looked down at his hands. Maxing out Combat Master, unlocked Tit for Tat, and Tit for Tat upgraded into Blood for Blood, multiplying my power tenfold. Why does this sound exactly like the ability of the Ghost Howling Joy King that Feng Yumo talked about? Could the beasts actually level up and evolve new abilities on their own? Over time, they will only grow stronger, maybe even evolving. The terrifying image of a monster with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth flashed in his mind. 4 years from now, that giant claw will crush me into the golden coffin. But now, I've been reborn. Will that giant claw still show up 4 years from now? Suddenly, a hand waved right in front of his face. Feng Jing covered Zhong Yuan's eyes with his hands and playfully asked, "Guess who?" Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Ah! The earth-shattering scream was so loud it could be heard from outside the house. Zhong Yuan shoved his hands into his pockets and said indifferently, "You should be glad my counterattack reflex isn't strong enough to kill you yet." Feng Jing held up his sore, aching hands and wailed, "I knocked, but you didn't answer. I climbed through the window and saw you just standing there spaced out, so I couldn't help myself." Zhong Yuan asked, "What do you want?" Feng Jing straightened up, held out his flashing communicator, and said, "Just a reminder to attend the Student Council's regular Friday meeting." The scene shifts to the meeting, where 6 students are sitting across from each other. A short-haired girl speaks up. "The president said he's bringing Zhong Yuan today. Is it really a good idea for us to purposely not leave a seat for him?" Shang Guanyi sneered arrogantly, "I don't care what Feng Jing says. There's no room here for trash." Jianru was left speechless. Moments later, Feng Jing pushed the door open and announced loudly, "All right, everyone, let me introduce the student council's newest member." Standing next to him was Zhong Yuan. Feng Jing gave him a cheerful pat on the back. Zhong Yuan, the top student of the special class. Starting this semester, he'll be serving as the student council's disciplinary officer. Go ahead and say hello. Zhong Yuan delivered a half-hearted greeting. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhong Yuan." One of the members rolled their eyes and muttered, "Is that it?" The person next to him ground their teeth, adding, "Talk about a half-assed attitude." Ignoring them, Feng Jing pointed to a spot and told Zhong Yuan, "There's an empty space over there. Go ahead and sit." He simply replied, "Oh," but as he pulled back the chair to sit down, Jianru spoke up, "Zhong Yuan, that's actually the president's seat." His face darkened as he asked coldly, "What? I'm not allowed to sit here?" Clutching her documents in a panic, Jianru thought to herself, "The president's attitude makes it obvious he wants Zhong Yuan as his successor. I'd better play my cards right." She quickly offered her own chair to Feng Jing, saying, "President, please take my seat for now. I'll go grab another one." "Enough." A sudden shout startled her, making her flinch. Fuming with rage, Shang Guanyi pointed a finger at Zhong Yuan and yelled, "Zhong Yuan, you shameless, pathetic pretty boy. You're just a piece of trash who slept his way to the top. If you've got the guts, fight me." He went on a long, profanity-laced tirade, but the narrator decides to spare us the vulgar details. Jianru desperately tried to calm him down, while Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing could only look at him in sheer confusion. Holding him back, Jianru pleaded, "Yi, calm down. Stop talking." Shang Guanyi barked back relentlessly. He's shameless, and his sister is no better. Hooking up with military big shots at her age. Zhong Yuan's face completely darkened, unable to tolerate this any longer. His eyes flashed like a demon's as he growled, "Insult my sister again, and I'll make sure you don't walk out of this room." But Shang Guanyi remained completely oblivious, shouting back, "Oh, trying to play tough now, are we? If you've got the guts, fight me." Zhong Yuan replied in a bone-chilling tone, "Fine. If you lose, you have to apologize to my sister and act as her dog for a whole month. Every single morning, you'll kneel at the cafeteria entrance and hand her Xiaolong Bao with both hands." Feng Jing tried to warn Shang Guanyi out of the goodness of his heart. "Take my advice and don't fight him." But Shang Guanyi was absolutely furious by now, completely tuning everyone out. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his hands on the table, stood up, and roared, "You think those pathetic conditions scare me? Keep dreaming. Today, I'm going to expose this loser's true colors." He then pointed directly at Zhong Yuan's face again, sneering, "I accept your terms. But if you lose, you're barking and crawling your way out of the elite academy." Zhong Yuan, however, remained completely unfazed and calmly replied, "Fine." Standing nearby, Feng Jing slapped his forehead in exasperation. Lowering his phone, he said with a serious expression, "Fine, I'll be the official witness for this fight. But let me make one thing clear, you two don't have some blood feud, so there's absolutely no need to kill each other." With that settled, the two squared off, standing face to face. Zhong Yuan casually gestured and said, "I'll let you have the first move." Feng Jing watched closely, eagerly recording the whole thing on his phone. Shang Guanyi swung his fist and bellowed, "Just what I wanted." He activated his explosive flame skill, which causes the target to detonate upon impact, along with fierce strength, boosting his power by 150%. Fierce, raging flames instantly enveloped his body. But after activating his combat master skill, Zhong Yuan effortlessly slipped to the side to dodge. The strike completely missed. Shang Guanyi whipped his head around in sheer panic and gasped, "No way!" He couldn't believe it. "I actually missed? Is this guy not just some powerless loser after all?" Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was sizing him up. "With Combat Master active, his movements look 40 times slower to me. He's clearly way below Feng Jing's level. Trying not to accidentally kill him in one shot is actually going to be a challenge." Refusing to back down, Shang Guanyi threw what he believed to be a devastating kick right at him, roaring, "There's no way you're dodging this." Naturally, Zhong Yuan dodged with absolute ease, once again moving so fast he left visible afterimages. Watching from the sidelines, Feng Jing's jaw literally dropped. There's no way his furious strike skill is giving him this kind of speed. "Not bad, classmate. Looks like you're hiding just as many secrets as I am." Meanwhile, Shang Guanyi's fist kept charging forward. 10 minutes later, Zhong Yuan was standing tall, looking down at his defeated opponent. Shang Guanyi lay trembling on the floor, his face twisted in utter disbelief. How is this possible? If he's this incredibly strong, why didn't he fight back when I pinned him down the other day? Did he not even think I was worth his time? Fueling his own rage, his eyes snapped open, and he lunged forward for another desperate strike. Zhong Yuan, you coward. If you've got the guts, stop running and face me. Feng Jing was completely speechless at his stubbornness, while Zhong Yuan let out a weary sigh. Man, you are a pain. As Shang Guanyi charged forward, teeth gritted, with another fiery fist, Zhong Yuan just stood there, cool and collected, activating his blood-for-blood skill. He thought, since your own attack is going to reflect right back at you, your fate is in your own hands. As his fist closed in, Shang Guanyi realized Zhong Yuan wasn't moving and panicked. Wait, why aren't you dodging? This punch is going to kill you. Stop. But it was too late. His blazing fist slammed squarely into Zhong Yuan's shoulder. The impact was so intense it completely shredded Zhong Yuan's shirt, even though Shang Guanyi had tried to pull back half of his power at the last second. Zhong Yuan's eyes narrowed, his pupils shifting in response. Instantly, Shang Guanyi let out a blood-curdling scream. Arg! His arm shattered completely, sending blood spraying into the air. He collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony, trembling as he thought, in the end, am I still no match for him? Zhong Yuan raised a hand to activate his shoulder healing skill, thinking, well, at least he had the decency to pull his punch. I guess he's not completely hopeless. Jia Ru rushed over and knelt beside him, crying out in a panic, Shang Guanyi. The surrounding crowd began to whisper and murmur in shock. One student snapped a photo on his phone, murmuring in disbelief. Feng Jing made sure to step up as a witness before the fight even started. Shang Guanyi was ranked number 209 on the youth board. Zhong Yuan is going to skyrocket in rank after this. Another chimed in. Sure, Zhong Yuan is strong, but snapping someone's arm over a minor disagreement? That's a bit too harsh. A girl nearby scoffed, feeling bad for him. It's so unfair. Shang Guanyi lost his disciplinary committee position to a total thug. I feel so sorry for him. On the side, Feng Jing sighed helplessly. I thought we agreed not to kill each other. But you went ahead and nearly put him in a grave. I don't even want to heal him looking at this. Zhong Yuan looked at him with sheer confusion. What do you mean, my move? I just stood here without moving a muscle. He's the one who ripped my shirt. Feng Jing fired back immediately. His arm is literally shattered. And you're telling me you didn't do anything? Zhong Yuan let out another silent, exhausted sigh. What a pain. Can I just bluff my way out of this? He then put on his best innocent puppy dog eyes, looking completely pure and righteous as he said, It has nothing to do with me. That was just equal and opposite reaction force. Feng Jing lost his mind at his acting and yelled, Do you think I've never taken a physics class? Action and reaction are equal. My foot. He's crippled, and you don't have a single scratch. Left with no defense, Zhong Yuan could only offer an awkward laugh. He wondered, is acting cute, not working anymore? Why is this ability so hit or miss? Feng Jing kindly spoke up. All right. Your shirt is torn, so let me patch it up for you. As he spoke, the shredded fabric began to gather back together in his hand. Zhong Yuan asked, Did you anticipate today's events? Feng Jing replied, Pretty much. Jian Ru was still sitting beside the injured Shang Guanyi. She spun around and snapped angrily. Yi is hurt this badly, and you guys are still in the mood to joke around? Feng Jing, heal him right now. Feng Jing kept his arms crossed, replying with annoyance. Stop rushing me. Am I your personal repair tool? Do you honestly think my temper got soft just because I've been keeping a low profile for 2 years? Do you think you can just order me around whenever you want? This idiot repeatedly picked fights and ignored warnings, insisting on attacking my guy. I can't heal him, so do whatever you want with him. As he spoke, he calmly sat down on a chair. Left speechless and in the wrong, Jian Ru could only glare and sputter. You! The onlookers who had been watching also began to whisper among themselves. To be fair, Zhong Yuan was only dodging the entire time. He even gave him chances and didn't counterattack, which showed real class. Shang Guanyi really didn't know what's good for him. How could anyone recommended by Feng Jing be a weakling? Feng Jing refusing to heal him is exactly what he deserves. As the crowd gossiped, Jian Ru bit her lip in worry, thinking, What's going on? They were just on Yi's side. Why are they suddenly defending Zhong Yuan? They aren't usually this quick to jump on the bandwagon. Whatever. The main priority right now is to get the guards to take Yi to the clinic. Pulling out her phone, she made a quick call. A moment later, a squad of guards appeared. Hurry up and contact the clinic to prepare for an emergency. A red-haired guard asked Jian Ru. What happened? Who beat Shangguan Yi up like this? Zhong Yuan stepped forward and admitted, I did it. Feng Jing stood behind him and added, It was a fair duel. I can vouch for that. The red-haired guard replied, Regardless of the truth, since he severely injured Shangguan Yi, he still needs to come with us. I hope young Master Feng won't make things difficult for us. Feng Jing instantly stepped in front of him, questioning, What's this? Are you threatening me? The red-haired guard quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. We are just following protocol. Zhong Yuan patted Feng Jing's shoulder to reassure him. It's fine. I'll just go with them. I'm sure the higher-ups are reasonable enough to know right from wrong. As he walked away, he didn't forget to turn back and add, Oh, and don't tell Lan Lan about this. Feng Jing became more serious than ever. Frowning, he thought, Trust those guys? Fine. Since you chose to trust them, I'll give them one chance. Once they entered a room, the red-haired guard said, Zhong Yuan, thank you for your cooperation. Until this matter is reviewed by the higher-ups, you'll have to wait in this holding cell. You cannot leave for the time being. Zhong Yuan asked, You're not confiscating my phone? The guard replied, No need. There is no signal in here anyway. Looking down at the bed, Zhong Yuan thought, I'm so sleepy. Since there is a bed, I'll take a nap. He reached out to turn off the light switch and shut the small window on the door. Once that was done, Zhong Yuan lay down on the bed, thinking contentedly, A dark space is incredibly relaxing. It would be even better if this room were a bit smaller, and if the bed were completely enclosed from all sides, top and bottom. Wait, why do I have such a weird thought? Oh well, never mind, it doesn't matter. Activating supersensory perception. I'll wake up automatically if anyone gets close. He then slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he drifted into a peaceful, quiet space. A quiet, dark world. This is my true eternal sanctuary. Outside, 2 guards were watching Zhong Yuan through the surveillance cameras. The red-haired guard said with amusement, This kid actually turned off the lights and went to sleep. Talk about carefree. The other guard chimed in, Maybe he's just faking it to cope with his anxiety. Amused, the red-haired guard proposed a game. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that in 5 minutes, he'll be up. The other joined in, I bet 10 minutes. The scene shifts to the principal's office. Chen Wenchang was reading through some documents and murmured, An academic cleanup targeting our school. Gu Yan stood beside him, offering encouragement. Look on the bright side. This academic cleanup covers the entire East China military district, so our school isn't the sole target. Chen Wenchang's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped as he pointed at a grade sheet. Look at this requirement. The minimum score for all subjects is 85 points. On that grade sheet, it showed language arts must be greater than 85, math greater than 85, foreign language greater than 85, physics greater than 85, and chemistry greater than 85. Then he continued, Any student who fails the midterms cannot participate in the high school tournament. And if their graduation scores aren't up to par, they'll be forced to repeat a grade. Xiao Yi failed all of his subjects, while Zhong Yuan got perfect scores in every single one. If that's not targeting him, I don't know what is, Gu Yan said, still trying to calm him down. Captain Anne already said it, that last battle made her realize how important knowledge really is. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, looking completely panicked, to report something. Principal Chen, we have an emergency. Shangguan Yi's arm was severed, and he's in the clinic right now. The medical staff with limb regeneration abilities won't make it in time, and we're about to lose his arm. Hearing this, both men inside leaped to their feet in shock. The principal demanded to know where Feng Jing was, to which the guard replied, He was right there at the scene, but he refused to treat him. Chen Wanshuang clutched his chest, trembling as he cried out, If Xiao Yi loses his arm, he's practically ruined. Gu Yan supported him, trying to comfort him. Old Chen, don't panic yet. The most important thing right now is to get a clear picture of what's going on. You already know how stubborn Feng Jing can be. If we can't get through to him, we can always ask Commander An to persuade him. Even so, his face remained incredibly grim. Right then, the name in Guanfeng flashed on the phone screen. Feng Jing looked at the screen and scoffed. Ha! Since they couldn't talk me into it, they got this old fox to pressure me? Classic. He leaned back against the wall, answering the call, and beat him to the punch. Commander An, please don't tell me you're calling to lecture me about the greater good. Or how Huadong can't afford to lose Shangguan Yi, right? But the voice on the other end replied, "No, I am not." Startled, he blurted out, "Huh?" And Guanfeng continued, "I watched the battle footage. Zhong Yuan did nothing wrong, and you are under no obligation to heal Shangguan Yi. Zhong Yuan is a rare talent. Since he has chosen to trust us, we cannot play favorites and let him down. Regardless of whether you choose to heal Shangguan Yi or not, the military district will not hold Zhong Yuan responsible." And Guanfeng tried to get through to the young man. "Fengjing, you've known Shangguan Yi for 2 years. You know what kind of person he is better than anyone. So, is he really worth saving? I trust you'll make the right decision." Fengjing fell silent for a moment, then replied, "I got it." Turning around, he saw Zhong Lan drooling over a bowl of food and called out in surprise, "Lan Lan!" The little girl's eyes lit up as she cried, "Brother Fengjing!" He asked, "Is that all you're having for dinner?" Zhong Lan looked up innocently and asked, "Is that not allowed?" Then she began to wonder, "Wait, didn't my brother go to the student council's regular meeting this afternoon? Why didn't he come to the cafeteria with you?" Fengjing casually replied, "Your brother got bitten by a dog, so he's currently getting a rabies shot at the hospital." Zhong Lan gasped, "Oh no." He quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, he's fine. It's just a scratch at most. But you know how it is, even a minor bite means you have to get vaccinated." The little girl lowered her head, looking worried. "Is that so?" Fengjing quickly changed the subject, pointing at the food in Zhong Lan's hand. "Lan Lan, are you taking advantage of your brother's absence to only eat spicy stir-fried chicken and nothing else? I'm telling him." The little girl's eyes widened, and she pouted adorably. "Don't you dare tell him. I just accidentally grabbed too much, and I was too embarrassed to put it back." Standing in front of the food counter, Fengjing suggested, "How about this? I'll order some extra veggies and sides to share with you, and you can share half of your extra spicy chicken with me." Zhong Lan looked at him in confusion. "But wait, don't you hate spicy food?" He smiled and replied, "Trying something new once in a while isn't a bad thing." Once they sat down at the table, the little girl drooled, pointing at Fengjing's tray. "Hey, the cafeteria's spicy chicken is to die for. I guarantee you'll be hooked after just one bite." Fengjing felt a spark of anticipation. "Is that so?" He picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, Fengjing's entire body felt like it was catching fire. His nose turned beet red, and his eyes nearly rolled back as he thought, "This is deadly spicy. Is this even fit for human consumption? I should have never trusted the taste buds of you two siblings." Meanwhile, Zhong Lan stared at him with sparkling eyes. "Well, I told you it was amazing, right?" Fengjing frantically shoveled white rice into his mouth, then turned to give her a thumbs up. "It's so good, I'm practically in heaven." This made Zhong Lan smile from ear to ear, while he quickly turned his head to cough his lungs out. As they continued eating, Fengjing said, "Lan Lan, that dog that bit your brother is actually the one the principal left with the student council. It's been guarding the campus for years. Your brother isn't familiar with it, so that's why he got bitten. Your brother originally said he'd bring it over for you to play with, but now he's beaten it so badly that the poor thing is limping on 3 legs." Zhong Lan casually shrugged. "What's the point of a lame dog anyway?" "Wait, my brother broke its leg?" Recalling the brutal scene, Fengjing tested the waters. "Yeah, he almost beat it to death, actually. So, do you think we should heal this dog?" The little girl, her cheeks stuffed with food, asked, "Will it bite my brother again?" Fengjing adjusted his glasses, replying with a highly reassuring look, "Definitely not. I guarantee it." Bao, who was currently chewing on a massive bite while lost in thought, suddenly smiled brightly and replied, "Then go ahead and heal him." Cut to Shangguan Yi's hospital room. He is sitting on the bed, one of his arms completely bandaged up. Chen Wenchang asks anxiously, "Old Gu, do you think we should call the military district again?" Gu Yan replies, "Suri can only be used once every 24 hours, and there are still 2 hours left. What is the rush? If Fengjing really does not want to come, nobody can force him." Shangguan Yi says irritably, "Enough, all of you, get out. You are just bothering me. I need to rest." Jia Ru chimed in, "Uncle Chen, let's go outside and give Yi some quiet time alone." Chen Wenchang gently advises, "Take a good rest, Yi." The 3 of them file out of the room, leaving Shangguan Yi in silence. Only after everyone has left does he bury his face in his hands, drowning in misery, cursing himself for making such a stupid mistake. He clearly knew Zhong Yuan was the one Fengjing chose, yet he stubbornly doubted his strength. "When I hit him, Zhong Yuan did not even fight back, and he kept holding back during our duel. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I just had to bully such a good person. Honestly, even if Feng Jing does not come to save me, I totally deserve it. As these thoughts swirl, Shang Guanyi's body begins to tremble violently. Out of nowhere, Feng Jing appears. Leaning against the doorframe, he asks, "Regretting it now?" Shang Guanyi looks up in utter shock. Instantly, he drops to his knees in front of him, begging, "I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Please, I beg you, save me." Feng Jing quickly activates Suri, placing his hand on his shoulder. As he heals him, he says comfortingly, "All right, stop crying." A moment later, Shang Guanyi's arm is completely healed, leaving him dumbfounded. The fresh bandages simply unravel and fall away on their own. Once finished, Feng Jing walks out of the room, saying, "Consider yourself lucky this time." He did not want to take a life in front of everyone. But if you actively seek death next time, no one will be able to save you. Before leaving, Feng Jing does not forget to remind him, "And do not forget our agreement. The only reason your arm was healed is because his sister did not want a three-legged dog." Cut to the guards, who are gossiping among themselves. "It's been a whole day and night. How is that kid Zhong Yuan still asleep? I've brought him food a few times, but he doesn't react at all. You think he's just faking it? No food, no water, and not even using the bathroom for this long. Is he going to be okay?" Suddenly, a man rushes in, pushing the door open. He demands, "The military district has already closed the investigation. Why haven't you released him yet?" One of the guards points inside and replies, "It's not that we won't let him go, sir. He just refuses to leave." Slightly surprised, the man says, "Take me to him." He pushes the door open, calling out, "Zhong Yuan, wake up." Then, he reaches over and flips on the light switch. Standing before the quietly resting Zhong Yuan, he continues, "The issue with Shang Guanyi has been fully resolved. You won't face any consequences. If you want to sleep, go back to your dorm." But the moment he touches him, he gasps in shock. "Wait, why is this kid so freezing cold?" He quickly places a finger under Zhong Yuan's nose to check for a breath. Panic setting in, the man spins around and yells at the guards, "Hurry! Call the medics!" One of the guards asks, "Should we call Feng Jing?" The red-haired guard immediately snaps, "Do you want Feng Jing to know that Zhong Yuan ended up like this in our holding cell? Hurry and call Sheng Ying's chief doctor." A moment later, the silver-haired doctor comes rushing in, panting, "I literally just pulled Shang Guanyi back from the brink of death. I finally get off shift, and you guys drag me right back. You really know how to work a man to the bone." One of the guards explains anxiously, "If it wasn't an absolute emergency, we wouldn't have bothered you, sir." The doctor sighs. "Fine, let me see what I can do." With that, he begins to activate his life resonance. Soothing green spiritual energy flows from his fingertips. However, Zhong Yuan's body rejects the healing energy, sending a powerful backlash straight back at him. The doctor suddenly coughs up blood and falls backward, narrowly caught by the red-haired guard. The guard asks in a panic, "Doctor, what is wrong?" Terrified, the doctor scrambles to his feet and bolts for the door, yelling, "He is frozen solid. He is a goner. I am out of here." The guards are left standing there in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, over with An Guofeng, he is currently on the phone. The medical records show that Zhong Yuan has exhibited signs of apparent death before, but it is actually just a state of hibernation. He does not need any special treatment. The voice on the other end asks, "Which hospital issued those records?" He replies, "Feng Jing submitted them himself. They are accurate." Back in the cell, the man hangs up the phone and breathes a sigh of relief. If Commander An says so, then I guess he should be fine, right? The red-haired guard replies, "Still, we cannot just let him sleep in a holding cell forever." Another guard chimes in, "I've heard that raising the room temperature can wake animals from hibernation. Why don't we give that a try?" And with that, they crank up all the heaters and radiators in the room to their maximum setting. The man was still sitting by the bed, anxiously watching Trung Nguyen sleep, while the guards took turns reciting essays to wake him up. "Winter is over. Trung Nguyen, wake up. The spring thunder has roared. It is time for the hibernating animals to wake up." Seeing this, the man also threw in some motivation. "Trung Nguyen, you were awarded a first-class contribution for your last mission. The higher-ups have awarded you the Venus Medal, a banner of honor, and a huge cash bonus. Wake up and claim your reward." Another guard got even bolder. He held up his phone with an excited look and said, "I have got dozens of uncensored, high-definition photo collections right here. Wake up, and they are all yours." But Trung Nguyen still lay completely motionless. The guard placed his hand on his chest and said helplessly, "What now? We have tried everything." Another added, "It is going to be tough to carry him back to the dorm like this." Finally, the man made a decision. "Since things have come to this, let us stop worrying about saving face. Call Feng Qin, fast." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen was still fast asleep, deep within his subconscious. In a vast, endless world of darkness, thoughts echoed inside his mind. No time, no space. This is the other side of life and death. Stay here and become one with this place. Suddenly, an incredibly provoking shout shattered his deep sleep and shook his subconscious. "Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beaten up by those Hoa Lang Academy bastards. Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beaten up by those Hoa Lang Academy bastards. Trung Nguyen, your sister is getting beaten up by those Hoa Lang Academy bastards." The voice grew louder and louder. Finally, Trung Nguyen snapped his eyes open. He bolted upright, grabbed Feng Qin by the collar, and demanded, "What did you say?" The older man quickly asked, "Trung Nguyen, are you okay? Do we need to go to the infirmary for a checkup?" The two guards hugged each other in relief, crying out, "He is awake! He is awake! He finally woke up!" But Feng Qin was happier than anyone. He quickly grabbed Trung Nguyen's hand, pulling him along while happily saying, "He is perfectly fine, no checkup needed. Come on, Nguyen, let us grab some late-night snacks." Looking at his phone, Trung Nguyen was shocked by the time. A whole day and night have passed? Why does it feel like I was only asleep for a second? He thought to himself, even my supersensory perception could not wake me up. Then, he turned to Feng Qin, sounding confused. "The principal let me off the hook that easily? That is weird." Feng Qin quickly explained. "With the commander backing you up, a petty principal would not dare make trouble for you." Confused, Trung Nguyen echoed, "The commander?" Feng Qin replied, "An Quan Fong, the commander of the East China military region, and An Tai Ka's father. Honestly, I have no idea why that old fox is taking your side. Maybe he was touched by your sincerity." Hearing this, Trung Nguyen stroked his chin, lost in thought, and here I was, thinking that if they kept covering for Thuong Quan Wai, I would just level the whole academy. Well, better keep that thought to myself. But then, remembering something, Trung Nguyen quickly turned and asked, "Wait, did you say earlier that my sister was beaten up by someone from Hoa Lang Academy?" Feng Qin scratched his head and replied, "Well, it all started with the traditional tournament between our two schools. The scene shifts to 12 hours ago. Trung Lam sat with her head down looking miserable. I lost. I actually lost. Ta Uk Fong sat beside her, trying to comfort her. The students at Hoa Lang come from wealthy families, so they started training much earlier than us. It is only natural that we lost. That Thoi Thang Su guy is incredibly strong. Being able to trade a few blows with him is already impressive. I could not even touch the hem of his shirt." Sobbing, she replied, "A loss is a loss. I am not going to make excuses like you. I am clearly not strong enough. I want to work twice as hard to become stronger." Ta Uk Fong felt totally wronged, getting scolded while only trying to comfort her. Watching from above, Lu Van crossed his arms and pondered. This match with Hoa Lang had ignited Trung Lam's fighting spirit, so it was not all in vain. Later, Trung Lam made a phone call, speaking with fierce determination. "Hello? Is this Brother Feng Qin? I have a request. You said I was a good fighter, so I want to ask you to help me with some special training." Back to the present, Feng Qin wrapped up. "So, yeah, that is what happened." Suddenly, Trung Nguyen loomed behind him like a demon, demanding answers. "She hid the fight from me. And she went to you for special training instead of me?" Cowering, Feng Qin quickly replied, "Don't look at me like that. I have been completely honest with you. Either way, this is actually good for you." Facing an absolute mountain of rage, Feng Qin desperately explained. "To be precise, although your sister did not suffer any physical injuries, her poor little heart took a massive hit from those Hoa Lang Academy jerks. I am sure she would love nothing more than to have a superhero brother avenge her. Unfortunately, only freshmen are allowed to participate in this tournament." But Trung Nguyen's fury only intensified. He cracked his knuckles and gritted his teeth, asking, "What is the name of the guy who beat up my sister?" The scene shifts to another room, where a crowd had gathered. A guy standing in the middle raised his wine glass, speaking arrogantly. "Everyone from the Lighthouse Nation is built like an ox. I could easily take on 5 at once. The people here are just way too weak. These guys are weak as hell. I can beat 15 of them with just one hand." The people around him laughed along, kissing up to him. Chi Ren watched from the side, gritting his teeth in anger. Every time Choi Sung-seo opened his mouth, he was bragging about the lighthouse nation. He looks down on China. Are we really just going to let this slide? Jiang Tianchuo warned him in a low voice. We can't touch him right now. Choi Sung-seo is half Korean, and his goal in coming to China is to compete in the university tournament. His family spent 200 million yuan on this, on top of other deals they made with the board of directors. The board wants to use both schools to build up his reputation. That's why they even had me bypass the Chengying Student Council and speak directly with their advisor, just to make sure we show him some respect, at least on the surface. It's just a shame that none of the freshmen at Chengying Academy can keep him in check. He sighed helplessly as he spoke. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, making both boys look over in shock. You, Huling Academy trash, get out here and face us. Huling Academy trash, get out here and face us. Jiang Tianchuo asked in shock. What's going on? Chi Ren replied, equally confused. It looks like someone from Chengying is here to cause trouble. It's 11 o'clock, and the competition isn't over yet. I'll go check it out. As he spoke, Jiang Tianchuo rushed out the door. Outside, Feng Jing was holding a megaphone, continuously shouting provocations. You, Huling Academy trash, get out here and face us. Standing next to him was the androgynous beauty of Zhong Yuan. The two of them looked incredibly cool standing there. Jiang Tianchuo recalled a previous encounter, blurting out in shock. It's her. Jiang Tianchuo grew even more panicked. It was her, the girl of destiny he had bumped into. But why does she look so much like a guy today? Across from him, Zhong Yuan stood there, practically glowing. He quickly turned to his friend for an opinion. Chi Ren, look at the person standing next to Feng Jing. Is that a guy or a girl? Chi Ren replied seriously. No matter how you look at it, that's a guy. It's totally normal for guys to have long hair these days, President. You shouldn't judge someone by their hairstyle. Hearing this, Jiang Tianchuo found it hard to believe. He clutched his chest and cried, how could that be a guy? No way, absolutely no way. Suddenly, Choi Sung-seo stepped out and sneered arrogantly. You Chengying trash still haven't given up after I beat 15 of you? You actually sent 2 more? Zhong Yuan frowned and asked, are you the one who beat up my sister? He replied casually, you beat one, another shows up. Does China have no shame? His hand was already surging with spiritual energy. Forget talking, today is the day of our scheduled match anyway. With that, he channeled all his abilities into a single fist and threw a punch straight at his face. Bravery, freeze, martial arts master, blood for blood. As he swung, he yelled, I'm here to challenge you, isn't that what you wanted? The punch instantly deformed Choi Sung-seo's face, sending his entire body flying through the air. He crashed into the fountain nearby, causing a stream of water to spray from his mouth just like a mini fountain. Gasps of shock echoed around. Holy crap, that's insane. What kind of power is that? Quick, get someone to heal him. Zhong Yuan remained in his punching stance, the spiritual energy around him still lingering. Looking at his fist, he said happily, looks like I got stronger after taking a nap. Beside him, Feng Jing's mouth formed a perfect O in shock as he let out an amazed gasp. An image of 3 heads of Feng Yumo appeared, serving as the official unit of combat power. Feng Jing turned and whispered, how strong are we talking? How many Feng Yumos could you kill? Zhong Yuan raised his fist and replied, it's not a question of how many, but how much less of a toll it takes on me. Feng Jing asked again, so your weakness period is shorter? How long is it now? Zhong Yuan asked in confusion, why do you care? So it's easier for me to cover for you, Feng Jing replied. Zhong Yuan then answered, half a day. He conjured a ball of spiritual energy in his hand, looking at it thoughtfully. My mental strength seems to have gotten stronger too. I used 4 abilities at the same time, and didn't feel tired at all. Who knew sleeping in a jail cell would have this kind of benefit? I guess I'll have to sleep there a few more times in the future. Choi Sung-seo stumbled to his feet with someone supporting him. A huge bump had swollen on his face, and he roared in pure rage. You underhanded coward, you cheap-shotted me before I was even ready. I'll kill you. Still staring at the spiritual energy in his hand, Zhong Yuan calmly asked, are we allowed to kill people during school matches? The person next to him quickly intervened. No way, this guy is an international student from Korea. Killing him would cause an international incident. Hearing this, he let out an understanding. Oh. Choi Sung-seo, completely oblivious to his own situation, barked out, you piece of trash, that last one didn't count. We're fighting again. Jiang Tianshuo raised his hand to stop him, calmly saying, "Wait a second." Then he turned to ask Feng Jing. "Feng Jing, who is this guy you brought?" He replied casually, "Zhong Yuan. He's a freshman, so it doesn't violate any agreements." Jiang Tianshuo broke into a cold sweat and gasped. "A guy?" Feng Jing snapped. "No duh." It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Jiang Tianshuo out of the blue. He dropped to his knees, completely petrified, his mouth hanging wide open in sheer shock. Shocking. He's a guy? Is he really a guy? Wait, he just said his sister was beaten by Kui Shengxi. Is his sister also a freshman at Chengying? They're siblings in the same grade, and their hairstyles are quite different. Could the girl with long, straight black hair from that day be his twin sister? Lost in thought, Jiang Tianshuo suddenly bowed and introduced himself, completely catching Zhong Yuan off guard. "Nice to meet you, classmate Zhong Yuan. My name is Jiang Tianshuo. I'm 18 years old, 189 centimeters tall, and weigh 78 kilograms. But he didn't stop there. He went on to say, "I fell in love with your sister at first sight, and I want to date her with marriage as our goal." Hearing this, Feng Jing couldn't help but panic. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan's face began to darken. "Great. It's one thing if others are just joking, but you actually mean it, and you're saying it so proudly? There's no way I'm letting you slide." Zhong Yuan's eyes flared red, looking like a terrifying demon. Watching from the sidelines, Kui Shengxi thought to himself in rage, "Jiang Tianshuo, you jerk. No wonder you stopped me from stepping up. You're his accomplice. Zhong Yuan, right? You hit me just now. Now, it's my turn to ambush you." With a sinister and malicious grin, he prepared to activate his mimicry skill. To put it simply, this ability allowed him to copy his target's abilities upon contact, as long as the number of copied skills didn't exceed his own limit. Grinning from ear to ear, with a punchable, smug look, he thought, "I'm a void user with 3 distinct abilities. No matter how powerful your punch was, it can't possibly beat 3 abilities at once." But suddenly, his entire body froze, and his eyes bulged as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Before anyone could react, Kui Shengxi suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. Why did Kui Shengxi suddenly collapse? It's a cheap shot. They must have ambushed him. One of Kui Shengxi's lackeys pointed a finger at them and shrieked, "Feng Jing, what did you do to Kui Shengxi? Why did he suddenly pass out?" Feng Jing was completely speechless. He casually replied, "What the hell does that have to do with me? Do I look like I need to play dirty?" Jiang Tianshuo urged them on, saying, "Why are you staring at us? Hurry up and get him to the infirmary." But Feng Jing patted Jiang on the shoulder and said, "Hey, if you admit defeat on behalf of Hualing, I might just step in and save his life." Jiang replied reluctantly, "Why on earth should I admit defeat? Out of 16 matches, Kui's school has already won 15. Feng Jing kept teasing, "Bullshit. Whoever comes in last is the real winner." Zhong Yuan finally snapped in anger. "Enough. Are you trying to change the subject? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? If you want to be with my sister, you'll have to go over my dead body." As he spoke, a massive wave of energy erupted from him, making both of them panic as they struggled to stay on their feet. Feng Jing panicked, thinking, "Oh crap, I got so distracted by that idiot from Smiguo that I forgot to calm Zhong Yuan down. The volcano is about to erupt, and the world is about to end. I need to get the hell out of here." Even though Jiang Tianshuo was terrified, standing before the furious, dark-faced boy, his eyes still shone brightly as he asked courageously, "Why? Do you think I'm not good enough for your sister?" Feng Jing saluted Jiang Tianshuo in his mind as he prepared to slip away. "Jiang Tianshuo, you're on your own. If you survive this, I'll officially call you the toughest bastard on earth." Meanwhile, Jiang Tianshuo was still trying to plead his case. With flushed cheeks, he declared, "My dad is the chairman of the Jiang Group, and I'm the richest youth in Huaxia, not to mention in the top 100 richest people in the world." Zhong Yuan hissed in rage, "That doesn't change the fact that you're a beast." The oppressive pressure emanating from him grew even more overwhelming than before. Jiang Tianshuo quickly activated all his defensive abilities to block Zhong Yuan's oncoming strike, unleashing Star Wall, Monolith, Clear Eye, and Iron Skin. Gathering his energy, a golden barrier formed around him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "What the hell did I even say wrong for him to unleash a lethal move right off the bat?" A dark, ominous aura began to swirl around Zhong Yuan. He called out coldly, "What are you staring at?" Without a second thought, Zhong Yuan threw a devastating punch at the barrier, sending Jiang Tianshuo flying into the air as he coughed up blood. Even Zhong Yuan was taken aback, thinking, "Damn, What kind of turtle shell is this? It literally clanged. The onlookers panicked at the sight. The president is about to break. Someone call the guards. Quick! Even though he had been beaten black and blue, Jiang Tianshuo still desperately demanded to know, just tell me, why are you so against me dating your sister? With his long hair flowing loose and his eyes blazing red, Zhong Yuan roared back, my sister is only 12 years old. You tell me why. It was only then that Jiang Tianshuo did the math. That girl with long, straight black hair definitely didn't look 12. Could it be? He hesitantly asked, wait, the person I bumped into in the hallway that day was you? Zhong Yuan, with his beautiful face, casually replied, who else did you think it was? I barely bumped into you, and you've been holding a grudge this entire time? For Jiang Tianshuo, the revelation felt like a total bolt from the blue. His eyes rolled back, looking utterly pathetic. It is really you, and I. Ah! He screamed in his head. Just end it all. Reality is too cruel. I should just die. Jiang Tianshuo groveled on the ground pathetically. Just then, Zhong Yuan pulled out a throwing knife. He said grimly, there is nothing left to say. Startled, Jiang Tianshuo stared wide-eyed at the knife in his hand. Suddenly, a group of uniformed officers appeared. The green-haired leader raised his hand and shouted, wait, spare him. Zhong Yuan only spared them a cold glare. One of them barked, subdue him, now. The others started casting Mind Cage and Muddy Swamp, unleashing a barrage of skills straight at Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, is that the Huling Guard? And is this Melting Ground an effect of a Void ability? Thinking quickly, he leaped out of the way, leaving poor Jiang Tianshuo face down in the mud. The guards discussed anxiously. The target is outside the swamp's range. Has the Mind Cage not been cast yet? We cast it, but it had no effect. The leader, quickly activating life resonance, yelled, Jiang Tianshuo is trapped. Get him out, fast. At that moment, Zhong Yuan quickly used his freezing ability, completely encasing Jiang Tianshuo in ice. He thought to himself, buried head first like that, he will suffocate in a few minutes. As long as these guards do not interfere. Thinking this, he threw 3 throwing knives toward the Hualing guards, forcing them back. Zhong Yuan calmly warned, I do not like killing innocent people. Do not move. They gritted their teeth, thinking, damn it, this guy is too strong. We are absolutely no match for him. If he is dead set on killing Jiang Tianshuo, we cannot stop him. We will only end up getting dragged into it. Then he turned to the green-haired guy and shouted, Chen Jun, break the life resonance connection. Chen Jun replied, pull me away. If I stop, he will die. I can still hold on. His teammate pleaded anxiously, no. If you keep going, you will die. You have such a bright future ahead of you. I told you I would help you get info on the Nighthawks. At this point, Chen Jun was still desperately pouring in his spiritual energy, replying loyally, if I cannot even save a student, what is the point of joining the Nighthawks? The Nighthawks. The image of Chen Jun and Zhong Lan fighting shoulder to shoulder flashed in his mind. Zhong Yuan realized with a start, it is him, Zhong Lan's healer teammate from my past life. Back then, he fought the alien race until his very last breath without ever retreating. It is not worth it for him to die over a piece of trash. I will spare this scumbag's life for now and take it later. With that, he began to retract his freezing ability. Jiang Tianshuo was still face down in the mud, with Chen Jun desperately trying to heal him. The other guards stared in disbelief as Zhong Yuan turned and walked away. Is he just leaving? Should we pursue him? Pursue him, my ass. Save the kid first. After walking for a bit, Zhong Yuan saw Feng Qing sitting on a rooftop, waiting for him. The moment he saw Zhong Yuan, Feng Qing called out, I thought Jiang Tianshuo was a goner for sure this time. I didn't expect you to show mercy at the last second. Zhong Yuan walked past him casually and replied, I got sleepy. Too lazy to keep fighting. Feng Qing, now down on the ground and leaning against a wall, said, is it because his healer used life resonance, and you didn't want to accidentally hurt an innocent person? Right. Nice guys always finish last. Zhong Yuan was a bit speechless. He pulled out his phone, looked at it for a moment, and spoke up. No signal on my phone, so I cannot call a cab. Care to join the Shandong City night running crew with me? Feng Qing jumped down next to him in disbelief and blurted out, a night run? Do you have any idea how far Hualing is from the city? Zhong Yuan casually held up 3 fingers and said, it is only 30 kilometers. Flabbergasted, Feng Qing fired back, what do you mean only 30 kilometers? At this point, he tapped on his 9th district contact list. Yan Ruonan, Deng Zhi, Ren Ping, Tongxiang Yuan, Chong Yang, Qi Shu, Ye Yining. Then he continued, well, I am definitely not running. I am just going to call for a ride using a satellite phone. The scene changes to a different area, showing towering skyscrapers. On a wide, clean road outside, a white car is cruising along. Zhong Yuan, sitting inside the car, looked at the female driver and thought, she came to pick us up, but she has not said a single word this entire trip. It seems Feng Qing does not want to talk to her either. The female driver kept a cold expression, focusing entirely on the road ahead. Glancing at Feng Qing, who was busy on his phone, Zhong Yuan thought, is it because I am playing the third wheel? Feeling someone staring at her, the driver turned around with an annoyed scowl. After stepping out of the car, Zhong Yuan teased him. I did not know you had a sugar mommy backing you. Feng Qing immediately fired back. What sugar mommy? She is a friend of my mom's. Don't tell me you have fallen for her? He flatly replied, no way. It is getting late. I am going back to sleep. Waving his hand, he turned to walk away, but Feng Qing shouted back, hey, directionally challenged. That is not the dorms, that is the holding cells. Zhong Yuan casually answered Feng Qing, who looked utterly confused. Yep, it's definitely a prison cell. Sure enough, moments later, the two of them were back in their familiar cell. Zhong Yuan lay down and sighed. I'm going to take a nap. What are you still doing here? Are you trying to use your eyes as a nightlight for me? Sitting on the chair next to the bed, Feng Qing shot back. Just making sure you don't sleep yourself to death and never wake up. Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue. Feng Qing continued. Anyway, you should probably talk to your sister first. Zhong Yuan replied helplessly. It's 1 a.m. She's already asleep. Besides, she probably won't want to see me for the next couple of days. Perplexed, Feng Qing asked, why? Recalling the tiny girl from his childhood, Zhong Yuan explained. Lan Lan has always been extremely stubborn and fiercely independent. Whenever she lost a match, she'd hide in a corner and cry, refusing to accept defeat no matter what. Then, he glared at Feng Qing and grumbled, she hid it from me and asked you to give her special training instead. I won't interfere in her business, but you'd better not teach her anything weird. Knowing he was in the wrong, Feng Qing replied, come on, I still have some morals. Just to be safe, let's test this sleeping thing. I'll sleep for 5 minutes, and you see if you can wake me up. As he spoke, he lay back down on the bed. At first, Feng Qing was a bit taken aback, but quickly caught on. He sat in silence, watching Zhong Yuan drift off as he waited. After a while, he leaned in close to Zhong Yuan's ear and whispered, your sister just got beaten up by those guys from Huling Academy. But Zhong Yuan remained fast asleep, completely unresponsive. So, Feng Qing decided to try some even more provocative lines, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Jiang Tianshuo kidnapped your sister. Lan Lan wants to run away with me. Yuan, I'm getting thrashed by the Hualing Academy crowd. Wake up. Oh, and Lin Dongliang is forcing your sister to absorb a ruin crystal. But Zhong Yuan still didn't budge. Feng Qing looked down in utter defeat, thinking, even that didn't wake him up? Is it possible that even while asleep, he can tell what's real and what's fake, which is why he's not reacting? He then quietly resolved to himself, I'm an outcast, and so are you. But you're the only one like me I've ever met. No matter what, I'll find a way to help you this time. The scene shifts to a different location, revealing a massive, grand building illuminated by glittering lights against the night sky. Inside a hospital room, a doctor was reporting to a woman, Madam, we've truly done everything we could. The woman peered through the glass partition. Inside lay Kui Shengshu, critically injured, unconscious, and hooked up to an oxygen mask. The doctor continued, young Master Shengshu appears to have been hit by a ruin user's mental attack, and we have no way to lift it. Staring inside, the woman frowned as she calculated her options. Her son was her ultimate trump card to control the Kui Corporation, so nothing could be allowed to happen to him. When it actually matters, these two useless healers from Simi can't do a damn thing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes flashed. She spun around and rushed off, plotting her next move. That's right. Huaguo has a ruin management bureau that handles rogue ruin users. I can use Simi's diplomatic standing to pressure them into sending an elite to save him. Her phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Jixiao Rui. Jiang Xiyuan, who was busy working, picked it up. Little brother, calling me at 1 a.m? Don't tell me you're drunk and need someone to drag your corpse home? She walked out onto the balcony as she spoke to the person on the other end. Remember that girl with the long, straight black hair you asked me to find? Don't even get me started. I matched her hairstyle against the entire student roster, and I still couldn't find a match. On the other side of the line, Jiang Tianshuo, his head wrapped in bandages, replied with a sigh, "No need to look anymore. I already know who it is." His sister practically yelled through the receiver, "Who?" He quickly answered, "Zhong Yuan, from the first-year special class." Jiang Siyuan gasped in shock. "Zhong Yuan? The disciplinary guy Ying Ying was looking for the other day?" She glanced back at Su Wanying, who was fast asleep in the room. After hanging up, Jiang Siwan sat back down at her desk thinking, setting gender aside, even the hairstyle didn't match. But as she reviewed the files on her computer, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Holy crap, it really is him. Let's see what happens if I Photoshop his hairstyle. The student council's male and female uniforms look so similar, it's easy to get them mixed up. She then started editing Zhong Yuan's photo to change his hair. Jiang Siwan sent the photoshopped picture to Jiang Tianshuo and asked, "Hey little bro, is this the one?" Staring at the picture, Jiang Tianshuo's face flushed crimson. "It's him. Wait, get a grip. What am I even thinking? He's a guy. A guy?" But another voice in his head argued back, "Yeah, but he looks amazing in this photo. Saving it as eye candy wouldn't hurt. Think of it as standing an idol." After battling with himself for a while, he finally decided to save the photo, then texted his sister, "Got any more?" She replied, "Any more what?" He texted back a single word, "Photos." His sister set the price, 5 million apiece, no tabs. He instantly replied, "Give me 100, alongside a bank transfer of 500 million. Early the next morning, Zhong Lan was still fast asleep. Sunlight streamed in, casting a peaceful glow over the bed. Her phone screen lit up with a notification showing the date, Sunday, October 22nd. The weather was nice, and the temperature was just right. She finally woke up after a long sleep, only to sneeze right away. Looks like she might have caught a cold. Zhong Lan thought to herself, in a daze, "Wait, is it morning already?" But then, she panicked the moment she saw her reflection in the mirror. With puffy eyes and dark circles, she groaned, "Oh no, I cried way too much last night. My eyes are totally swollen. How am I supposed to go out like this?" Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Zhong Lan was surprised. "Huh? Why is Feng Qing calling me this early in the morning? Did something happen to her brother?" She quickly picked up the call, but before she could even say hello, Feng Qing cut her off. "Your brother is fine. He just had a mild allergic reaction to an injection, so they're keeping him at the hospital for observation." Confused, Zhong Lan asked, "An allergic reaction? To what?" Feng Qing replied, "You'll learn about that in 2 years. Anyway, your brother is perfectly fine. It's just that he's sleeping like a log right now, and I can't get him to wake up for the life of me." Zhong Lan casually replied, "Oh, he's always like that. You have to literally yell in his face." Hearing this, Feng Qing opened the recording app on his phone and said, "In that case, why don't you help me wake him up?" Zhong Lan gathered all her strength and screamed, "Wake up! The sun is already hitting your butt. Get up and make me breakfast, now." Zhong Yuan had been fast asleep, ignoring all of Feng Qing's attempts to wake him, but upon hearing her voice, his eyes fluttered open. He sleepily mumbled, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it right away." On the other end of the line, Zhong Lan giggled and teased, "You silly brother, you've slept yourself into a daze. How are you going to cook when you're in a hospital? Just get some rest, okay?" By now, Zhong Yuan was fully awake. He softly replied, "Oh, right." Zhong Lan continued, "For the next couple of days, you have to eat with your roommate. Don't worry about me, I'm hanging up now." Zhong Yuan gently replied, "All right." After hanging up, he turned to Feng Qing and grumbled, "Why did you call Lan Lan in the middle of the night anyway?" Feng Qing held out his phone to him and asked, "Why don't you check what time it actually is?" The screen displayed exactly 7:21 in the morning. Zhong Yuan stared at it, completely bewildered. "But I only slept for 1 minute." He snatched Feng Qing's phone to get a closer look and gasped in disbelief. "What? It's morning already?" Feng Qing smirked and said, "Well, I guess your concept of time is just built different. I'm going to edit that recording of your sister and set it as your new alarm tone." Thinking it was actually a great idea, Zhong Yuan said, "Thanks, I'm glad you thought of that." Feng Qing pushed up his glasses proudly, soaking in the praise. "Oh, please, you flatter me." But the very next second, Zhong Yuan collapsed back onto the bed to go right back to sleep. He muttered sleepily, "Now that the alarm is set, I'm going back to sleep. If it doesn't work next time, just come up with a new method." Feng Qing yelled in frustration, Hey, wake up." Refusing to let him sleep any longer, Feng Qing dragged him out of bed, and the two of them headed toward the school cafeteria. On their way there, Zhong Yuan suddenly suggested, "Oh, By the way, can we add a kitchen to my private dorm room? Feng Qing was completely speechless at how demanding he was. Seriously? Fine, whatever. Meanwhile, in the high-ranking commander's office, Commander An was talking with the director of the Abyss Management Bureau. The director suddenly asked, Commander An, did Zhong Yuan try to act cute with you? Hearing this, Commander An spat out his tea. His face turned dark as he snapped, Wang Podi. But Director Wang kept a straight face. Don't laugh. I'm dead serious. Zhong Yuan's file is highly unusual, and it kept me up all night. He beat up the beloved child of the Summit State, and his mother has been causing a massive scene at our bureau, demanding we punish him. My subordinates tried to pull up Zhong Yuan's profile, but it has the highest level of security. Even as the director, I don't have authorization to view it. I had to pull some major strings just to look up his acting cute ability. Director Wang then asked coldly, Commander An, don't tell me you don't know that Meng bears are strictly forbidden from being hunted. Not to mention, the success rate of absorbing the acting cute ability is practically zero. For this kid to actually possess the acting cute ability is highly suspicious in itself. Commander An tried to reassure him. I know the inside story on this. Rest assured, there is no issue with him. Although that was what he said out loud, Commander An couldn't help but think to himself, compared to that tiny detail, the tenfold counter ability of the Joyous Demon King he used during his match against Shangguan Yi is what we actually need to worry about. Commander An spoke up. Zhong Yuan's capabilities far exceed what you see in his dossier. I'm planning to recommend him for the 9 abysses. I hope you'll do me a favor, Director Wang, and keep his record clean without any unnecessary blemishes. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, a subordinate from the Summit State was reporting the situation to Madam Choi. Madam, we have already filed a formal complaint with China. Once they open for business tomorrow, we'll definitely get an update. Madam Choi, her face twisted with anxiety and rage, shrieked, You don't know jack shit. It has to be today. China's revivability is only effective within 24 hours. Any later, and he's a goner. Right then, the door swung open, and Commander An stepped in with his assistant, Xiao Qin. Madam Choi's bodyguard stood guard alertly and asked, Who goes there? Meanwhile, Madam Choi quickly wiped the tears from her face. As they entered, Xiao Qin gestured toward Commander An and introduced him. This is the commander of the East China Military Region. He is here to check on our injured foreign guests. Seeing that the commander himself had arrived, Madam Choi thought to herself, The commander came in person? It looks like our protest actually worked. Is the Hua nation finally stepping in to save him? She looked anxiously at Choi Sung-seo, who was lying comatose on the hospital bed. The moment Commander An stepped inside, he used his spiritual sense to examine Choi Sung-seo's injuries. After a quick scan, he asked, How many abilities does he have? Standing nearby, Lady Choi answered anxiously, 3. He asked further, Is one of them the mimicry ability commonly found in the Sumi nation? The lady replied directly, Yes. After examining Choi Sung-seo's condition for a bit, Commander An came to a conclusion. This kid suffered a backlash from his mimicry ability. He only has 3 types of abilities, yet he mimicked skills far exceeding that limit. His brain was repeatedly damaged by the awakening power, which is why he ended up like this. Hearing this conclusion, Lady Choi was completely stunned. Unable to argue, she slumped down and wept. Just bring that healer here. I'll pay whatever it takes. Commander An replied coldly, It's not about the money. With a dark, expressionless face, he said, You've probably watched the surveillance footage yourself. Choi Sung-seo lost the duel and still tried to launch a sneak attack using mimicry. Suffering a backlash is entirely his own fault. The Hua nation will not take any responsibility. Hearing Commander An disclaim responsibility, she flared up in rage and threatened, Not taking responsibility? Do you have any idea who is backing this boy? It is the Choi conglomerate, which holds absolute power in the Sumi nation. Commander An didn't back down either. He warned her in a chilling voice. Then, do you know who is backing Zhong Yuan? She froze in confusion. Commander An didn't bother with her petty drama any longer. He turned around and walked away, saying, His backing is the entire Hua nation. Hearing this, Lady Choi's face turned pale as she collapsed to the floor. She knew right then that her son was beyond saving. A desperate, agonizing shriek echoed from the hospital room. As Commander An and Xiao Qin stepped into the elevator, he thought for a moment and said, Dealing with Choi Sung-seo is the easy part. The real trouble lies with Jiang Tianshuo. Xiao Qin asked in confusion, Didn't Jiang Tianshuo say he wouldn't press charges? Commander An replied gloomily. That's exactly where the trouble is. That Jiang kid said he likes Zhong Yuan's younger sister, and his current attitude shows he has no intention of giving up the chase. Hearing this, Shao Qin was utterly speechless, at a complete loss for what to do. Well, about that, Commander An ordered. Go buy a copy of the criminal law book later, and drop some subtle hints to him. Shao Qin asked with a sly grin, are we talking physical damage or mental damage? Commander An thought it over and said, let's go with a mix of both. Early in the morning, the Zhong siblings and Feng Jing strolled toward the cafeteria. Zhong Lan kept sneezing as they walked. Achoo, achoo. Feeling sorry for his sister, Zhong Yuan said gently, Lan, you're still growing. You should sleep in a bit more in the mornings. Once the kitchen in my dorm is finished tomorrow, I'll start making breakfast and bring it over to you. Lan looked up at him with her big, sparkling eyes and whined. No way. Her words struck Zhong Yuan like a bolt from the blue. He thought in a panic, is it because my cooking tastes bad? Zhong Lan hurriedly waved her hands to explain, no, of course your breakfast is delicious. But waking up early to cook for me would be way too exhausting for you. Besides, the cafeteria breakfast has huge portions and tastes great. Let me share some with you. Seeing his sister care for him so much, Zhong Yuan said happily. All right. He thought to himself, even though I have no sense of taste, right now, I can taste the sweetness. As they all walked into the cafeteria, Shang Guanyi suddenly ran over, holding a steamer basket of buns. Zhong Yuan immediately went on guard. Shang Guanyi? What is he doing rushing over like that? And why is he holding a steamer? Is he planning a long-range attack with piping hot buns? Zhong Yuan quickly shielded Zhong Lan, glaring warily at Shang Guanyi, but completely contrary to his expectations, Shang Guanyi dropped to his knees, opened the steamer, and said, your soup dumplings, master. Woof. He acted just like a loyal dog trying to please Zhong Yuan. If he had a tail right now, he'd definitely be wagging it in front of him. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Lan cried out in shock. Oh my gosh, there's a creep at the cafeteria entrance trying to propose to my brother with giant soup dumplings. Feng Jing said softly, little Lan, that's actually your dog. After that embarrassing episode, they all walked into the dining hall together. Zhong Lan picked up a giant dumpling, took a bite, and said happily, yum, these giant dumplings are so good. Feeling bad for Shang Guanyi, Zhong Lan turned to Zhong Yuan and pleaded cutely, brother, making him act like a dog is a bit too much. Let him be a human again. Shang Guanyi smiled and refused. Actually, I think being a dog is pretty great. Woof. Zhong Lan ran over, untying Zhong Yuan's hair while comforting him. Brother Shang Guanyi, you don't have to be so scared. Even though my brother rarely smiles, he's actually super nice. As she spoke, she let down Zhong Yuan's hair, giving him a much softer look, completely different from before. Seeing how much Zhong Yuan spoiled his sister, letting Zhong Lan do whatever she wanted with his hair while he sat perfectly still, Shang Guanyi's jaw dropped in shock. He knew Zhong Yuan was actually the warmest and kindest person in the world, but people still needed to show some respect. Zhong Yuan said coldly, I told you not to be scared, so don't be. After successfully giving Zhong Yuan a softer look, Zhong Lan beamed with pride at her masterpiece. I told you not to be scared, so don't be. After successfully giving Zhong Yuan a softer look, Zhong Lan beamed with pride at her masterpiece. Newly created, state shift activated. Big brother, you have to be gentle today. You are not allowed to bully your classmates, okay? Zhong Yuan, his face darkened with anger, chased after Zhong Lan, wanting to change her hairstyle too. Since the state shift affects both sides, you have to change your hairstyle too. The two of them played around happily. Zhong Lan held her hair tightly, not letting Zhong Yuan touch it. Ah, don't. Zhong Yuan finally caught her and quickly tied Zhong Lan's hair back. All she could do was cry inside and accept her fate. Sigh. Shang Guanyi had never seen this side of Zhong Yuan before, so he stood there frozen, completely speechless. Feng Jing, sitting next to him, patted his shoulder. Stop zoning out and enjoy the PDA. Xiang Xiyuan spotted Zhong Yuan with his long hair down when she entered the cafeteria. She quickly whipped out her phone and snapped a picture. Then she thought to herself, pulled an SSR Zhong Yuan card. I have to mark up the price for my younger brother by over 448%. After taking the photo of Zhong Yuan, she quickly photoshopped it, making him look exactly like a girl, without a single flaw. Heh, I have to use AI to change his outfit and give him the makeup of a pure, innocent girl. If we are doing a state shift, we have to go all the way. That afternoon, in the special class, the homeroom teacher made an announcement. According to the latest announcement, any student scoring below 85 in their academic subjects will not be eligible for graduation, nor will they be allowed to participate in the university league. Those who are not good at academic subjects need to work harder, or else you will be held back like this student here. As he spoke, he pointed at a troublemaker standing next to him to warn everyone and remind them to pay more attention to their studies. After saying that, the teacher turned to Zhong Lan and said, "Zhong Lan, your situation is unique, so you don't need to attend academic classes with the others. Just go straight to your previous tutor." Zhong Lan stood up, packed her books, and asked the homeroom teacher, "Yes, sir. Should I go now?" The teacher replied, "Correct." After Zhong Lan left, an empty seat remained in the middle of the classroom. The teacher pointed at Shang Guanyi and assigned him, "Shang Guanyi, you temporarily sit in Zhong Lan's seat." After rearranging the seats, the teacher began his lecture. "Today, we will talk about operations on sets." Shang Guanyi stared at his book, sweating and wearing a tense look on his face, but he didn't understand a single word. Complement of an empty set? What on earth is this? Even if I study it again, I still won't get it. The teacher said Zhong Yuan is a top student. If I ask him, he won't beat me to death, right? Well, Lady Lan activated his gentle state this morning, so maybe I should give it a shot. Shang Guanyi gathered all his courage. He held out his textbook and asked, "Zhong Yuan, could you show me how to solve this problem?" Seeing this, Zhong Yuan was actually willing to tutor him. Set M has 3 elements, while set N. Seeing that Zhong Yuan was willing to explain the lesson, Shang Guanyi was so overjoyed he could cry like a dog. "He actually agreed to teach me. Woof woof, sob. He is so gentle." Noticing that Shang Guanyi was not paying attention, Zhong Yuan turned to him and asked, "Are you even listening?" Like a puppy with sparkling eyes, Shang Guanyi wagged his tail playfully and said, "I am listening, right?" From the podium, the homeroom teacher was pleased to see Zhong Yuan tutoring Shang Guanyi. Asking a top student directly is also a good way for Shang Guanyi to learn. Well, let them be. 10 minutes later, Shang Guanyi managed to drive Zhong Yuan absolutely insane. Zhong Yuan angrily pointed at the worksheet and shouted. Shang Guanyi had asked the exact same type of question 5 times. Seeing him so angry, Shang Guanyi cried out in terror. Ultimately, unable to tolerate Shang Guanyi's pigheadedness, Zhong Yuan decided to tie his hair back up and glared at Shang Guanyi with daggers in his eyes. He threatened, "If you still don't know how to do this, I will kill you." And just like that, seeing his hair tied up, Shang Guanyi was so terrified he almost fainted. His eyes rolled back and his mouth hung open, terrified that he would be killed at any second. "I am doomed. The gentle state is gone." While he was shaking in fear, the teacher suddenly called on him. "Shang Guanyi, come up and solve this problem on the board." He slowly walked up to the board, his legs trembling. He felt a dark force behind him, staring intently at his back. If he got this wrong, he'd be a dead man. Fortunately, he managed to solve it correctly, and the teacher praised him. "Well done." Shang Guanyi wiped away his sweat, letting out a sigh of relief. Zhong Yuan simply turned his head away, refusing to even look at him. The moment he sat back down, Shang Guanyi thought in terror, "Did I just take a walk to the gates of hell?" After school that afternoon, the two of them were walking home at a leisurely pace. Feng Jing asked, "Hey, where's Zhong Lan?" Zhong Yuan replied, "She started her independent academic classes today. From now on, we'll mostly just see each other in the cafeteria." Hearing this, Feng Jing found it strange, since Zhong Yuan always stayed glued to his sister. Yet today he left her on her own. How odd. "You didn't follow her?" Zhong Yuan sighed, remembering her determination to be independent and stop relying on her big brother, and said, "I wanted to, but she is not a kid anymore. She can't rely on her big brother for everything." Zhong Yuan then remembered their rivalry with Hualing. He asked, "Speaking of which, didn't anyone from Hualing Academy come to stir up trouble?" Feng Jing said casually, "They did, but that old fox already took care of it." Zhong Yuan was surprised. "Commander An actually stepped in?" Feng Jing said seriously. "He probably values your abilities, just like that Lin guy who wanted you to risk your life for the military." Zhong Yuan cut him off, saying, "They're not the same." Zhong Yuan thought to himself, "Lin Dongliang used my accident to force the underage Zhong Lan onto the battlefield, whereas Commander An hasn't asked me to do a single mission." Seeing this, Feng Jing unlocked his phone to show Zhong Yuan something. "Fine, stop talking. Let me show you this." On the screen was China's ranking for young ability users. In 137th place was Zhong Er, and at 138th was Jiang Tianshuo. Seeing the name Zhong Er on the leaderboard, Zhong Yuan's face darkened with anger, and he prepared to teach Feng Jing a lesson. Still completely clueless, Feng Jing proudly bragged, "How about it? Does this name suit your taste this time? Both names are on the leaderboard. From now on, you can be Xuan Ming when you want to be Xuan Ming, and Zhong Er when you want to be Zhong Er." Right in the middle of his bragging, Feng Jing suddenly took a few hard punches. Bam! Bam! Zhong Yuan angrily dusted off his hands. After taking the beating, it finally clicked for Feng Jing. "Wait, it's not it's Yuan. There are 2 hooks at the bottom." Right, Zhong Yuan. Don't write the name wrong next time." Clutching his head in pain, Feng Jing groaned. "Sigh. Having your real name on the leaderboard means exposing yourself to the public. Trouble is bound to keep finding you." Inside Feng Jing's gym, which was fully equipped with all kinds of professional training gear, Feng Jing was training Zhong Lan to boost her combat skills, while Shangguan Yi sat curled up in a corner, watching them practice. Zhong Lan delivered a kick that was both fast and precise, showing real talent. She turned to Feng Jing and asked, "Was my form correct just now?" Feng Jing showered her with praise. "Great job. Perfect form. You learn even faster than your brother." Hearing this, Zhong Lan asked in surprise, "Really?" Feng Jing immediately recalled the terrifying memory of Zhong Yuan's training. The memory of how the 2 siblings drove their instructors absolutely crazy back then flashed before his eyes, from a certain instructor who wished to remain anonymous. The more Feng Jing thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. Emboldened by Feng Jing's praise, Zhong Lan trained like a beast. I want to quietly surpass my brother before he even realizes it. Feng Jing thought to himself. Actually, your brother already knows. Feng Jing slipped a bunny ear headband onto Shangguan Yi's head. The latter muttered, "This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Shangguan Yi, go spar a few rounds with her." Looking at him wearing the bunny ears, drenched in sweat, Feng Jing comforted him. "Don't worry about getting hurt. I'm right here." Shangguan Yi stepped forward timidly. All right, here I go," Zhong Lan said confidently. "Come and face me." That evening, Zhong Yuan was studying in his private dorm room when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Zhong Yuan asked, "Who is it at this hour?" But when he opened the door, all he heard was a frantic burst of barking. "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Shangguan Yi clung tightly to Zhong Yuan's leg, refusing to let go. Losing his patience, Zhong Yuan snapped at him to speak like a human. Shangguan Yi sobbed and pleaded, "Save me, teach me, I want to get stronger." Zhong Yuan asked, "What makes you think I would ever teach you?" Tears and snot streaming down his face, Shangguan Yi wailed, "I know you will. Miss Lan said you're super nice, that you only get mad after explaining algebra 5 times." Reminded of the algebra tutoring session from that morning, Zhong Yuan immediately snapped, kicked him away, and said coldly, "No, I am not nice. Let go of me." Seeing Zhong Yuan flatly refuse, Shangguan Yi begged pitifully, "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I apologize for my arrogance. I was blind to challenge you. Honestly, I'm so weak, I can't even beat Miss Lan." Hearing Shangguan Yi mention fighting Zhong Lan, Zhong Yuan grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up like a chicken, and asked angrily, "You fought with Lanlan?" Shangguan Yi immediately came clean and confessed everything to Zhong Yuan. "Yeah, Feng Jing told me to train with Miss Lan, and she beat me up over a dozen times. I couldn't even fight back." He then added in a pitiful tone, "If this keeps up, I won't even be worthy of being your dog. I don't want to stay like this. I want to get stronger. Please, I can take any hardship, and I'll do whatever you say." Seeing how sincere Shangguan Yi was, Zhong Yuan softened up. He said gently, "Fine. Just so you can keep training with Lanlan, I'll make you stronger. From now on, every time Lanlan has special training, you must video record the entire process and send it to me. Just don't let her find out." Seeing that Zhong Yuan agreed to teach him, Shangguan Yi showed absolute determination. No problem. He then thought to himself, he's probably worried Feng Jing will spoil his sister, so he's having me monitor her. Makes total sense. Zhong Yuan, however, was thinking that this time, he didn't want to miss out on Lanlan's journey of growing up. With his eyes shining brightly and full of excitement, Shangguan Yi asked, "Can we start training right now?" Zhong Yuan was absolutely speechless at this guy's request. "It's the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of dropping dead from exhaustion?" Putting on a fearless, death-defying face, Shang Guanyi said bravely. If it doesn't kill me, I'll train till I die. Not wanting to disappoint him, Zhong Yuan immediately made his move, using his ability to attack Shang Guanyi. He thought to himself, the improvement of an ability user mainly lies in physical strength, combat skills, mental strength, and the efficiency of utilizing their abilities. Shang Guanyi's foundation isn't bad at all. I really can't fight him without using my powers, but I'm worried I'll beat him to death if I use my master-level combat style. To start, he blocks a few hits, as Shang Guanyi launches a non-stop barrage of attacks at him, but Zhong Yuan only blocks, making absolutely no move to strike back. 2 hours later, Shang Guanyi is completely exhausted, practically on the verge of passing out. Whew! Unlike Shang Guanyi, Zhong Yuan remains completely unfazed. He thinks to himself, we've been fighting for so long, but I don't see any noticeable improvement in him. On the bright side, I've mastered the master combat style, and now I can control my power precisely so I don't accidentally kill him. Zhong Yuan is so frustrated he could scream who exactly is training whom here. Shang Guanyi sits down to rest, completely out of steam, and says, but I feel like I'm getting stronger. Zhong Yuan asks in surprise. Oh? Shang Guanyi evaluates the fight seriously. Before, I couldn't even make you budge from your spot, but just now, you took a step. He then points at the tiny footstep where Zhong Yuan is standing, making him look down with a start. Feeling a sense of achievement, Shang Guanyi says happily, your small step is a giant leap for me. This month, I want to make you move 1 meter from your starting spot. That evening, in Shangjing City, inside the Jushu courtyard, a calm, middle-aged voice speaks. Old 8 has retired. Sitting across from Uncle Chi is a beautiful young woman. Uncle Chi pours some tea and slides it toward her. The young woman asks, what happened? Wasn't Old 8 helping the Shoe Control Bureau investigate a case? Uncle Chi confirms, yes, the recent rise in transnational cases has also brought to light some clues regarding cold cases. Just as Old 8 was about to conduct a deep investigation, he was severely injured and missed the Suri deadline, during which he could have been saved. At this point, Uncle Chi's face darkens, suspecting that the enemy has a very high-level Shu servant. Moreover, there is a mole inside the military district, but for now, it's just speculation without solid proof. The girl then asks another question. The 8th position is vacant. Who are you planning to put there? Uncle Chi, having already considered this, replies, An Quanfeng recommended someone to me. He's only 16 this year, still studying at Chengying Academy, but his strength is extraordinary. The girl asks in surprise, Feng Jing's classmate? Seeing that she seems to know him, Uncle Chi asks, have you met him before? The girl pours some tea and ponders, maybe you should consider it, Uncle Chi. Either way, it's worth checking out. Just in these 2 days, he registered on the youth leaderboard under his real name. I'll have my good-for-nothing student go meet him. Early the next morning at Chengying Academy, Yan Tuo, looking neat and sharp, enters the office and greets, hello, classmate Zhong Yuan. I am Yan Tuo, captain of the Changfeng squad from the South China Military District, ranked 150th on the youth leaderboard. I came here out of the blue today because I want to challenge you. Teacher Lu Wen, who is in charge, speaks up, Zhong Yuan, you are currently ranked 137th. If you don't accept the challenge, your rankings will be swapped. Zhong Yuan thinks to himself, it makes absolutely no sense to travel all the way from South China to East China just to challenge me over a gap of 13 ranks. Zhong Yuan accepts, I accept your challenge, and then thinks, to find out his true motive, I have no choice but to fight. Outside the Chengying campus, Jiang Tianshuo arrives, leading a crowd of people. Qi Ren, walking behind him, urges, hurry up, President, just say the word, and we'll kidnap Zhong Yuan and bring him back to Hualing right away. Hearing his lackeys talk about kidnapping Zhong Yuan, Jiang Tianshuo blushes and says shyly, our Huling is a proper academy. What's with this? Talk about a bandit bride. Stop talking nonsense. Qi Ren whispers to him, no need to explain, President. We'll help you clear all the obstacles on your path of love. Jiang Tianshuo, acting tough despite being secretly thrilled, says defensively, don't get the wrong idea. I simply admire his talent. Jiang Tianshuo is shy, but his heart is already fluttering. Besides, our main purpose for coming to Chengying Academy today is to apologize to him. Stealing someone away depends on fate. You can't force it. Meanwhile, in the hall, Zhong Yuan prepares to fight Yan Tuo. The referee for the match is Gu Yan, the Dean of Academic Affairs. Along with Lu Wen, the instructor observing from the side, and those two bystanders, Feng Jing and Sheng Guanyi, watching the drama unfold. Gu Yan speaks up to explain the rules. The training field's barrier has been activated, so no other students will disturb you. I will witness this ranking battle. Once you are both ready, you may begin. Following teacher Gu Yan's words, Yan Tuo draws his sword and asks, Zhong Yuan, aren't you going to use a weapon? Zhong Yuan replies bluntly, your rank is lower than mine, so I'll let you have the first strike. Seeing him say that, Yan Tuo doesn't hold back and immediately makes his move. If you don't mind, then I'll begin. Yan Tuo charges straight at Zhong Yuan with his sword, but Zhong Yuan nimbly dodges it. Yan Tuo praises, nice footwork. He then unleashes a series of fatal strikes, but Zhong Yuan effortlessly evades every single one of them. He thinks to himself, only using a real sword and no shoe power. What exactly is his fighting style? Meanwhile, Sheng Guanyi cheers from the sidelines. The crowd cheers wildly. Go Zhong Yuan, you rock. Take him down, don't hold back. Even if someone gets hurt, Feng Jing's got our backs. Watching Yan Tuo closely, Feng Jing mutters, wait, isn't that guy Uncle Chi's student? Did those snobs from that crappy courtyard send him to test Yuan's strength? After trading a few blows to size him up, Yan Tuo sneers, only ranked 137? Kid, your ranking is way too low. Zhong Yuan humbly replies, we're about the same, Yan Tuo. Besides, I'm starting to get serious now too. Next up, I'm playing for keeps. With a swing of his sword, Yan Tuo unleashes his wind scythe, whipping up a rapid whirlwind that shoots straight at Zhong Yuan, but it completely misses him. Zhong Yuan watches closely and thinks to himself, why didn't he aim straight at me? Is he just trying to show off his master-level skills? But Yan Tuo suddenly leaps high into the air and shouts, watch out. He quickly fires off two powerful gusts of wind, shooting them in rapid succession at Zhong Yuan. Double wind scythes. Zhong Yuan just stands there, completely calm, as both attacks miss him entirely. He calls out, playing it that safe? Are you looking down on me? Hearing this, Yan Tuo boasts about his own record. My fastest speed is 18 strikes in 5 seconds. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to block it. Zhong Yuan calmly waves his hand, signaling him not to hold back. Don't play nice. Show me your ultimate move. Yan Tuo's demeanor shifts instantly, dropping all hesitation. Then I shall gladly oblige. Now, Yan Tuo finally unleashes his true power. The massive gales merge into a giant vortex, sending one tornado after another tearing forward. At this point, his 5 wind scythes are no longer mere small whirlwinds. Instead, a devastating tempest rages onward with incredible destructive force. Facing the oncoming vortex, Zhong Yuan quickly calculates, at such a tight angle, unless I take to the sky, there's absolutely nowhere to dodge. With that thought, he thrusts himself upward, leaping high into the air. Yan Tuo is momentarily stunned to see Zhong Yuan jump so high. Impressive, choosing to go up. But my wind scythe lasts for 3 whole seconds. Even if you jump, you'll still get hit when you fall back down. Worried that Zhong Yuan won't survive the blast, Yan Tuo panics and screams, Feng Jing, use life resonance on him, quick. Hearing this, Feng Jing scoffs with sheer disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Cast resonance on him? Do you think I want to die? Sensing things are turning ugly, Yan Tuo breaks into a cold sweat. Why isn't Feng Jing doing anything? Oh no, I've really messed up this time. But before his panic can fully set in, Yan Tuo suddenly freezes in his tracks. Wait, Zhong Yuan has frozen the air right under him. He calmly says, everything is frozen, even the air. Watching Zhong Yuan slowly drift down after freezing the air, Teacher Gu says in astonishment, can freezing the air really slow his descent that much? Feng Jing makes up a random excuse on the spot. Well, he's always been pretty light anyway. He secretly thinks to himself, a weight that can be lifted with just one hand. It totally defies human limits. Standing nearby, Sheng Guanyi hears Feng Jing's explanation and immediately objects, free fall speed has absolutely nothing to do with weight. Don't try to fool me just because I'm bad at physics. Annoyed by the nitpicking, Feng Jing decides to teach Sheng Guanyi a quick lesson. You want to talk physics? Fine. When Zhong Yuan froze the air above, that cold air contracted and became denser, creating a powerful convection current with the warmer air below. The resulting wind resistance from that intense convection partially counteracts gravity, reducing his downward acceleration. Now, assuming it takes Zhong Yuan 3 seconds to fall from a height of 8 meters. What is his instantaneous velocity right before he hits the ground? Hearing Feng Jing's rapid-fire physics rant, Shang Guanyi's head spins. He clutches his temples in terror and groans. Stop, stop. Okay, fine. I admit it, I'm terrible at school. Seeing Zhong Yuan touch down safely without a single scratch, Yan Tuo can't help but admire him. The way you countered my 5 wind scythes was truly impressive. But now that the room temperature has dropped so low, you won't be able to pull off that same trick again. With that, Yan Tuo unleashes another barrage of 5 wind scythes. The moment the howling winds manifest, Zhong Yuan effortlessly weaves through them, accelerating in a blinding dash straight toward Yan Tuo. His speed is terrifying, leaving nothing but an unreadable blur. Zhong Yuan says nonchalantly, "Too bad for you. I've already mapped out the exact trajectory of your 5 wind scythes." Instantly, he materializes right in front of Yan Tuo, casting a dark shadow over him as he whispers coldly, "And you won't be able to use that same move a second time, either." With that, he leaps forward, clashing head-on with Yan Tuo. As Yan Tuo struggles to defend himself, sweat drips down his face. He actually broke through my 5 wind scythes by rushing straight ahead. Just how fast is this guy? Yan Tuo glances down at the ground, his eyes widening in shock as he spots a trail of water. He slid across. The frozen moisture in the air melted on contact, drastically reducing ground friction. Seeing Zhong Yuan closing in fast, Yan Tuo triggers his wind wall, summoning massive localized gales to pinch Zhong Yuan from both sides. Yan Tuo smirks. How naive. Did you really think it would be that easy to beat me? Zhong Yuan counters with a vicious, masterclass combat punch, an absolute eye for an eye shattering Yan Tuo's defense, and smashing his face so hard, he momentarily blacked out. Yan Tuo collapses to his knees, desperately trying to stay conscious as he struggles to stand. He chuckled and said through his coughs, "Cough, cough, cough. To think you could actually break through my wall of wind head-on. You're seriously strong. But right now, you must be so injured that," before he could even finish his sentence, Trung Nguyen activated his regeneration skill. Smugly, he said, "I have regeneration. Do you? If not, you better forfeit and call for a healer." Seeing this, Neem Thak's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said helplessly, "I lose." Director Ko Niam raised Trung Nguyen's hand and shouted, "The winner is Trung Nguyen." Tuong Quan Wai jumped up in excitement. "Awesome." Lu Van ran over and hugged Trung Nguyen tightly, saying happily, "This is great. You won. Well done." Being hugged tightly against her chest, Trung Nguyen said, "Instructor, you're hugging me too tight. I can't breathe." Feng Qin, who was healing Neem Thak, thought disdainfully, "I highly doubt you're actually struggling to breathe." After their intense battle, Trung Nguyen shook hands to make peace with Neem Thak. Neem Thak said admiringly, "Trung Nguyen, your strength and attitude are truly admirable. I gained a lot from this match." Trung Nguyen also highly appreciated Neem Thak. "You're really good too. I learned a lot from this as well." Neem Thak replied, "If you ever come to Quang City in the future, let's spar again." While they were happily chatting, Quang Thien Sok and his group walked in. Director Ko Nam said, "Quang Thien Sok, why did you barge in here? Why didn't the guards stop them?" Cao Nan crossed his arms and said, "Your academy's guards really need to work on their resistance to money." Seeing Trung Nguyen shaking hands with Neem Thak, Quang Thien Sok thought to himself, "They just fought, and now they're shaking hands and becoming friends?" Quang Thien Sok's mind was split into 2 conflicting thoughts. Go up and challenge Trung Nguyen, and once they're done fighting, they can shake hands, or would he just get beaten to death by him? While he was hesitating, Hao Nan walked up, patted his shoulder, and said, "President, why are you just standing there dazed? Go, recruit him." Huang Thien Sok snapped out of his thoughts and said with a blush, "Oh, right." Summoning all his courage, Quang Thien Sok stepped in front of Trung Nguyen and said, "Trung Nguyen, on behalf of Hoa Lang Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us." Quang Thien Sok said seriously, "As long as you come, you'll get a monthly allowance of 30 million, along with a free supply of all ruin crystals and cultivation resources. Once I graduate, you'll be the next student council president. Your status will be equal to the principal, second only to the academy's board of directors." Watching the drama unfold, Guillaume Thak thought to himself, "Interesting, even I'd be tempted by an offer like this. How will Trung Nguyen choose?" Seeing Huang Thien Sok, Trung Nguyen's face remained cold and expressionless as he said, "I refuse." He thought to himself, He actually has the nerve to come and scout me. If we weren't in front of so many people, I would have killed him right on the spot. Zhong Yuan rejected him flat out. Kwang Tian-sok, I have my principles and boundaries. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with me. Hearing this, Kwang Tian-sok felt an itch. Then he suddenly remembered his main goal today was to apologize. Shoot. Cao Nan interrupted me earlier, so I didn't get to apologize to him. Kwang Tian-sok quickly tried to explain. Zhong Yuan, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I thought the person I ran into in the hallway was your younger sister. Just so you know, I didn't have any improper intentions toward your sister. Zhong Yuan tried to recall the incident in the hallway, where the other guy thought his sister was there. Oh. Zhong Yuan suddenly realized that the person Kwang Tian-sok actually liked was him, and his face instantly turned red in shock. Huh? Right then, his anger erupted. Zhong Yuan yelled at the entire group from Hoa Lang. Get out! Seeing his raging anger, the whole group scrambled to run away. Cao Nan dragged Kwang Tian-sok along as he ran. President, run fast. If we don't, he'll drag you to explore ruin caves all night. Kwang Tian-sok was confused. Mountains and ruin caves? What are you talking about? Director Kon Nam said furiously. These Hoa Lang people are truly lawless. We must strengthen the academy's security. We can't let them sneak in and poach Thanon's top students right under our noses. Instructor Lu Van said, Director Ko, you underestimate Zhong Yuan. He would never go to Hoa Lang. Lu Van turned to ask Zhong Yuan, right? He answered straightforwardly, yes. Then he thought to himself, if I transfer, Lam Lam will definitely transfer with me. Thanon's school environment isn't great, but it's still better than that place full of Hoa Lang thugs. For Lam Lam's growth, I can't transfer schools, no matter how much money they offer. On the way back to the dorms, Zhong Yuan asked, Feng Qin, you're friends with that guy named Ng Thak, right? Feng Qin neither admitted nor denied it. Why do you think that? Zhong Yuan explained. You didn't make a single sarcastic comment and just went straight to healing him. Feng Qin said seriously, we aren't really friends. At most, we've had 2 matches, and just happened to get to know each other. Him coming here to challenge you this time isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not a good thing either. Not wanting to overthink it, Zhong Yuan said, let's leave it at that then. It's better to avoid trouble, just let him go. Feng Jing laughed and said, haha, classic you. At a high-end hotel, Yan Tuo was sitting with a serious look on his face, writing an evaluation report on Zhong Yuan. Report. Subject. Zhong Yuan. The assessment is as follows. Combat capability, 9 points. Judgment, 8.5 points. Endurance, 10 points. Mental stability, 7.5 points. Leadership, unknown. Charisma, 10 points. Bonus points, 10 points. Supplementary notes on the bonus points. Unshakable will. Fiercely loyal to our forces. Immune to monetary temptation. And cannot be bought off. Overall conclusion. Strong individual combat capability. Exceptional on-the-spot judgment. With a quiet and somewhat pessimistic personality. His regeneration rate is far above average. Possesses extraordinary willpower that cannot be ignored. Has a body temperature lower than normal humans. And is incredibly good-looking. Yan Tuo carefully reviewed the report, stroked his chin, and thought, let's delete the last 2. A low body temperature is perfectly normal for an ice-type abyss user, and judging someone by their looks isn't right. After checking it once more, Yan Tuo hit send, successfully submitting the report. A talent like him is truly hard to come by. Once the higher-ups approve this, he will be a reserve member of the 9 ruins. In the cafeteria of Chenying Academy, Zhong Yuan stared pensively at his phone. Sensing his mood, Zhong Lan asked, Bro, is something bothering you? Zhong Yuan explained that he saw the news too late to book a slot for the Golden Coffin exhibition during the October Golden Week. This priceless golden coffin will be on display at the Shandong City Museum for 7 days. Visitors have to reserve a spot to see it. Hearing that it was an exhibition of a golden coffin, Zhong Lan was puzzled. A golden coffin? What is so interesting about a coffin anyway? Shang Guanyi overheard and agreed. Exactly. It is Chenjing Academy's school anniversary, which coincides with Golden Week, so the Academy has lined up tons of activities, including free movies, stage plays, a mini amusement park, a food street, a night market, live bands, and even a maid cafe. As Shang Guanyi went on, Zhong Lan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she could not wait to join in on the fun. Feng Jing leaned in and asked him, You want to go to the exhibition to see that golden coffin? Zhong Yuan replied with a sigh. Yeah. Feng Jing gave him a tip. Actually, if you use your ranking badge, you can get in without a reservation. Zhong Yuan asked in surprise. Wait, we get privileges like that? Feng Jing said proudly. Of course. If you bring your Xuanming badge, you could even book the entire venue for yourself. Zhong Yuan's face lit up, his eyes sparkling. Really? Feng Jing casually agreed. I will make the calls. Which day are you planning to go? Zhong Yuan immediately decided. Let's go on the 4th, he thought to himself. Even though booking the whole place is a bit much, that golden coffin holds the secret to my rebirth. I have to be extremely careful. Feng Jing called his mother and said, Mom, let me handle clearing out the museum. Feng Jing's beautiful mother, sitting in her office, sighed. Oh, my sweet boy has finally grown up. Today is the first time you have ever asked me for a favor on behalf of someone else. On the other end of the line, Feng Jing snapped back. Are you going to help me or not? His mother calmly replied, Of course, I will help. Last time, you asked the Oversight Bureau to send over that custom school throwing dagger set. Was that for your junior too? Lately, literally every piece of news about you has something to do with him. Feng Jing asked impatiently. What exactly are you trying to say, Mom? His mother replied casually. Nothing much. I just want to use the Golden Week to have you come back to Shangjing for a bit and tell me about this junior of yours. Now completely blowing his top, Feng Jing yelled, You did not even ask me to come home during summer break, and now you want me back? Mom, tell me the truth. Is Uncle Qi's lousy institute trying to snatch people from Changying Academy again? Feng Jing's mother said gently, Come home, and I will tell you. Meanwhile, in a secret office, Ruan Kai was reviewing intelligence files and receiving orders from the Lighthouse Nation. According to intelligence from Zhu Yao, Zhong Yuan, male, 16 years old, is a student at Changying Academy in Shandong City. His abilities remain unknown. The person who killed Robusta in the Shenongjia ruins and retrieved the mutant abyss crystal from his body is indeed this high school student, Zhong Yuan. This mutant abyss crystal is either in his possession or has already been absorbed by him. Robusta's only daughter, Joanna, has waived her inheritance rights to this mutant abyss crystal. Your mission now is to retrieve this mutant abyss crystal at all costs. Operation Code, Nirvana. Ruan Kai acknowledged the command, understood. Upon receiving the mission, he immediately began planning his strategy. He thought to himself, Robusta's daughter is an absolute fool. The success rate of passing a mutant abyss crystal down to offspring is nearly 100%. She literally threw away her chance to become a top-tier abyss user. He pondered, For years, I have been undercover in China, running a company to provide protection and cover for the Lighthouse Nation's abyss users. But lately, China has suddenly cracked down on foreign operations. It is only a matter of time before they dig up dirt on my company. Once I pull off this final gig and collect my massive bounty from the Lighthouse Nation, I will retire peacefully to a sanctuary country. It would be best if Zhong Yuan hasn't absorbed this mutated void crystal yet, but if he already did, we'll just have to lock him up for a few years until his body refines it and then extract it. No matter what, we can't just kill him straight away. Ruan Kai thought as he scrolled down the report, his eyes locked onto a profile. Zhong Lan, a 12-year-old girl, and Zhong Yuan's little sister. A sinister grin spread across his face. Oh? He has a little sister? Well, that makes things way too easy. Meanwhile, at the third-year special class. Welcome home, master and young lady. As Zhong Yuan and Zhong Lan walked into the classroom, they were instantly greeted by classmates cosplaying as maids. Zhong Lan squealed with excitement. Wow, is this the third-year maid cafe? The setup is amazing, and the maids' outfits are so adorable. Su Wanying stepped forward to greet them with a bow. What would master and the young lady like to drink today? Jiang Siyuan cheerfully chimed in. We have coffee, black tea, and fruit juice. Seeing Jiang Siyuan's maid outfit, Zhong Lan grumbled. Ah, it's that last prayer look. Suddenly, this maid doesn't look cute at all. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan focused on ordering 1 strawberry soda and 1 strawberry cake. Seeing him only order her favorites, Zhong Lan pouted. Brother, why did you only order things I like? Your appetite was already small before, but lately you're not even eating half of what I do. If you keep this up, you're going to ruin your health. Zhong Yuan smiled and gave in. Fine. Then why don't you order for me, Lan Lan? Lan Lan happily turned back to the menu and ordered for him. And add a mint chocolate sundae. While ordering, Zhong Lan spotted Shangguan Yi wearing a maid outfit, hiding behind the counter. She called out, "Senior Shangguan Yi, so you're here too." Zhong Lan quickly pulled out her camera and snapped a few pictures of Shangguan Yi. Hey. Wow, Sister Shangguan, you look absolutely gorgeous and breathtaking. You'll definitely win a spot in this year's campus beauty pageant. Shangguan Yi covered his face in embarrassment, pleading, "Please, stop." Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiyuan slyly whipped out her camera and took a few secret photos of Zhong Yuan. She thought to herself with a smug grin, if anyone's going to cross-dress for the beauty pageant, it should definitely be Zhong Yuan. And sure enough, just a few hours later, a photo of Zhong Yuan wearing a school uniform with his hair tied high appeared on the school's newsfeed. The 2042 Changjiang Academy Beauty Pageant. Hot news. After checking out the school festival, Zhong Lan and Zhong Yuan started walking home together. Zhong Yuan said, Lan, autumn is coming soon. Even if you love that outfit, it's time to change into something warmer. Lan scrunched up her nose in disagreement. Change into those childish clothes you bought me? I'm a mature lady now. I am not wearing kids' clothes or putting my hair in pigtails anymore. Seeing how cute and innocent she still was, Zhong Yuan couldn't help but reflect. In his past life, he had been so busy working to support the family that he completely missed how much she was growing up, always seeing her as the gentle, fragile little sister she used to be. 4 years later, her becoming a battle-crazed warrior was probably no coincidence. Looking at her sweet, innocent smile, Zhong Yuan made up his mind to protect Lan so she could stay as innocent and adorable as she is now. When they reached the bus stop, Zhong Yuan said, Lan, I'm heading to the museum now. Stay safe at school and make sure to have lunch first, okay? Zhong Lan waved goodbye as she walked away. I know. Getting onto the bus and taking a seat, Zhong Yuan thought about how he had spent the last few days sleeping in a cell. My mental power has increased quite a bit, and the weakness period from my ice blood burst has dropped to 24 hours, with no signs of it getting any shorter for now. According to the timeline of my past life, a void rift is supposed to appear in that museum 4 years from now, bringing with it a creature with a colossal claw. In this life, both my destiny and Lan's have changed, but even with the butterfly effect, it shouldn't affect this event. When I start studying that golden coffin, who knows what might happen. I should probably get some sleep first. Just to be safe, I'll set my alarm ringtone to Lan's voice. The moment he entered the museum, the director and 2 assistants were already waiting for him. The director stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, I'm Director Shi Ruiwen. On behalf of the entire staff here at Shandong Museum, we're honored to have you. The director politely offered. Would you like me to arrange a guide for you? Zhong Yuan quickly declined. No thanks. I'd prefer to look around on my own. The director nodded in agreement. Understood. All surveillance cameras have been turned off as per your request, and your identity will remain strictly confidential. Zhong Yuan walked alone into the grand hall where the golden coffin was displayed. This is the very golden coffin that caused my rebirth 4 years into the past. No matter how I look at it, it remains unchanged. There's not a single gap between the lid and the body, making it impossible to check what's inside. Just touching it a little should be fine, right? But the second Zhong Yuan's hand touched the coffin, a black hole resembling a teleportation portal materialized on its surface. Curiously, Zhong Yuan reached his hand inside, only to instantly feel an overwhelming suction force. Startled, he gasped, "What's going on?" Ugh! Before he could react, he was violently sucked into the spatial portal by the coffin. Meanwhile, in a girl's dorm room, a student was lying on her bed, scrolling through the school's 2042 beauty pageant news, getting upset on Wanning's behalf. She blurted out, "Are you kidding me? Where did this girl with long, straight black hair even come from?" Bao, Yuanying's crown as the school beauty is about to be taken. Su Yuanying, who was busy writing, simply replied with indifference, "It's just a meaningless, empty title anyway." With that, she put down her pen and walked out, adding, "I'm heading out for training." Seeing Yuanying leave for training, her roommate couldn't help but admire. It's already break and she's still training? That's insane. Feeling incredibly guilty, Jiang Xiyuan said, "Even though Yuanying said that, she actually cares a lot about this. I used Zhong Yuan's photo to steal her crown as the school beauty. Is that really okay?" Trying to ease her guilt, Jiang Xiyuan pulled out her phone to do something about it. "Sigh, I guess I'll cast a vote for you. On a path in some neighborhood," Qi Ren's voice echoed. "First, we get on the good side of Zhong Yuan's little sister, and then we use her to recruit Zhong Yuan." He then added, But isn't showing up at their doorstep with a cake a bit too desperate? What if it backfires? In his hand was a cake box. Walking right beside him, Jiang Tianchuo confidently asserted, "I'm 70% sure this will work." Then, with absolute confidence, he crossed his arms, closed one eye, and smiled smugly, lost in his own thoughts. He had intel that Zhong Yuan was a massive syscon, which led him to logical deductions. He likes chocolate and mint ice cream, while his sister loves strawberry cake. He then reassured himself, even though my sister loves to pull pranks, she wouldn't lie to me about this. Next, the two of them arrived at a building with a large poster featuring two girls. Glancing at the banner, Qi Ren couldn't help but gasp and curse. What the hell? How is Sheng Guanyi even in the running for the school beauty title? He then muttered, finding his own justification. Well, Chengying Academy does have progressive ideas. They really are a role model for our generation. Hearing this, Jiang Tianshuo was completely speechless, staring blankly at the banner. Right after that, he pulled out his phone, drooling with a completely starstruck, love-struck look on his face. Holding his phone up high, he tapped away and declared, "This is ridiculous. I'm casting my vote for Zhong Yuan." As soon as he opened the voting page and saw the rankings, Jiang Tianshuo gasped in shock, screaming in his head as he stared at the screen. He grunted, utterly baffled as he questioned what he was seeing. How does Su Yuanying have more votes than the entire population of Chengying Academy? Outraged, Jiang Tianshuo waved his hand in frustration, glaring at his phone as he yelled, "Wow, Su Yuanying, you actually dared to spam votes." Seeing this, Qi Ren glanced over and let out an awkward sigh, looking at his friend. Still burning with rage, Jiang Tianshuo made a decision on the spot. He would immediately rally everyone at Hualing to vote for Zhong Yuan. He even added an incentive. Every 100 votes gets you 1 academic credit. Then, at the exact same moment, they both looked up at the towering banner. Qi Ren smirked and asked Jiang Tianshuo, "Fighting fire with fire, huh? Classic. I like how you think." Suddenly, Jiang Tianshuo sensed something and flinched as a gust of wind swept right past them. Once the wind settled, Jiang Tianshuo snapped out of it, visibly startled. Turning his eyes away from his phone, he stared in the direction of the passing figure and thought in disbelief, wait, did someone just walk out of here? Then, another question popped into his mind. If you're just walking, why use your ability? In an instant, Jiang Tianshuo reached out, unleashing his origin power toward the fleeing figure. He yelled after the escaping figure as he acted, "No unauthorized use of abilities on campus." Realizing he had been spotted, the guy froze up, slowing down as his face turned pale with sheer panic. Beside him, Qi Ren quickly covered his mouth in shock. A whisper reminds Jiang Tianshuo, "President, this is Chengying, not Hualing. It's out of our hands." Then, as if suddenly remembering, he glances over and mutters, "Right, I totally forgot." Jiang Tianshuo then stares at the guy who just rushed past, now frozen in place, trembling and pale as a ghost. He can't help but size him up. How strange. This guy is in full tactical gear. He doesn't look like he's here for an anniversary, he looks more like a dangerous threat. The guy in the military uniform quickly recovers his composure, puts his hands on his hips, and snaps back at him. "Why are you stopping me?" he barks. "The play is about to start." Confused, Jiang Chuo puts his hands on his hips, watches the guy run off like a maniac, and mutters, "A play? I'm running late, gotta go." The guy yells over his shoulder. At that, Jiang Tianshuo decides to let it go. Once he's far enough, the uniformed guy switches on his walkie-talkie, casting a wary glance back. Speaking in a low, cautious voice, he reports, "Shadow Walker to Chameleon, do you copy? 2 students just spotted me. I managed to fool them, but there's still a chance our cover is blown. That guy is Naoya Fujiki, codename Shadow Walker." Meanwhile, in a surveillance room nearby, a purple-haired Azure Dragon commander is staring at a monitor with his crew. He snaps at Naoya Fujiki, demanding to know how he could be so careless. On the other end of the line, Naoya replies defensively, "It was a fluke. His ability just happens to counter mine." This purple-haired commander is Ruan Kai, codename Chameleon. Somewhere else, a massive, muscular man grips his walkie-talkie and chimes in. "Are you guys doing okay over there?" Before they can even reply, he quickly adds, "My barrier is fully set up. The entire academy is trapped inside. This heavy hitter is Li Mingji, codename Esper Soldier." Over on top of a school wall, a stunningly attractive woman is crouching on the edge, speaking into her comms to update Li Mingji. I've got a bit of a situation here. This is S. Queen Jackery, codename Black Widow. She goes on to explain the bizarre situation to him, saying, I have no idea what's gotten into the guys at this school. Instead of attending the anniversary, they're running around like a swarm of locusts, carrying huge banners. Down in the courtyard, a massive crowd of male students is screaming at the top of their lungs, waving banners that read, Little Sister Tiantian, our new school beauty, our one true love, superfans for life. Their chaotic shouting echoes across the entire campus. Hearing the chaos, the Azure Dragon leader, Ruan Kai, keeps a cool head and quickly issues a new command through his headset. Change of plans. Hand out free poisoned milk tea right at the cafeteria entrance. Let them spend the day queuing up for the bathrooms. No sooner said than done, a stall with a sign reading free milk tea is instantly set up on campus. S. Queen Jackery stands behind the counter, putting on a bright, bubbly smile as she calls out to the students. Free milk tea! Come and get your free milk tea. Naturally, the students swarm the booth like crazy, while she sweet talks them, saying, Please line up in an orderly fashion, everyone. Within minutes, a massive line forms, filled with excited chatter and laughter. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the crowd, Hey, Zhong Lan. She turns around to see who's calling her name. Realizing she doesn't recognize them, she tilts her head and asks hesitantly, Huh? Do I know you guys? Smiling warmly, Jiang Qianshuo steps forward and presents a beautiful cake box to her. Hey there, I'm Jiang Qianshuo, and this is Qi Ren, he says gently. Qi Ren pokes his head out with a goofy, friendly grin. We're actually friends of your older brother, Jiang Qianshuo explains. We figured we'd drop by and visit him since the school's holding its anniversary today. The moment she spots the cake, Zhong Lan's eyes light up with pure joy. Staring at the cake with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth, she mutters, Oh, my brother actually went to the museum today. Jiang Shuo smiles and asks, Well, we bought this cake for him. Would you mind taking it for now? Unable to resist the sweet temptation, Zhong Lan eagerly takes the cake into her arms. I guess that's fine, she says happily. After a slight pause, she suggests, My brother won't be back until this afternoon anyway. Why don't you guys look around campus for a bit? She eagerly points them towards some of the school's attractions, saying, with her eyes still glued to the cake box, she adds, You should check out the drama club. Their performances are always amazing. But then, her face falls slightly as she sighs. Oh, but wait, what a shame. Their final show was actually yesterday. Hearing this, Jiang Qianshuo's heart drops. Wait, yesterday? He gasps. Panicking, he screams. Then who on earth was that guy we just saw running to the play? Realizing something is terribly wrong, Jiang Qianshuo grabs Qi Ren by the shoulder and urges, Something bad is about to happen. Hurry up and call Lu Zhidao. Terrified, Qi Ren pulls out his phone, his hands shaking as he desperately dials the number. Jiang Tianshuo. His phone suddenly lost its signal. Beside him, Zhong Lan stared at her screen in confusion and said, Wait, it clearly shows we have bars. Seeing this, Jiang Tianshuo quickly looked around and analyzed the situation in his head. The school has been dragged into a dimensional boundary, but there shouldn't be a day and night cycle in China's dimensional boundaries. Grimacing, Jiang Tianshuo struggled to make another assessment of their current situation, but the sun in this boundary is moving in real time. This has to be foreign technology. Over at the stand, S. Queen Zagri held a tray of milk tea and smiled, whispering a report. Target number 2, Zhong Lan, has been spotted. Location, cafeteria entrance. Hearing this, the other side quickly replied, Keep them there, we're on our way. Having received her orders, S. Queen Zagri carried her tray of drinks and headed over to test Jiang Tianshuo's group. While they were still standing there assessing the situation, she smirked and reached up to touch her forehead. Immediately, a purple brainwave pulse shot toward a male student drinking milk tea nearby. He glared back at her, his eyes wide. This is a mental pollution technique designed to amplify the target's negative thoughts and control them to a certain extent. Next, his eyes turned purple and his hand froze midair as he was struck by her Juhua technique, which subjects the target to intense hallucinations that paralyze their nervous system. In high concentrations, it can even be fatal. A moment later, the milk tea slipped from his hand and splashed onto the ground. With a crazed look on his face and his mind-controlled eyes glowing purple, the boy sneered creepily, Heh. This girl is so cute. I bet she makes the most beautiful sounds when she cries. Meanwhile, S. Queen Zagri stood by, looking on with a smug grin as she enjoyed the show. Soon, More and more mind-controlled male students rushed over to surround Jiang Tianshuo's group. They charged forward like maniacs, their eyes completely vacant as they muttered, "Heh." Meanwhile, Qi Ren stepped in front of the other two, facing down the out-of-control crowd. Qi Ren pushed up his glasses, staring at the mindless mob. Behind him, Jiang Tianshuo grimaced and gave his own assessment. "There's something wrong with their eyes. I think they're being controlled. Try using Hui Chun to break the spell." Hearing this, he quickly thrust his hand forward and yelled, "Hui Chun!" The mindless students' bodies were instantly healed, causing them to stumble. But then, Qi Ren shouted back in an absolute panic, "It's no use. Their level is too high. Even if I break it, they just get controlled again immediately." The mob sneered even more creepily, reaching their hands out as they muttered excitedly, "Ooh, a little beauty with long, straight black hair. Haha." Seeing this, Jiang Tianshuo grimaced, grit his teeth, and clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Even though they're innocent classmates, we have no choice but to fight our way out." He then shouted his skill name, Zhong Yuan, but suddenly, Zhong Lan charged forward from behind. Jiang Tianshuo, still frowning, didn't even notice that she was holding her cake as she flipped into a handstand, balancing on one hand, and kicked a mind-controlled student right in the face before looking back at Jiang Tianshuo. "Watch out, boss." Seeing this, his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Next, Zhong Lan landed like an absolute badass, still holding her cake. Her face was dead serious as she declared, "You guys get out of here, let me handle them." Meanwhile, the mindless mob of students continued to charge at her relentlessly. Beside her, Qi Ren couldn't hold back either. With a fierce look on his face, he charged forward excitedly and shouted, "Man, Zhong Lan is freaking awesome." Jiang Tianshuo, who had now regained his composure, looked at Zhong Lan and declared, "If you're fighting, so am I." With that, the two of them quickly rushed up to stand beside her in a fighting stance. Shielding her, Jiang Tianshuo said, "Thanks, Zhong Lan. But there's no way Qi Ren and I are going to let a kid like you fight all by yourself." Action followed words. He thrust his hand out, casting his spell while shouting, "Tian Yuan power, triple gravity." A massive flash of light erupted from his palm. Next, the mindless mob was instantly crushed to the ground under Jiang Tianshuo's power, and even Zhong Lan beside him was affected, her body glowing a bright green. Under the effect of triple gravity, the strawberry cake inside the box Zhong Lan was holding started to slip out. She looked up, her eyes wide as she watched it fall, unable to react in time. Right after, she quickly lunged to catch it, hugging the cake close to her chest. But it had already been crushed to pieces. Hugging the ruined cake, Zhong Lan cried out in despair, "Ooh, boss, you're so strong, you took down all the enemies at once, wah." Beside her, Jiang Tianshuo could only let out a sheepish laugh. Still maintaining his spell, he looked over at the little girl and shouted to comfort her, don't cry, I'll buy you 100 more later." Next, all three of them charged forward, struggling to break through the blockade of controlled students, while dodging those chasing them from behind. Then, as Jiang Tianshuo knocked one of them back, he suggested, "Let's head to the broadcasting room to call for help." Hearing this, Qi Ren, who was running right behind, yelled out to Zhong Lan, "Zhong Lan, do you know the way?" She clutched the cake box and chased after them, shouting to confirm. But suddenly, an assassin wielding a sharp blade leaped from the shadows, chasing the three of them while reading the situation. He sneered to himself, thinking, "Jiang Tianshuo, a magnetic source force user who counters my shadow like you can't keep this up forever." Seizing the perfect opening, he materialized behind Jiang Tianshuo with blinding speed and slashed his back, forcing a painful scream from him. "Arg!" He winced, glaring back at the attacker before spinning around to unleash his power, roaring, "Magnetic source force, triple gravity." The assassin's body immediately slowed down under the intense pressure. Taking the chance, Jiang Tianshuo barked a warning to the other two. "The assassin is nearby. Stay within my magnetic source force field." Blood was already soaking through Jiang Tianshuo's back. Finally, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his side in sheer agony. Zhong Lan rushed over to support him, crying out in panic, "Big brother!" On the other side, Qi Ren quickly regained her composure, throwing her hands out as she yelled, "Healing wind!" A warm, green, restorative energy instantly enveloped Jiang Tianshuo. Qi Ren shouted desperately, "Hang in there, President, I'll heal you." But right then, heavy footsteps echoed, followed by a mocking voice from right in front of them. "Healing? Don't even dream about it." Seeing him, The three of them struggled to help Jiang Tianshuo back onto his feet. With a sneer, the man threw his hands forward, channeling a purple energy called Seal. Seal is a targeted ability that lasts for 5 minutes, but it becomes completely useless if the target's power rank is higher than the caster's. It was Ruan Kai. Grinning triumphantly, he thrust his hand toward the three of them and roared, "Seal, healing wind," stalking closer with a cold, mocking expression. Ruan Kai looked down at the three struggling figures and warned them, "Give up. Stop resisting, and I might just spare your lives." Then, he added with a smirk, "Especially you, magnetic source force user. Without any healing, you won't last long." Staring back at him, Jiang Tianshuo clutched the bleeding wound on his abdomen, struggling to breathe as he whispered, "Zhong Lan, I'll hold them off. Run to the broadcast room and call for help." Zhong Lan, standing behind him with a face pale with fear, refused. "I can't leave my friends behind," he quickly urged her. "Don't be foolish. You can't beat them. Just get help and cough." Beside them, Qiu Ren watched Jiang Tianshuo, her face twisted in worry. Hearing this, Zhong Lan suddenly remembered something and frowned, thinking to herself, "Right, help. My phone is a satellite phone, so there should still be a signal. I can call for backup." Acting on her thought, Zhong Lan immediately pulled out her phone and pressed it to her ear, waiting with a tense, serious expression. Her mind raced as she assessed their grim situation. The enemies are incredibly powerful, and there's more than one of them. Even if I use my own power, it'll be hard to turn the tide. The best person to call is— She paused for a brief moment before making her decision, Uncle Lin at the military base. He has the authority to mobilize a rescue team. On the other end of the line, Lin Dongliang was sitting at a table with his subordinates when his phone suddenly started ringing. The officer next to him gently reminded him, "Commander Lin, your phone is ringing." Lin Dongliang glanced down at the screen. Picking it up, he stared at the caller ID, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Zhong Lan, her brother and she have already turned their backs on me. Why is she calling now?" Without a second thought, he declined the call and slowly put the phone down. Closing his eyes, he tapped the table with a firm click and made his decision. "Well, it's probably nothing urgent. I'll call her back after the meeting." Back at the scene, having received no answer, Zhong Lan kept the phone pressed against her ear, her face tight with anxiety. As the automated operator's voice chimed in, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." She clutched the phone with both hands, her heart sinking. Scrolling frantically through her contacts, she muttered in sheer panic, "It's not going through. None of them are going through." Watching her, Ruan Kai let out a sneer, mocking her in his mind. Kids really have no common sense. Did she honestly think she could get a signal inside a barrier? Desperate, Zhong Lan tried calling her brother, listening to the agonizing beep of the phone trying to connect. She prayed silently, "I have no choice. I have to reach my brother." Suddenly, Jiang Tianshuo coughed up a violent mouthful of blood, gasping for air. Zhong Lan spun around, her eyes widening in horror. Beside him, Qi Ren caught him as he slumped, screaming in terror, "President!" With the situation turning critical, Zhong Lan stared at her phone, her heart pounding with escalating panic. She gritted her teeth, desperately analyzing the situation. "Even if my brother can get people here, it will take too much time. We won't survive that long." Slowly, Zhong Lan lowered her phone, her gaze locking onto the enemy ahead. Next to her, Jiang Tianshuo finally collapsed, coughing up another pool of blood onto the cold ground. Qi Ren hovered over him, crying out in utter despair. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lan stepped forward, walking directly toward the smirking Ruan Kai as she made her final decision. "If we want to make it out of here alive, I have to take down the bastard who sealed our healing." True to her word, she slid the phone over to Qi Ren, who took it in dazed confusion as she quickly gave him instructions. "Hold on tight. My brother will definitely pick up. Once it connects, tell him to call for backup." The moment she was done, she tapped into her super speed and charged straight ahead with fierce determination. As she dashed forward, her brother's broad back and his words of advice echoed in her mind. "Xiao Lanlan, when you face an enemy stronger than you, do not be afraid. Just seize one single opportunity, and victory will be yours." In the blink of an eye, Zhong Lan was standing right in front of Ruan Kai, making him flinch and grimace as he recoiled. She glared at him, her brother's voice echoing in her mind. "Remember, just kick them as hard as you can, right there." Then, screaming her move, Tian Yuan, she kicked with all her might, straight into Ruan Kai's family jewels. The excruciating pain shot straight to his brain, as his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Staring down at his crotch, Ruan Kai burst into a waterfall of tears, letting out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Clutching his crotch, he collapsed to his knees right in front of Zhong Lan, head bowed in agonizing pain, while the other two in the back looked on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qi Ren clutched the phone and shouted with joy, "Healing wind!" He extended his hand toward Jiang Tianshuo, channeling waves of healing energy as he cheered, "My powers are back. Let me heal the president." Clutching his chest, Jiang Tianshuo stared in disbelief, muttering under his breath, "That dirty trick. There is no way Zhong Yuan taught her that." Not quite catching his words, the little girl turned back to them and asked for clarification. "You actually figured it out?" But she was too distracted to notice the two figures who had just materialized right in front of her, one of them being Saint Zachary. Extending her hands toward Zhong Lan, she screamed her technique, "Tianbi." Instantly, glowing threads of energy erupted from her palms. The energy threads lunged forward and bound Zhong Lan tight. Pulling her hands back, Saint Zachary smirked triumphantly and crossed her arms over her chest. She sneered, "Oh my, is it really wise to underestimate us like that?" Behind her, Li Mingzi watched the scene unfold with an indifferent gaze. Startled by their sudden appearance, Zhong Lan struggled against her bonds and glared at them. Suddenly, Li Mingji raised his hand again. A surge of purple energy materialized in his palm as he softly muttered, "Purple origin force." Unleashing his power with wild abandon, he burst into a maniacal laugh and roared, "Bow down to me, all of you." Beside him, Saint Zachary watched with a smug grin, her arms still crossed. Under the overwhelming pressure of his energy, the others on the opposing side were instantly crushed to the ground. The phone slipped from Qi Ren's grasp and clattered to the floor. Struggling to withstand the crushing force, Jiang Tianshuo gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, he has purple origin force too." Below him, Qi Ren clutched his chest, his knees buckling under the pressure. He rasped, "If I were at full strength, I could have gone toe-to-toe with him. But right now." He trailed off, unable to continue. Meanwhile, the phone lying on the ground showed no signs of connecting. Deep inside a pure gold coffin in the museum, Zhong Yuan's phone started ringing. "Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up to make me breakfast." Inside that golden coffin, Zhong Yuan was fast asleep, drifting in a boundless void. Swirling energy clung to his body. But the persistent ringing of his phone broke the silence once more. "Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up to make me breakfast." Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in utter confusion, staring blankly ahead. Bolting upright in the infinite void, Zhong Yuan pulled out his phone and stared at the screen, bewildered. "Huh? Lanlin is calling me?" Without a second thought, he swiped to answer, pressing the phone to his ear. "Lanlin, what's wrong?" But instead of his sister's voice, a harsh scream barked through the receiver. "Speak! Where is Zhong Yuan?" His eyes widened in shock as he listened closely, holding the phone tight to his ear. On the other side, under the clear school sky, the phone lay abandoned on the ground. Bound ruthlessly by Saint Zachary's threads, Zhong Lan's small body hung helplessly in mid-air. Nearby, Qi Ren lay slumped on the ground, while Jiang Tianshuo was pinned down, Li Mingzi brutally clutching a handful of his hair. Despite her desperate situation, the little girl shook her head defiantly. "I will never tell you where my brother is." Sneering, she flicked her wrist, using the invisible threads to slowly bend Zhong Lan's index finger back. "Talk, or things are about to get very painful." With that, she tightened the threads even further. Finally, a sickening crack echoed as Zhong Lan's index finger was bent backward at a horrible angle. Squeezing her eyes shut in sheer agony, the little girl wept bitterly but remained stubborn, whimper. "I'm still not telling you." Seeing her resistance, Saint Zachary mocked her even more. My, let's see just how long you can hold out." Off to the side, Li Mingzi stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Qi Ren as he struggled to lift his head, and coldly issued an order. "This kid is still trying to resist. Shadow Walker, go over there and finish him off." The Shadow Walker beside him cupped his hands and bowed. "Understood." Suddenly, Ruan Kai grimaced and screamed to stop them. "Wait!" Hearing that, the other two turned to look at him, their faces filled with curiosity. Ruan Kai looked back and began to explain. "Void power is incredibly rare. If we kill him, China will hunt us down to the ends of the earth." Then he added, "Our mission is only to retrieve Robert's void crystal. Don't make things any worse." Seeing this, Naoya Fujiki pointed at Jiang Tianshuo, who was lying on the ground with his phone tossed aside. and coldly reminded them, "If we let him live, we will still get hunted down." Beside him, Li Mingzi chipped in as well. "Word is, one of China's 9 ruins just died. They are in total disarray, so they won't have time to worry about us." Ruan Kai rushed over, completely disagreeing with them, and snapped, "Even so, we can't afford to cause a massive scene." While the 3 of them were arguing, Jiang Tianshuo dragged himself up. Lifting his head with great difficulty, he realized in shock, so, their target is actually Zhong Yuan. Clutching his blood-drenched stomach, he wiped his mouth and glared at the group, his mind racing. With Zhong Lan in their hands, they will definitely use her to threaten Zhong Yuan. No matter what. "I have to save her." Acting on his thoughts, he flung his arms wide. Grimacing in pain, he unleashed his void power, roaring, tenfold gravity, followed by a fierce declaration, "I will take you all down with me." Li Mingzi reacted instantly, using his own void power to create a localized barrier that neutralized the gravity and protected his teammates. He couldn't help but scoff. "Chu, you still have the strength to fight back?" Meanwhile, in another room, waves of bizarre energy materialized over the bed. Zhong Yuan's body began to gradually reconstruct itself, though he remained fast asleep. The moment his body fully reformed, he bolted upright and cried out in sheer panic, "Lan Lan!" Looking around and taking in his surroundings, he thought, "This is the academy's holding cell. I'm back." Back at the school, Jiang Tianshuo reached his limit. Clutching his throat, he coughed up blood and screamed inwardly in sheer frustration. Finally, he collapsed onto the cold ground, a bitter realization washing over him. I still couldn't do it. His blood splattered near Zhong Lan's phone. Suddenly, he noticed something and reached out, his face contorted in agony. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he screamed in his mind, "Wait, Zhong Lan's phone. It connected." He stammered desperately, "I have to tell him, fast." But before his trembling hand could even reach the phone, a brutal strike shattered it to pieces. Jiang Tianshuo let out a final, desperate scream. Damn it. As for Zhong Yuan, he found himself teleported into a void of endless emptiness once again. Clutching his phone, he looked around frantically and thought, where on earth am I? There are no borders, no exits. Even my ability to absorb void crystals isn't working. He sent his clones running in every direction, but it was useless. Growing more frustrated by the second, he thought, am I still trapped inside that golden coffin? The mere thought of it. Zhong Yuan gritted his teeth in sheer rage, throwing his head back and screaming, "Let me out! I need to get out of here!" He cried, "I have to get back to the academy and save my sister." His grip tightened around his phone, when suddenly, a faint trail of smoke drifted over from the school's direction. Moments later, Zhong Yuan was sitting inside the room he had been teleported to. Leaning his back against the wall, he rested his arms on his knees and clasped his fingers together, forcing himself to calm down and map out a strategy. He reasoned, those terrorists are after void crystals. Until they get what they want, they won't kill Lan Lan. Visualizing the layout of the academy in his mind, he asked himself, but where would they keep her right now? He took a deep breath to steady himself. Think. Were there any sound clues? What did I hear? He began to retrace his memories. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as it clicked. Wait! I heard pigeons cooing over the phone. An image of the school cafeteria flashed in his mind, and he realized, they're at the cafeteria. Without wasting a second, he teleported onto a nearby tree, gazing down at the terrorists plotting below. His face turned dead serious as he analyzed the situation. There are 4 enemies in total, and they have Lan Lan. But as he looked closer, his eyes stretched wide in absolute horror. There she was, his little sister, bound tightly with a gag in her mouth, trembling in pure terror. How dare those bastards torture my sister? He seethed inwardly. Then, his eyes fell upon her arm. Seeing that they had actually broken her fingers, his control snapped. Pure, unadulterated bloodlust flared in his eyes as he ground his teeth. He roared, damn you all to hell, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes toward the terrorists. Down below, Li Mingzi felt a sudden surge of danger, his face twisting in alarm. Snapping out of it instantly, he whipped his head around and barked out, Void power, 7th level gravity. As sharp daggers came flying at him, he screamed to his comrades, we're under attack. Meanwhile, completely blinded by rage, Zhong Yuan lunged straight at them, roaring, let go of my sister. I will let you die in one piece. Seeing this, Nguyen Kai, who was standing nearby, stared at him and screamed to confirm that he was indeed their #1 target, Trung Nguyen. Beside him, Lai Min-chi was also utterly shocked. Still holding his technique active, he stammered. How can he still move under level 7 gravity? Behind him, Sane Zachary grabbed his shirt hem, grimacing as she yelled to Naya Fujiki, "Cover me." Hearing that, he quickly stepped in front of her and firmly nodded. Understood. Next, she swung her dagger back toward him, smiling confidently as she activated her mind pollution skill. But Trung Nguyen remained completely silent, showing no movement or expression. Then, Naoya Fujiki charged from behind with a small knife in hand, smugly rushing to attack him. He thought to himself, as long as mind pollution dazes you for just a moment, victory is mine. But Trung Nguyen just stood there, motionless and unresponsive. Suddenly, a wave of energy as sharp as a blade erupted from his body toward his rear. Immediately after, Trung Nguyen spun around, lunged toward Naoya Fujiki, and slashed his neck in a flash, leaving him dead with his eyes wide open, freezing midair before he could even register what happened, and then crashing to the ground, lying in a pool of his own blood. With murderous eyes, Trung Nguyen reached up to touch the knife embedded in his shoulder. Without hesitation, he yanked the blade out. Seeing this, Sane Zachary stood frozen in sheer panic, staring at him as she stammered in disbelief. Did you just kill the Shadow Walker? She quickly locked her eyes onto him, screaming her skill name, 9 Flower Poison, as she thrust both hands forward and shrieked, "I want you dead." Hearing that, Trung Nguyen only gave her a cold, dismissive glare. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind, 9 Flower Poison detected. Would you like to absorb it? Grimacing in irritation, he stared her down and silently confirmed, absorb. Immediately, another notification sounded. Your Poison Eater ability has been activated. All of your attributes have increased. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he slowly walked towards Sane Zachary, making her stumble backward in pure terror. Trung Nguyen stared her down and asked, "You are the one who tormented my sister, aren't you?" Meanwhile, she was drowning in her own panicked thoughts, wondering why none of her abilities could suppress this guy. Shaking, she raised her voice and demanded, "What do you want?" He raised his throwing dart to eye level, his eyes flashing with absolute malice as he gave Sane Zachary an answer that would make her wish she were dead. With terrifying speed, he closed the distance instantly, unleashing multiple invisible slashes that made Sane Zachary grimace. Before she could even feel the pain, he had already slipped behind her. When he finally came to a halt a few seconds later, shreds of flesh began falling from her body onto the ground, while Trung Nguyen stared back with eyes colder than ice. He then turned his steps toward the group, holding his sister hostage, leaving Sane Zachary unconscious behind him in a massive pool of blood. On the other side, Nguyen Kai placed a trembling hand on Li Minchi's shoulder, activating his super camouflage skill as he hissed an order, "We need to retreat, now." But the other guy stubbornly glared back and barked, "Retreat? Why the hell should we retreat?" Without a shred of fear, he grabbed Trung Lam by the throat, squeezing hard as he smirked and threatened him, "If you do not want your sister to die, drop your weapons and surrender." Terribly frightened, the gagged and bound little girl could only struggle silently. Hearing this, Trung Nguyen let his weapons drop to the ground, his expression completely unreadable. He slowly raised his hands to his shoulders. Seeing him surrender, that suicidal idiot scoffed. "Is that all you got, kid? Weren't you acting like a total badass just a moment ago? Let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve this time." Standing nearby, Nguyen Kai watched in panic as something suddenly clicked in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Wait, something is not right. My super camouflage is still active, so why does it feel like this kid is looking right at us?" Without warning, Li Minchi pulled Trung Lam close to keep her pinned, raising his other hand toward him as he smirked and unleashed his skill. "Haha, try my 10 times gravity on for size." Meanwhile, Nguyen Kai had already turned tail and fled. He looked back in sheer panic as he ran, cursing his brain-dead teammate. "Your gravity power had 0 effect on him earlier, and you still want to try again? You absolute pig. If you want to die, do it alone. I am out of here. Goodbye." Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen remained dead calm as he calculated his options. The gravity field would throw off the accuracy of his throwing daggers, and Trung Lam was still held hostage in that bastard's grip. He knew he only had one shot, and it had to be a flawless, instant kill. Gently tapping his foot on the ground, he muttered his skill, Ice Blood Burst, instantly boosting all his attributes to 1,200%. As strange ice crystals began to form around them, Li Minchi, still clutching Trung Lam by the throat, muttered in confusion. What is going on? Why did the temperature suddenly plummet? He froze in his tracks. Opposite him, Zhong Yuan slowly extended his hand and whispered his skill. Thermal pressure burst. His face hardened as he glared at the man with pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. Waves of scorching steam began to swirl in front of Li Minqi, leaving him utterly baffled as he desperately clung to Zhong Lan, while Zhong Yuan stared back with a grim, emotionless face. With a cold gaze, his hands continued to cast the technique as he analyzed the situation in his mind. Last time, I had a hunch that the impact of the thermal blast pressure on the refracted temperature wasn't as simple as everyone thought. Sure enough, he thought to himself, before shouting in his mind, temperature is nothing but internal energy, and when that internal energy is completely stripped away, an abyss ability defies normal physics. He then explained further, matter undergoes a transition from physical to pure energy, ultimately being stripped and completely destroyed. Right then, Li Mingzi's body shattered into countless shards of ice, while Zhong Lan was blown back, buried under the debris. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan rushed over and pulled his little sister tightly into his arms. In the distance, Ruan Kai, who was trying to flee, was sent stumbling by the shockwaves. He collapsed onto the ground, his limbs trembling with fear. Pale with terror, he stared back at Zhong Yuan, stammering even in his own thoughts. This is terrifying. I can't possibly escape such overwhelming power. Grasping at straws, he desperately tried to bargain with Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, I surrender. I can give China valuable intel. But before he could finish, Zhong Yuan's eyes turned ice cold as he shouted, die. A freezing aura instantly surged into the surroundings. Looking down at his sister held in his arms, his voice grew even colder as he shot back. Ruan Kai, I don't accept surrenders. Holding his unconscious sister close, he silently activated his technique, Eternal Ice Domain. Instantly, massive, razor-sharp ice spears erupted around them. The sharp points aimed directly at Ruan Kai, sending him into a state of sheer panic. His face turned pale as he raised his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. Surrounded by the biting cold, Zhong Yuan held his sister tight while massive pillars of ice continued to rise, radiating an intense freezing energy. He then held his precious little sister even tighter, gently resting his forehead against hers in a protective embrace. Meanwhile, at a luxury apartment complex, Feng Jing sat at his desk, sorting through a pile of documents. Suddenly, his mother's enthusiastic voice echoed from outside as she burst into the room to call him. Irritated, he closed his eyes and snapped, knock first. How many times do I have to tell you? Even if you are my mother, you still need to knock. Ignoring his complaint, she eagerly waved her phone in front of his face and said, look at what your junior just sliced up. His knife skills are absolutely incredible. Hearing this, Feng Jing turned to his mother, completely baffled. She then showed him a photo of Senin Zachary's still functioning body, where all of his flesh had been sliced away, leaving only his head intact. Squinting her eyes with excitement, she remarked, this ability user's flesh was completely sliced off, yet he is still alive. You can clearly see the condensed abyss crystal inside his organs right through his ribcage. This has massive research value. She then added, and there's another one who was frozen solid. He is being packaged up right now to be sent to the Academy of Sciences. Hearing this, Feng Jing rushed forward in a panic, grabbing his mother's shoulders as he asked, Zhong Yuan wouldn't just attack someone for no reason. What on earth happened? Remaining perfectly calm, Feng Zhuzhen held the phone up to his face and smiled. The East China military region is currently discussing this very matter. Upon hearing this, he quickly grabbed his glasses from the desk and made a decision. I'm heading back to Shandong City right now. Disappointed, she whined. But we already agreed to go shopping together today. Is your precious junior more important than your own mother? Without a second thought, Feng Jing replied, my junior is more important. At his response, she whipped out a handkerchief from nowhere, playfully shoving Feng Jing with one hand, while dabbing at her fake tears with the other. She jokingly scolded him, you heartless boy, to think I carried you for 9 long months for this. Seeing this, Feng Jing just stared back at his mother with a deadpan expression, exposing her drama. I was raised in a nutrient tank until I was 12.5 years old. Did you really think I didn't know? In response, she huffed. Well, I am still your biological mother. His expression turned serious as he said, if you are my real mother, then don't keep secrets from me. He then pressed further. How exactly does the military district plan to deal with him? She crossed her arms and walked toward the door. tossing her answer back to Feng Jing. They'll probably recommend him for a second-class merit award. Hearing that, he stared at her, completely dumbfounded. Feng Zhujin then turned back, beckoning her son with a teasing smile. Come shopping with me, kiddo, and I'll let you in on some insider intel. Meanwhile, inside the office of the commander of the East China military region, Zhong Yuan sat alone, his hands clasped tightly as his elbows rested on his knees. A deeply troubled look washed over his face as he sank into his thoughts. Killing a foreign ability user on school grounds. There's no way I can avoid being interrogated for this. Then, he tried to figure out a way through it. Since this whole mess started because of Robert's Abyss Crystal, should I just play dumb when they start questioning me? Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. But Zhong Yuan remained sitting in silence, wrestling with his dilemma. Explaining how I instantly teleported from the museum back to the academy isn't going to be easy. Perfect. He'd just play completely dumb. Seeing that Zhong Yuan wasn't paying attention, the other man gently bowed his head as well. Then, he introduced himself. Hello, Zhong Yuan. I am Quan, commander of the East China military region. He then added, it was our failure to do our duty that let you and your sister fall into danger at the academy. Finally, he bowed deeply, closed his eyes, and said sincerely, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers in the military region, I deeply apologize to both you and your sister. Behind him, Xiaoqin was also looking at Zhong Yuan. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan was stunned by Quanfeng's sudden gesture. Then, with a look of pure shock, he screamed in his mind. Commander An was the one who had been quietly backing me up after that fight in Hualing. Quickly regaining his composure, he stood up straight and bowed deeply to apologize to him. I should be the one apologizing, sir. The trouble I caused by beating up those foreign students from the Smit Nation a few days ago must have been a real headache for you. Seeing this, Quanfeng raised his hands, gesturing for Zhong Yuan to stop bowing, and looked at him to clarify. No, it was the right thing to do. Besides, along with apologizing, I also wanted to thank you. Once again, he bowed sincerely with his eyes closed, and said to Zhong Yuan, you saved my daughter, and Cage, back in the Shenongjia realm. He then added, as her father, I want to give you my deepest thanks. Zhong Yuan bowed even lower, replying with utmost sincerity. She gave me so many ruin crystals, sir. I'm the one who should be thanking her. On the side, Xiaoqin couldn't help but wonder to himself, are they trying to see whose bowing posture is more textbook? Seeing that the awkward bow-off wasn't going to end, he cleared his throat with a hand over his mouth and suggested, why don't we all sit down first? Agreeing with the suggestion, Quanfeng looked at Xiaoqin and said, Right, Xiaoqin, I want to speak with this young man in private. Please keep watch at the door and make sure we aren't disturbed. Xiaoqin quickly bowed respectfully and complied, yes, sir. With that, only Zhong Yuan and Quanfeng remained in the room. Sitting on the sofa opposite him, Commander An gestured with his hand and spoke candidly. You don't need to be so formal, Zhong Yuan. Then, he added, I didn't invite you to the military region today to investigate you or hold you accountable. I just wanted to have a chat. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan, sitting in the adjacent chair, looked at him in confusion and asked, a chat about what, sir? To his question, Quanfeng didn't beat around the bush, replying straight, about your ability. Then, recalling the surveillance footage of Zhong Yuan's battle, he informed him, our staff analyzed your combat video and noticed that your actual ability doesn't quite match what's on your file. He then shared some inside information without hesitation. This incident has actually caught the attention of the Academy of Sciences. In the monitoring room, several scientists in white lab coats were reviewing his recorded battle, coming to a mutual conclusion, and Quanfeng warned him, if they come to investigate and I can't offer an explanation, you might have to go with them. Back to reality, Quanfeng looked at him with an earnest yet grave expression, asking in a serious tone, Zhong Yuan, did you acquire the Howling Ring King ability from that pile of 1,000 ordinary Ghost Howling Ring ruin crystals? Hearing this, Zhong Yuan was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, he isn't testing me. He's laying out the facts straight to show me what's at stake. With that, Zhong Yuan lowered his head, weighing his options carefully. Commander An is being so upfront with me. Why should I keep playing dumb? His expression softened, and looking at the birds flying freely in the sky outside the window, Zhong Yuan made up his mind. My goal in getting stronger is to defeat the alien race and protect Lanlin. Blindly hiding all my strength will only backfire. He then reasoned further. Since the military is willing to treat me with sincerity, it won't hurt to tell them the truth about my power." With that, he walked over to the open window. As the curtains fluttered in the breeze and the warm sunlight washed over him, he finally spoke up. "Actually, that ability isn't called tenfold rebound. It's tit for tat, blood for blood." Zhong Yuan continued, "Most of my listed abilities are real, but..." He paused for a moment before adding, "I've already long surpassed the limit of 8 types." Hearing this, and Quanfeng stared at him, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Before the commander could process the shock, Zhong Yuan looked into the distance with determination and explained, "I can upgrade my abilities by absorbing ruin crystals of the same type. As long as I have enough of them, I can max them out and unlock brand new powers. I've been using this exact method to level up every single one of my other abilities, one by one." After that, he turned around to confess a bit more. "Also, I still have." But before he could even finish, An Yunfeng lunged forward, grabbed his shoulders, and started shaking him like crazy. His eyes widened, and he shouted in pure excitement, desperate to confirm, "Are you absolutely sure that with enough void crystals, you can boost your current abilities to the max?" Faced with this sudden burst of excitement, Zhong Yuan calmly looked at him and confirmed, "Yes." Hearing this, An Junfeng shouted with joy once again. "This is amazing." He stood right in front of him by the window, his hands still gripping his shoulders as the bright sunlight bathed them both. And Yunfeng cheered in uncontrollable ecstasy. Heaven is truly smiling upon the Hua nation. Then he added, "We've just gained another powerhouse of national pillar proportions." Outside, the setting sun began to cast its shadow, wrapping around the massive building. Only now did An Yunfeng finally calm down and sink into his chair. He looked at Zhong Yuan and began to explain, "In recent years, countries all over the world have disclosed a certain amount of information regarding the void rifts to the public." He gestured with his hands, his tone growing incredibly serious, as he added, "Only in the Hua nation do we sweep everything under the rug if it threatens national stability. Even our textbooks on void abilities are highly unrealistic in many ways." As he spoke, An Yunfeng grew more intense, leaning in with a grim look on his face, laying it all out clearly. For security reasons, Robert's foreign void crystals were never officially recorded. He then added, "The fact that the Lighthouse Nation managed to get intelligence on you proves we have a mole hiding inside the Hua Nation. But with the current evidence, there's no way to pinpoint who it actually is." Seeing this, Zhong Yuan sat next to him, resting his arms on his knees, looking back at An Junfeng as he shared his own assessment. "Since they're in the shadows and we're out in the open, why don't we use me as bait to flush this mole out?" Without a moment's hesitation, An Junfeng agreed to the proposal. "All right, I'll figure out a way to arrange it. Head back to school first and wait for my word." Hearing that, he stood up and took his leave. "Then I'll head out now. I'll be waiting for your good news." Beside him, An Junfeng seemed to recall something. He looked back and stopped him. "Oh right, there's also something about your parents." He hesitated for a brief moment. Zhong Yuan turned his face away, his expression unreadable, but a dark shadow of sorrow crossed his voice as he cut him off, answering his own question. "Aren't they already dead?" Right after that, he walked out and closed the door behind him without a single trace of hesitation. Inside, An Yunfeng was left completely alone, his face contorted in distress as his mind drifted back to 10 years ago. When the Void Rift opened in Shandong City, it devastated countless ordinary citizens. The boy's parents were among them. He then silently added, "To cover up the truth, the military district used his parents' names to pay a living allowance to his cousins." In the end, An Yunfeng glanced around with sharp yet deeply sorrowful eyes, thinking to himself, "It seems the boy figured out the truth a long time ago." Outside, Zhong Yuan walked silently under the twilight sky without looking back. Suddenly, memories of his childhood came rushing back, flooding his mind. He remembered sitting at the dining table, staring at a small slice of birthday cake with a single tiny candle lit on top, smiling warmly. Propping his chin on his hands, he had looked at the girl sitting across from him and said, "Lanlin, happy birthday. I recently got a part-time job at a bakery, and the boss gave us this slice of cake as a gift." On the other side of the table was Zhong Lan, her face filled with sadness as she asked him, "Are Mom and Dad not coming home this year either?" Seeing this, Zhong Yuan had smiled, comforting his little sister. "They're just really busy, sweetie, so they can't make it. But anything they can do for you, I can do too." He had promised her with absolute certainty. Hearing those words, Zhong Lan's face lit up with pure excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she beamed and shared her wish with her big brother. Then for my next birthday, I want a big, round cake covered in fresh strawberries. Back in reality, Zhong Yuan stood holding a large cake, facing Director Gu. With his hands shoved in his pockets, the director looked at him and said, Zhong Lan's physical wounds have completely healed. However, recovering from the emotional trauma might take some time. Zhong Yuan nodded, assuring him, she'll be just fine. You should head back and get some rest, Director. The director agreed. All right, I won't disturb you two any longer. Immediately after, Zhong Yuan stepped into his sister's hospital room with a warm smile, raising the cake to surprise her. Hey, Lanlin, how are you feeling? I bought a super delicious strawberry cake. Should we eat it now or wait a bit? But she just curled up in a tight ball, hugging her knees on the hospital bed. Without waiting for her reply, Zhong Yuan walked over and sat down in the visitor's chair beside the bed. Still clinging to her knees, she kept her head down and whimpered softly, Brother, I'm okay. I'm just really scared inside. Seeing this, he spoke to her in a gentle, soothing voice. Then come talk to me, Zhong Lan obediently replied. Okay. She then remembered how she used to imagine herself dressed as a superhero when she was little, hands on her hips with pride, as she declared, in almost all the comics I've read, good always triumphs over evil. Then, Zhong Lan added, even though it sounds childish, I want to be just like the main character. I want to protect the world and stand up for justice. With tears welling up in her eyes, she looked up, stared at her palms, and shared her inner thoughts. I've always believed that ability users are allies, comrades who should fight the monsters together. We shouldn't be turning on and killing each other like this. Hearing his little sister's innocent thoughts, Zhong Yuan understood her feelings. He walked over with a warm smile and wiped away her tears. Gently dabbing her face with a tissue, he softly explained, but people have different ideas of what's right. When those beliefs clash, we can't coexist. That's how people end up turning against each other as enemies. Then, he looked at his sister and asked, So, Lan, what does justice mean to you? The little girl curled up, hugging her knees. She looked up slightly, sniffled, and said, Well, in my opinion. Zhong Lan hesitated for a moment, then, looking at the cake on the table, she clenched her fists tightly against her chest and declared excitedly, Justice is strawberry cake. Zhong Yuan was completely blindsided by her sheer determination. He gaped in utter confusion, letting out a bewildered, Huh? Zhong Lan got even more fired up, pumping her fists as she laid out her logic. Think about it. The bakers, the farmers who grow the ingredients, world peace, so we can actually have strawberry cake shops. Everything that makes it possible is my definition of justice. But as soon as she finished speaking, she curled right back up, crying out in pitiful frustration, But boo-hoo, I'm still way too weak. I don't even have the power to protect strawberry cake. Sitting beside her, Zhong Yuan smiled gently as he brushed her hair, offering a sweet suggestion. In that case, let me protect your strawberry cake for you. He smiled, adding, Lan, just like when we were kids, all you have to do is wait for me to bring the cake home. Hearing his words, she looked a little downcast. Then, her face scrunched up with a hint of sorrow as she softly shared her worries. But, I'll have to grow up eventually, won't I? Standing behind her, Zhong Yuan tied her hair into twin tails. Keeping a gentle hold on the comb, he assured her with absolute certainty. As long as I'm around, you can stay a kid for as long as you want, he added. Whether it's for 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, or even your whole life, it's perfectly fine with me. Still kneeling on the bed with a tiny pout, Zhong Lan sat quietly as her brother finished her hair, deeply touched by his words. Feeling comforted, she reached up to touch one of her pigtails and smiled happily, agreeing with him. Okay then, I'll stay a kid just a little bit longer. At least until I'm strong enough to protect my own strawberry cake. Suddenly, she remembered something and called out to the room next door, her voice echoing all the way down the hallway. Oh, right, big brother, there's another strawberry cake buddy right next door. Why don't we go check on him? With that, the two of them walked over to Jiang Tianshuo's room. Zhong Yuan followed along, carrying the strawberry cake in his hands, while Zhong Lan burst through the door, announcing excitedly, Big brother Jiang Tianshuo, my brother is here to see you. At their entrance, Jiang Tianshuo, who was sitting in bed, and Chu Yi, who was lounging on a chair with his arms crossed, both looked up. A bit embarrassed to look them in the eye, Zhong Yuan scratched his cheek and offered a somewhat awkward, thanks, for saving my sister. He then quickly cleared his throat and added, and sorry for almost beating you to death back in Hualing. Hearing this, Jiang Tianshuo chuckled good-naturedly, letting it slide. Haha, Honestly, it's my bad. I'm the one who caused the misunderstanding in the first place. He readily took the blame, adding, let's just let bygones be bygones. Then, sitting cross-legged, Jiang Tianshuo extended a hand to Zhong Yuan and asked, so, can we be friends now? Zhong Yuan shook his hand and replied casually, sure. But let's get one thing straight, friends. Don't try to poach each other's people, all right? Watching them make up, Zhong Lan clasped her hands behind her back and beamed with joy. Zhong Yuan turned to place the cake on the table and carefully sliced it, explaining, oh, and there's also this. Lan mentioned earlier. Intrigued, Jiang Tianshuo watched from his bed as Zhong Yuan handed him a slice with a warm smile, finishing that she'd gladly share a piece of her strawberry cake with you. A moment later, a ranking list flashed on a phone screen reading, the nation's Youth Ability User Rankings. Rank 1, Jiang Buyo. Rank 2, Swan Ming. Rank 3, Bai Wuyan. Staring at his phone, Feng Jing looked up at Zhong Yuan, who was also scrolling through his phone, and said, that old fox actually bumped you up to rank 2. Yeah, Zhong Yuan replied quietly, and I was also awarded a third-class Gold Star Medal, a second-class Certificate of Merit, and promoted to Major. He paused, then added, plus, 2 of the campus attackers were internationally wanted criminals, so they've already wired me the bounties. Hearing this, Feng Jing couldn't help but sigh. Man, none of that stuff is even practical. He tossed his phone aside, threw his arms out, and put on his glasses while speaking in an exaggerated tone. By the way, the museum staff were blowing up my phone that day. My family said you went into the exhibition hall and just completely vanished into thin air. Then he added, so I told them, it's totally normal for ability users to move without leaving a trace. Nothing to freak out about. Chung Win, standing nearby, was completely speechless, hearing him brag like that. Suddenly, Feng Qin got super serious and looked really worried as he said, lately, you haven't been sleeping in your own dorm at all, but spending every night in the holding cell. Then, he asked, looking suspicious, don't tell me you're like claustrophilic or something and can only fall asleep in dark, cramped spaces? Hearing that, he put down his phone, looked at him with a deadpan expression, and confirmed, yeah, honestly, that might actually be true. Right after that, Feng Qin pointed a finger at him and asked, so, do you want to sleep in a pitch-black, sealed rectangular box? Intrigued, Chung Win asked him back with genuine interest, where can I buy a bed like that? Hearing his question, Feng Qin crossed his arms, held his head high, and replied, it has to be custom-made. What kind of style are you looking for? At his question, Chung Win rubbed his chin, looking dead serious. As he pictured a solid gold coffin in his head, he asked, can we make it look like a golden coffin? Just tweak it a bit so the lid can open easily. Then Chung Win added, actually, alloy would be best. Pure gold isn't really shock-resistant. Feng Qin nodded in agreement and asked, no problem. Do you want a sliding lid or a flip-top lid? Still rubbing his chin, he pictured both options of the coffin lid, imagining himself sitting inside and popping straight up like a vampire. With his hands still supporting his chin, he made his decision. Let's go with the flip-top. It seems more practical. Hearing that, Feng Qin immediately agreed. All right, I'll bring it over to you in a few days once it's finished. Cut to lunchtime, where the 4 of them, 3 guys and 1 girl, were sitting around a dining table. Thuong Quanwai looked up from his food, glanced at Feng Qin, and sighed. Man, Feng Qin, you really dodged a bullet by not being at school these past few days. Hearing this, Feng Qin looked at Thuong Quanwai with a blank stare. Thuong Quanwai stuffed another mouthful of food into his mouth and started explaining. So, the cafeteria handed out free, expired milk tea that day. Anyone who drank it got food poisoning and rushed to the restrooms, throwing up their guts. To make matters worse, the school's entire drainage system was frozen solid. When the restroom doors were opened, it was like opening a literal treasure chest of gold, if you know what I mean. Hearing this, Chung Lam looked at him with sheer disgust. She grabbed Chung Win's earring and muttered, ugh. I suddenly lost my appetite. Meanwhile, Chung Win kept eating happily, completely ignoring Thuong Quanwai. Feng Qin couldn't take it anymore. He face-palmed and snapped, Thuong Quanwai, seriously, stop talking about gross stuff while we're eating. But Chung Win just ignored the bickering, happily chewing away with his rice bowl in hand. Hearing that, Thuong Quanwai awkwardly scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. How about we talk about how my family questioned my sexual orientation after seeing those photos of me in drag? Now they've literally arranged a matchmaker to set me up on blind dates. Feng Qin stared at him in utter disbelief. As he picked up some food, picturing Thuong Quan Wai's girlfriend, he asked, "Wait, don't you already have Jian Nu?" Thuong Quan Wai sighed and answered honestly, "My family says she isn't from our social class." At that, Feng Qin scoffed, turning fully toward Thuong Quan Wai. "Are you kidding me? She's gorgeous, smart, and has a great body. If anything, she's a total goddess and you're way out of her league." Hearing this, Chung Lam poked her head over, looking confused. Wait, is having a big butt really considered a plus? Chung Wen just sat there, chopsticks in hand, enjoying the free drama. Hearing her question, Feng Qin immediately turned around, gesturing wildly as he declared, "Well, obviously." Then he added, "From a medical standpoint, the wider the pelvis, the easier the childbirth. So yeah, it's absolutely an advantage." The young girl leaned on Chung Wen's shoulder, listening intently to Feng Qin. Suddenly, Chung Wen chimed in to scold him. "Feng Qin, stop corrupting my little sister." Hearing this, Feng Qin sighed and tried to justify himself. "Look, as ability users, we could face life or death situations at any moment. So if you find someone you like, why hesitate? Get married early, have kids early, and you can contribute even more to the country." He then glanced at Chung Wen and Chung Lam, smirking playfully as he teased, "Well, except for you two, of course." The sibling duo stared at him blankly. Once the implications sank in, Chung Wen lost his temper, punching him so hard he went flying, while roaring, "Feng Qin." Later that afternoon at the training grounds, the students stood in a long line under the blazing sun, as their instructor stood before them and announced, "Starting today, our class will undergo real combat training once every 2 weeks." He then detailed the curriculum, adding, "The training will include ancient martial arts cultivation, physical conditioning, and mental meditation." Lu Van then gestured with his chin toward a group of people walking up behind him, introducing them to the students. For today's training, the military district has specially sent several active duty elite officers to guide you, to teach. Down in the crowd, Trung Win calmly stared at the line of instructors in front of him and muttered to himself. Who would have thought there would be two familiar faces? Down below, Trung Lam also recognized them, her face instantly turning gloomy as she wondered. Uncle Lam, why is he always the one in charge of practical combat training? Right after that, the instructors stepped forward to introduce themselves. First up was Lam Dong Luong. Clasping his hands behind his back with a serious expression, he called out, "Greetings, students. Starting today, the four of us will be guiding you through your basic practical combat course." He then added, "First, let's get to know each other." Suddenly, his voice boomed as he shouted, "My name is Lam Dong Luong, from the Night Eagle Squad of the East China Military Region. I'm a command-type ability user." There were 4 others standing beside him, while Lu Van stepped back to give them the stage. Next, the remaining 3 introduced themselves one by one. The first one, a brown-haired man, spoke with a clear, resonant voice. "My name is Trian Hong, from the God of War Squad of the East China Military Region, an assault-type ability user." Next was a blonde guy. "My name is Huang Trung, from the Star Steel Squad of the East China Military Region. I'm a defense-type ability user." The last one was a woman. "My name is Muk Hong, from the God's Eye Squad of the East China Military Region. I'm a support and healing-type ability user." Then, Huang Trung pointed toward a corner and boasted, "I've won 2 martial arts medals at the military sports games. Any students who want to sharpen their combat skills, come to me." Beside him, the only woman on the training team also raised her hand and gestured to the other side, advising, "Ability users who are physically weaker, especially the girls, will find the support and healing types much more suitable. Anyone interested in this path, please follow me." Meanwhile, in the back, Lam Dong Luong frowned grimly, lost in his thoughts. Just the other day, the commander had called him into the military headquarters. He recalled that day when An Quan Fong sat in his chair, with his fingers clasped together, looking at him with a dead serious expression as he announced, "Xiao Lam, when Than An Academy was ambushed, the very first person Trung Lam called for help was you." Hearing this, Lam Dong Luong panicked, waving his arms in disbelief as he shouted, "What? That was a cry for help?" But An Quan Fong calmly continued to explain, "You cut off her resources, yet she never cut off her trust in you." Then, with a firm look in his eyes, he remarked about Trung Lam, "What an incredibly smart child." He then let out a sigh of admiration. To stay calm in such a crisis, make a logical decision, and reach out to the military. He then scolded, "And yet, You completely dismissed her just because she only has 2 abilities? Right after that, he made a demand of Lam Dong Luong. Right now, there is an opportunity for you to mend your relationship with that child. Hearing this, Lam Dong Luong's eyes widened in sheer shock. Back in reality, with his hands still clasped behind his back, Lam Dong Luong slowly approached the 2 siblings and announced, Trung Lam, Trung Yuan, the 2 of you will be under my personal training. Seeing this, they both stared back at him. Trung Lam tightly grabbed her brother's hand. Trung Yuan quietly looked away without saying a word, while his sister shrank behind him, staring up at Lam Dong Luong with pure caution and fear. Immediately, Trung Yuan stepped in front of her and firmly stated, Instructor Lam, you are not suited to guide us. It would be best to switch to someone else. Hearing this, Lam Dong Luong was taken aback, while the other instructors turned to look at Trung Yuan with deep suspicion. Faced with Trung Yuan's rejection, Lam Dong Luong looked utterly stunned, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. He stepped forward and reprimanded him. Trung Yuan, do not bring your personal feelings into this class. He then added, even though I am a command-type ability user, training an ordinary person like you is more than enough. Down in the crowd, Trian Hong let out a soft sigh as he glanced at Lam Dong Luong. Hearing the instructor's words, Trian Hong could only offer a forced smile, thinking to himself, if Trung Yuan is an ordinary person, then I must be a complete freak. But on the other side, Trung Yuan's aura flared with cold, murderous intent. Staring back with a freezing, hostile gaze, he declared, teach me? You're not qualified. He then coldly reminded Lam Dong Luong, requesting a different instructor is a perfectly reasonable demand, so I hope Instructor Lam won't bring his own personal feelings into this class, either. Hearing this, Huang Trung couldn't hold back his temper any longer. He marched forward, pointing an angry finger at Trung Yuan as he snapped, what the hell is your problem? Captain Lam has a legendary combat record. His strength is clear for everyone to see. He then aggressively questioned Trung Yuan. Who do you think you are? What gives a mere student like you the right to be this arrogant? Seeing this, Lam Dong Luong quickly held out his arm to stop him, warning, Huang Trung, that's enough. Then, bowing slightly toward Trung Yuan, he solemnly admitted his mistake. Trung Yuan, I admit I was wrong. I failed both of you, and I deeply and sincerely apologize. On the other side, Trung Yuan stood protectively in front of Trung Lam, who peeked out from behind his back. The 2 siblings stared coldly at Lam Dong Luong, while beside them, Huang Trung stood frozen in absolute shock. Then, looking back up at Trung Yuan, he denied the request to switch instructors. But that is still not a valid reason to refuse my training. He refused to instruct Zhong Yuan, and then went on to lecture him, saying that he should study with a humble attitude in class, instead of being so hot-tempered and impulsive. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes, remaining perfectly calm. He coldly remarked, even when apologizing, you still manage to step on other people's toes. I really can't respect a character like yours. Nearby, Mu Hong couldn't help but look over, narrowing his eyes as he commented, it's disgraceful for a student to deliberately pick a fight in front of an instructor. Meanwhile, Xiang Chong lost his temper completely, pointing a finger at Zhong Yuan. He snapped, kid, what the hell do you want? Behind him, Zhong Lan shrank back in fear, not daring to look, while Zhong Yuan stood firm on his demand. Get me a different instructor. Both his skills and character are lacking, he's not qualified to teach me. Seeing him act so arrogant and begging for a beating, Xiang Chong cracked his knuckles in anger, gritting his teeth as he approached him and said, I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. He then declared that if he didn't teach Zhong Yuan a lesson today, the kid would end up dead within 2 seconds of stepping onto the battlefield. Zhong Yuan simply retorted, hey big guy, I suggest you eat more and worry about yourself. But Xiang Chong was already in his face, his expression twisted in rage. He furrowed his brows, pointed a finger right at Zhong Yuan's neck, and barked, I'm making it my business, step out here right now and let's fight. Seeing his determination, Zhong Yuan smiled mockingly, and called him out, if you want to fight, just fight. Stop making excuses. Behind them, Zhong Lan sensed the danger. She looked at her brother anxiously and tried to stop him. Brother, maybe we should just forget it. Despite her worry, Zhong Yuan remained calm, looking back to reassure her. It's fine. He gave Zhong Lan a reassuring smile, then pointed at Shang Chong and declared, to beat him, I only need one move. On the other side, Shang Chong grimaced, glaring at him with even more fury. He bellowed at Zhong Yuan, one move? Fine. I'll stand right here and let you take your best shot. Use whatever energy you want. Zhong Yuan stared back with unwavering determination, while Zhong Lan, holding her phone from a distance, also knit her brows slightly. He stepped forward with a sneer, saying, "Just so you know, I'm one of the top defense experts in this military zone. My reflection ability can bounce your own attack right back at you." An on-screen caption suddenly popped up to explain. Reflection. When attacked, the user only takes 20% damage and reflects 80% of that damage back to the attacker. The blonde-haired guy gestured provocatively and laughed out loud, saying, "Kid, hit me with everything you've got. I won't even budge." Zhong Yuan looked at him and asked with eerie calmness, "Are you sure you want me to go all out?" He replied with absolute confidence, "Of course." Zhong Yuan suddenly turned around and asked, "Instructor Mu, do you have life resonance?" The man quickly replied, "Oh yes. What are you planning to do?" With an icy expression, Zhong Yuan looked off into the distance and said, "Good." He got into a stance, staring at the guy while thinking to himself, "Courage, master combatant, blood for blood, poison eater." A surge of brilliant light enveloped his body, radiating pure, raw power. He continued thinking, every single second, fighting like mad until the very end, berserk stance. Seeing this, Xiang Chong's face instantly went pale as he shrieked, "Reflection!" Closing the distance rapidly, Zhong Yuan unleashed a devastating punch straight at him. At the same time, his mind raced with calculations. His power was boosted tenfold, meaning 80% reflected back would be 8 times his original strength. That reflected power would then be countered 3 times over by his blood-for-blood skill. Finally, the blow landed. Before everyone's eyes was a look of absolute determination and cold fury in his gaze. The impact sent Xiang Chong flying back. The blonde-haired guy slammed hard onto the ground with a bone-shattering thud, his face completely covered in bright red blood. A girl rushed over in a panic and cried, "Life resonance." A single punch completely drained the life force of a defense specialist. That's just insane. Just then, Zhan Hong came hurrying over, scratching his head. The woman cried out, We saved his life." Then, she passed out from exhaustion. Zhan Hong thought to himself, "I only wanted to take this chance to ask Zhong Yuan for some clay target shooting tips, but you guys had to go and do this." He quickly slung both of them over his shoulders effortlessly and said, "I'm taking them to the hospital." Zhong Lan smiled mischievously, looking at her phone as she thought to herself, "Now that I've recorded the video, time to post it on my moments. Commander An's new satellite phone is really handy." Zhong Yuan walked over and called out to Lin Dongliang. "So, do you think you can instruct me now?" Startled, Lin Dongliang's mind raced with disbelief. How is this possible? His talent is clearly below that of an average person. I absorbed a ruin power with a red-tier sensing ability. In addition to pinpointing royalty among the aberrant races, it can also sense the ruin talent of ordinary people. Suddenly, he recalled a day from the past and thought to himself, that day, I ran into Zhong Lan by chance, and my sensing ability activated automatically. It was obvious she was highly suited to become a ruin power user, an ability user who could become the absolute strongest powerhouse in all of Wuxia. He quickly thought to himself, I've personally checked Zhong Yuan's talent before, and honestly, it's rare to see someone so completely unfit to be an ability user. It really makes you wonder if he and Zhong Lan are actually biological siblings. They don't look alike at all. Instinctively, he glanced at Zhong Lan and thought, it wasn't easy waiting for that golden opportunity when Zhong Yuan had his accident, allowing me to force Zhong Lan into Xingying Academy. But if Zhong Yuan's talent is really that low, how could he become such a top-tier powerhouse in just over a month? Did something go wrong with my sensory ability? Then, a meaningful gaze from afar locked onto Zhong Yuan. Or maybe, judging someone's worth based purely on sensory feedback was always a mistake, even here at Hualing Academy. Jiang Tianshuo rested his chin on his hand, staring intently at his phone, thinking, huh? Zhong Lan posted a new update on her feed. Zhong Lan's post popped up, reading, look at how handsome my brother is. Tianshuo blushed without even realizing it. He smiled as the thought crossed his mind. Zhong Yuan has gotten even stronger. Last time he beat me up, he definitely didn't have this kind of power. Let me save 3 copies of this video first. Just then, Feng Qing walked over. Looking at the phone in his hand, he chuckled and said, that's our little Lan for you. Sharing this is a piece of cake. The scene shifts to Gu Yan scrolling through his phone, his mind racing. Great. Even Commander An reposted it on his feed. Is he trying to embarrass the entire East China region? Though, this Zhong Yuan kid is incredibly photogenic. He gently rubbed his chin, stroking his beard as he muttered to himself, "Now that I think about it, whenever they pick a candidate, that person gets the title of admissions ambassador and gets their picture printed on the recruitment materials." Zhong Yuan was voted the strongest campus prince, racking up 1.8 million votes. Cut to another scene. A bright spotlight flashes before our eyes. Someone's voice rings out. This pose, this expression, using a youthful hero instead of a typical campus prince for Shengying Academy's recruitment poster this year, doesn't seem like a bad idea at all. Zhong Yuan is surrounded by flashing cameras from the reporters. Gu Yan looks at him, wearing a confident smile. Zhong Yuan is the youngest major in our East China region. If we don't use him as our poster boy, who else would we use? His smile fades as he notices the boy's exhausted face. He asks, "Are we done with the shoot? Can I go home now?" Seeing him like this, Gu Yan says in a panic, "You were so energetic just a second ago. Why the sudden slump?" Hearing this, Zhong Yuan replies instantly, "That was just my business face." Zhong Yuan closes his eyes, his thoughts racing, thinking, this ability to act super cute makes everyone around me naturally fond of me. The more I think about it, the more dangerous this power seems. For now, I'll do my best not to use it on humans. I'll test the actual effects on animals first and go from there. In the middle of the city's night, Su Wanying's figure faintly appears. As she walks, she sighs. First, I invited Zhong Yuan to team up and got rejected. And now, he even snatched the school beauty title right out of my hands. Seriously. Oh well, I'll just head over to the waste incinerator to pet some stray cats and clear my head. Suddenly, as she passes by, she spots a crowd of cats affectionately clinging to a guy, and it looks incredibly adorable. Instinctively, she walks up, taps him on the shoulder, and shyly asks, "Excuse me, do you know how to get these cats to warm up to you?" But when Zhong Yuan turns his head, she gasps in shock and calls out his name. Seeing her call his name, Zhong Yuan rests his hand on his chin and says, "Ah, I remember you. You're that last wish user who tricked me into getting Malatang that day." She forces an awkward laugh and quickly replies, "Su Wanying. My name is Su Wanying, not Last Wish." Classmate Zhong Yuan, are you here to feed the cats too? Catching a quick glimpse of the cat food in her hands, he says, "These cats make way too much noise every night, so I came here to punish them." As the words leave his mouth, a thought flashes through his mind. Wait, she's a cat lover. I shouldn't badmouth cats in front of her. So, he quickly changes the subject. "Wait, Senior Su, did you say you wanted to get closer to these cats?" She beams with joy and looks at him. "Yes. How on earth did you do it? Can you tell me your secret?" He keeps the conversation going. "Sure, but you have to keep everything you see tonight a secret." She eagerly agrees. "No problem at all." With a deadpan, serious look, he tells her, "If you want them to listen, you have to learn how to act cute." Her jaw drops as she blankly repeats, "Act cute." His hands gently stroke the calico cat in his arms. That's right. Acting cute is the only way to win over stray cats. Staring at him in utter disbelief, her mind goes completely blank. Are you even speaking Wuxia? Why is none of this making any sense? Watching him pet the cat with an overwhelming aura of cuteness, she instinctively edges closer and smiles. "Zhong Yuan, let me feel it for a bit." He backs away defensively and says, "Senior, are you trying to harass me?" Panicking, she quickly denied it. "No. I was talking about the cat. Let me touch the cat on your shoulder for a second." He quickly sat down beside her with a thud. Taking the cat off his shoulder, he said, "Oh, is that so? Hang on a second, Senior." A blue light glowed from his hands as a thought flashed through his mind. "I just realized that, after acting super cute to completely win over this cat, it feels like I can communicate basic emotions with it." Suddenly enveloped by a mysterious power, the cat ran right over to playfully cuddle with Wanying. She gasped in surprise. "Hey, don't fight, don't fight. There's still plenty of cat food left." He watched her thoughtfully. This Su Wanying didn't seem as high maintenance or troublesome as he had first thought. Just as things quieted down, his pocket suddenly blared. "Wake up, big brother. The sun is already shining on your butt." Hearing that ringtone, he thought to himself, a call from Commander Anne. Calling in the middle of the night means it must be an emergency. He quickly said goodbye to Su Wanying. "I've got something to take care of, so I'll head out first. You should go home and get some rest too, Senior." Hearing that, she quickly replied, "Oh, okay." He walked away just like that, leaving her behind with the adorable little kitties. Watching him go, she thought, Having stray cats cozy up to me like this feels amazing. I wonder if I'll ever get to pet cats with Zhong Yuan again. She paused for a moment, another thought popping into her head. Wait. Zhong Yuan said he had to act cute with them. Maybe I should try it? She tried to copy him, striking what she thought was an adorable pose with a silly, goofy smile. The cats stared at her with pure disgust and immediately swiped her right in the face. Hit by their paws, she tumbled backward, crying out in pain. Clutching the bag of cat food with tears in her eyes, she sobbed, "Wah. It's all a lie. Acting cute is totally useless. Great, just great." Now her face is covered in scratches that need healing. Gently touching her cheek, she muttered, "Healing. I have the ultimate support ability. Ultimate prayer. Yet I can't even heal a tiny scratch like this myself." A flood of memories rushed through her mind, an image of her kneeling on the cold floor, her body trembling with fear. A red-haired guy stood over her arrogantly, demanding, "Who gave you this windhorn deer void crystal?" Trembling in fear, she whimpered, I bought it from a classmate." Instantly turning violent, he shoved her away, throwing a barrage of cruel and insulting words at her. "Right now, you only have the ultimate prayer. All you need to do is stay in the rear and let others copy your power. That way, you don't have to risk your life, and you still get all the fame and fortune. The mutant void crystal of ultimate prayer is our Sioux family's ticket to wealth and power. It must never be contaminated by some trash ability like healing wind." He beat her until she was writhing and shaking on the floor, then turned his back on her and said, "Luckily, you're just a talentless piece of trash who can't absorb anything other than that mutant crystal anyway. Until you fully condense it to pass down to the next generation, just behave yourself and don't try anything stupid." Yet another painful memory surfaced. Mocking whispers echoed in her ears, saying, "They say power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. She has so many suitors, but they're all just after her ultimate prayer, right? Once she's done casting ultimate prayer, she's just a burden we have to protect. So annoying. But hey, she's still useful as a synergy tool." "Ha ha." Lu Wen raised his hand, not even looking her in the eye. "Sorry, but your family specifically ordered me not to unlock your abilities." She stood there, completely numb, biting her lip in silence. Returning to the present, she held the void crystal tightly in her hand. "I want to fight side by side with my comrades. I don't want to be a burden who only relies on others for protection. If there really are gods in this world of void energy, please answer my humble prayer." Unconsciously, a tear slipped down her cheek and touched the void crystal. A resonant chime echoed from the void crystal. She had acquired the healing wind ability. Her face was filled with utter disbelief. Up in the sky, a helicopter roared through the clouds, its loud engine echoing across the ground. "Zhong Yuan, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but the situation in Jinling City is critical. The rift is about to fall." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "No need to apologize, Commander An. Just send me the battlefield report and the details." The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Understood. Your satellite phone can connect directly to the battlefield communications channel now. Remember to connect in a moment." He gave a simple reply, "Yes, sir." He turned his gaze to the pilot and smiled slightly. "Xiao Jie, I didn't know you could fly a helicopter too." The man quickly replied, "It's nothing. Dongfeng Express handles logistics for void energy users, so we have to wear many hats." He continued the conversation. "Working late-night overtime must be tough on you." He turned around and smiled at Zhong Yuan. "This is nothing. You guys are the ones doing the real hard work." Ending their conversation, location of the rift, Niutu Mountain, Jinling City, rank, green, rank. Opening time, 4 hours ago. Enemy beast, primeval toad. Its abilities include multiplication, toxic sickle, death crush, and super decay. The system interface flashed as an intense, explosive battle erupted. One of the soldiers said, "There are too many bugs. We can't kill them all. This is definitely not a green-level threat. 6 squads are way too few. The Huangtian squad is about to collapse." Before anyone could react, a bug lunged forward at blinding speed, and a painful scream pierced the air. Hearing the scream, Guyan said, "The Huangtian squad has been wiped out." Upon hearing this, a blonde youth cried out in panic. "No, Xiao Yue is getting married next month. She can't die." He quickly tried to calm the young man down. "Stop talking. Focus on the bugs in front of us first." They desperately fought against the hideous creatures. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the earpieces. "This is command. All personnel are ordered to retreat immediately To preserve our forces. Gu Yan yelled back in anger. Are you just going to abandon the civilians out there? If we die, send in the next squad to keep fighting. The battle 12 years ago, when the Taigu toad tore through the barrier. We had to sacrifice over 100 people to suppress it. That history is still burned into our minds. And Yunfeng quickly chimed in. We've urgently reinforced 9 anchor points on the barrier. It won't be broken that easily. Besides, a powerhouse who can turn the tide of this battle is on his way. I ordered the retreat because I don't want any more unnecessary sacrifices. Zhong Yuan has only just arrived. The delivery guy quickly radioed Dongfeng, who called command. We've arrived at Niutu Mountain. Please advise. A voice replied, command copies. The barrier will open in 50 seconds. Fly at maximum speed, Dongfeng replied. Understood. With that, the delivery guy pushed the helicopter to its absolute limit, plunging forward at a terrifying speed. Deliveryman Li started counting. 1, 2, 3. They had successfully entered the barrier. At that moment, a group of people inside the command center was looking at the external feed. They received incoming data from the outside. The Niutu Mountain Communication Tower has detected an unknown connection. User login. Xuan Ming. A man raised his hand and ordered, put him through to the channel and grant him Tier 1 authorization. From the helicopter, he looked down and murmured, keep it down, my ears are about to explode. The blonde guy in the front scoffed, huh. Xuan Ming sounds incredibly young. Gu Yan quickly added, and he's already complaining about the volume? Don't tell me he's never even been on a battlefield before? The guy with the buzz cut chimed in, I just hope this strategic-grade powerhouse can actually turn things around. Meanwhile, a massive swarm of bugs suddenly rushed toward Zhong Yuan. Terrified, the delivery guy cried out, Dongfeng, requesting orders. The bugs are heading straight for the chopper. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan commanded, pull up right now. Surprised, the delivery guy looked back at him. Zhong Yuan urgently ordered, keep climbing until I tell you to stop. Hurry! Thoughts raced through his mind. Taigu venomous scythe detected. Absorb? Do not absorb. I'll deal with it later. The prompt kept repeating in his head as he looked down to measure the distance. 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Whew! The altitude warning finally vanished. Holding his backpack, he said to delivery man Li, all right, there's toxic gas below. Make sure to stay at this altitude so you don't breathe it in. Shocked, the delivery guy replied. Huh? You made me climb. Just for my sake? Before he could say anything else, Zhong Yuan declared, I'm heading down first. Full of confidence, the delivery guy pointed to himself and said, return in victory, and I'll personally drive you back. He just smiled faintly and leaped straight down. Looking at the system feed, the gray-haired man panicked when he saw him jump. Why did Xuanming jump? He's at 4,000 meters. The maximum deployment altitude for a parachute is only 1,000 meters. The person next to him replied confidently, He has a special landing technique. He plummeted right into the middle of the hideous swarm of bugs. A voice came through the earpiece. Are you kidding me? Why did he just jump without warning? Hearing the complaints, he replied, Hey, old man, stop shouting unless it's an emergency. The man lowered his voice and apologized. Sorry, I'll keep it down. But tell me, what kind of ability are you using to stay airborne? The people around them quickly started whispering to each other. This Swan Ming guy actually had the nerve to talk back to the chief of staff. Another chimed in, exactly. And the crazy part is, the chief of staff isn't even mad at him. Seeing them gossiping about Zhong Yuan, the chief of staff's assistant gave them a quiet warning. Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Xuanming is currently at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Back to Zhong Yuan, he suddenly discarded his auxiliary gear and said, I'm not using any abilities. I just landed on the back of a giant cockroach. If they attack me, I'll deal with it then. With that, he unleashed a desperate, high-risk move, obliterating the incoming bugs. Hearing the sounds of battle, Gu Yan warned, Shh, don't disrupt his fight. Before anyone could process what was happening, a voice from the earpieces said, It's over. These bugs aren't even as smart as stray cats. Everyone gasped in unison. 2 seconds, and it's already over? The crew on the helicopter were also completely dumbfounded. Cried out, Commander, what does he mean? What is this stray cat business all about? Yu Cheng replied calmly, strategic class. He fought while thinking. His acting cute ability was hit or miss on humans, but it worked wonders on cats and insects. Moreover, just activating it once would make them listen to him indefinitely. He then looked at his phone, which was displaying their locations. He thought further. Of the 6 ability teams that joined the battle, only 5 were left, totaling 30 people. But as he looked down, he saw a swarm of bugs rushing into a cave and muttered to himself, "How strange. Why is a swarm of bugs rushing straight toward them? These pests aren't very smart, so they shouldn't be able to sense their location." He thought rapidly, his suspicious eyes scanning the screen as a few words appeared. Could there be a highly intelligent individual among the Taigu cockroaches that can communicate and share information with the others? He quickly contacted Guyan's team. "A massive swarm of giant cockroaches is flying your way. I'm coming to help you retreat." Guyan panicked and yelled into his earpiece, "We can handle these bugs ourselves. Xuan Ming, just focus on your own mission." Hearing Guyan say that, he immediately shot back. "These pests are not normal. If you take your sweet time killing them, you're going to ruin everything." Hearing this, the team felt like they'd just been hit by a freezing spell. One of the men next to Guyan chimed in. "He's complaining we're too slow? Xuan Ming is way too arrogant." Another guy behind him yelled in frustration, "Don't come over here. We can still fight." The blonde guy also lost his temper, raising his cannon and roaring, "Bring out all the heavy weapons and wipe these bugs out. Avenge the Huang Tian team." Before anyone could react, someone pointed out of the cave at a figure. "Wait, I think he's already here." Standing tall and looking incredibly cool, he asked, "Is anyone afraid of heights? If not, I'll have these cockroaches fly you to safety." Guyan's jaw dropped as he cried out, "Controlling 31 targets at once? That literally shatters the highest record in the country." The blonde guy was just as shocked, stammering, Is this the true power of a strategic class ability user?" Someone asked nervously, "These bugs are poisonous. Is it really safe for them to carry us?" He answered decisively, "Their venom sacs are on their legs, releasing poison through friction when they crawl. Their droppings are also toxic, but they're harmless while in flight. Time is tight. Everyone follow my lead. Mount up." As a massive swarm of bugs gathered, he simply turned away, deep in thought. "Now that they're airborne, I can finally focus on uncovering the secrets of these creatures." He pulled out a glowing red orb and thought, detected the ruin crystal of the Taigu cockroach. Absorb it. The ruin crystal of the Taigu cockroach possesses the following abilities. Red grade super reproduction, cannot be upgraded. Super reproduction greatly boosts reproductive capability, yielding tens of thousands of offspring at once. Green grade venom scythe, cannot be upgraded. Venom scythe is the signature toxin of the Taigu cockroach, infecting everything it touches. He continued analyzing. Yellow grade death strangling can be upgraded. Death strangling utilizes its jagged mouthparts to attack enemies and drain their life force. Red grade super excretion cannot be upgraded. Super excretion instantly discharges a massive amount of harmful waste, accelerating the spread of the venom scythe. With a deadpan face, he thought, who in their right mind wouldn't absorb this? Then, he resumed analyzing the ruin crystal. Green grade swarm will cannot be upgraded. Swarm will utilizes the venom scythe to enable telepathic resonance, which requires the venom scythe ability. He stared at the ruin crystal skeptically, thinking, so on top of those 4 abilities, there's also swarm will, which uses the venom scythe to resonate thoughts. Well, let's run a quick experiment first. Cut to the scene of everyone floating in midair. The blonde guy spoke up. He got us all up in the air. But what is he trying to do by just having us float here? Guyan replied helplessly, don't ask me. I don't understand the mind of a strategic class user either. Someone suddenly yelled, hey, look over there. He turned around and was greeted by the words, working overtime again, spelled out by the cockroaches flying in the clear blue sky. He facepalmed and muttered, are you kidding me? The entire crowd stared at the bug-formed message, working overtime again. Back in the command room, the atmosphere fell into a dead, awkward silence. Lu Jianlin asked, Zhong Yuan can control that many bugs at the same time? And Guanfeng cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't ask. If you do, the answer is simply, strategic class. Lu Jianlin spoke into his communicator. Zhong Yuan, we can negotiate the overtime pay, but could you start a live stream on your phone so we can keep an eye on your situation? A spatial vortex instantly ripped open, and Zhong Yuan's voice came through the communicator. Can you see? Lu Jianlin replied. Yes. The young man in the white suit cried out in panic. Oh my god, the sheer number of these bugs is no less than 12 years ago. And Guanfeng said with a grim expression, our previous estimates were clearly way too optimistic. Lu Jianlin said. We must wipe out these bugs before their reproduction gets completely out of hand. Deploy incendiary bombs for a carpet bombing run. Standing on top of a giant bug, Zhong Yuan said there was no need to use firebombs just yet. On the other end of the line, Lu Qianlam cried out in confusion. Zhong Yuan reached out his hand and activated his super adorable skill. He figured his earlier experiment was a success. By controlling just a small fraction of the bugs, he could use the Zerg hive mind transmitted through the venom to make the entire swarm obey him. Zhong Yuan's command echoed in the bugs' minds. Retreat to the abyss cave. Go back, go back. The moving Taigushilians suddenly froze, then turned around and retreated. Seeing the massive swarm roaring back, everyone in the command room gasped in shock. Oh my god, the Taigushilians are retreating. Someone else said, this is absolutely incredible. Another chimed in, wait, I've never heard of monsters retreating back into the abyss cave. The voices from the communicator carried over to Zhong Yuan's side. It's a miracle. Zhong Yuan has performed a miracle. We are witnessing history in the making. Suddenly, he noticed another Taigushilian. It was chewing on a severed arm, completely unaffected by his super adorable skill. Zhong Yuan thought with suspicion, this smaller roach isn't affected. Could it be the Bug King? Seeing this on the communicator, the blonde youth yelled out in pure hatred. Zhong Yuan, kill that bug. Avenge the Huangtian team. Please, I beg you. His black-haired captain barked. Hey, don't make calls on your own. The blonde youth cried out in agony. That's Tu Uk's weapon. She was killed by those bugs, and her body is nowhere to be found. She was supposed to get married next month. Zhong Yuan replied, got it. He pulled out 2 throwing daggers and stepped onto the ground. Zhong Yuan took aim and hurled the 2 throwing daggers with immense force at the bug. The 2 daggers flew like thunderbolts, but they were blocked by 2 other bugs that burrowed up from the ground. Startled, the bug chewing on the arm suddenly realized it was being targeted. Zhong Yuan thought, it spotted me and is trying to escape. It can even command standard roaches to cover its retreat. Watching the unique bug burrowing into the ground, Zhong Yuan thought, there is no way I'm letting it escape. He rushed forward and unleashed his freezing skill. A bone-chilling cold carrying shards of ice blasted toward the bug, locking it in place. Zhong Yuan quickly snatched Tu Uk's weapon from the ground. Gripping it tightly, he struck down with all his might onto the bug's back. The ice shattered into pieces, and the bug died instantly. Zhong Yuan then dug out a yellow void crystal from its corpse. The system's voice chimed, detected void crystal of the Taigushilian king. Do you wish to absorb it? Super thought. Green grade, cannot be upgraded. Super thought enhances cognitive capacity. Seeing the notification, Zhong Yuan understood. Ah, so that's why the Bug King was unaffected by my super adorable skill. No, do not absorb. Suddenly, he saw something glittering on the ground nearby. Zhong Yuan walked over and picked up the diamond ring. Staring at the ring, Zhong Yuan recalled what Feng Qin once told him. As void ability users, disaster can strike us at any moment. When you find the one you love, why hesitate? Clutching the ring, Zhong Yuan thought with heavy emotion, so he only realized that after experiencing countless life and death farewells. Zhong Yuan stood up, looking at the creature. This was indeed the Bug King. It was slightly smaller with longer legs, possessing exceptional intelligence, and the ability to command the other bugs. Zhong Yuan warned, there is a high chance other Bug Kings are lying in wait underground. Hang on, guys. He leaped onto a bug, then activated his super sensing skill. His surroundings flooded into his mind in patterns of colors. A strange colored shape resembling a bug appeared. Zhong Yuan thought, just as I suspected, there is more. Zhong Yuan immediately notified headquarters over the communicator. I found one, Bug King. I've sent you the coordinates. It has already laid eggs and built a nest underground. Drop firebombs to wipe it out. Lu Qianlam cleared his throat and said, I thought you didn't need us anymore. The people around him felt a bit awkward hearing that. Zhong Yuan replied in a matter-of-fact tone, Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm no superhero. When my strength runs low, of course I'm going to rely on you guys. Zhong Yuan added, in the Abyss Cave battlefield, lone wolf heroism gets you nowhere. When you run into trouble, you look to the military or the nation. Lu Qianlam burst into laughter. Ha ha. I love how Zhong Yuan thinks. Someone else admitted, I almost looked down on him because of some petty complaint about overtime pay. I was being so narrow-minded. Right after, Lu Qianlam issued an order. Armored missile unit, pay attention. Enter the domain immediately and coordinate with Zhong Yuan. A terrifying explosion erupted. as a wave of heat and crushing pressure swept over everything. Exhausted from overusing his skills, Zhong Yuan rubbed his weary eyes and muttered that he had scanned the terrain 5 times with his super sensing and finally found all the bug kings. Standing his ground, Zhong Yuan said, "If no more monsters cross over, the Abyss Cave will close on its own after a while. The Abyss Cave has now entered a stable state. The few remaining bugs in the domain will be handed over to the Science Academy for research." Holding up his hand with the ring, Zhong Yuan asked, "Do any of you recognize this?" The blond guy saluted sharply and replied, "Understood, sir." Seeing his pained expression, Zhong Yuan said, "I am sorry. This was all I could find." The blond guy said, "Thank you so much. My cousin can finally rest in peace." Meanwhile, the battlefield observers reported to command. The Void Rift is shrinking. On the screen, the Void Rift's portal rapidly shrank, flashing a final glint of light before vanishing completely. The recon team immediately announced, "The Void Rift is gone. Operation successful. The rift has been fully suppressed." Inside headquarters, everyone cheered in celebration. "We did it. We did not have to suffer a tragedy like we did 12 years ago." Another added, "This is a miracle in humanity's history of fighting void rifts." Outside, the surviving squad members crowded around Zhong Yuan, bombarding him with questions. One of them said, "Zhong Yuan, you are the ultimate hero of this operation. History will forever remember what you did today." Another chimed in, "Come on, Zhong Yuan, let us get a photo with you before you go." Zhong Yuan declined. "No thanks, I am allergic to camera flashes. Gotta go, bye." With that, he slipped onto a helicopter and took off. The pilot looked at Zhong Yuan resting in the back, feeling bad for him. This kid was only 16, yet he was sent to such a dangerous battlefield. He had to be utterly exhausted. As he flew the helicopter, the pilot thought to himself, "Thank you, young hero, for sealing the Void Rift." Back in his room, Zhong Yuan collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion, thinking, "Finally, back in my school prison cell. I have got to get some sleep to recharge my drained mental energy." As Zhong Yuan slowly drifted into a deep sleep, he thought, "It is 3 in the morning, and my alarm is set for 5. Well, at least I can get 2 hours of sleep this time." In the blink of an eye, Zhong Yuan was staring wide awake at the ceiling while his phone alarm blared beside him. "Rise and shine, out of bed, sleepyhead." The screen read, 7 o'clock sharp. Seriously, whenever you say you will sleep for just a little bit, it is never just a little bit. In the dining hall, Chung Lam looked at him with a mix of worry and accusation, asking, "Did you stay up playing games with that random girl again last night?" Feng Qin teased, "Nguyen Nguyen, you have massive dark circles under your eyes. You had better confess right now, before you break little Lam Lam's heart." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan thought helplessly, "I do not even have a normal metabolism. How could I possibly have dark circles?" Zhong Yuan pulled down his lower eyelid and asked, "Thuong Quan Wai, do I really have dark circles?" Catching the death stare from Chung Lam, Thuong Quan Wai quickly played along. Yeah, maybe a little bit." In his head, Thuong Quan Wai thought, "Even though I do not see anything, taking Lady Lam's side is always the safest bet." Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan wondered, "Is my exhaustion really that obvious? Why is everyone saying the same thing?" So Zhong Yuan made up an excuse. "Okay, honestly, there were some roaches in my room, so I was up fighting them until midnight." Chung Lam, an extreme germaphobe, immediately shrieked in horror. "Roaches?" Zhong Yuan continued. "There were 6 or 7 massive nests, so packed you could not even see the wall. I finally had to use pesticide to wipe them all out." Disgusted, Chung Lam shook the chili sauce bottle and snapped, "Stop talking." Watching the massive amount of chili sauce she poured into her bowl, Feng Qin thought in terror, "Oh my god, anyone who eats that level of spice is going to explode." Just then, the flirty Tu Yen Oan chimed in sweetly, "Good morning, classmate Chung Wen." "Good morning, little sister Chung Lam." "Oh, Thuong Quan Wai, you are here too." Feng Qin, instantly hostile, said to Yen Oan, "This table is full. Go find somewhere else to sit." In his mind, Feng Qin grumbled, "She ignored only me. She did that on purpose, did she not?" Unbothered, Tu Yen Oan fired back, "I have already eaten. I just came over to say hi to my underclassmen." She leaned in close to Chung Wen, showing off her cleavage, and whispered suggestively, "Chung Wen, can we continue what we did last night, tonight?" The entire table fell into a dead, stunned silence. Chung Wen replied coldly, "I am busy." Internally, he grumbled, "I barely have time to sleep as it is. and I still have to solve difficult training questions, write battle reports, and review whatever training video Lam Lam sent. A mountain of work piled up in his mind. Tu Uyen-oan thought. Is he too busy studying for exams? Acting like a sweet, caring girlfriend, she suggested. Then how about we study together tonight? Thuong Quan Wai suddenly stood up and barked. Chung Win is studying with me tonight. There is no room for a third wheel like you. Tu Uyen-oan sneered. An academic failure who failed 5 subjects like you, and actually dares to study with Chung Wen? Thuong Quan Wai replied with absolute confidence, I have no strengths, except for having extremely thick skin. Chung Lam interrupted, I am full. I am heading out. Seeing this, Chung Win asked, You barely ate anything. Let me pack some dumplings for you to eat later when you get hungry. Annoyed, Chung Lam replied, I have no appetite. Right now, I just need to use the restroom. Chung Win said, I will see you at the school gate later. Chung Lam replied, Got it. Meanwhile, Tu Uyen-oan and Thuong Quan Wai kept bickering. Feng Qin watched in horror as Chung Win scarfed down Chung Lam's leftovers, thinking, Unbelievable. Did that lethal bowl of tofu pudding actually end up in your stomach? In the end, Chung Win still packed some food to go. Walking alongside him, Feng Qin asked, Are you okay? You look terrible. Want me to carry that for you? Without hesitation, Chung Win replied, Sure, thanks. Feng Jing immediately casts his Suri skill, which restores the target to their state from 24 hours ago. Zhong Yuan's body becomes slightly translucent, blurring into several overlapping afterimages. Feng Jing is too focused on casting his skill to pay close attention, but he still catches a glimpse of it. Startled, he thinks, Why did this guy turn into an afterimage just now? Did my eyes play tricks on me? Feng Jing reaches out and pinches Zhong Yuan's cheek to test it. This action leaves Zhong Yuan completely baffled, so he asks what he's doing. Feng Jing replies, Just checking to see if your condition has improved. Zhong Yuan casually replies, Oh. Feng Jing thinks, Well, he still has a physical form. Then, he switches to another question. I just remembered, at this exact time last night, you also ate your sister's deadly tofu pudding. Zhong Yuan scratches his chin, trying to recall, and says, I think so. Feng Jing sighs helplessly, Man, what a waste of my Suri skill. The two of them walk toward the academic building. As they head inside, Zhong Yuan asks, Isn't your Suri a healing ability? What does it have to do with what I ate last night? Feng Jing explains, Shu abilities themselves don't actually have classifications. Calling them healing type or attack type is just an easy way to explain it. The actual effect of Suri is to restore a person's physical state to exactly 24 hours ago. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan replies in surprise, I didn't know there were so many ways to look at it. Feng Jing explains, if someone was injured 24 hours ago but has been healed by now, using Suri on them would actually revert them back to their injured state. On top of that, Suri only affects the physical state, having absolutely no effect on the mind. Zhong Yuan ponders and says, Wait, that doesn't make sense. The physical foundation of the mind is the brain, which is obviously a part of the body. Feng Jing says, The emergence of Shu power has overturned most traditional theories of physics. What is the true nature of life under the concept of Shu power? They're still researching that to this day. Even the latest theories are full of flaws. What is certain right now is that those who are dead in terms of Shu power cannot be brought back to life, even if Suri is used to restore their physical body. Zhong Yuan falls silent and thinks, So it seems the true essence of Suri must be a time-based ability. I reincarnated 4 years ago, yet I was still in a state of death, unless, of course, I was affected by a similar power. Zhong Yuan recalls that strange golden coffin. A bold theory flashes in his mind. Perhaps the force that triggered his reincarnation wasn't just the golden coffin. A few days later, a delivery guy carrying a massive box arrives and calls out, Zhong Yuan, your package is here. Zhong Yuan rolls up the metal shutter and says, Please leave it in the storage room at the end of the first floor. Thanks. The delivery guy replies, Okay. Zhong Yuan looks at him, thinking in disbelief. Wow, I can't believe even this delivery guy is a Shu ability user. He feels the custom-made golden coffin and says with satisfaction, Not bad at all. It looks exactly like the golden coffin. Now I can sleep soundly without having to go to a holding cell. Suddenly, he notices some items placed inside the coffin and mutters, There are things inside. An invoice, the user manual, a few pads to adjust the bed's leg height, metal cleaning tools, and even a set of cute little stickers. Zhong Yuan says, "Ha, this is pretty cool. I'll stick them all on." And just like that, the coffin lid is covered in a bunch of stickers and a note from the delivery guy. Warm steam drifts above the teacup. And Guanfeng tells Zhong Yuan, "I called you to the military base today because there are two things I need to discuss." While rummaging through a locker, and Guanfeng says, "First, your overtime pay has arrived. If you hadn't been there during the Taigu Silian Shu outbreak, Jinling City would have been forced to evacuate completely, resulting in immeasurable losses. Finally," and Guanfeng hands a metal box over to Zhong Yuan and says, "Besides your military merit and bonus, the higher-ups have also awarded you a Yanhuang medal." Zhong Yuan says, "Can I choose not to take it? I already have 2 of them in my dorm, and they're just taking up space." Hearing that, and Guanfeng insists he must accept it, or else he won't get his overtime pay. Secretly, he thinks, "This is a high-ranking Yanhuang medal that even I covet. Yet this kid is actually complaining." Zhong Yuan scratches his cheek awkwardly and says, "Oh, so the medal isn't the overtime pay." And Guanfeng places his hand on the safe beside him and says, "Your overtime pay is right here." Zhong Yuan eagerly asks, "What is it?" And Guanfeng replies, "I've secured 12,000 snow-bone snake shoe crystals for you." Shocked, Zhong Yuan asks, "All of this is mine?" And Guanfeng generously replies, "Yes, absorb as much as you can. But you must remember, this power is a gift bestowed upon you by the nation and its people. I hope you'll never forget your original intentions and use it for the right path." Zhong Yuan nods and replies, "I understand." The system notifies, "Ice snow snake shoe crystals detected. Initiate absorption." Zhong Yuan says with absolute certainty, "Absorb." The energy from the massive pile of Zhu crystals pours into Zhong Yuan's body like a rushing waterfall. The system notifications keep rolling in. Cyan, grade super perception has reached maximum level. Your ability, super perception, has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, red grade air bullet, upgradable. Red grade air bullet has reached maximum level. Your ability, air bullet, has leveled up. You have acquired a new ability, red grade thermobaric burst. Calamity grade can be upgraded. Thermobaric blast is now calamity grade level 2. The system notifications are lagging a bit. Blue grade freeze is now max level. Your freeze ability has upgraded, and you have unlocked a new ability. Red grade absolute frost can now be upgraded. Red grade absolute frost is level 8. Trung Nguyen figured that since gold grade takes 1 crystal per level, blue grade takes 10, red grade takes 100, and calamity grade takes 1000, there is no way it can be upgraded any further. The upgrade path is starting to lean heavily toward freezing. Trung Nguyen called out, "Commander, could you please open another crate?" And Guanfeng quickly warned, "Trung Nguyen, take it slow, don't blow yourself up from the overload." Trung Nguyen confidently replied, "Don't worry, that won't happen." And Guanfeng then tossed another crate in front of him. As Trung Nguyen continued to absorb the energy, the system chimed in again. Red grade absolute frost has reached max level. Your absolute frost ability has upgraded. You have unlocked a new ability, calamity grade eternal ice domain, which cannot be upgraded further. Gold grade regeneration has reached max level. Your regeneration ability has upgraded, and you have unlocked a new ability, blue grade endless vitality, which can be upgraded. Blue grade endless vitality has reached max level. Your endless vitality ability has upgraded. You have unlocked a new ability, red grade undying body, which can be upgraded. Trung Nguyen raised his hand and said, "Thermobaric blast, eternal ice domain, and undying body. I've got them all now." But after thermobaric blast reached calamity grade level 2, it felt like some mysterious force was blocking it, making it really hard to upgrade. Eternal ice domain cannot be upgraded, leaving only undying body still at red grade. So Trung Nguyen raised his hand and said, "One more crate, please." And Guanfeng's jaw dropped in disbelief as he asked, "Kid, are you some kind of crystal-devouring beast or what?" Trung Nguyen absorbed yet another crate. The system announced, "Red grade indestructible body has reached max level. Your indestructible body ability has upgraded. You have unlocked a new ability, calamity grade authority of life, which can be upgraded. Calamity grade authority of life is now level 2. Authority of life instantly grants you an indestructible body and allows any target within a maximum range of 1,000 meters to immediately gain regeneration abilities." Trung Nguyen held his forehead and groaned, "Commander, I." And Guanfeng asked in a worried tone, Are you okay? Do you need me to call a healer? Zhong Yuan replied, I'm basically a healer myself now. I just unlocked a new ability that lets me grant my regeneration effects to others as well. And Quanfong gasped in shock. What? He immediately reached out and grabbed a dagger. Without a moment of hesitation, Quanfong plunged the dagger straight into his own palm. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan's face turned pale as he muttered, stabbing yourself without a second thought. That's hardcore. And Quanfong urged excitedly, Quick, show me. Zhong Yuan reached his hand out and called out, Authority of Life. A vibrant green glow enveloped Quanfong's hand. Staring at his now flawless, unblemished hand, Quanfong marveled, This is incredible. This healing speed is easily on par with a high-level gold-grade regeneration skill at level 9. What is this ability called? Are there any limits to using it? Zhong Yuan replied honestly, It's called Authority of Life, and there are no limits. However, being his usual cautious self, Zhong Yuan figured he should probably exaggerate the drawbacks a bit, so he decided to bluff. But using it drains a ton of mental energy. If I overuse it, I'll end up falling into a deep sleep for at least 2 days to recover. And Quanfong was absolutely thrilled, exclaiming, Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is absolutely fantastic. We finally have a strategic grade healer on our side. Your healing abilities are even more versatile than 2 knots. Humanity finally has a real shot at a future. Zhong Yuan said, Commander, didn't you say there were 2 things you wanted to discuss? What's the second one? And Quanfong composed himself and cleared his throat. Ahem. He turned back and said, The second matter is that the plan to flush out the mole inside the China military district has been finalized. Meanwhile, in a luxurious and elegant building elsewhere, a red-haired woman holding a wine glass walked over to the wooden railing. Bright red wine was being poured into a second glass. The red-haired woman said, Commander Quanfong of East China has proposed letting the students enter the rift to gather ruin crystals. She continued, Using this as a selection process for the university tournament team is a clear trap to lure us into making a move on Zhong Yuan. Baklahao scoffed, Do you really think I can't see through on Quanfong's little baiting tactic? I deliberately agreed to his proposal to open the rift in China just so I could turn his own scheme against him. The red-haired woman said, You sold Zhong Yuan's info to Dang Lian, which led to that school ambush. The leader already knows, and he warned me to remind you not to cross the ultimate bottom line of a Chinese citizen. Baklahao dismissed. So what if he knows? A fallout is bound to happen sooner or later anyway. He sat back in his chair and said, Ever since the abandoned son of the Fong family decided to surrender to Zhu Yao, he and I were destined to never coexist. The red-haired woman asked, Are you talking about that abandoned son of the Fong family? The one who cured his cancer by absorbing a snowbone snake's ruin crystal? As Baklahao recalled Diep Chan's appearance back then, he muttered, That is right. If his younger brother hadn't found that snowbone snake ruin crystal to cure him so quickly, I wouldn't have been in such a rush to sell him out to the Iron Tower Nation to keep him from ruining my plans. Bai Lahu muttered, The snowbone snake's remnant star, Tesk. If destiny really exists, then this is definitely the butterfly flapping its wings at the crossroads of fate. A red-haired woman walked up, clinked her glass against his, and said, Still have time to wax poetic about fate? Sounds like you've already figured out how to handle Zhong Yuan. The gray-haired man replied, Of course I have. At the end of the day, Zhong Yuan is just a 16-year-old high schooler. Inside 2 test tubes were 2 bizarre bugs, bright crimson like blood. Bai Lahu, confident in his victory, smirked. No matter how strong he is, he stands no chance against these ghost-eye beetles. Shangguan Yi joyfully raised his report card and shouted, I passed. 85 in every single subject. I can finally join this year's National College Tournament. His report card read, Language Arts 92, Math 89, English 95, Physics 87, and Chemistry 93. Feng Jing scoffed. You had to retake the exams. What is there to be so proud of? Zhong Yuan chimed in, teasing, I can't believe you're bragging about those scores. Zhong Lan added, Yeah, if you're so tough, stop begging my brother to help you study. Shangguan Yi huffed defensively. Oh yeah? What about you guys then? At that, 3 dazzling report cards were whipped out. Feng Jing scored exactly 85 in every subject. Zhong Yuan got a perfect score of 100 across the board, and Zhong Lan scored 100 in math and physics, 93 in language arts, 88 in English, and 97 in chemistry. A defeated Shangguan Yi squatted in a corner, drawing sad circles on the floor. Meanwhile, Feng Jing turned to Zhong Yuan and asked, "So, did you register for both the solo and team events in the college tournament?" Zhong Yuan replied, "Yeah, but I haven't put a team together yet." Shang Guanyi immediately raised his hand and yelled, "Count me in." Zhong Lan chimed in, "Me too." Zhong Yuan pointed out, "The college tournament is only for those over 16. Zhong Lan pouted and whined, "Aw, man." Shang Guanyi excitedly pointed to himself and asked, "What about me then? I can join, right?" Looking at him, Zhong Yuan thought, "Once the team is formed, we still have to go to the Remnant Realm for the school's internal selection. I have a vital mission to carry out, and Shang Guanyi gets way too emotional, which could easily lead to mistakes." Zhong Yuan turned him down. "You should find another team, Shang Guanyi. If you team up with me, you won't get a chance to show what you can really do." Shang Guanyi clutched his head and wailed, "Ugh, you're totally rejecting me." Meanwhile, Feng Jing asked Zhong Yuan, "What about our team?" Zhong Yuan said, "Yeah, besides you, we need 2 more. Their actual raw power doesn't matter much. They just need to be smart and composed." Feng Jing nodded. "Got it. I'll snag you the 2 top-performing students." A short while later, in that very room, a sweet-looking, gray-blue-haired girl with glasses politely introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Rui, from Special Class 52. I'm a support type, and my abilities are Blessing, Mental Cage, and Toxic Mist." Next was an upbeat, brown-haired guy. "I'm Z Yihan, Special Class 53, Control Type. My abilities are Wind Breath, Hypnotic Sound Waves, and Position Swap." Zhong Yuan eyed him suspiciously. "Wait, aren't you that lowly obsessed senior who was greeting the freshmen?" Xie Yihan jumped in fright and waved his hands. "Whoa, huge misunderstanding. That's just my personality. I swear I didn't have any creepy intentions." Feng Jing chimed in, "If you don't like him, we can easily swap him out." Zhong Yuan shrugged. "No need. My sister isn't on the team anyway." Xie Yihan sighed in relief. As expected of the boss, so open-minded, he thought to himself, "Keep it cool, keep it cool. The most important thing is getting on their good side." Sitting nearby, Lu Yun announced, "For this school trial, the 2 teams that collect the most remnant stars inside the Remnant Realm will represent our school in the college tournament. Now that your teams are ready, come draw your lots." Zhong Yuan fell silent, lost in thought. He recalled his conversation with Quan yesterday, who had asked him, "I originally wanted you to go to the Shenongjia Remnant Realm to retrieve Robert's mutated remnant star, but they wouldn't allow us to open it. Which remnant realm do you think fits your style best?" Zhong Yuan had casually replied, "Any of them," and Quan Feng chuckled, "Ah, in that case, we'll just leave it to the draw." Back in the present, Zhong Yuan grabbed Feng Jing's hand and said, "I heard from Su Wanying that you've got the ultimate golden touch. Your team always gets the luckiest draw." Feng Jing scratched his head. I guess so," Zhong Yuan urged. "Go on then. I have absolute faith in your luck." Feng Jing sighed. "Yuan, look me in the eye and tell me if you honestly believe I'm lucky." Zhong Yuan replied without skipping a beat, "No doubt about it." Feng Jing shrugged. "Fine, then, I'll do the drawing." Feng Jing walked up to Lu Yun's desk. Placing his hand on the mouse, he muttered, "All right, let's click the button and see." Standing right behind the screen, Shi Yihan clasped his hands together and prayed, "Dear Lord, please, drop a meteor right on Feng Jing's unlucky head." Feng Jing blinked at the screen. "Zhang Jiaji." Lu Yun gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Wow, incredible. Zhang Jiaji has the most treacherous terrain, the most complex ecosystem, and the absolute creepiest alien races. Only someone with your legendary golden touch could pull that one." Xie Yihan fell to his knees, crying. "Seriously, why didn't a meteor just take you out?" Zhong Yuan asked. "Are there really that many alien races in Zhangjiaji?" Xie Yihan groaned. "Tons of them." Zhong Yuan smirked. "Then it's the perfect remnant realm for us." Feng Jing said touched, "Yuan, you really are my best friend." Zhong Yuan turned around and asked, "Zhang Rui, what do you think?" Zhang Rui declared like an absolute fangirl, "Even if it means walking through fire and brimstone, I'm going with you guys." Zhong Yuan says, "Zhong Lan, I won't be at school for the next few days. Since you're going to the military district to train, you have to take good care of yourself, okay?" Zhong Lan, sitting in the car, calls out, "Got it. You have to be careful in the Void Realm too." Zhong Yuan replies, "Yeah." I figured keeping Zhong Lan at the military district for a few days would prevent anyone from taking advantage of my absence to target her. On the phone, Xiao Qin says, the commander has picked up Zhong Lan. They're on their way. Got it. Understood. He hangs up the phone, and Guanfeng leans back in his seat thinking, thank goodness, that was close. Even though Lin Dongliang had another clash with the siblings, luckily, Zhong Lan didn't let that make her resent the military. Then, and Guanfeng's thoughts take a turn. But on the other hand, Zhong Lan is still suffering from the after effects of her previous injury. She can't use her ruin abilities smoothly. On top of that, she contracted a strange illness before. She can no longer absorb ruin crystals. He recalls Feng Jing's words. I've already examined her. Her specific condition involves classified secrets of the Academy of Sciences, so I can't disclose it. Her inability to use her ruin powers smoothly is just a psychological block. It'll resolve itself over time. And Guanfeng scratches his head, thinking, whatever, forget it. She's such a smart kid. Even if she doesn't fight, she's a rare talent. This time, I'll just have her focus on training outside of ruin abilities. The plane takes off, leaving the city behind. Inside the passenger cabin, Zhong Yuan is sitting next to Feng Jing. Zhong Yuan focuses his mind. After absorbing those Icebone Serpent Ruin crystals, I don't even need to activate Frostblood Burst to use Thermal Pressure Blast and Eternal Frost Domain. And as long as I'm careful, I can even use abilities below their rank. Zhong Yuan thinks, with my current strength, there's probably only one other human expert who can actually go toe-to-toe with me. The traitor within China couldn't possibly be on that level, right? As long as I use my satellite phone to stay in real-time communication with the staff, this mission should be a breeze. Feng Jing suddenly asks, do we have backup lurking around for this trip to the Void Realm? Zhong Yuan says, you figured that out too? Feng Jing replies, I'm sitting right next to you, but you booked a double seat as if I wasn't even supposed to be the one sitting here. Zhong Yuan shoves an earbud into Feng Jing's ear and says, here, take one. Listen to the command yourself. Feng Jing says, my dear Yuan, it's already the year 2042. Why are you still sharing audio like this? Zhong Yuan shoots back. What other way is there? Feng Jing replies, Bluetooth audio sharing, the satellite phone's internal intercom, or you could just add me to the comms channel. Zhong Yuan is left completely speechless. Feng Jing points at his own black earring and says, the earrings I always wear are actually concealed, miniature comm devices. They won't fall out no matter what. I'll have the Forging Bureau whip up a pair for you sometime. Zhong Yuan scoffs, calling it a waste of effort, but Feng Jing just laughs it off. Hey, come on. A short while later, the group of 4 arrives in front of a void rift. The guard stationed there speaks up. Greetings, students of Chengying Academy. We're the Tianqin squad stationed at the Zhangjiaji Void Realm. My name is Song Jiangguo. Song Jiangguo steps forward to shake Feng Jing's hand and says, it's getting pretty late. Why don't you rest at the camp for the night and head into the Void Realm tomorrow? Feng Jing replies, no need. We should head in as soon as possible. Feng Jing continues, Captain Song, you've probably seen the notice, right? How many academy squads are entering the Zhangjiaji Void Realm this time? Song Jiangguo looks conflicted. I'm not allowed to say. Feng Jing whispers, come on, it's not some top secret info. Give us a little hint. Song Jiangguo relents, saying, long story short, you're the first squad to arrive. Feng Jing turns around and says, put on your watches. Let's enter the Void Realm. Zhang Er replies, got it. Xie Yihan sighs, man. Song Jiangguo watches them with a strange expression, a hint of malice and resentment lingering in his eyes. The 4 of them slowly step into the Zhangjiaji Void Realm. In Zhong Yuan's earpiece, information comes through. The Tianqin squad wasn't originally stationed at the Zhangjiaji Void Realm. They were suddenly reassigned here last night. The general staff just matched the voice. It's definitely him. As they walk behind Song Jiangguo, Feng Jing whispers, I just ran a rejuvenation check on him. He's definitely not under mind control. Zhong Yuan mutters back, got it. Let's keep a close eye on him for now. Keeping their composure, they hold their conversation in secret. Feng Jing stops and says, all right, let's talk about hunting the exotic beasts for their ruin crystals. The Zhangjiaji Void Realm is home to 3 types of beasts. The Moonlight Fox, the Rosemary Rabbit, and the 2-headed vulture. Here is their distribution map. As he speaks, Feng Jing pulls up a map on his phone. He continues his briefing. The Moonlight Fox has Sealing and Night's Protection abilities. Their population is very small, and they live in dark caves. The Rosemary Rabbit's abilities are Speed Boost, Rosemary Mist, and group effect. They breed incredibly fast, and their numbers are massive. You can find their burrows by tracking their droppings. The two-headed vulture's abilities are Dual Mind, Air Wall, Eagle Eye, and Steel Tendons and Iron Claws. They live in groups inside high-altitude caves and feed on rosemary rabbits. Then he spoke with a quite confident tone, saying that since the school team selection is based solely on the number of Zhu crystals submitted, hunting dream butterfly rabbits is the simplest and most efficient way. Hearing his analysis, Xie Yihan quickly agreed. Let's go after the dream butterflies then. But Zhong Yuan raised his hand and chimed in. What about two-headed eagles? Xie Yihan shrieked in surprise. Zhong Yuan turned to Zhang Rui and explained. The shoe crystals from dream butterfly rabbits aren't worth that much, and hunting them means we'd have to smell their poop. Since we have a girl on our team, we should show some consideration. Hearing this, Feng Jing thought, as if a pure 24-carat siscon like you would actually care about a regular girl. You're clearly just a major neat freak. With that in mind, he asked Zhang Rui, do you think you need to be coddled? Blushing, she held her cheeks and shyly replied, I'll go with whatever Zhong Yuan decides. Zhong Yuan gestured and said, so, it's settled then? He then continued, actually, the drop rate of Zhu crystals from the eagles isn't any lower than from the dream butterfly rabbits. Monsters don't eat shoe crystals, but two-headed eagles prey on dream butterfly rabbits, which means there's a high chance we'll find a massive amount of dream butterfly rabbit shoe crystals right in their nests. Feng Jing smiled excitedly and replied, that's a great idea. With our strength, we can definitely pull it off. Relying on conventional methods to gather shoe crystals is just way too slow. Xie Yihan whimpered, grabbing Feng Jing's hand and pleading, please, no, can you show some mercy to the guys too? I'm terrified of heights. Feng Jing turned around and coldly replied, if you're a man, you need to conquer your fears. Then he barked out an order, Beilong elevator, let's climb. As they walked, Xie Yihan looked up anxiously and whimpered, there's no electricity in the realm, so we can't use the elevator. Zhong Yuan flatly replied, we just need to climb up that metal structure. Xie Yihan asked in terror, but what if the two-headed eagles attack us? Zhong Yuan let out a helpless sigh and replied, I've got a way to handle them, while thinking to himself, honestly, those eagles are easier to deal with than this terrain. He then glanced over at his teammate and asked, Zhang Rui, can you make the climb? Her cheeks flushed pink as she quickly replied, no problem, and secretly swooned, that's twice he's looked out for me. He's so sweet. Meanwhile, Feng Jing walked over, nudged Xie Yihan, and teased, see? Even she's tougher than you. Tears streaming down his face, he cried. Being afraid of heights is built into my DNA. I can't help it. Zhong Yuan spoke up. If you really can't do it, I can carry you up on my back. Drenched in sweat, Xie Yihan shrieked, no, no, no. I can climb by myself, seriously. He thought to himself, if I let the school beauty carry me, I'll become public enemy number one of the entire student body. Zhong Yuan then scaled up quickly and called back, all right, I'll head up first to secure the safety ropes for you guys. Xie Yihan called after him, be careful. Zhong Yuan looked up with absolute determination. Catching sight of a two-headed eagle, he thought, that thing is massive. This might actually work. With that, Zhong Yuan leaped off the ladder, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded, nearly falling backward in shock as they screamed, Zhong Yuan, why did you jump? What are you doing? Just as planned, Zhong Yuan landed perfectly right on the eagle's back. He called down, I'm on the eagle. This actually feels pretty great. Soon, the rest of the team also managed to climb onto the backs of the two-headed eagles. Xie Yihan panicked and screamed, we're too high, somebody help me. I feel like I'm about to fall. Drenched in sweat, he clung tightly to Zhong Yuan's shirt. Sitting in front and steering the eagle, Zhong Yuan warned, if you don't sit still, you really might fall, but if you pull my pants down, I guarantee I'll make sure you fall. Over on another eagle, Zhang Rui shyly asked Feng Jing, Senior Feng Jing, why aren't the two-headed eagles attacking Zhong Yuan? Why are they actually listening to him instead? Feng Jing chuckled and replied, probably because he's just that handsome. Zhang Rui blurted out in utter confusion, huh? He nudged closer to her and continued, Zhong Yuan got a total of 1,800,000 votes in the admissions ambassador election. His charm is clear as day. Zhang Rui added, you mean the school beauty pageant? Feng Jing lowered his voice and corrected, admissions ambassador election. Zhang Rui helplessly conceded, all right, fine, The admissions ambassador election. Her eyes went wide as she continued. But human standards of beauty differ from person to person, let alone the tastes of those monsters. Feng Jing looked over at Zhong Yuan and said, actually, Zhong Yuan's attractiveness is a concept that transcends normal beauty. The monsters instinctively sense this, which is why they are drawn to him. Zhang Rui gasped. Oh, so that's how it is. Feng Jing glanced at her, completely dumbfounded, and thought to himself, I literally just made that up and she totally bought it. Oh well, it's for the best. At least he doesn't have to suffer like me. He recalled the painful memory of his past when everyone shunned him, whispering, monster. He's a monster. The monsters didn't attack him, they actually protected him. Back then, he had glared back at them with furious purple eyes. Fortunately, Qi Shou had stepped in back then to comfort him and threaten the crowd, warning them, watch your mouths. The monsters didn't attack the boy because they were under the influence of a psychic ability. If anyone else dares to spread these rumors, you will be court-martialed. Terrified, they quickly bowed and apologized. We're sorry, we won't do it again. Once they scrambled away in a panic, Feng Jing asked, Uncle Qi, aren't you tired of making up excuses? Qi Shou calmly replied, sometimes, a little damage control is necessary. I don't feel that way. Looking at the black hole behind him, Feng Jing continued, I heal humanity's wounds, yet they fear me and call me a monster. In contrast, the smarter the beasts are, the more they protect me and treat me well. He frowned, lowering his voice. Maybe I should just jump straight into the abyss portal and surrender to them. Back to the present, the nest of the two-headed eagles appeared right before their eyes. Zhang Rui froze for 5 seconds before gasping, so this is where the two-headed eagles live. Xia Yihan shouted in excitement, look at all these ruin crystals. There are so many rosemary rabbit ruin crystals here. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was petting the two-headed eagles' heads and said with a smile, all right, all right. Seeing how attached it was to him, he gently stroked it and added, okay, I'll pet both of your heads. As Xie Yihan picked up the ruin crystals, he marveled, this is insane. They actually only eat the rosemary rabbits and completely ignore their ruin crystals. Zhang Rui exclaimed excitedly, there must be over 1,000 ruin crystals in this nest, right? Xie Yihan said joyfully, we don't have to worry about the school team selection anymore. Once we're done picking these up, we can head right back to school. Zhong Yuan thought to himself in confusion, my main mission hasn't even started yet, and you guys already want to leave? Then he spoke up, 1,000 is nowhere near enough. We should at least get 10,000 more before we go. Xie Yihan screamed in panic, 10,000 crystals. Feng Jing chimed in. All right, it's already 11 p.m. Let's get some sleep. Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, we'll deal with it tomorrow morning. Zhang Rui scratched her head in embarrassment and said, oh right, there's no nighttime in the Abyss realm. I almost completely lost track of time. Zhong Yuan said, the Eagle King has given up its nest for us to sleep in. You guys go get some rest. Feng Jing and I will take the night watch. Tucked inside his sleeping bag, Xie Yihan shivered and whined. Zhong Yuan? Can you tell them to go somewhere else? A giant, colossal, two-headed eagle was staring right down at him. Zhong Yuan scratched his head helplessly and replied, sure. Then he turned and softly said to the eagle, hey, go play somewhere else for a bit. Don't keep staring at us like that. Hearing this, the eagle whimpered with tears in its eyes, cooed, and obediently flew up high just like he asked. Feng Jing curiously asked Zhong Yuan, the ruin crystals of the two-headed eagles are also your target, right? Zhong Yuan fell silent as Feng Jing continued. They treat you so well. Will you really have the heart to make a move on them later? Sitting on the ground, Feng Jing asked, Yuan, you wouldn't secretly run off to the beast's camp, would you? Standing with his head lowered, Zhong Yuan replied, how is that even possible? He raised his hand and looked at the eagles through the gaps of his fingers, saying, these two-headed eagles only submitted to me because I used my cute acting ability on them. Under the influence of the ruin energy, they regard me as the cute king, which is why they treat me so well. Squinting his eyes at them, he explained further, they are just mesmerized by the ruin energy, and completely obsessed with it, but I won't let it get to my head or lose myself because of that. Then he turned to Feng Jing and asked, what about you? Why are you worried about me surrendering to the beasts? Adjusting his glasses, Feng Jing replied, I ran into a similar dilemma. Zhong Yuan asked in confusion, so what's your answer? Feng Jing recalled when Qishu told him, you little brat, your wings have grown strong, huh? Learning to threaten others by surrendering to the enemy. Back then, Feng Jing stood in a defensive posture and shot back. "Aren't you afraid I'll actually do it?" Qi Zhu replied. "The beasts can't even afford a single pineapple-flavored fruit candy. So how could they ever make you surrender?" Young Feng Jing lost his composure and retorted, "What if they can not only afford it, but also give me 10,000 of them?" Qi Zhu explained, "Won't you get sick of just eating candy? There are far more interesting things in the human world than candy." Qi Zhu patted the young boy's head and said affectionately, "As for what exactly those are, go find the answer yourself." Back in the present, Feng Jing took off his glasses, closed his eyes to enjoy the fresh air and said, "I haven't figured out the answer yet, but anyway, let's cross out the losers first." Zhong Yuan replied with a bit of surprise, "Next time, I'll treat you to strawberry cake. Jiang Tianshuo gave me so much cake that I can't even finish it all." Inside the cave, Zhang Rui was extremely annoyed by Xie Yihan's loud snoring. Furious, she stomped over to him, ripped off his blanket, pulled off his stinky sock, and without a single wasted movement, stuffed it right into his mouth. Then she walked back to her spot and fell fast asleep. Seeing this, Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing were completely speechless, freezing on the spot for 5 seconds. Feng Jing leaned over and whispered to Zhong Yuan, Yuan, if I start snoring later." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhong Yuan replied, "I'm not sleeping tonight, so don't worry, I won't play dirty like that on you." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Now that's a true best friend." Zhong Yuan looked down, thinking with surprise, A message from the general staff? Then he covered his ear and listened intently to the announcement. "Zhuanming, we have the latest update. A team from Hanlin Academy has just arrived outside the Zhangjiaji Abyss realm." He asked, "Can you track their watches?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, I'll share their location and profiles with you." Zhong Yuan asked further, "By the way, the watches we are wearing right now have been specially modified, so they can only track locations and not make calls, right?" His face darkened upon hearing Feng Jing's question. "What are you trying to do?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "Nothing. Just checking to see if they've tracked our location. After all, entering the ruin realm in the middle of the night is pretty suspicious, isn't it?" Then he stepped closer, took Feng Jing's hand, and said, "Let me borrow your watch for a second." Feng Jing asked mockingly, "Was messing around at Mount Shaman not enough for you? Want to run it back in Zhangjiaji?" Zhong Yuan smiled and replied, "No way, I was on my best behavior back at Mount Shaman." Once he got the watch, Zhong Yuan walked toward the edge of the cliff. Feng Jing asked curiously, "Where are you going to throw that?" Looking up at the two-headed eagle, Zhong Yuan replied, "It won't hurt to let it take a quick spin first." Clutched in the beak of the two-headed eagle were 2 rosemary rabbits. The eagle gently landed in front of Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing. The eagle dropped the 2 rabbits onto the ground. Seeing this, the 2 boys felt a pang of pity and stood there speechless. Zhong Yuan looked up and asked the eagle in surprise, "Whoa, are these all for me?" He stared in disbelief at the pile of prey the eagle had brought, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Feng Jing picked up a fox and said in awe, "Look, there is even a moonlight fox here." Zhong Yuan was a bit surprised when Feng Jing tossed him a crystal, saying, "Here, this one's yours." A notification popped up on the screen. "Moonlight Fox Ruin Crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it?" The Moonlight Fox Ruin Crystal grants the following abilities. Seal, Gold Tier, Upgradable, Seal. Seals a target's designated ability for 5 minutes. If the target's ability level is higher than the seal's level, it will have no effect. Night Protection, Red Tier, Non-Upgradable. In the dark, all abilities are boosted by 200%. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Zhong Yuan fell into deep thought. A Gold Tier seal is useless to me, and since Moonlight Foxes are so rare, upgrading it would be nearly impossible. His eyes gleamed as he thought. As for Night Protection, the Ruin Realm doesn't even have a night cycle, which makes it too restrictive. I'll pass on absorbing it. He realized that fighting the alien beasts wasn't a solo battle. This Ruin Crystal would probably be much more useful in someone else's hands. With that in mind, he tossed the crystal back to Feng Jing, turned around, and said, "You're the captain, you handle it." Zhong Yuan walked over, patted the eagle's head, and said, "Come on, let's go out for a spin." The scene shifts to the graveyard of the 2-headed eagles, where they took off into the sky. After flying for a while, they finally touched down. As Zhong Yuan stepped down, he asked the eagle, "Did you bring me to your graveyard because you saw how much I wanted ruin crystals?" The eagle then dug into the ground with its talons, revealing a cluster of glowing ruin crystals. Zhong Yuan knelt down and picked them up. The system announced, "Two-headed eagle ruin crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it?" The two-headed eagle ruin crystal grants the following abilities. Split mind, red tier, non-upgradable. Flight, gold tier, upgradable. Eagle eye, blue tier, non-upgradable. Iron claws, gold tier, upgradable. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Absorb." The system announced, "Gold tier iron claws max level. Blue tier iron claws max level. Your iron claws ability has been upgraded. You have obtained a new ability. Penetration, red tier, non-upgradable. Red tier penetration, max level." He thought to himself, penetration is the most practical offensive ability. It has low energy consumption and high efficiency. Combining this with my combat master skill, even a light blow will unleash a devastating amount of power from now on. The system continued. Gold tier flight max level, blue tier flight max level. Your flight ability has been upgraded. You have obtained a new ability. Sky Rend, red tier, max level. Your Sky Rend ability has been upgraded. He thought to himself, both flight and regeneration can't be upgraded anymore. But since Iron Claws was already at max level, it triggered an evolution. A notification appeared on the screen. You have obtained a new ability. Lord of the Skies, Calamity, tier, non-upgradable. Lord of the Skies, you are the king of the heavens. In your presence, all creatures are forbidden to fly. He murmured in disbelief. Forbidden to fly? That is insanely overpowered, he thought. Both of my upgradable abilities are now completely maxed out. As for the other two, they can't be upgraded. He then read the remaining notifications. Eagle Eye, vision increased by 3000%. Split Mind, splits your consciousness into two, but all abilities are reduced by 50%. He turned his gaze toward the massive two-headed eagle and thought, ever since I was sucked into that golden coffin at the museum, my true body has merged with the dark world inside, never truly leaving. He recalled his past and fell deep into thought. My outer self is merely a projection powered by the inner dark world, not a normal human body. So what would happen if I activated Split Mind? As he thought about it, he imagined his body undergoing a transformation. Reaching his hand toward the eagle's ruined crystals, Zhong Yuan muttered, "Could I actually use the power of the dark world to project two of myself?" He tucked the ruined crystals into his pocket, closed his eyes, and thought, I definitely have to test this out once I get back to school. Since my abilities are completely maxed out, I might as well pack up the remaining crystals to take back. He leaped onto its back and shouted, "All right, take us up." Looking down at the teary-eyed, two-headed eagle, he thought to himself, once I ascend to become the ruler of the skies, I won't be able to use those lower-tier abilities anymore. Forget it, I will just ride this two-headed eagle back first. Sitting on the eagle's back, he pondered. There were many two-headed eagle nesting grounds throughout this dimensional realm, but this one happened to be the closest to the entrance. He paused, falling into deep thought before decisively tossing his watch to the ground. Perfect, he thought to himself. Leaving the watch right here is the best move. Feng Jing sat casually on a boulder. Spotting Zhong Yuan, he immediately called out, his voice dripping with sarcasm. One look at you and I can tell you've just pulled off hundreds of sketchy stunts. Zhong Yuan replied with a smirk. Be a little bolder. Feng Jing retorted. What, thousands? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Pulling out his phone, he added, let me check the command channel. It looks like after entering the dimensional realm, those guys from the Hanlon Academy have. They headed straight for our location. Zhong Yuan gazed into the distance and said, this proves they're definitely targeting us. And they even tracked our signal, Feng Jing added. Actually, that might not be entirely true. He continued, when you were flying up there earlier, your flight path was obviously erratic, yet they came straight to these exact coordinates. This shows they didn't have real intel. They're just a bunch of cannon fodder sent to their deaths. Feng Jing looked at the youth rankings. Number 1, Jiang Buyo. Number 2, Xuan Ming. Number 3, Bai Wuyan, and so on. That old fox must have moved Xuan Ming up to the number 2 spot, basically telling the world that you're the East China Military Region's top priority trainee. Zhong Yuan looked annoyed as he listened to him analyze further. The enemy in the shadows already knows a bit about your power, yet they still chose to strike against all odds. Whoever's behind this is likely reckless, but also extremely confident they can take you down. Both of them stood with their hands in their pockets, looking up at the blue sky. Feng Jing said, usually, once the cannon fodder gets wiped out, a rescue team should be dispatched next. If the enemy has any brain, they'll probably save the real show for that rescue crew. Zhong Yuan asked, what if they aren't smart? Feng Jing sneered, well, anyone who's actually smart would choose to be your friend. Zhong Yuan pointed inside and said, sleep deprivation makes you stupid. You'd better go get some sleep right now. Feng Jing crossed his arms and grinned, and if I don't, are you gonna make me stupid physically? Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate. Exactly. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sunshine. Those 6 words perfectly describe today's weather. After a deep sleep, Zhang Rui stretched to welcome the new day. Zhong Yuan, sitting on a boulder outside the cave, greeted her. You're awake. Go ahead and wash your face. There's plenty of water nearby, so I can always fetch more if you run out. Walking over, Zhang Rui replied, thank you. She then reached for the water to wash her face. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, she's clearly gorgeous. Why hide her face with her hair and wear those glasses just to seal away her beauty? Just as he thought, Zhang Rui was beautiful. He looked away and said, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Just pretend I never asked. Zhang Rui fell silent before opening up. When I was little, I was almost kidnapped. I managed to escape and call the police on my own, which was how I barely survived. That person said I was just too cute, and it made him have bad intentions. Zhong Yuan closed his eyes sympathetically to comfort her. That was years ago. It's time to let it go. He continued, besides, if you weren't cute, who knows if you would have even made it out alive back then. Protecting cute things is an evolutionary instinct developed over millions of years. It's scientifically proven. Zhang Rui was completely shocked by his words. Zhong Yuan smiled and said, under certain circumstances, your beauty can also become your weapon and strength. He continued, plus, whether you're beautiful or ugly, the most important thing is to just be yourself. Hearing this, Zhang Rui thought, that makes so much sense. No wonder he's a legend who was voted the school beauty with 1,800,000 votes. Her face flushed red as she thought, he even called me cute. Zhong Yuan said, if you're free, can you help me start a fire? Zhang Rui agreed without a second thought. Meanwhile, Xie Yihan sniffed the air in his sleep, thinking, what's that smell? It's so fragrant but so stinky. It feels like heaven and hell are squeezing me from both sides. He bolted upright and yelled in frustration, what the hell? Who did this? Was it you, Feng Jing? Zhang Rui walked over with a bright smile. Sorry, Senior Z, that was me. You were snoring so loudly that I couldn't sleep at all. I had no choice but to stuff your mouth. Xie Yihan was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She's the culprit? But damn, she's so cute without her glasses. And hey, it's just my own sock anyway. It won't kill me to have it in my mouth. So, she actually took off my sock with her own hands last night? With that thought, he stood up and quickly replied, it's fine, my bad. Watching this, Feng Jing sighed and muttered, ugh, what a total simp. Xie Yihan's jaw dropped as he asked skeptically, is this monster meat? Can we actually eat this? Feng Jing explained, with my healing abilities keeping you guys in top shape, what are you worried about? The more toxic, the tastier it is, you know? Xie Yihan replied, yeah, sure. Wow, you even brought salt and pepper with you. Zhong Yuan handed a skewer to Feng Jing, chiming in, this one's done. Take it. Feng Jing politely offered, you should eat too. Zhong Yuan pulled a skewer back, took a bite, and thought, almost forgot we have company. If I don't eat or drink anything, they'll start getting suspicious. With blushing cheeks, Zhang Rui watched them and squealed in her head. Oh my gosh, this is too sweet. They look so good together. Xie Yihan said while chewing, using monsters as mounts, getting free void crystals, and having meat to eat. Following Zhong Yuan is honestly the best decision ever. Zhong Yuan replied, I had the beasts dig up some void crystals nearby. Make sure to collect them in a bit. Looking at the massive pile of void crystals before them, Xie Yihan and Zhang Rui gasped in disbelief. Oh my god, this is insane. That is it. Yesterday, I thought there were only a few thousand at most, but now it looks like there are at least tens of thousands. Hurry up, get the sleeping bags out and pack them up. Then Ta'u Khan placed his hand on his chest. Wind aura. Truong Nui thought to herself, he is actually using his wind aura just to pack faster? Ta'u Khan scrambled over, frantically scooping up the ruined crystals. This time, we are not only going to top the tournament qualifiers, but we will also set a brand new record for collecting ruined crystals. Feng King stared silently at a golden ruined crystal. Seeing this, Trung Nguyen asked, what is up? Is there a problem? Feng Qin replied, a bit puzzled. No, It is just. I feel like all the ruined crystals the alien tribes offered you are sparkling so brightly. They look just like fruit candy. Trung Nui asked curiously, you cannot eat ruined crystals, right? Tao Khan replied, well, that is not entirely true. The market price of a rosemary rabbit ruined crystal is in the 5-figure range. A single one is worth 10,000 pieces of candy. Trung Nui raised her hand, doing the math. One piece of candy adds half a pound, so 10,000 pieces would add 5,000 pounds. Trung Nguyen thought to himself, compared to going solo, working in a group is definitely more fun. Ta Khan wiped his sweat and said, I cannot pack any more, but there are still leftovers. I cannot accept this. Trung Nui exclaimed. Well, at least we got all the high-quality ones packed up. Feng Qin held up a ruined crystal and asked, Nguyen Nguyen got a Moonlight Fox ruined crystal yesterday. Who wants it? Ta Khan frowned and replied, absorbing a Moonlight Fox ruined crystal basically means breaking the seal. With my constitution, there is no way I can absorb it. Hearing that, Feng Qin turned to Truong Nui and asked, what about you? I think your constitution actually has a decent shot. Truong Nui glanced over and asked Trung Nguyen, what do you think? He smiled and replied, give it a try. If you succeed, you can change your hairstyle to celebrate. Truong Nui reached out, snatched the ruined crystal, and said, all right, let me try then. Just do not blame me if I fail. She then began the process of absorbing the ruined crystal. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Feng Qin and Trung Nguyen both gasped in turn. It worked. I saw light flowing in. Truong Nui gasped, level 1. With tears streaming down her face, she said, Dark Night Aegis. She thought to herself, this ability can only be used at night. It is practically useless. Feng Qin said regretfully, what a shame, what a shame. The success rate for breaking the seal is only 1 in 10 million. Hardly anyone in Huaxia has it. Ta Khan smiled to comfort her. Hey, do not be too sad. At least you are a powerhouse with 4 abilities now. Trung Nguyen said in a serious tone, it just occurred to me that the trigger for Dark Night Aegis might not be limited to actual nighttime. Truong Nui, can your sweet poison mist block out light? Truong Nui gasped in surprise. Huh? Are you saying I can use Dark Night Aegis inside the sweet poison mist? Ta Khan blurted out, the light scatters in the mist, but does the actual brightness drop enough to count as night? Feng Qin explained. It is hard to say, but the properties of the poison mist are different from normal fog. It depends on whether it has a light-blocking effect in terms of ruin energy. Truong Nui clenched her fist and said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. We will know once we try. The 3 boys then climbed onto the back of the eagle and flew high into the sky. Below them, Truong Nui began to execute what they had just discussed. She thought to herself, my sweet poison mist is level 4, green tier, with a standard range of 50 meters. Once I see how far the mist expands, I will know if Dark Night Aegis is working. Golden light and gray clouds swirled around her. Her eyes went wide, filled with absolute determination. Dark Night Aegis. In the darkness, all abilities increase by 200%. Then, she raised her hand high, and the clouds soared straight up into the sky. Feng Qin laughed in excitement and said, the mist range has doubled. She did it. He walked over, ruffled Trung Nguyen's hair, and praised him. Nguyen Nguyen, you really are a genius. Trung Nguyen, thoroughly annoyed, snapped. Feng Qin, I am warning you, stop messing up my hair. He then yelled at Ta Khan. And you, stop pulling my pants. Panicking, Ta Khan replied, I am scared of heights, I cannot help it. Trung Nguyen jumped down, saying, I am going down to check. Ta Khan clung to Feng Qin and shrieked, why did he just jump off like that? Feng Qin, this is all your fault. Feng Qin panicked and replied, if you are so brave, let go of me. Meanwhile, Trung Nguyen landed safely on the ground. A system prompt appeared, poison mist detected, absorb? He mentally commanded, absorb. The screen flashed with a notification, Venom Devourer activated. All abilities increased by 122%. He thought to himself, not bad. This boost is higher than the other toxins. Trung Nui ran over in a panic, crying out, Trung Nguyen, why did you go in? You will be poisoned. Suddenly, she tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face. He walked over, offered his hand, and asked, are you okay? Do you need healing? I can just trigger life authority anyway. Trung Nu awkwardly took his hand and replied, I am fine, no need to heal me, I will just put a band-aid on, it is just a scrape, no need to make a big deal and have Feng Qin trigger Pale Sunday. Blushing, she touched her cheeks and thought, ah, Trung Nguyen is so sweet. I think I am actually falling for him. What should I do? Asking online. Extremely urgent. Trung Nguyen suddenly remembered and said, right, that makes things easier to explain later on. Then it's best to name them together. Zhong Yuan looked up at him and replied, since I'm the one who came up with this skill, I should be the one to name it. He replied, how about calling it Poison Shadow Swarm? Zhong exclaimed, great name. A heavy silence fell over the place. Xie Yihan spoke up, even though time isn't up yet, we won't be able to gather any more void crystals anyway, so we might as well just head back. Zhong replied, I'm fine either way. Feng Jing suddenly raised his voice. Wait a minute. An alert beeped in Zhong Yuan's earpiece. The latest news is that those 4 students from Hanlin Academy are fakes. They used fake documents to trick the Tianqin team. Their last known location before they went dark matches your watch's coordinates. What's going on over there? Zhong Yuan lowered his head and replied, I threw my watch into a 2-headed eagle's nest. The voice on the other end praised him. Smart move. We've got a lead on those fake documents and we're currently investigating. Zhong Yuan spoke into the radio with a confident grin. I guess it's time to collect their bodies, then? Lu Jianlin replied. That's right. The 4 fakes pretending to be the rescue team have already reached the realm gate. Your mission is to capture them alive if you can. But if you can't, just make sure their brains are left intact. Zhong Yuan fell silent for a moment before replying, understood. He sighed to himself, great, now I have to figure out how to keep them alive. Zhong Yuan addressed the group, Zhong Xie Yihan, why don't you 2 take the 2-headed eagle for a spin around the realm? Feng Jing and I have some business to take care of. Zhong eyes lit up with excitement. She dragged Xie Yihan away and said, no problem, go do your thing, we've got this. I'm going to cure Senior C of his fear of heights. Zhong Yuan waved goodbye and said, sounds good. I'll meet up with you guys once we're done. He thought to himself, teaming up with smart people really saves so much trouble. You barely have to say a word, and they already get it. Up on the eagle's back, Zhong was loving the view, while Xie Yihan was absolutely miserable. Zhong laughed and asked, I wonder where we're heading. Xie Yihan, with tears streaming down his face, whimpered, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm falling. I'm falling. Zhong tried to calm him down. Senior, you need to chill. Otherwise, before those 2 even finish their business, you'll have died of fright first. Xie Yihan panicked. Zhong Yuan is so powerful, it should only take him a few minutes, right? Zhong smirked and replied, oh, the stronger the man, the longer he lasts, you know. Xie Yihan was completely baffled. He saw Zhang giggling bashfully. Oh my, how embarrassing. Xie Yihan could only lie flat on the eagle's back. He thought to himself, I've heard girls are obsessed with shipping guys. Don't tell me Zhong is one of them? He asked her, so, which of them do you think is the bottom? Without a second thought, Zhong shot back, Zhong Yuan, obviously. Xie Yihan shook his head. No way. Zhong Yuan is clearly the dominant one. Feng Jing is totally the little wife. Zhong swooned, her inner fangirl fully showing. Because we love him, he has to be the bottom, and so, they kept drifting high up in the sky. Suddenly, Zhong turned to him. Wait a minute. Senior Z, you? Xie Yihan's face went pale as he panicked. Oh crap. I'm dead. Now that I know her secret, she's not going to silence me and throw me off this bird, is she? Terrified, he quickly lunged forward, grabbed Zhong hands, and blurted out, actually, I'm a fellow man of culture myself. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan and Feng Jing were studying the map. Zhong Yuan said, the enemies have already crossed into the realm. We just need to head over and intercept them. Since Zhong and Xie Yihan are up in the air, they should be safe, even if they're being watched. Advisor Liu wants us to take them alive. If I accidentally go too hard on them, you'll have to heal them. Feng Jing blinked in surprise and replied, all right, I can use life resonance to link them. As long as at least one of them is breathing, they'll all stay alive. Zhong Yuan added, just remember, if I accidentally slip up and kill one of them, don't panic. Just make sure their brains are intact. Feng Jing gasped, intact brains? Oh, I get it. Wang Podi wants to use Void Mirror on them. Zhong Yuan turned to him. Wang Podi? Void Mirror? Feng Jing explained. Wang Podi is the director of the Void Army Bureau. His Void Mirror ability can read anyone's memories, even if they're already dead. As long as the brain is intact and they've been dead for less than 24 hours, he can still extract the data. Zhong Yuan murmured. Ah, so that's how it works. No more talking then. Once we find them, I'll strike immediately. With that, he activated his eagle-eye super-sensing skill. On the other side, Duan Yong grumbled as he walked. The movement of these two signals looks like they're flying. They might just be bait too. Lao Kai closed his eyes, performing a quick calculation. Levitation skills can't last this long. They must have tied their watches to a two-headed eagle instead. Shahu gasped. What? Did they already figure out our plan? Cho Ma gritted his teeth and muttered, the enemy is strong and on guard. We won't get anything out of this. We should just pull out. A $20 million bounty sounds great, but we actually need to be alive to spend it. Duan Yong turned around and growled. Don't be such a coward. Aren't you counting on this money to treat your two daughters' lung cancer? Cho Ma replied, I'm not in a hurry. You're the one who's rushing to pay tuition for your son studying in the Maple Leaf Nation. Lao Kai called out from above, stop talking. If the mission fails, we'll have to pay for the damages. Can you guys even afford that? Duan Yong looked up and said, sigh. Anyway, we need to come up with a plan first. If the enemy can pinpoint our location, we should smash our watches. Shahu looked up, asking in surprise, huh? Why is there a two-headed eagle right above us? Duan Yong replied, it's fine, we just need to play dead. Suddenly, they shrieked in terror as they were ambushed from above. A green light emanated from Zhong Yuan's hand. Standing on the eagle's back, he scoffed, is my head really only worth 20 million tower dollars? Losing his patience, Zhong Yuan unleashed his power to deal with them. He thought to himself, the sub-ability of thermobaric pressure is air bullets, which is pretty useful when paired with penetration. Feng Qing, who was sitting next to him, watched him and wondered in surprise. Did he somehow acquire another new ability without me knowing? Under Zhong Yuan's assault, they scattered in panic, screaming continuously. Run! The enemy has the penetration ability. We can't fight back. Another panicked mercenary screamed, Duan Yong, hit them back, quick! He also ran for his life, shouting, they're too far to reach. Heal yourselves as we retreat. One of his lackeys snapped in frustration. And you call yourself the Wild Wolf King of the Northwest Military District? Duan Yong snapped back angrily. Is this really the time for that nonsense? He then used his healing wind skill to extinguish the flames from Zhong Yuan's attack. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan asked curiously, is that Duan Yong guy from the Northwest Military District? Feng Qing replied, he's probably retired. The military district wouldn't let a disabled ability user stay on the front lines. Zhong Yuan said coldly without a shred of pity, a veteran who willingly falls from grace is twice as guilty. Feng Qing clicked his tongue. Well, for better or worse, he did serve the country. Go easy on him. Zhong Yuan frowned in confusion, turning to Feng Qing. Why are you defending the enemy? Who is he to you? Feng Qing was startled and quickly denied it. He's nobody to me. It's just that his downfall is largely my fault. The scene shifts to a flashback at the Science Academy. Feng Qing was recounting the story of what had happened back then to Zhong Yuan. Someone entered the room where Feng Qing was confined and said, Feng Qing, there's a man with a severed arm who needs you to heal him with Su Ri. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Feng Qing flatly refused. I won't do it. He's a soldier from the Northwest Military District who got hurt while suppressing a rift outbreak. His ability is highly valuable. If he loses his arm, he'll have no choice but to retire. Feng Qing remained stubborn, repeating firmly, I said, I'm not healing him. Back then, Feng Qing was just a young boy locked in a room, his hands chained up with absolutely no freedom. He snapped in frustration. All day long it's always Su Ri this, Su Ri that. You won't even grant me the basic rights of a human being, so why should I bear the duties of one? It turned out that the person standing outside the cell was Feng Qing's mother. She asked anxiously, when Qishu took you to the Rift battlefield, what on earth happened there? Lately, you haven't been cooperating with the experiments, and you refuse to heal anyone. All you do is sabotage the Science Academy. If this keeps up, the higher-ups will resort to extreme measures against you. Completely ignoring her warnings, stubborn Feng Qing casually lay back down on the bed, pulled the blanket over his head, and muttered, whatever, I'm going to sleep, don't bother me. After a long sleep, Feng Qing woke up as the bright sunlight beamed across his face, squinting his eyes. Spotting some bags of candy next to his bed, Feng Qing picked one up mindlessly and muttered, trying to buy me over with candy again. He didn't say another word, just stared silently at the heavy iron shackles binding his wrists. After thinking for a moment, Feng Qing channeled his full strength and effortlessly shattered the chains on his wrists. He then made his way to the laboratory. As it turned out, he was looking for his mother. Seeing her, he called out, Mom, Where is the man with the broken arm from yesterday? Without even looking up from her work, his mother replied, the time window for using Suri has passed, so he went back. Bowing his head in awkward silence, Feng Qing stammered, then, what about the candy in my room? Feng Qing's mother explained, Commander Yang of the Northwest Military District bought that for you. He said he wanted to make friends. Feng Qing lowered his gaze and muttered, I didn't save his man. Return the gift. His mother replied softly, he bought you the candy precisely because you couldn't save him. Without another word, Feng Qing slunk back to his cell in silence. He effortlessly bent the iron bars and slipped back inside. He ripped open the bag of candy on his bed, sending pieces flying everywhere. Grabbing handfuls with both hands, he stuffed them into his mouth, devouring them greedily. After devouring every last piece, he sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and told his mother, Mom, I want to leave the Science Academy. I want to see the human world through a human's eyes. Back in the present, Zhong Yuan listened to Feng Qing's story and remarked, pitiable people always have a hateful side. The man he is today does not deserve your guilt. Feng Qing sighed and added, but the other half of that saying is, hateful people always have their own hidden pain. Trung Nguyen snaps back impatiently, I don't know, and I don't care what kind of sob story they have. All I know is that right now, we are the victims, and they are the culprits. Grabbing Feng Qin's hand, Trung Nguyen pulls him to jump off the eagle and commands, once we're close enough, activate your life resonance. Feng Qin doesn't even have time to process what is happening. The moment they land, Feng Qin immediately unleashes his life resonance ability on Trung Nguyen. As Don Dung's crew scrambles to escape, the guy bringing up the rear is suddenly hit by Feng Qin's life resonance. He collapses to the ground, leaving the rest of his crew in utter shock. Staring in disbelief, they ask, what on earth just happened? Why is the shaman dead already? The blonde guy speculates, could this be the legendary instant death skill? The other guy argues, that's a national treasure level ability of the Beacon Nation. How could a mere high schooler from Huaxia possess such an instant death power? Don Dung, lagging behind, yells without hesitation, whatever that power is, just run. Overhearing their conversation, Trung Nguyen looks at his own hands in confusion, wondering what this instant death skill they are talking about even is. Besides, why did I feel like I was brought back to life for a split second just now? He then looks at Feng Qin, who is frantically waving his hands beside him, and can't help but wonder, did this guy just link him to the enemy? Feng Qin also panics as he realizes his mistake, blurting out, oh no, I was so distracted that I linked the wrong person. Trung Nguyen quickly asks Feng Qin if the guy on the ground is still breathing. With a blank expression, Feng Qin says the guy is barely holding on to life. Trung Nguyen chuckles and says, excellent. Trung Nguyen immediately unleashes his airspace ruler ability. Grabbing Feng Qin by his pants, he flies up with him and says, then let's use that exact same trick on the other three. Yanked into the air, Feng Qin panics and screams, don't grab my pants. Hold on to my body instead. Trung Nguyen grabs Feng Qin by his limbs, lifting him up, and asks, is this better? Feng Qin frantically nods and replies, yes, yes, yes. Without wasting any time, Feng Qin quickly activates his life resonance ability again. Once again, the other three enemies are caught in the life resonance link and collapse to the ground. Feng Qin and Trung Nguyen land right where the enemies are scattered. Satisfied, Trung Nguyen says, and that's a wrap. With the enemies now half dead, Feng Qin asks in confusion, are you really not planning to hide your insane life force from me? Trung Nguyen's face darkens as he looks at Feng Qin and says, wait, can you actually tell whether I'm alive or dead? Feng Qin coolly slides down his black sunglasses, glancing at Trung Nguyen as he says, let's just pretend I saw nothing. By the way, never ask me to use this move in front of anyone else. Trung Nguyen argues that such a powerful move should be fully utilized. Linking life resonance to a corpse is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. Waving his hand as he turns away, Feng Qin explains, normally, life resonance can only link the user to another person. My case is highly unusual and classified as a scientific secret. Hands on his hips, Trung Nguyen lets out a curious, oh, is that how it is? The two walk over to one of the fallen enemies lying motionless on the ground. Trung Nguyen speaks up, by the way, didn't you say the enemy prepared a deadly trump card specifically for me? These guys clearly don't make the cut. Feng Qin replies, that's only because you are ridiculously strong. Trung Nguyen observes the man for a moment, then asks himself in surprise, Why is there a bug on this guy's face? Without hesitation, he stabs the bug to death with his knife. He quickly senses something is wrong. This bug actually crawled out from inside the man's brain. A normal insect could never burrow through a human skull. It's an alien species. Right then, another insect crawls out from the head of another collapsed enemy. The insect flies close to Zhong Yuan without him noticing, its tail tipped with a sharp, glowing stinger. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan is struck by a terrifying realization. Oh no, these guys were just a cover. The real deadly threat is. He begins to suspect. Could it be these alien insects? By now, the insect has circled behind Zhong Yuan's head, aiming to attack him without his knowledge. The insect flies in, targeting Zhong Yuan's brain, but something seems to block its path, preventing it from getting any closer. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan snaps his eyes open, glares at the insect, and says, "I was waiting for you." All of a sudden, visions of Don Dung's memories flash around the bug. Zhong Yuan wonders, is this Don Dung's memory? The first vision shows Don Dung with a broken arm that the Science Institute couldn't heal, forcing him to retire from the front lines to a desk job. This made Zhong Yuan realize a terrifying possibility. The others likely had bugs in their brains too, and they had to find them fast. If those parasites multiplied or leaked their location to the enemy, they would be done for. Just then, a creepy crawly flew right up behind Feng Qing. He was completely off guard. Zhong Yuan opened his mouth to yell a warning, but before he could make a sound, the bug latched right onto Feng Qing's hair. While Feng Qing cluelessly scratched his head, Zhong Yuan stood there frozen in shock. Then, Feng Qing reached back and plucked the bug right off the back of his neck. Ugh, what is this thing? Why does its bite hurt so bad? With a hard slap, he squashed the bug into a bloody pulp. Worried sick, Zhong Yuan rushed over to check the back of his head. Zhong Yuan gasped there was a bloody gash on the back of his head, and a chunk of his hair was completely gone. Feng Qing panicked. Bald? Zhong Yuan couldn't resist a sarcastic dig. Well, on the bright side, your skull is incredibly hard. Feng Qing immediately smirked. Of course it is. Smart people always have hard heads. Zhong Yuan just rolled his eyes and took off into the air, but not before shouting back some instructions. Take a picture of it and send it to the command center. I'm going to capture a few more. Feng Qing waved from below and shouted back, "You got it." Once Zhong Yuan was gone, Feng Qing managed to trap 2 of the bugs to get a closer look. These were actually a rare species of alien beasts from the Lighthouse Nation, known as Ghost Eye Ladybugs. They feed on brains and parasitize animal hosts, and the Lighthouse Nation has kept all intel on their abilities strictly classified. When Zhong Yuan flew back carrying a 2-headed eagle, he and Feng Qing sat right next to their 4 captured enemies. Zhong Yuan immediately dialed a number to report the situation. We have got 8 bugs in total. 4 were parasitizing the 2-headed eagle. We caught 2 alive, and the other 2 are dead. I used yanked on them, so they should not be attacking anyone for now. The voice on the other end replied, "Fantastic work. A team from the Academy of Sciences is already on their way to your location. Just hand over the bugs and the parasitized 2-headed eagle to them." Holding one of the bugs, Feng Qing turned his gaze toward Duan Yong's lifeless body. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose to stay silent. Noticing the grim look on his face, Zhong Yuan glanced over and said, "He is dead. No amount of staring is going to bring him back." Feng Qing sighed. "I know. Honestly, even if he were still alive, he would have faced the death penalty after interrogation anyway." Zhong Yuan asked curiously, "Then why are you still staring at him?" Looking up at the sky with a hint of regret, Feng Qing murmured, "I was just wondering, if I had chosen to save him back then, would his story have ended differently?" Zhong Yuan gazed up at the blue sky as well. "I am not an all-knowing, omnipotent god. How should I know? But then," he added, "if you cannot be a god, just being human is good enough." A soft smile broke across Feng Qing's face. "In that case, I will stick to being human." Soon, the research team sent by the Academy of Sciences arrived, but as they tried to enter the cube, the Tianjin team blocked their path. A blonde researcher snapped in frustration, "Captain Song, what is the meaning of this? In emergencies, the Academy of Sciences has full authorization to enter any cube." Song Jiangguo frowned, unmoved. "I am sorry, but we have not received any emergency directives. Protocol dictates that we cannot let you pass." One of the researchers turned to Qi Shou, pleading, "Mr. Qi, look at this. What should we do?" Before he could finish, Qi Shu coldly cut him off. "You cannot wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. Sometimes, you just have to beat them awake." He then glared at the Tianqin team. You guys have a healer on your squad, don't you? I suggest they cast life resonance on all of you immediately. The Tianqin members snapped back. Mind your own business. But in a flash, Qizu drew his sword, activating wind breath penetration as his eyes narrowed to razor-sharp slits. Then don't say I didn't warn you. Qishou unleashed his wind sickle, sending a devastating double wind sickle slicing through the air with monstrous force straight at the Tianqin team. Song Jiangguo desperately tried to deploy his own power to counter the attack, but it was useless. Qishou's strike left him covered in deep, bleeding gashes. Grimacing in pain, Song Jiangguo gasped out, I don't care if you're with the Academy of Sciences. You cannot just bully your way through. I will report this to the Ruins Control Bureau. Qishou gripped his sword and walked right up to him. Go ahead. File your complaint with Wang Podi himself. Tell him Qishou sent you. Hearing that name, Song Jiangguo collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed with shock. Qishou was the true leader of the 9 Ruins, the most powerful organization of Ruins users in the country. Meanwhile, back in the cube, Feng Qing and Zhong Yuan were bored out of their minds waiting. Feng Qing slumped onto the ground, staring at the 2 squirming bugs in his hands. He groaned, What is taking them so long? My hands are literally cramping up here. Zhong Yuan replied, Just hang in there a bit longer. These ghost eye ladybugs are highly intelligent, so I am not sure how long my act cute effect will last. We cannot risk letting them escape. Suddenly, Feng Qing's phone rang. Since his hands were full of bugs, he had to awkwardly lean over and ask Zhong Yuan to pull it out for him. My passcode is 778811. Zhong Yuan let out a soft murmur, reached into Feng Qing's pocket, and pulled out the phone. He unlocked it and held it up to show Feng Qing the incoming text message. Sorry we are late. The Tianqin team held us up for a bit. And Guanfeng's division has taken over the cube, and a private jet is ready to fly you guys back to school. Feng Qing read the message with a sigh of relief. I'm about to lose my mind. It was just a simple bug-catching mission, but my mom actually called in Uncle Qi. Qishou sent another text asking, I've entered the dimensional realm. Are you kids still at the original coordinates? Feng Jing sat up immediately and told Zhong Yuan to reply with a simple yes. Zhong Yuan quickly typed out a reply, but then Feng Jing started to feel like something was off. Wait, this isn't right. Last time, Uncle Qi had Yan Tuo test out Yuan, and then he called me back to Shangjing to grill me with all kinds of questions. He's clearly trying to use this opportunity to poach him. Feng Jing thought to himself, joining Jushu means constantly running yourself ragged, and working to death never ends well. I absolutely cannot let Yuan fall into his hands when they meet. Once the 2 ghost eye ladybugs were safely inside a glass jar, Feng Jing finally let out a sigh of relief. With the handover complete, Qishou stepped forward to shake Zhong Yuan's hand, introducing himself. Hello, Zhong Yuan. I'm Qishou. Feng Jing quickly cut in and told Zhong Yuan. He's an old friend of my mom's. I just call him Uncle Qi. Zhong Yuan shook Qishou's hand and said, Nice to meet you, Uncle Qi. He looked at Zhong Yuan and thought to himself. And here I was, hoping we'd be colleagues in the future. I wanted to be on casual, equal terms with him first. But this brat Feng Jing had to step in and mess up my seniority. He paused, lost in thought, before clearing his throat and saying, I heard a young prodigy has emerged in East China, and I've been meaning to find some time to have a drink with you. Suddenly, Feng Jing spoke up on Zhong Yuan's behalf, catching him off guard. Yuan is still a minor. He can't drink alcohol. Qishou laughed and said, Well, juice works just as well. Feng Jing waved his hand dismissively and added, Besides, alcohol is a carcinogen, uncle. You should probably cut down on it too. With that, he turned Qishou around and started pushing him away, saying, all right, take your bugs and go back to roasting sweet potatoes in that rundown courtyard of yours. Qishou looked bewildered and tried to ask, But what about the dimensional realm? But Feng Jing cut him off, saying, The old fox's people are taking over, so don't you worry about it. Qishou quickly took the opportunity to hand over a business card, adding, Zhong Yuan, if you ever visit Shangjing, make sure to drop by our courtyard to hang out. Zhong Yuan took the business card and looked at it. It had Qishou's name, his title as General Manager of Shangjing Juneng Human Resources Company Limited, and his phone number clearly printed on it. He nodded and replied, I'll definitely drop by if I get the chance. As soon as Qishou left, Feng Jing anxiously warned Zhong Yuan, Yuan, don't ever go to that rundown little courtyard of his. Those guys are all super old and shameless. Every time they need an extra player for Mahjong, they drag me in to fill the spot. When they lose, we end up getting skewers, and they make me foot the bill." Seeing Zhong Yuan smile slightly, he asked in annoyance, "What are you laughing at?" Zhong Yuan slid Feng Jing's sunglasses down, looked him in the eye, and chuckled. "Yeah, you two don't look alike at all. Definitely not her biological son." Now we cut to the plane, where everyone has already boarded to head back home. Clutching a large backpack on his lap, Zhong Yuan spoke up. "You guys really worked hard during this trip to the dimensional realm." He pulled out some small pouches and handed one to each person, containing ruin crystals inside. He explained that there were 10 two-headed eagle ruin crystals in each pouch, and they could either use them themselves or sell them for cash. Shi Yihan stammered in refusal, saying he couldn't possibly accept such precious ruin crystals. Zhang Er agreed, saying, "We didn't do anything other than pick up ruin crystals." Zhong Yuan calmly replied to everyone, "The clash between monsters and ruin ability users is extremely dangerous. If you have a chance to get stronger, don't hesitate." Shi Yihan then took the pouch of ruin crystals and said, "I understand, thank you." Zhang Er asked curiously, "Aren't you going to give Senior Feng Jing a share?" Zhong Yuan replied that Feng Jing said he didn't need any. Feng Jing waved both hands in a carefree manner and said, "To me, the most useless thing in the world is ruin abilities." As the plane flies through the sky, Zhong Yuan reminded everyone, "I have some things to take care of later. Once we land, go straight to the Academic Affairs Office to report and hand over the ruin crystals." We now cut to Commander An Yunfeng's office, where Zhong Yuan is sitting and asking anxiously, "Commander An, have you dug up the identities of those people yet?" And Yunfeng handed him a stack of papers and said, "Wang Podi just used his void reflection ability on the 6 bugs and managed to find out quite a lot." Zhong Yuan glanced through the papers and nodded. "It looks like we really can read the bugs' memories." And Yunfeng added, "Even though we can, it's pretty fragmented, so it's not nearly as effective as reading a living person's memories." Among the 8 people who entered the dimensional realm, one of them was a sleeper agent that the Lighthouse Alliance secretly planted in the Hua Nation years ago, and he was also the mastermind behind this operation. Zhong Yuan was slightly surprised, asking as he looked over the documents, "The Lighthouse Alliance?" And Yunfeng explained, "The Lighthouse Ruin Ability Alliance is one of the 10 non-governmental ruin organizations and is completely independent of the Lighthouse Nation's government. This sleeper agent is actually an ethnic Chinese citizen of the Lighthouse Nation who once participated in their Flame Giant project experiments. After going through his memories, we've confirmed the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. Each nation has different dimensional realms where they rear different monsters, and in fact, the most mysterious, strategic-level ability in the Hua Nation is the cute acting ability of Meng Meng the panda. Meng Meng bears are protected under a strict hunting ban because of their low population and breeding difficulties, and there is no reserve of their ruin crystals. To get one, the Spire Nation risked sending Robert to the Hua Kingdom to cooperate with Zhu Yao, collude with a mole in the central Hua military district, and sneak into the Shenongjia realm. After you killed Robert, the Spire Alliance wanted to recover his ruin crystal, so they sent Yuan Kai's group to ambush Shengying Academy, only for you to turn the tables and eliminate them instead. And Yunfeng looked straight at Zhong Yuan and continued, "At this point, the cost of recovering the Flame Giant's ruin crystal far exceeds the value of the crystal itself. For the Spire Alliance, giving up is the smartest move." Zhong Yuan asked in confusion, "But why did the enemy still choose to strike this time?" And Yunfeng replied, "That is exactly the crux of the matter." He explained that in this infiltration of Zhangjiaji, although all clues point toward the Spire Alliance, he believes they are merely accomplices, and the real mastermind behind it is the mole in Central Hua. Throughout this series of events, you've displayed incredible strength and wisdom, along with a clear intention to flush out the mole in Central Hua. Even if only to protect themselves, they would definitely try to either win you over or eliminate you. Based on the traits of the Ghost Eye Ladybug, it's not hard to guess that it's a domesticated monster species. It can kill targets and gather intelligence. They can even be used as suicide weapons. They released the Ghost Eye Ladybugs because they definitely wanted to seize the opportunity to either control or eliminate you. And Yunfeng smiled and said, "Fortunately, you have the ability to counter those Ghost Eye Ladybugs, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Zhong Yuan smiled confidently and replied, "I wouldn't have used myself as bait if I didn't have an ace up my sleeve." And Yunfeng smiled, fully trusting him, and said, "We trust your judgment. But you must also remember that your value as a strategic combat asset far outweighs any of this. Keeping yourself safe is your top priority. Zhong Yuan asked curiously, is the mole in Central Hua connected to Ju Yao? And Yunfeng smiled and replied, of course they are. But for now, the exact relationship is still unclear. Zhong Yuan then asked with concern, what about the patrol squad guarding the gate? And Yunfeng answered, they are still being held at the Ruin Management Bureau, and a full investigation is underway. Zhong Yuan stood up and said, with so many clues, it should be enough for you guys to investigate, right? And Yunfeng assured him, just leave the rest of the investigation to us. Zhong Yuan nodded in agreement. Walking over to the window, he asked, by the way, where is my sister? And Yunfeng followed him and said, she's over at the training grounds. I'll have Xiao Qin take you there. Stepping onto the windowsill, Zhong Yuan replied, no need, uncle. I can make my own way there. With that, he leapt out of the window and flew off using his energy wings. And Yunfeng watched in shock, his jaw dropping as he yelled, good grief, you only took one trip to the realm and now you can fly? Unbelievable. Zhong Lan's legs were trembling violently, while the instructor standing nearby kept praising her. Very good. Excellent. It turned out Zhong Lan was doing a horse stance. The instructor checked his watch and said, hold it for 30 more seconds. After a few seconds, he added, stay strong. 10, 9, 8, 7, time's up. Just as Zhong Lan let out a sigh of relief, the instructor gestured for her to come over and said, you can take a short break now. Seeing how exhausted Zhong Lan looked, the instructor explained, this stance is called the horse stance. Consistent practice will make your lower body much more stable, allowing you to generate power faster and with more force. Even though you can't channel your ruin energy smoothly right now, this training is highly beneficial for your cultivation, helping to build a rock-solid foundation. He handed her a bottle of water and continued, once you overcome your mental block and master divine speed and Tianyuan again, your strength will skyrocket in no time. Zhong Lan replied, I understand. Thank you, instructor. Suddenly, she shyly scratched her cheek and added, oh, by the way, my brother is coming to pick me up in 2 days. Could you please not tell him that I'm doing special training? The instructor asked in surprise. Huh? Why is that? Zhong Lan sheepishly replied, my brother is such a genius. He learns everything instantly. Every time I compare myself to him, I feel so incredibly stupid. I can't even help him with the smallest things. She drew little circles on the ground with her finger, as if trying to express her inner turmoil. The instructor laughed and said, everyone has their own strengths. Your talent isn't inferior to your brother's at all. You were just born a few years later. He continued to encourage her. Besides, no matter how powerful your brother is, he can't carry the weight of the entire world on his own. There will definitely be times when he needs your help. Zhong Lan froze for a moment before blooming into a bright, radiant smile. She had no idea that her brother was watching her from a hidden spot nearby. Standing beside him, Zhan Hong asked, Zhong Yuan, you're standing so far away. Can you really see her clearly? Zhong Yuan replied curtly, clearly. Zhan Hong pressed on. Well, it wouldn't hurt to get a bit closer. But Zhong Yuan's mind was made up. He said, she is my sister, not my dependent. Keeping his eyes fixed on the distance, he added, if I stand too close, I'll only get in the way of her growth. Zhan Hong smirked and proudly bragged about Zhong Lan. Tsk, to be honest, your sister has learned quite a lot here at the military base over the past 2 days. Zhong Yuan was genuinely intrigued, responding with a simple, oh? Zhan Hong immediately chimed in. Armored vehicles, supersonic fighter jets, and even battleships, she's driven them all. The instructor said she has an incredible talent for driving and wanted to know your thoughts on it. Zhong Yuan's jaw dropped in disbelief, and then he helplessly pressed his palm to his forehead. It's her life, so it's her decision. Basically, you guys just need to give her a little support and let the young sapling grow on her own. Zhan Hong's eyes sparkled with a pleading look as he said, I have a bit of a selfish request. Could you teach me how to do skeet shooting? Aside from me, there are plenty of others in the military district who want to learn from you. Zhong Yuan let out a tired sigh and said, I am really busy. Zhan Hong continued to beg, just one session is fine, please. Unable to refuse any longer, he reluctantly agreed. All right, just one session, no more than that. Night fell upon the simple brick house with its wooden door. Zhong Yuan stared at the golden coffin in front of him and muttered, whew, after running around outside for a few days, I can finally get a peaceful night's sleep. Then he thought to himself, This time, after absorbing a massive amount of void crystals from the snowbone snakes and the two-headed eagles, the drowsiness is hitting me even harder. Plus, the negative energy from the crystals is constantly messing with my mental state, making me violent and irritable, like I just want to beat someone up all the time. Zhong Yuan popped open the coffin lid and peered inside. If I activate my split mind ability and actually split myself in two, would it be possible to have one of me sleep while the other stays active outside? After climbing into the coffin, he pulled the lid shut, thinking, anyway, let's just try it first and see. In a hazy state, something inside him split in half, looking just like him. He decided to split his consciousness in two first. This step was a success. He directed one part of his consciousness outside and then projected half of his physical self out. Inside the cramped room, he smiled proudly. Great. Opening his eyes, okay, his vision was normal. But then he realized something was off, and Zhong Yuan froze in shock. Wait, why does my bed suddenly look so high? And walking feels so weird. Looking down, he saw two cat paws. He had actually turned into a cat. Panicked, he jumped up and started meowing frantically. Cat Zhong Yuan and human Zhong Yuan stared at themselves in the mirror without a single word. As he raised his hand to stroke his chin, the cat copied him perfectly. The experiment proved that Split Mind could indeed create two versions of himself, but both versions couldn't look like Zhong Yuan at the same time. He analyzed it further. Since one Zhong Yuan already existed, his second form defaulted to a black cat. Two bodies sharing one consciousness could also have their own independent thoughts. Zhong Yuan broadened his line of thinking. His second form could also project as another animal or person, but the only thing it couldn't be was himself, including any other image in his mind that might be associated with Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan recalled how the transformation worked. When one of his selves entered the shadow world to sleep, the remaining body active outside would be forced into the second form, unable to maintain Zhong Yuan's appearance, instantly turning into a black cat. The cat let out a meow, giving him a bit of a headache. The most ironic part was that when he tried to speak in his cat form, it would automatically come out as meows. He actually searched up, why can't cats talk? It was honestly a pretty silly question. The answer Zhong Yuan found was, first, there is no language center in a cat's brain. And second, a cat's vocal cords are positioned at an obtuse angle in the larynx, making them incapable of producing human speech sounds. While the cat jumped off his shoulder, Zhong Yuan stared at his phone and thought, my current projection only has the outer appearance. Its inside is entirely made of energy from the shadow world. If I alter the internal structure of this projection, could I speak human language as a cat? Cat Zhong Yuan squeezed his eyes shut, his entire body tensing up, growling as he tried his best for a moment before collapsing onto the floor. He let out a lazy meow. With my current mental strength, doing something so complex is out of the question for now. In the end, he decided to leave it at that. After all, nobody expects a cat to talk anyway. He held out his hand and said, I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up at 6 tomorrow morning. Good night. The cat high-fived him and meowed. Cat Zhong Yuan stared at the long, text-heavy system interface that even the viewers wouldn't want to read, and pondered. After activating Split Mind, all of my abilities' power is cut in half, but their core nature remains unchanged. The second form can also use them normally. Right now, I have 14 abilities, except for Thermobaric Pressure and Eternal Ice Domain, where I can precisely control the power level from before they were upgraded. The others cannot be downgraded for use. The cat smirked in a very Zhong Yuan-like way, his claws sliding out from his soft paw pads as he schemed a devious plan. Perfect. While the cat-loving Su Wanying is still farming void crystals in the dimensional realm, it is time to relaunch the cat's social execution plan. Arriving in front of a shop, Zhong Yuan looked down and saw one person with 3 cats. Oh, looks like someone beat me to it. He thought about it for a moment and immediately realized who they were. If I remember correctly, she is Jiang Tianshuo's twin sister. Jiang Siwan, right? I think I met her once in the 3rd year special class. Jiang Siwan suddenly whipped around to look behind her. Seeing Zhong Yuan approaching in his cat form, her eyes instantly lit up. What an adorable black cat, walking with such grace. This regal posture is pure royalty. I have never seen him around before. Is he a new stray? Jiang Siwan pulled out a treat, held it out in front of Zhong Yuan, and coaxed. Here, kitty kitty, come here. I have got some delicious food for you. But Zhong Yuan was thinking, you stopped me from disciplining those cats, and now you want to bribe me? In your dreams. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Well, since nobody knows I am Zhong Yuan right now, maybe I do not have to act like a human. What exactly are you up to, Zhong Yuan? Ignoring Jiang Yuan, he turned his gaze back to the other cats. The strays do not seem as friendly as last time. Is it because too much time has passed and my super cute charm has worn off? Or is it because I changed my form? He immediately struck a super adorable pose and activated his skill once more. Deep in the alley, a purple aura radiated outward, yet the stray cats just stared at him blankly. Zhong Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Weird. Why isn't it working? Little did he know, someone was creeping up behind him with a creepy giggle. With literal hearts in her eyes, Jiang Yuan squealed, "Oh, little kitty witty, let me give you a big, warm hug." Completely baffled, Zhong Yuan leaped out of the way just in time, leaving Jiang Yuan face-planting the ground. Zhong Yuan fell back into a defensive stance, his mind racing. Wait, isn't my super cute charm supposed to have barely any effect on humans? Then what is up with this girl? Jiang Yuan's eyes were completely dazed, drooling with obsession. In stark contrast, the stray cats around them did not react at all. That was when it hit him. No, wait. I have had it all wrong this entire time. The charm skill does not work better on lower intelligence targets. It actually works best when used on a different species. Right now, I am in my cat form. Playing cute to other cats only lowers their hostility and builds a little trust. But playing cute to humans, it literally brings them to their knees. It is like I am turning into their ultimate feline overlord. A sneaky idea crossed his mind. He could use his charm ability for basic emotional connection and then directly manipulate human behavior. Sniffling, Jiang Yuan whimpered, "Ah, is my cat food not good enough for you? Is that why you do not like me? What if I bring you premium sliced fish tomorrow? Will you love me then?" She whipped out her phone to snap a photo, sending Zhong Yuan into a panic as he bolted. This mind manipulation power is way too terrifying. I need to be extremely careful about playing cute while I am a cat. Realizing Jiang Yuan was trying to take a sneak pic, Zhong Yuan spun right back around. He boldly snatched the phone right out of her hands, using his tiny paws to delete the candid photo of himself. Having finished the job, Zhong Yuan walked away casually, leaving a completely dumbfounded Jiang Yuan behind. No way. Did that cat just delete a photo? Am I dreaming? Even though he was careful, his tracks were not fully covered. The photo was actually just sitting in her trash folder. So that was not a dream after all. I need to restore this and back it up in 3 different places immediately. The next morning, under a beautiful, clear blue sky, Zhong Yuan stared at his phone, lost in thought. Senior Zhang texted me, saying I absolutely have to meet her at the cafeteria today because she has something important to discuss. Just then, a gorgeous pink-haired girl walked past the crowded courtyard. Wow, who is that gorgeous girl? Is she a student here? How have I never seen her before? Did our school just get a new contender to steal Su Wanbao's crown as the campus goddess? The girl walked straight up to Zhong Yuan and gasped, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry for keeping you waiting." He blinked in surprise. Senior Zhang Er? Zhang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing slightly. "Yeah, I did promise you that once I successfully absorbed the rift crystal, I would get a new hairstyle. So, yeah." Seeing her shy, hesitant look, Zhong Yuan smiled. "Not bad. It really suits you." Thank you," she stammered. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned as they finally recognized her. Wait, is she really that gorgeous without her glasses? Look at the way she is talking to Zhong Yuan. Are they dating? But I heard Su Wanbao already did it with Zhong Yuan. Is he seriously two-timing them? Out of nowhere, Feng Jing appeared behind the two of them, teasing, "Am I interrupting something?" Zhang turned around, her eyes practically sparkling with joy as she chirped, "You are absolutely interrupting." A moment later at the cafeteria, Feng Jing asked, "Are you sure you want me to sit here?" Zhang beamed like a blooming flower and replied, "Positive, absolutely, 100% positive." "All right then," he sighed. Feng Jing took a bite of a meat bun and instantly turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Damn, why is this Sichuan meat bun so incredibly spicy? Wait, did the cafeteria scam me? He turned around, muttering, "I should probably just throw this away and buy something else." Zhong Yuan remarked coldly, "Don't waste food." Feng Jing retorted instantly, "Well, what else am I supposed to do? You gonna eat it for me?" Zhong Yuan shot back, "Get lost. You are not my little sister." Feng Jing immediately played dumb and acted cute, whining, "Big bro, big bro, only to get hit right in the face by Zhong Yuan. Haha, look at them squabbling like a mother hen and her chick. Sitting across the table, Zhang Er covered her mouth and giggled, thinking to herself, this breakfast is absolutely the best. In the academic affairs office, Su Wanying walked in alongside Lei Bo and Shangguan Yi, her mind filled with pride and arrogance as she thought, this time, our team managed to harvest 139 resonance crystals in the dragon-shaped mountain realm. Even if we don't make it into the national top 10, we're still way better off than that unlucky bastard Feng Jing, who got stuck drawing the Zhangjiaji realm. Su Wanying confidently pushed the door open and announced, Director Gu, my team has finished our hunt in the dimensional realm. We're here to turn in our crystals. Suddenly, Su Wanying froze. She saw the directors frantically counting crystals. Someone in the room called out, Director Gu, we have 1,000 rosemary rabbit crystals here, and they're of incredibly high quality. Director Gu replied, pack them up and put them with the sorted ones. A young man's eyes widened in shock as he held up an orange crystal and gasped. Wait a second. Isn't this crystal from a moonlight fox? He continued. Oh my god, it actually is. This is way more valuable than the rosemary rabbit ones. Director Gu's eyes popped as he urged, quick, recheck the sorted bags immediately. Do not miss a single moonlight fox crystal. A bald student asked, shouldn't we store such valuable crystals separately? Watching the whole scene unfold, Su Wanying thought in utter disbelief, what on earth is going on here? Why is the academic affairs office overflowing with so many crystals? It looks like a wholesale market. Seeing this, Shangguan Yi lost all interest. He tossed his bag to Su Wanying, turned around, and said, I'm out of here. You can handle the report yourself. Meanwhile, inside the office, another excited voice cried out, ah, I found 2 more moonlight fox crystals over here. Don't forget, we get triple overtime pay. Once we finish sorting everything by the day after tomorrow, we're having a celebration feast. Su Wanying stood there, completely speechless, but her mind was racing. This has to be a scam, right? There's no way they could have this many crystals. They must be fake. Night fell, and under a canopy of stars, 2 figures were walking down a dark path. Jiang Xiyuan coaxed, all right, don't be mad anymore. Let's go pet some cats and clear your mind. It'll help you relax. Su Wanying sighed softly and replied, okay. Jiang Xiyuan eagerly continued, yesterday, I saw this incredibly cute and beautiful black cat. It's super smart, and it always hangs around near the crematorium. I made a promise to it, so I'm bringing some delicious treats for it today. Perched on a rooftop nearby was the shadow of a black cat, which was actually Zhong Yuan in disguise. Zhong Yuan, now in his black cat form with striking heterochromatic blue and amber eyes, looked down at them coldly. He thought to himself, I can't believe Jiang Xiyuan actually showed up. Is the power of Super Adorable still that strong? Jiang Xiyuan and Su Wanying startled as a black silhouette blocked their path. Jiang Xiyuan squealed, ah, there it is. The black cat gracefully leapt down to the ground. Zhong Yuan, in his cat form, thought, let me get closer to sense just how much of the super adorable effect is still lingering. Jiang Xiyuan's face flushed with excitement as she cooed, here, kitty kitty, come here, sweetie. Beside her, Su Wanying also blushed at the sheer cuteness of the disguised black cat. She gasped, oh my gosh, Xiyuan, it's so incredibly cute. I'm literally going to die. Zhong Yuan, carrying himself with elegance and intelligence, sat down on a pink cat bed and thought snobbishly, well, this bed is clean enough. I suppose I can sit here for a bit. Jiang Xiyuan happily held out a food container in front of the transformed Zhong Yuan and said, look what I brought for you. It's premium king salmon, air-flown straight from the Viking Empire. The black cat stared intently at Jiang Xiyuan, analyzing the situation. The energy of the skill itself has vanished, but the residual trace can't be completely erased. Her obsession with cats shows absolutely no sign of fading. Could the mental influence of Super Adorable actually last forever? While Zhong Yuan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a kissing sound behind him. Speechless, he turned around to see Su Wanying puckering her lips, trying to plant a kiss on him. Utterly disgusted by Su Wanying, the black cat reacted on pure instinct. How dare you try to harass a cat? He immediately unleashed a close combat master strike, sending Su Wanying spinning like a top. Seeing her friend get battered by a cat until her face was completely deformed, and crying a river of tears, Jiang Xiyuan rushed over to comfort her. Waning, are you okay? Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, in his black cat form, walked away with slow, arrogant strides. The next day, Under a clear, cloudless sky, Su Wanying sat with her face covered in bruises. Feng Jing looked at her with a mix of annoyance and disbelief and asked, "So, is this why you called me to the infirmary?" Feng Jing said, "Let me see. The internal damage has been healed, but the bruising is still there because it was left untreated for too long." "Did you try to heal it yourself?" Su Wanying nodded. "My own healing didn't work well, which is why I came to find you." With his hands in his pockets, Feng Jing asked, "You absorbed a healing ability?" Su Wanying countered, "Is there a problem with that?" Feng Jing thought to himself, "The greatest strength of the ultimate prayer is that even if she has no other abilities, she can still copy a commander's synergy 100%, allowing her to achieve long-term strategic invincibility. Why would she ruin her greatest asset like this? What is she planning? Does synergy actually mean copying? However, the target's touch-based ability lasts for 24 hours. Feng Jing didn't overthink it and used his Suri technique to heal Su Wanying. Once done, Feng Jing left coldly, but not before throwing out a warning. "I respect your choices and wish you well, but don't you dare die on my doorstep." Hearing this, Su Wanying let out a confused gasp. Feng Jing glanced back at Su Wanying, thinking deeply. The footprint on her face was clearly not something a normal cat could make. Well, someone pretty capable has shown up at the academy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan, currently transformed into a black cat, curled up on a tree branch, feeling sleepy. He thought about Lan Lan, whose training in the military zone wasn't over yet. These past few days, his real body could sleep in the dark world as usual, while his second form could take a nap outside. That basically meant he got twice as much sleep. Below, Feng Jing held his phone, deep in thought. Jiang Yuan had actually posted a hefty bounty on the school forum to track down that black cat. Could that cat really be the one that injured Su Wanying? Zhong Yuan, in his cat form, was utterly confused to see Feng Jing, while Feng Jing was equally surprised to spot the black cat. Feng Jing slightly slid down his black sunglasses, revealing his piercing purple eyes as he stared at Zhong Yuan. To Feng Jing's eyes, the black cat had nothing but heterochromatic eyes and a big fat zero floating above its head. Feng Jing calmly asked the cat form Zhong Yuan up on the tree, "What happened to your promise of being a decent human being?" Zhong Yuan still played dumb, letting out a soft meow, meow, meow. Irritated, Feng Jing shoved his hands into his pockets, looked up, and asked, "Before you ask why I'm looking at a cat's lifespan, shouldn't you explain yourself first? Why did you give up being human and use your skills to beat people up, huh?" Zhong Yuan continued to play dumb with more meows. Feng Jing snapped, "Stop it. I don't speak cat. Scientifically speaking, cats don't even have a language center in their brains. There's no such thing as a cat language in this world." The black cat version of Zhong Yuan let out a helpless sigh, defeated by Feng Jing's sheer logic, as he muttered under his breath, "Dual mind, release." In an instant, Zhong Yuan transformed from a cat back into his human form. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Zhong Yuan said, "Feng Jing, human capabilities are fundamentally limited, you know." Feng Jing looked at him and said flatly, "That's complete nonsense. You only started causing trouble because your little sister isn't around to keep you in check, right?" Zhong Yuan clicked his tongue loudly when Feng Jing didn't buy his excuse. The scene cuts to a rooftop somewhere, where the two are sitting under the night sky for a late-night chat. Feng Jing asks, Yuan, what do you think actually defines a human?" Zhong Yuan sighed and replied, "The ensemble of social relations." Feng Jing pressed on, "What if someone only looks human, but their nature is identical to the alien beasts, unable to absorb ruined crystals, and can only evolve on their own while being ignored by other monsters? Would you still consider them human?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "Yes, they are." Suddenly remembering something, Zhong Yuan turned to Feng Jing with curiosity. "Speaking of which, don't you only have 4 abilities? Suri, Healing Wind, Rejuvenation, and Life Resonance? Does your ability to see lifespans count as one of them?" Feng Jing fell silent for a moment, then cast a sideways glance at Zhong Yuan and answered, "Suri is my innate ability. The other 3 were self-evolved during my time as a test subject at the Research Institute. As for my eyes, they're just a biological trait. Ruined crystals are nothing but ordinary pebbles to me. Even if I ate them, they'd just be spit back out, like a double-headed eagle regurgitating bones." Feng Jing looked up at the night sky with a sigh of regret. Yuan, you ended up sparing those double-headed eagles, didn't you?" Zhong Yuan lowered his head and muttered, "Well, We already have way too many ruined crystals anyway. Feng Jing teased him. Oh, so once you saw them alive, you couldn't bear to watch them die, huh? Zhong Yuan fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, I just can't bring myself to eat something after hearing its cries. Recalling the scenes of hunting monsters, he added, I'm not soft-hearted. Not towards humans, and definitely not towards beasts. I'm just thinking that the struggle between humans and these beasts is purely competitive. One side's gain is always the other side's loss. Even when we enter the boundary zones to hunt down captive monsters, humans still face the risk of a counterattack. But if the nature of this struggle shifts from competition to cooperation, the benefits humanity could gain would actually be far greater than we could ever imagine. The scene shifts to a massive double-headed bird soaring high in the sky, with a group of people watching from below. One of them spoke up, Principal Bai, this is that bizarre king of the double-headed eagles. It doesn't attack humans at all. Instead, it actively shows goodwill and is even willing to carry people on its back. The principal and the crowd craned their necks, completely blanketed by the massive shadow of the double-headed eagle. Principal Bai smirked with pure disdain and said, What a stupid beast. It doesn't even realize it's in a slaughterhouse, yet it runs over to show kindness to the butcher. How pathetic. Just as he finished speaking, the double-headed eagle, the giant head landed. But instead of attacking, it kept bowing low, practically begging to be petted with complete affection. Someone gently stroked its head, cooing at how incredibly obedient it was. But right in front of the two-headed eagle, Principal Bai was already hoisting his massive cannon onto his shoulder. Satisfied with how cute and submissive the giant beast was, Bai aimed the barrel a bit lower, pointing it straight down its throat while drooling with pure greed. After all, even chickens and ducks at the market are obedient before they are slaughtered. He clicked his tongue as one of the eagle's heads acted all cute, blushing as it stared right into the barrel that was about to end its life, cooing softly as if asking, What is this? For a split second, Principal Bai felt a flicker of pity, but his dark desires quickly took over. He rationalized it, thinking that a royal resonance crystal is a priceless treasure that people would literally kill for. So, even if I do not kill it, someone else eventually will. With that final thought, a deafening blast erupted from his cannon, engulfing the scene in thick smoke and blowing the two-headed eagle to pieces as feathers rained down everywhere. The principal justified the beast's brutal death with one simple belief. In this world, order can only be maintained through absolute violence. Survival of the fittest is the ultimate truth in this brutal world of abyss power. Later that evening, Principal Bai was chatting with a red-haired woman on the balcony. She immediately began to criticize him, saying, Luohu, you messed up. Not only did you let the demon-eyed ladybug fall into Wang Podi's hands, but you also dragged the entire Tianqin squad down with it. You forced the boss to personally clean up your mess, and now he is extremely displeased with you. Bai Luohu casually crossed his arms, acting as if he had not done a single thing wrong. What is your point? Are you here to interrogate me too? The woman turned her head, shooting him a freezing glare. No, I am just reminding you. My only goal is to become the wife of the Ju Yao leader. I could not care less who actually wears the crown. If you fail to seize power, do not expect me to go down with you. Hearing this, Bai Luohu sighed. You really are a cold-blooded woman. And here I was, planning to share a little surprise with you. Getting impatient, she snapped. Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. So, Bai Luohu revealed. The Feng family's bastard son found traces of that national-level death god in Guangyuan City. Once I get my hands on that crystal, absolutely no one can stop me from becoming the new leader of Ju Yao. She raised an eyebrow. Guangyuan City? If I recall correctly, the upcoming National University tournament is being held there as well. With so many awakeners gathering in one place, things could easily get out of hand. But Bai Luohu's ambition was far too massive, and he had already calculated his next move. Danger and opportunity always go hand in hand, after all. I have a watertight plan. As long as we execute it smoothly, we can wipe out every single threat in one clean sweep. Meanwhile, in a military strategy room, Zhong Yuan was discussing plans with Commander An. The commander briefly went over the status of their current investigation. The Abyss Management Bureau did a deep dive into the Tianqin squad, but they could not uncover any solid leads. Our enemy is either incredibly smart and left zero evidence, or they have a unique way to bypass Wang Podi's scanning ability. Zhong Yuan calmly proposed. Then let's just lay low for now. Given how much of a threat I am to them, it's only a matter of time before they make another move. Noticing that Zhong Lan was about to finish her classes, Zhong Yuan stood up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out to pick up my sister and bring her back to school. Commander An quickly stopped him. Wait, you still haven't logged into the official Awakener marketplace, have you? Normally, you need to be part of an official squad to even gain access. But with the missions you've completed, you've already racked up over 1,500,000 merit points. We can help you set up an account ahead of time. Hearing that he had amassed such a massive amount, Zhong Yuan was slightly surprised. Oh, I'll definitely check that out later then. On the way home from school, Zhong Lan happily chatted about her latest obsession. Brother, piloting a plane is seriously so much fun. If Instructor Lee hadn't insisted that I need to build a solid foundation first, I would have switched majors to aviation in a heartbeat. Amused by her enthusiasm, Zhong Yuan teased. Well, if you really want to be a pilot, you'd better take good care of your eyes. No getting nearsighted. Zhong Lan nodded obediently. I know. Zhong Yuan then remembered something. That reminds me, the year is almost over, which means it's time to get you some new clothes. You always complain that I pick out babyish stuff, so how about you choose your own outfits this year? Zhong Lan thought about it for a moment. Actually, I really love the military combat uniforms. They look so cool and sharp, plus they're both stylish and practical. Too bad they don't make them in my size. Zhong Yuan smiled and pulled out his phone. Take a look at this, Lan Lan. Her eyes immediately lit up. Whoa, you can actually get combat uniforms custom made? Zhong Yuan explained. If you have a military rank, you can order custom gear from the Awakener marketplace. I'll get every single style tailored exactly to your size. Zhong Lan cheered in delight. Yes, thank you, brother. Seeing how hard she worked day in and day out, Zhong Yuan added gently, Lan Lan, ever since you entered Qingying Academy, you've done nothing but study and train. Let's take some time off and go somewhere fun this weekend. No way, Zhong Lan quickly refused. I'm not going. She looked straight into Zhong Yuan's eyes and said with determination, Right now, the only thing I care about is getting stronger. You're so incredibly powerful. If I don't work hard to improve, I'll be too ashamed to even call myself your little sister. Zhong Yuan had no choice but to let her have her way. Oh, by the way, Zhong Lan continued. I already told the military staff that I'll be going there for training every weekend. Zhong Yuan could only agree. All right then, he thought to himself in mild defeat. I have a feeling that in this life, Lan Lan is heading down a path of relentless training and fighting, and there's no turning back. After returning to his room, Zhong Yuan scrolled through the Awakener Mall, looking for things to buy for Lan Lan. My merit points add up to over 1,500,000. Even after buying clothes and shoes for Lan Lan, I barely made a dent in it. Let's see what else is worth buying. Suddenly, he spotted someone selling rosemary rabbit resonance crystals for 10,000 merit points or 100,000 yuan per pack, with each pack containing 10 pieces. The seller was the East China Military Region's logistics department. Zhong Yuan thought, the rosemary rabbit resonance crystals we turned in last time are finally up for sale. Who knew such low-grade crystals would actually have so many buyers? Scrolling further, he saw a weapon, an Ultima Series melee knife for 150,000 merit points. It could be exchanged for any standard-issue weapon and came with a 1-year warranty. If it suffered severe damage, it would be replaced with a brand new one. The seller was the Supervision Bureau. They offered a wide variety of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, but surprisingly, no throwing knives. The set of throwing knives I have right now is indeed a prototype from the Supervision Bureau. For 1 million merit points, one can get a custom signature weapon made. With my master combatant ability, it doesn't really matter what weapon I use. I probably don't need a custom one. As Zhong Yuan continued browsing, his eyes caught a bed, though it was shaped exactly like a coffin. The item was named Custom Superalloy Single Bed, priced at 100,000 merit points plus 100,000 yuan. New product special offer, buy 2 get 1 free, buy 4 get 2 free. Seller, Supervision Bureau. Zhong Yuan blurted out in shock, what the hell? Zhong Yuan realized, so the bed I'm sleeping in right now was actually made by the Supervision Bureau. Talk about high-end customization. Feng Jing's connections with the Supervision Bureau are seriously deep. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, my real body is inside the golden coffin at the museum, while the alloy coffin bed I usually sleep in serves as a medium for me to project my physical form. If I leave a trace of shadow world energy in other places, would I be able to teleport there instantly through the shadow world? With that thought, Zhong Yuan clicked buy. All right, let's test this out. Since they have a buy 4 get 2 free deal, I might as well get a few more. At the Supervision Bureau, An assistant rushed in breathlessly to report. Director Wang, we have a major situation. Director Wang, with his smooth, bald head, was casually sipping coffee while reviewing some files. What's the big deal? The assistant stammered in panic. The fantasy alloy coffins we put up on the Awakener Mall. Someone just bought 6 of them in one go. Hearing this, Director Wang turned pale, choked on his drink, and spat his coffee all over the place. Cough, cough, the assistant continued. The buyer's name is Zhong Yuan. His security clearance is too high for us to access his profile, which is why I came to report to you directly. Director Wang thought to himself, the replica of the golden coffin was a custom order from Feng Zhuzhen for her son, and the recipient was Zhong Yuan from Chengying Academy. It makes sense for him to get one for himself, but why on earth did he buy so many? Is he giving them out as gifts? The assistant added. Zhong Yuan also said to contact him once the items are ready to coordinate the delivery time and location. Director Wang massaged his temples, not wanting to overthink it, and waved his hand to dismiss the assistant. Just do as he says. Process the order through the usual channels, and make sure to take those coffins off the market as soon as this order is done. No more fooling around. The assistant immediately got to work, replying, understood. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was still scrolling through more items. He noticed that besides using merit points and money, the mall also accepted other payment methods or trade-ins. As his mind wandered, Zhong Yuan spotted something rather interesting. Oh, this resonance crystal looks pretty good. The product was labeled Beluga Dolphin Resonance Crystal, with hidden abilities including activation, diving, and supersonic wave. It wasn't available for direct purchase and only accepted barter. The seller was the North China Military Region's Logistics Department, and their condition for exchange was representing the North China Military Region in battle 3 times. Zhong Yuan analyzed the details. Activation is an ability instructors use to help others increase their success rate of absorbing resonance crystals. It doesn't seem to have different levels or tiers. I'm not sure if diving and supersonic wave can be upgraded, but even a basic level diving ability would still be incredibly useful for me. Zhong Yuan clicked on the product to make an inquiry. Over at the North China Military Region's Logistics Department, the military assistant received the notification of Zhong Yuan's offer and hurried to report to his superior. Commandisha. Someone has offered a trade for the Beluga Dolphin Resonance Crystal we put up on the Awakener Mall. The buyer's name is Zhong Yuan. His security clearance is too high for me to view his profile. Commander Xia Jihui, the commander of the North China Military Region, rested his chin on his hand in thought after hearing the report. Zhong Yuan, that name sounds familiar. Let me look him up. After thinking for a moment, Commander He suddenly remembered. Zhong Yuan was that young man who had left a massive impression on him with his combat power. He was none other than Zhuan Ming, the guy with the strategic level acting cute ability who suppressed the Void Rift at Mount Niutu. Thinking of Zhong Yuan's talent, the commander couldn't help but sigh with regret. Keeping someone like him in the East China Military Region was such a waste of talent. If only he could be transferred to a unit that wasn't bound by region, one that could provide support nationwide. Commander, he immediately decided not to let this talent go to waste. He stood up, preparing to visit Jusu. Since Jusu was exactly that kind of unit, he wanted to ask Qi Shu's opinion directly. Over at the Jushu courtyard, Uncle Qi was watering his plants while listening to He Jihui talk about Zhong Yuan. Uncle Qi calmly replied, actually, Zhong Yuan is already Jushu's 8th reserve member. Startled, Commander, he quickly shot back. A huge deal like that? And you didn't tell me sooner? Uncle Qi sighed helplessly. The situation is pretty complicated. He doesn't even know about it himself. Commander. He was taken aback by this. Uncle Qi recalled what Feng Jing had told him back then. Yuan has never played by the rules. A rundown place like Jushu is full of rigid rules and bad habits. If he hasn't leveled this courtyard of yours, he's already showing you a ton of respect. With a troubled look, Uncle Qi told Commander He, anyway, don't meddle in Jushu's business. He Jihui had no desire to get mixed up in such complicated matters, so he quickly left. Either way, he had to discuss the Void Crystal with Zhong Yuan first. Back in Zhong Yuan's room, right after he clicked order on the Beluga Whale Void Crystal, his phone rang. The ringtone was an alarm recorded in Zhong Lan's voice. Wake up, big brother. The sun is shining on your butt. It was an unknown number from Shangjing City. Staring at the Shangjing number, Zhong Yuan immediately guessed it was from the North China Military Region. He picked up and said, hello? A polite voice came from the other side. Hello, I am He Jihui. commander of the North China military region. Should I call you Xuanming or Zhong Yuan? Zhong Yuan politely replied. Xuanming is fine. Commander, he got straight to the point. Xuanming, we can give you that beluga whale void crystal as a gift. No trade required. Hearing this, Zhong Yuan declined immediately. That doesn't seem quite right. Commander, he explained. It's not that we don't want your help, but Shandong City is too far from North China. Usually, a void rift opens in less than 30 minutes after it appears. Traveling from Shandong City to North China takes at least 2 to 3 hours. We just can't wait that long. Zhong Yuan said bluntly. Commander, if you put it that way, then only people from Central China can trade with you. But Central China is landlocked, so I doubt they can use the latent power inside a beluga whale void crystal. Seeing that Zhong Yuan had already seen through his plan, Commander He stopped beating around the bush. He said frankly, "You're a smart kid, so I won't play games with you. We put that void crystal up as a reward because we wanted to attract talent from other military regions to North China." Zhong Yuan asked, "Then why are you giving it to me for free?" Commander, he smiled and said, "I highly value your future potential. I just want to be friends with you first." Zhong Yuan skeptically tapped his fingers on the table. "Oh, that generous? Aren't you worried I'll take the crystal and then turn my back on you?" Commander, he laughed heartily. "If you turn your back, at most we lose 1 void crystal. But if we're stingy with it, we lose any goodwill you might have toward our military region." Zhong Yuan felt a wave of respect for this commander. He realized Commander, he was a man of both courage and broad-mindedness. Revealing a little secret wouldn't hurt. Zhong Yuan spoke up frankly. "Actually, I have a teleportation ability. Going from Shandong City to North China only takes me a few minutes. Helping you suppress void rifts across regions is no trouble at all." Commander, he asked, in astonishment. "Really?" Zhong Yuan explained briefly. "But before I can trigger this ability, I need to send you a specific item beforehand to act as a teleportation anchor." Commander, he quickly agreed. "No problem, go ahead and send it." Back in Zhong Yuan's room, the delivery guy stared at the order in absolute shock. It took him a moment to snap out of it. "Wait, are you sure you want to deliver this to the commander of the North China military region?" The item on the order was the golden coffin Zhong Yuan usually slept in. Zhong Yuan nodded with a straight face. "Absolutely." Zhong Yuan pulled out a black badge and asked the delivery guy, "By the way, I have a black badge from the youth leaderboard. Can I get express shipping?" The delivery guy's jaw dropped. Sweating profusely, he stammered, "Yes, absolutely." He thought to himself, "Holy crap. This kid is the top 2 powerhouse? No wonder he dares to send such an unlucky thing to the commander." Once the coffin was loaded, the delivery truck sped off, arriving at the North China military region in no time. Getting out of the truck, the delivery guy asked Commander Shi's assistant, "This package is huge. Where should I put it?" The assistant replied, "Just leave it in the commander's office. Follow me." The delivery guy nodded and said, "All right." He then mustered up all his strength to hoist the coffin and carry it inside. When Commander Xia's assistant turned around and saw it, he was completely speechless, frozen right on the spot. He thought in utter confusion, "No matter how I look at it, isn't that a coffin? Man, I really don't understand the world of these big bosses. Whatever, as long as it gets delivered." Finally, they hauled the coffin right into Commander Xia's office. The moment the commander laid eyes on it, he was utterly speechless. Words couldn't even begin to describe his feelings. He just stood there, paralyzed, staring blankly at the coffin. The delivery guy quickly pulled out the delivery slip and said, "Please sign here, and here's the total amount you need to pay." Still in shock, Commander Xia stammered, "Oh, right." Meanwhile, a million thoughts were racing through his mind. What on earth is this? Why does it look exactly like those new arrivals at the surveillance bureau? How did Xuanming get his hands on it? And why did he send it to me? Who am I? What am I even doing right now? What the heck is going on? The delivery guy happily took off, while Commander Xia, still looking completely dazed, muttered, "Okay." He walked over and lifted the lid, only to find it completely empty. He thought to himself, "There's nothing inside. Is Xuanming playing a joke on me?" Frustrated, he grabbed his phone and called Zhong Yuan. "Xuanming, you really gave me quite a big surprise." Zhong Yuan asked, "Have you signed for the delivery yet, uncle?" Commander Xia confirmed that he had. Zhong Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Great, that's good." Xia Jihui was completely baffled, holding his phone while waiting for Zhong Yuan's explanation. Suddenly, the coffin lid flew open, scaring the absolute daylight out of him. He slowly turned his head around, only to see Zhong Yuan standing right behind him, greeting him with a straight face. "Hello, Commander Xia. It is an honor to meet you." Seeing Zhong Yuan standing behind him in the blink of an eye, Commander Xia was in absolute shock. His eyes were glued to Zhong Yuan as he held a pill bottle, only opening it slowly after a long moment. Utter disbelief was written all over his face. Zhong Yuan stepped out of the coffin and said, "Commander Xia, since you said you'd pay, I had it sent via Dongfeng Express shipping. You don't mind, do you?" Still dazed, Commander Xia stammered, No, I don't mind." Then, he suddenly remembered the reason Zhong Yuan had made this trip. Right. Commander Xia quickly opened his safe, pulled out a resonance crystal, and handed it to Zhong Yuan, saying, "Here is the white dolphin resonance crystal we talked about. Take a look at it first." Zhong Yuan politely replied, "Thank you, uncle." Zhong Yuan then asked his system to scan it to see if the white dolphin resonance crystal could be absorbed. Immediately, a row of data popped up from the system. The white dolphin possesses the following abilities. Skills: red tier, cannot be upgraded. Diving, yellow tier, can be upgraded. Supersonic wave, yellow tier, can be upgraded. After reviewing the data, Zhong Yuan realized he could absorb it. He thought, "My profile already shows 8 abilities. I shouldn't absorb a resonance crystal right in front of someone else. I'll deal with this when I get back." With that, Zhong Yuan slipped the resonance crystal into his pocket, shook the commander's hand, and agreed to the deal. He then asked, "Commander Xia, do you have any more of these white dolphin resonance crystals?" Commander Xia didn't hold back and replied, "The white dolphin is a rare aquatic foreign species. They've only appeared twice in the Hua Nation. The Academy of Sciences once planned to breed them in an underwater realm, but it ended in failure. The total number of white dolphin resonance crystals in the entire Hua Nation is less than 100. Zhong Yuan replied in disappointment. "I see." He opened the coffin lid, getting ready to leave. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now." Commander Xia immediately invited him to stay for a meal. "It's not often you visit Shangjing. Aren't you going to have a bite before you go?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "Coming here didn't really take much effort." Commander Xia cried out in shock, "It barely takes any effort for you to teleport? Are there any time limits or something?" Zhong Yuan explained. "The lid has to be tightly shut to keep any light from getting in. Other than that, there are no restrictions." Commander Xia said, "I see. Are you really not staying for dinner?" The fruitwood roast duck, a specialty of Shangjing, is roasted in the traditional way, and the restaurant is quite close to here. Zhong Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Can I get it to go?" That evening, Zhong Yuan brought the roast duck back, and everyone gathered around to eat. Zhong Lan picked up a piece of duck and heavily dipped it in chili sauce. Seeing this, Feng Jing was a bit surprised by her eating habits. "Little Lan, why do you need chili sauce with roast duck?" Zhong Lan replied. "I just can't enjoy food if it's not spicy." Zhong Yuan spoke up in annoyance. "Lan and I are having takeout, and you two just barge in to grab a bite?" Munching on the food, Shang Guanyi explained, "You guys didn't show up at the cafeteria, so I thought it was weird and came to check on your dorm." Feng Jing chimed in, "Yeah, exactly." But after taking a bite, Feng Jing's keen senses picked up on something. "Wait a minute. Why does this duck taste exactly like the one from the place 2 kilometers east of my house?" Zhong Yuan quickly dodged the question, shoving a piece into his mouth and ignoring Feng Jing. "No idea. I can't tell the difference anyway." Suddenly, 2 cats, one black and one white, appeared outside. They had been drawn in by the irresistible aroma of the roast duck. Seeing this, Zhong Lan got scared and quickly covered her plate. She screamed, "Brother! A stray cat is trying to steal my food. Shoo it away, quick!" Zhong Yuan didn't even look at the 2 cats. He just flicked his finger, releasing a tiny bit of void energy that sent them running with their tails between their legs. Shang Guanyi watched in shock, dropping her food. "Hey, don't let any cat lovers see you using your abilities to attack cats like that," Zhong Lan said coldly. "So what if they see? Is my brother supposed to be afraid of them?" She then ranted in frustration. "Cats are absolutely disgusting animals. They always use their tongues to lick their own bodies, licking their paws, their balls, and their, well, you know, their private parts. They might look cute, but they're actually filthy." Hearing Zhong Lan's disgust, Zhong Yuan froze in shock, completely speechless. He just sat there, pouting silently. Seeing her brother's reaction, Zhong Lan squinted suspiciously and asked, "Brother, you're not a cat lover, are you?" Feng Jing quickly came to Zhong Yuan's rescue. Don't worry, your brother isn't a cat lover, it's just that cat lovers happen to really like him. With a look of disgust, Zhong Lan sneered, like Su Wanying, for example. Feng Jing added mischievously, exactly, and because of that, your brother actually slapped her right in the face. Zhong Lan smiled in satisfaction and said, nice one. Feng Jing thought to himself, thank goodness his sister doesn't like cats. Otherwise, this sister Khan would definitely turn into a cat, just to cuddle with her. Just thinking about how that black cat is actually a human. Honestly, what can I even say besides staying silent? Back in the girls' dormitory, Su Wanying's roommates were scrolling through their phones when a leaderboard announcement suddenly popped up. They all gathered around to discuss it. One of them gasped in surprise. The leaderboard for the student hunt in the dimensional realm is out. Feng Jing's team and Lu Bo's team from our school both made it into the top 10. Feng Jing's team collected 86,619 void crystals. The second-place team didn't even reach their spare change. Is this for real? Meanwhile, Su Wanying was lying on her bed scrolling through her phone when she overheard their conversation. I heard someone reported this to the Bureau of Void Management, but they confirmed the data is accurate. Su Wanying quickly opened the leaderboard, breaking into a cold sweat as she read it. She thought to himself, my team ranked 11th nationwide, but we're only 3rd in our school. Since each academy only gets 2 spots, does this mean I'm about to be disqualified? The next morning on campus, Director Gu announced the official rankings. He said solemnly, students, the hunt in the dimensional realm has concluded. The results have been officially approved by the organizing committee. This time, the teams representing our school in the college league will be Feng Jing's team and Lu Bo's team. According to the tournament rules, each team is also allowed to add 2 reserve members. Instructor Lu Wen added, to those on Su Wanying's team, if you're willing, you can join them as reserves to participate in the competition. Feng Jing immediately chimed in. Our team wants Shangguan Yi and Chen Shu. Lu Bo's face darkened with anger as he barked. What? He turned to Director Gu and said, Director Gu, our team doesn't want Su Wanying. None of us need her abilities. We need a heavy hitter. Director Gu looked at their stat sheet and said sympathetically, the 4 members of your team have a total of 14 abilities, and half of them are mind control. You really are lacking a heavy hitter. Hearing this, Su Wanying was devastated. She thought, am I really being rejected even just as a reserve? Furious, she marched over and shouted, Lu Bo, what makes you think my abilities won't help your team? Not backing down, Lu Bo argued right back. Senior, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but our team strategy is all about lightning-fast victories. We secure a win the moment our crowd control lands. Your ultimate wish ability doesn't sync with us at all. And besides, we already have a healer. The 2 of them got into a heated argument. Su Wanying was absolutely furious that Lu Bo dared to underestimate her. Junior, the tactics you use against the monsters might work there, but they won't cut it in team battles. Lu Bo snapped back, refusing to back down. If that's how you feel, let's have a duel between our 2 teams. If you lose, you have to voluntarily step down from the reserve spot. How about it? Su Wanying agreed immediately. Fine. Meanwhile, Feng Jing's team stood on the sidelines, watching everything unfold. At that moment, Feng Jing leaned in and whispered to Zhong Yuan, Liu Bo is about to shake hands with Su Wanying. Zhong Yuan looked at him, completely confused. Feng Jing explained. Liu Bo is a commander type with the synergy ability. He can randomly copy his target's ability just by making physical contact with them. Just as Feng Jing finished speaking, he saw the 2 of them shaking hands. Liu Bo immediately changed his tune, warmly stepping up to shake Su Wanying's hand. Senior, we both just want to bring glory to our school. Let's keep it friendly and not let it ruin our relationship. Without any suspicion, Su Wanying shook his hand. Right. Friendship first, competition second. Watching from the sidelines, Feng Jing nudged Zhong Yuan. Look at that smug grin on his face. He definitely just copied her ultimate wish. Feng Jing then warned him, Yuan, guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against synergy. From now on, you have to be extremely careful. Don't go around shaking hands with just anyone. Zhong Yuan watched silently and nodded in agreement. Zhong Yuan thought to himself, his powers held too many secrets, and he couldn't just synergize with anyone on a whim. As soon as the match started, Lu Bo's team launched a lightning-fast offensive, and in the blink of an eye, Su Wanying's entire team was wiped out. Seeing them utterly exhausted, Lu Bo looked down on her and sneered. So, Senior, are you ready to admit defeat now? Defeated in a single instant, Su Wanying could only hang her head in bitter disappointment. She realized that without anyone on their team to dispel crowd control, they stood absolutely no chance against them. Fresh off his easy victory, Liu Bo smugly turned to Zhong Yuan and said, Zhong Yuan, Jr., you should join our team. With you on board, we'll breeze through the competition and easily take the championship. Feng Jing immediately stepped in, waving his hand. Hey, Zhong Yuan is with us, and we'll do just fine without you. Refusing to believe him, Liu Bo threw down the gauntlet. Yeah, right. If you're so tough, why don't you duel us? Feng Jing knew that Liu Bo had just synced his ultimate wish and hadn't used it yet, so his hands were probably itching for a fight. To deny Liu Bo his satisfaction, Feng Jing put on an incredibly teasing grin and scoffed, Nope, not gonna fight you guys. Thwarted, Liu Bo sneered in provocation. You're nothing but a coward. Zhong Yuan remained dead silent, completely ignoring the petty bickering between the two. No matter how hard Liu Bo tried to trigger him, Feng Jing stood his ground, refusing to fight. The gap between us is just too wide. I have no interest in bullying newbies. Zhong Yuan quietly observed Su Wanying sitting dejectedly in the corner. After quickly weighing his options, he spoke up. Liu Bo, I accept your challenge. Hearing this, Feng Jing stared at him blankly. Although he had no idea what Zhong Yuan was planning, since he had agreed. Feng Jing pointed right at Liu Bo's team and declared, Fine. If Yuan wants to play, then I'll show you guys a thing or two. Oozing confidence, Liu Bo laid out his terms. If you guys lose, Zhong Yuan joins our team. Feng Jing pointed back and barked. And if you lose, your whole team has to bark like dogs. Liu Bo shrugged nonchalantly. Fine by me. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan walked over and offered his hand to Su Wanying. Senior, let me help you up. Blushing, Su Wanying hesitantly reached out and took his hand. Oh, thanks. She wondered why Zhong Yuan had accepted a challenge he easily could have ignored. Could it be because of me? But Liu Bo's team is so strong. Can Zhong Yuan really pull off a win? With a heavy sigh, Instructor Liu Wen announced. All right, let the match begin. Once the battle kicked off, Liu Bo instantly barked out orders. Lock down Feng Jing first. Don't let him use rejuvenation to dispel our crowd control. Facing their strategy, Feng Jing just gave a confident smirk. Switch me with the chubby guy opposite us. Toxic Shadow Step, Echoing Toxic Mist, Dark Knight Silk Net. Meanwhile, Liu Bo's team unleashed Spiritual Cage and Feint, both lunging straight at Feng Jing. But Feng Jing swiftly executed his position swap skill, instantly switching places with their blonde teammate. Before the dazed blonde could even realize what had happened, he found himself staring down the barrel of two incoming attacks. The orange-haired guy screamed in panic, "Oh crap!" and desperately activated Solid Rock, bracing for the impact which triggered a massive explosion. Just then, a thick, toxic fog enveloped Liu Bo's team, blinding them and completely throwing off their sense of direction. Suddenly, a girl on Liu Bo's team shrieked, Feng Jing swapped places. We can't lock him down. Another chimed in, We've lost sight of him. We can't keep targeting them. Sensing things turning south, a cold sweat broke out on Liu Bo's forehead as he scrambled for a solution. Just then, a teammate screamed, trying to warn everyone. This fog is poisonous. Liu Bo gasped in shock. What? By now, the entire team had been poisoned, collapsing one after another. Liu Bo was barely holding on, his face turning pale and sweat pouring down as he struggled to stand. Gritting his teeth, the orange-haired guy warned, It's the Echoing Toxic Mist. It triggers on sound. Everyone stand still and don't make a peep. Zhong Yuan walked up and said coldly, Too late. Your healer is completely blinded and can only focus on self-defense. There's no way they can cleanse the poison for you. Your one-shot rush strategy is way too easy to counter. If your initial burst fails, you have zero hope of a comeback. If you use that newly synced ultimate wish for 3 minutes of invincibility, you might actually stand a chance of trading blows with me. Otherwise, you've already lost without me even lifting a finger. Liu Bo cursed inwardly, realizing the boy was absolutely right. Their biggest weakness was that if they couldn't wipe out the enemy in one wave, they'd run completely out of steam. Even if the opponent simply protected their healer and cast a quick rejuvenation, their entire strategy would crumble. Realizing there was no way out, Liu Bo raised his hands and surrendered, shouting, We yield. With the battle over, the toxic mist quickly dissipated. Instructor Liu Wen stepped forward and declared Feng Jing's team the winners. Liu Bo walked up to Su Wanying, hanging his head. Senior Su, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things earlier. So, we really need your abilities. Su Wanning waved her hands dismissively. No worries, no worries. I don't mind at all. Before she could even finish her sentence, Liu Bo bent down in a 90-degree bow to show his sincere apology. Senior, please join our team. Meanwhile, Sheng Guanyi ran over to Feng Jing and said, President, I want to transfer to Liu Bo's team as their striker. Feng Jing asked him, What's wrong? You don't want Zhong Yuan to carry you anymore? Sheng Guanyi replied with a serious look. Not anymore. What Zhong Yuan just said made me realize something. Perfect synergy is much more important than raw strength. Individual strength is nothing on its own. The college league is a competition, but it's also a stage for us to showcase our teamwork. Sheng Guanyi ran over and threw his arm around Liu Bo's shoulder. A powerful striker personally trained by Zhong Yuan. Do you guys want me? Liu Bo exclaimed with pure joy. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing how close the two of them had suddenly become, Feng Jing turned to Zhong Yuan. Cooperation over competition, teamwork over individual play. Is this your philosophy of life? Zhong Yuan looked totally blank and asked, What? Realizing he might have overthought it, Feng Jing quickly recovered. Never mind. Feng Jing walked up to Liu Bo with a mischievous grin, ready to enjoy the drama. Liu Bo, you said if you lost, you'd act like a dog. As if he had already anticipated this, Liu Bo calmly replied, Of course. I won't back down on my word. Situ Ming, bring out our battle banner. Hearing the order, Situ Ming pulled out a massive banner. Getting the cue, the team members unrolled a freaking gigantic banner showing a picture of Zhong Yuan dressed as a girl. Written on it was, Zhong Yuan, peerless in beauty, sweep the arena. You are the brightest star. Liu Bo shouted at the top of his lungs. I declare that the Zhong Yuan fan club is officially established today. Sheng Guanyi joined in the fun. From now on, we are all Zhong Yuan's ultimate simps. After shouting their slogan, the whole group began to mimic barking dogs. Woof, 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 they barked, making a huge scene in the corner of the yard. Watching them throw all dignity out the window, Feng Jing was left completely speechless. Completely bewildered, he thought. After all that drama, was this your real motive for challenging us? Zhong Yuan walked over and patted Feng Jing on the shoulder. You still have a lot of room for improvement in your strategic awareness. At the airport lounge, Zhong Lan was happily seeing Zhong Yuan off for his competition, holding her phone to look at photos of her older brother and giggling. Heh, as expected of my brother. You look so handsome even in your school uniform. Hating to say goodbye to his sister, Zhong Yuan asked, Lan, are you really not coming to watch the match live? If I just ask the military district, they can arrange special VIP seats for you. Zhong Lan, still engrossed in her phone, replied, No, thanks. Watching it from afar with everyone is fine. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes, gently touched his face, looked straight into her brother's eyes, and said, Brother, your world is too vast. If I'm the only one in it, I'll feel very lonely. There is so much to see in this world. Since you're already here, why not go explore it? Tears began to well up in Zhong Lan's eyes. She quickly said goodbye. Brother, I'm heading back to the military district to celebrate the new year with Uncle Qin. Take good care of yourself while I'm away. Zhong Yuan waved back and agreed. But her words lingered in his mind. The scenery of the world. Can a dead man like me really be considered a part of the living world? Returning to his seat in the lounge, Zhong Yuan asked Feng Jing, do you think Lan noticed something? Feng Jing, who was reading a book, looked up. Feng Jing said, Notice that you have a major sister complex? Zhong Yuan snapped back. What sister complex? Isn't this just normal sibling love? Hearing this, Feng Jing gave him a side-eye. Zhong Yuan asked, What's with the glare? Feng Jing said sarcastically, Are you actually worried, or are you just teasing me for fun? Zhong Yuan went silent, muttering to brush it off. Feng Jing continued, Honestly, the first time I met you, you were like a living corpse. Except for your sister, nothing could ever lift your coffin lid. It was only recently, when your sister decided to become independent and started keeping her distance, that you finally began to step out into the real world. If I can see that change, do you really think she hasn't noticed? Feng Jing suddenly pinched his cheek. Zhong Yuan said crossly, Just talk, don't pinch my face. Feng Jing shot back, Your sister can pinch it, but I can't? And you still claim you don't have a sister complex. Unable to win the argument, Zhong Yuan gave up. Fine, go ahead and pinch it until you're satisfied. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was still the voice of Zhong Lan calling him to wake up that rang out as his ringtone. Zhong Yuan stood up and walked away to answer it. "Hello, Commander Xia." Commander Xia frowned, the situation looking grim. "Xuanming, 5 minutes ago, we detected a red-level void rift appearing in Daxin City. It will probably open in 2 hours." Zhong Yuan quickly asked, "Inside the city?" Commander Xia replied, "Yes, we need you. Can you make a trip here?" Zhong Yuan began calculating in his mind. He could use his multitasking ability to suppress the rift while taking the plane to Guangyuan City. Since it is the military district, using someone else's face would be way too sketchy. Guess I will just have to suck it up and take a regular flight instead. With his mind made up, he agreed, saying, "No problem, uncle, just give me a few minutes." Zhong Yuan then rushed over to the waiting area, only to find Feng Jing fast asleep, and quickly shook him awake. "Wake up, Feng Jing, wake up, do me a favor, will you?" He quickly dragged Feng Jing into a secluded corner of the restroom, handed him a backpack, and whispered urgent instructions. "We have got an emergency. I cannot board the flight looking like this, so you guys need to cover for me." Feng Jing, still half asleep and completely lost, could only utter, "Huh?" Seeing his clueless face, Zhong Yuan shoved the backpack into his hands and urged, "We are about to board, so I am going to hide in this bag first and figure out the rest later." With that, Zhong Yuan instantly transformed into a black cat. While Zhong Yuan was transforming, Feng Jing went on high alert, scanning the surroundings. By then, Zhong Yuan had successfully turned into a cute little black cat. Meow, meow, meow. Feng Jing quickly set some ground rules with the black cat. 1 meow means yes, 2 meows mean no, got it? To make communication easier, the black cat let out a confirming meow and quickly scrambled deep into the backpack. Picking up the backpack, Feng Jing chuckled and said, "When it comes to doing things no normal person would ever dream of, you really take the cake." The black cat immediately responded with 2 sharp meows. Meow, meow. But Feng Jing loved to tease him and smirked, denial denied. Meanwhile, back at the North China military region, a high-tech coffin-like bed was slowly sliding open. Just outside, Commander Xia was on the phone, organizing the combat preparation. "The transport plane departs for Daxin City in 10 minutes. Everyone get ready." At that moment, Zhong Yuan pushed open the lid of the coffin bed and sat up, calling out, "Commander Xia, I am here." His assistant standing nearby jumped out of his skin and shrieked, "Oh my God!" Xia Jihui walked over, patting his assistant's shoulder to calm him down. There is no need to make such a scene. Still shaken by the sight of Zhong Yuan rising from a literal coffin, the assistant stammered, Xuanming. He just crawled out of a coffin." Commander Xia immediately cut him off. "Watch your mouth. This is the latest high-tech covered metal bed designed by the Bureau of Supervision." The commander then ordered, "I will take it from here. Go grab Xuanming a specialized combat suit for the East Ruins battlefield." The assistant quickly complied, "Understood, sir," and rushed off. Meanwhile, watching Zhong Yuan step out of the coffin, Xia Jihui could not help but chuckle inwardly. The first time he saw this thing, he was so utterly dumbfounded that he almost thought Xuanming was trying to bury him alive, but he was not about to make the same embarrassing mistake a second time. Zhong Yuan, however, found it quite odd to see him just standing there with a goofy grin. Back with Feng Jing, the flight had finally arrived, and the team began boarding. When Xie Yihan noticed Feng Jing carrying Zhong Yuan's backpack, he asked in surprise, "Hey, Feng Jing, isn't that Zhong Yuan's backpack?" Feng Jing smoothly lied, "He is tied up with something else right now, so he asked me to bring his gear over first." Spotting that the zipper on Zhong Yuan's bag was slightly open, Xie Yihan reached out to close it. "Oh, look, the zipper is slipping. Let me zip it up for you." Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, Commander Xia was chatting with Zhong Yuan, Xuanming. "If I remember correctly, your go-to weapons are flying daggers, right? Do you need any other melee weapons for this mission?" But as he turned around, he gasped in utter shock. Zhong Yuan was gone, and in his place sat a little black cat. The commander blinked in disbelief. "Huh?" Seeing the old commander's panic-stricken face, the black cat let out a soft meow. Holding his head in his hands, his mind went into complete overdrive. How on earth did Xuanming turn into a cat? Am I so stressed out that I am hallucinating, or have I crossed over to the afterlife? Just then, Zhong Yuan popped back into his human form and casually replied, "For a weapon, I will just take the crescent blade from the Ultimate series." Commander Xia spun around, only to see Zhong Yuan standing right behind him. Utterly speechless, He could only stammer, Swan Ming, you. Too shook to say another word, he quickly turned away. Zhong Yuan tilted his head, asking, Is something wrong, Commander Xia? Do I have something on my face? Commander Xia quickly waved it off. No, it is nothing. I will have Xiaoshu bring your weapon over right away. With trembling hands, Commander Xia pulled out a bottle of heart pills, popped a few into his mouth, and muttered to himself, I am getting old. So old. My heart and eyes just cannot keep up anymore. Watching the terrified old man, Zhong Yuan secretly thought, thank goodness the commander did not have a full-blown heart attack. Otherwise, I would seriously have to gift him one of my high-tech metal beds to rest in permanently. Puzzled by his sudden transformation right in front of the commander, Zhong Yuan stroked his chin in deep thought. The airtight seal of that backpack is so perfect that once it is zipped shut, it creates a completely pitch-black space. Because of that, the shadow world recognized the clone inside the bag as my main body, forcing me to turn into a cat over here. It is a good thing I managed to unzip it quickly, otherwise, I would have a nightmare of a time trying to explain this to Commander Xia. Meanwhile, on the flight, Xie Yihan was scratching his head, wondering why the zipper on the backpack kept slipping open, but just as he reached out to zip it shut again, a little black paw shot out and forcefully slapped his hand away. This caught him completely off guard, making him jump out of his seat and shriek, Feng Jing, you actually smuggled a cat onto the plane. Gu Yan was equally dumbfounded and demanded, Feng Jing, we are heading to a competition, not a vacation. What on earth are you doing bringing a cat? The black cat was also thinking to himself, since his cover was blown anyway, he might as well just go all in. He walked right up to Feng Jing and let out a soft, meow, meow. Feng Jing asked, You're finally done playing dumb? The black cat confirmed with a simple meow. Feng Jing held the black cat up, looked at Director Gu, and introduced him. Director Gu, to be completely honest with you, this cat is actually Zhong Yuan. The black cat let out an obedient little meow. Director Gu fumed, thinking Feng Jing was just trying to push his buttons. This guy, Feng Jing, was a total troublemaker during last year's exam, and now, the moment he gets on the plane, he's talking absolute nonsense just to test my limits. He snapped, before this plane takes off, get that cat off of here, right now. Meanwhile, the black cat was busy calculating his options. He thought about it carefully. If a backpack could be recognized as a closed space by the shadow world, then he could just preserve a little bit of shadow world energy inside it. That way, he could use it as a teleportation point without needing to split his mind. Things had happened so fast earlier that he hadn't had time to think it through. Right as Director Gu was trying to kick him off, Sheng Guanyi stepped in to defend him. Director Gu, Feng Jing already said this cat is Zhong Yuan. We can't just kick an important teammate off the plane. Zhang Yi chimed in, exactly. If Feng Jing is doing this, it must be because Zhong Yuan asked him to. He wouldn't just cause trouble for no reason. The members of Lu Bo's team also loudly protested Director Gu. Lu Bo stood up for him, saying, That's right, the Zhong Yuan fan club fully backs him up. Director Gu, how could you have the heart to kick such an adorable kitty off the plane? I'm not even a cat lover, but I feel like Cat Zhong Yuan is totally right. Sitting on Feng Jing's shoulder, the black cat thought to himself, Wait, seriously? My super cute skill is just a passive effect. Why are they all acting so weird? Feng Jing patted the black cat and chuckled to himself. Seeing everyone instantly turn into desperate cat lovers, he thought, Yuan must have activated his cute mode. Gu Yan was absolutely furious. You guys are talking absolute nonsense. Xie Yihan raised his hand, cutting him off. You mean, calling a cat, Zhong Yuan? Su Wanying watched curiously, but when she saw the black cat perched on Feng Jing's shoulder, she lit up with joy. Wait, isn't that the black cat Zhong Yuan and I ran into that night? Did Feng Jing bring it on board? Su Wanying quickly rushed over to Gu Yan, pleading, Director Gu, I'm sorry, but this is actually my pet cat. His name is Zhong Yuan. Please don't kick him off, okay? With that, she turned to the black cat and cooed in a sweet, baby voice. She reached out to grab him, cooing, Zhong Yuan, come to big sis. The black cat glared at her with pure disgust, thinking, stay away from me. Even though Su Wanying could see the cat's obvious annoyance and hatred, she still tried to scoop him up. The black cat immediately activated his master combat ability, the invincible meow meow punch. Unleashing 20 scratches in a single second, he absolutely shredded Su Wanying's face. She fell backward in sheer agony, trembling as she muttered, "Crap, is this cat really Zhong Yuan?" Feng Jing sighed in defeat. "I told you, but you just wouldn't listen." Seeing this chaotic scene, Gu Yan held his head in his hands and turned away. "Forget I asked. Just forget it. Feng Jing, get back to your seat and make sure you buckle up." Feng Jing quickly replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Daxin City, Zhong Yuan arrived with his squad. Seeing him carrying a massive blade, his bald teammate turned to Zhong Yuan and remarked, "Whoa, kid, you look so gentle. I didn't expect you to wield a massive broadsword like that." Looking down at the blade in his hand, Zhong Yuan replied, "Red-level beasts are usually massive. Naturally, the bigger the weapon to deal with them, the better." His teammate was pretty surprised. "So, you know how to use more than just one weapon?" Zhong Yuan nodded. "Pretty much." By this time, the evacuation was nearly complete, and the situational reports began coming in. Traffic evacuation in the southeast sector is complete. The Wu Miao barrier is fully prepared. The energy levels of the abyss are fluctuating abnormally, and the gate opening seems to be delayed. The bald guy frowned, scanning the area. "I've got a really bad feeling about this," Zhong Yuan asked, puzzled. "Why is that?" The bald man explained. "When an abyss opening is delayed, it usually brings unexpected, unpredictable dangers, especially since the initial fluctuation this time is a high-risk, red-level threat." Over at the North China Military Command monitoring the battlefield, Xiao Si was pointing at the system display. The energy level fluctuations of the abyss are continuing to act up. The estimated opening time has been delayed by 2 hours. Commander Xia, based on the latest data analysis, there is a 66% chance that this abyss is a nuclear abyss. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Commander Xia immediately ordered, "Distribute protective suits to the front lines right away, and raise the civilian evacuation level by 1 tier." Xiao Si asked for instructions. "Should we request backup from Juju?" Commander Xia replied instantly, "No need. Jushu is already there." He placed his complete trust in Zhong Yuan, confident that he would win this battle. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan was chatting with the bald guy and asked him curiously, "What exactly is a nuclear abyss?" The bald guy explained. "A nuclear abyss is simply an abyss that has suffered nuclear contamination. In the early years, humanity didn't have any awakened, so our primary method of suppressing the abyss was always heavy firepower. While firearms work pretty well against yellow and blue-grade beasts, they can't pierce the armor of red-grade monsters to take them down quickly. One country actually went ahead and dropped a nuclear bomb directly into a rift. The nuke worked so well that the rift sealed shut without a single beast getting out. But back then, humanity didn't realize that these rifts can reopen over and over again." Confused, Trung Nguyen asks, "Wait, rifts can reopen?" The bald guy looks back at Trung Nguyen and says, "You don't know? Come on, that's basic rift knowledge they teach you in school." Embarrassed, Trung Nguyen replies, "Well, I haven't graduated yet, so why don't you explain it to me first?" The bald guy gives Trung Nguyen a quick breakdown, explaining that some rifts open up randomly and repeatedly within a specific area. Others actually move across the globe following specific patterns. But when the rift hit by the nuke reopened, they discovered the beasts inside had mutated from the nuclear radiation. Not only were their basic stats way higher, but they had also gained completely new abilities. Even worse, the nuclear fallout leaks out whenever the rift opens up. The radiation from those nukes comes right back to haunt humanity every time a rift opens. Even the monsters inside become walking sources of toxic waste. Even those who are lucky enough to survive the rift still end up crippled by radiation sickness. But if we retreat, the beasts will break the boundary and leak the pollution directly to the outside, with unimaginable consequences. Trung Nguyen asks, "So, humanity has stopped using nuclear weapons by now, right?" The bald guy nods. "Yeah. Once we realized how dangerous it was, nations worldwide signed a treaty banning the use of nukes against the rifts." Suddenly, the bald guy's voice turns furious. But some countries still do it anyway, knowing exactly what will happen. They use the rift's movement patterns to dump the toxic rifts onto other countries. He yells out in frustration, "Those bastards are an absolute disgrace to humanity." Suddenly, an emergency alert blares out. The rift is expected to open in half an hour, and there is a 90% chance it is a contaminated one. Everyone, put on your hazmat suits immediately and get ready to fight. Even with the suits on, you must not fight in the contaminated zone for more than half an hour. If your suit gets damaged during battle, fall back and change it within 1 minute. Just then, soldiers arrive to hand out the protective gear to everyone. Staring at the suit, Zhong Yuan thinks to himself, easier said than done. Once the fighting starts, who's going to have time to worry about all that? Holding the gear, Zhong Yuan asks the bald guy, when dealing with these rifts, is this really the only thing we can do? The bald guy looks off into the distance, hoping for a better future. Humanity's current technology can't get rid of nuclear contamination yet. All we can do is stand as a shield for our people when disaster strikes. Zhong Yuan starts thinking about how to use his own powers effectively. Some of his abilities go way beyond traditional physics. What modern science can't solve, perhaps rift powers can. With that in mind, Zhong Yuan heads back to the aircraft to meet up with Feng Qin and the others. Feng Qin is sitting there, reading a college physics textbook. A black cat deliberately places its paw on the book to grab his attention. Feng Qin turns to the cat and asks, "Not sleepy? Do you want to read with me?" The black cat looks at him as if it wants to ask something. It meows and points its paw at the words nuclear reaction and radiation contamination. Sensing what it wants, Feng Qin asks, "Are you asking me about nuclear fallout?" The black cat lets out a satisfied meow. Feng Qin thinks to himself, this book won't have the answers he's looking for. Feng Qin falls silent, pondering Zhong Yuan's dilemma for a long moment. After a while, he finally speaks up. Gold grade. Level 3 regeneration can cleanse the effects of radiation on humans. Hearing this, the black cat leaps up happily, meowing with joy. Feng Qin continues, we haven't discovered any rift powers that can neutralize the source of contamination itself, but since it's you, the little cat sits perfectly still, listening intently. The Academy of Sciences studied the guy you froze. His body is completely sealed off by rift energy, keeping his internal temperature extremely close to absolute zero. At this state, even protons slow down to a crawl. In theory, it should be able to temporarily freeze the ionizing radiation caused by nuclear fallout. Back at the Northern Military Zone battlefield, Zhong Yuan is seen staring at the hazmat suit for a long time, making no move to put it on. The bald guy kindly says, "Hey buddy, if you don't know how to put it on, I can help you out." Zhong Yuan declines. "No need, I don't need this." He then immediately contacts headquarters. Hu Yanmin calls headquarters. A commanding voice starts to speak on the other end, but before they can finish, Zhong Yuan cuts in with his decision. "Have everyone retreat. I will face the rift alone." Commander Ha immediately protests. "Hu Yanmin, the battlefield is not a game." But Zhong Yuan explains that having others around will only get in the way of him using his abilities. That's his strategic level ability, but Commander Ha is completely against it, saying, "No, it's still out of the question." Commander Ha continues, "If you make even a single mistake, the citizens of Daitan City will pay the price. As commander, I cannot agree to this request." Zhong Yuan then proposes a 1-minute deal. "If I can't wrap this fight up within 1 minute, you guys can come in and rescue me." But as Zhong Yuan is about to charge into the center of the rift, the people nearby quickly hold him back, shouting, "Get back! This isn't a place for kids like you." But then, everyone gasps in shock. "Wait, what? You're Hu Yanmin, the rank 2 rookie on the youth leaderboard? Commander, with such a young strategic class awakener, we can't just let him throw his life away inside the rift." Commander Ha watches all of this unfold through the security cameras, still weighing Zhong Yuan's bold proposal. Even though Hu Yanmin doesn't know it yet, he's already been selected as a reserve for the Jushu. If we're talking about rank, he's technically on the same level as me. The monsters inside the rift are incredibly powerful, but there are only a few of them. If his charm ability works, he really could take on the rift all by himself. Besides, his file says he has gold grade rank 4 regeneration, making him completely immune to nuclear fallout. After carefully weighing his options, Commander Ha finally makes his decision. "Listen up everyone, give Hu Yanmin your full support and coordinate with his actions. Hu Yanmin, once you're inside, use your strategic ability on the monsters immediately. If it doesn't work, pull back right away and wait for backup." Zhong Yuan acknowledges the order and quickly deploys the dimensional anchor. With the terrain successfully mapped, he drags the rift into a pocket dimension. Nuclear radiation detected. The intensity is rising, with a projected increase of 37%. The pocket dimension is slowly deteriorating under the ionizing radiation. It's estimated to hold for only 16 hours. By now, Zhong Yuan has crept close to the center of the rift, quietly observing the situation. The area within a few kilometers of the rift is a complete dead zone. Space itself is warped, rendering all abilities useless. If he wants to strike, he has to wait for the monsters to step out first. Suddenly, a colossal monster emerges from the rift, a massive, giant mammoth. It looks exactly like the one-eyed mammoths native only to the Lighthouse Nation. But wait, they've mutated. These are nine-eyed mammoths now. The moment they appear, they roar furiously, crushing and trampling everything in their path. Zhong Yuan activates his Domain Lord ability. A pair of energy wings sprouts from his back as he takes to the sky. Soaring high, he flies straight up to confront the nine-eyed mammoth face to face. He immediately unleashes his super adorable skill on the beast, but to his shock, it doesn't work. The mammoth swings its massive trunk, smashing everything around it, and leaving Zhong Yuan completely baffled. He thinks, wait, did my charm fail? No, the energy feedback proves they've actually been tamed. However, their minds are so consumed by agony and distress that any actual communication is impossible. With time running out, he realizes he has no choice but to put them down. Without hesitation, Zhong Yuan unleashes his absolute cold ability, instantly freezing the mammoth solid. He realizes that while his eternal ice domain drains way too much energy, this single target sub-skill achieves the exact same result, with almost zero cost. The nine-eyed mammoth is locked in ice, but its multiple eyes are still twitching, desperately trying to break free. Seizing the moment, Zhong Yuan grips his greatsword and chains a series of skills together: Duelist Master, Blood for Blood, and Armor Penetration. He charges at the beast. Man, these red-grade monsters are tough, he thinks. Absolute cold can barely hold it. I guess physical damage is still the best way to go. With a cold look in his eyes, Zhong Yuan strikes. He moves so fast that he becomes nothing but a blur of flashing lights. In the blink of an eye, he decapitates the nine-eyed mammoth, sending its massive head flying as blood splatters everywhere. 2 more to go, he mutters. Thinking quickly, Zhong Yuan decides to reuse the exact same tactic. He freezes both remaining mammoths in an instant, steps up, and cleanly slices off their heads. Just like that, in less than 1 minute, his mission is already complete. Over the comms, a worried voice from the command center crackles in. Huyen Min, your 1 minute is up. Report your status. Zhong Yuan quickly replies. All 3 nine-eyed mammoths have been eliminated. Hearing the report, Commander Ha is stunned for a second before quickly recovering. Incredible work, son. Your mission is complete. The recon team will take over and keep monitoring the rift. Logistics team, prepare to move in and clean up the radiation. But Zhong Yuan cuts in. Wait, dealing with the fallout is also part of my job. When I said I'd solo this, I meant the whole thing. Seeing his plan working, Zhong Yuan realizes that while his absolute cold can freeze the contamination, it's only a temporary fix. To completely purge the radiation, he needs to completely drain the energy from the air. With that, Zhong Yuan immediately activates his thermobaric burst skill. He summons a massive ice tornado, slowly drawing in and consuming all the toxic radiation coming from the rift. The onlookers are so deeply moved by this sight that they literally burst into tears. The ionizing radiation that was tearing the pocket dimension apart vanishes completely, and the contamination levels at all monitoring stations plunge to absolute zero. Someone in the crowd mutters, "Wind and explosions? What on earth is Huyen Min doing in there?" But the next second, the entire crowd erupts into cheers. It's finally over. The rift is fully closed. Zhong Yuan reports back to headquarters. The Daitan City rift has been successfully secured. Meanwhile, back at the military base, the communications officer jumped for joy while reporting the situation, excitedly shouting, "Commander! The operation to close the Daxon City rift is complete. It took exactly 6 minutes and 23 seconds, with 0 casualties and absolutely no radioactive contamination." He completely shattered Zhang Buyu's speed record, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. A miracle. Xuan Ming has pulled off another absolute miracle. Commander Xia let out a quiet sigh of relief. Even though he knew Xuan Ming had plenty of trump cards up his sleeve, wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? Being able to fly was one thing, but completely clearing out nuclear radiation? That was just insane. On the way back, the other Rift users hugged each other, crying tears of joy. Man, I really thought I was going to lay down my life for the country today. I mean, I'm not afraid to die, but staying alive is definitely better. A huge shout out to the goddess of luck, and a massive shout out to Xuan Ming. One of the guys sitting near him turned and asked, "Hey Xuan Ming, you were exposed to that radiation for so long. Are you seriously okay?" Zhong Yuan calmly replied, "My regeneration level is extremely high. The man kindly nudged him. You can't be too careless with your health. You should still come to our hospital for a checkup. But Zhong Yuan politely declined. Thanks, but I'm really fine. As soon as the plane landed and everyone stepped off, Zhong Yuan was already planning his escape. I'll say a quick hello to Commander Xia, make an excuse to slip away, and head straight to the university tournament hall. But just then, a group from the Science Academy approached, led by a woman. She excitedly called out, Yuan Yuan. Zhong Yuan blinked in confusion and asked, who are you? He wondered why this stranger was calling him Yuan Yuan out of nowhere. The woman rushed over, grabbed his hands, and introduced herself. I'm Feng Jing's mom, Feng Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan politely said, Oh, hello, Miss Feng. Feng Zhuzhen smiled warmly and said, My son kept telling me how amazing you are, and seeing you in person really proves it. Commander Xia stepped up from behind and said, Director Feng, Xuanming just got back from a tough battle. You should let him get some rest first. Feng Zhuzhen simply wrapped her arm around his shoulders and guided him away. Yes, of course. Yuan Yuan, let's go get some food first, then you can rest. The car is waiting outside. Zhong Yuan gave an awkward smile and said, Miss Feng, maybe I should change first? Going out to eat dressed like this is a bit embarrassing. Feng Zhuzhen immediately ordered her staff to fetch some clothes from the academy, laughing merrily. Nonsense. A handsome young man like you will look perfect in our custom-made Science Academy uniform. Meanwhile, back in the office, Qishu slammed his hand down and barked angrily. Commander Xia, sending an underage Rift user to handle nuclear radiation is a one-way ticket to a military tribunal. Commander Xia tried to explain, but the boy has regeneration. Qishu brushed his explanation aside and snapped, Those are two completely different things. Commander Xia's mind drifted back. 3 years ago, when the lighthouse nation's Aocheng rift fell, contaminated beasts broke through the barrier, harming tens of thousands of innocent civilians. I couldn't just stand by and watch the same tragedy happen in Daxin City. Besides, executing high-risk missions is the sole duty of the 9 ruins. Commander Xia then added, If you really just wanted to protect the boy, you wouldn't have let him become the 8th member, would you? Qishu's face flushed with anger as he snapped, He is still just a reserve right now. Any publicity before his official return requires my explicit approval. I'll let it slide this time, but there won't be a next time. Meanwhile, Feng Zhuzhen happily handed Zhong Yuan a card. It read, Zhong Yuan, Honorary Academician, Huaguo Academy of Natural Sciences, Research Branch. Dressed in the Research Institute's uniform, Zhong Yuan sat down to eat with Feng Zhuzhen. Zhong Yuan joked, Miss Feng, this Honorary Academician title doesn't mean I'm going to become a lab rat for you guys to research, does it? Feng Zhuzhen laughed and said, Oh, stop it. The academy isn't some creepy dungeon. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with a mischievous smile. With today's technology, we can see your entire internal structure clearly without having to slice you into pieces. Zhong Yuan quickly stood up. So, is it too late for me to run away? Miss Feng calmly replied, Way too late. Your achievement of using rift energy to eliminate nuclear radiation has already been logged. You absolutely deserve this honorary academician title. Zhong Yuan was surprised. Wait, is that why? Feng Zhuzhen kept chatting while piling food onto his plate. Ever since the rifts first appeared, our scientists have never stopped researching them. We have countless hypotheses and theories, but we've always lacked someone who could actually prove them. Zhong Yuan said, feeling a bit self-conscious. Well, Feng Jing was the one who explained the theory to me. I just put it into practice. Feng Zhuzhen frantically piled more food onto his plate. Don't be so modest. Theory and practice are equally important, so don't go rejecting the credit you deserve. By now, the food in Zhong Yuan's bowl had piled up like a mini mountain. Feng Zhuzhen added, If you can't finish it, just leave it. Even if there are leftovers, never put them back on the serving dish. As she spoke, she scooped up another massive helping for him. If future generations see that your achievements aren't recognized, they'll lose all motivation to pursue scientific research. After all, in this world, there are far more people chasing fame and fortune than those chasing the truth. Once they finished eating, Feng Zhuzhen led Zhong Yuan straight to the research facility. Let me introduce them to you, Yuan, Zhong Yuan. Look, this is the ancient winged scythe you tamed at Mount Nutu, and here's the ghost eye ladybug you captured from those mercenaries. They were brought to the Science Institute to be raised once the investigation was wrapped up. Feng Zuzhen stopped in front of a glass display case containing a girl's skeleton. She continued, "The files you cut out helped us solve 3 major problems. The other person, frozen solid in ice, is still on the lab table." Feng Zuzhen looked at him inquisitively and asked, "The ability you used to clear the nuclear contamination isn't the same as the one you used to freeze that person, is it?" "Let me guess. It's an evolved form of super sensing." Zhong Yuan was quite surprised and asked, "Miss Feng, how much do you actually know about my abilities?" Feng Zuzhen replied candidly, "To be completely honest with you, any ability you've recorded in the database is no secret to me. But you don't need to worry. No one with a lower rank than me can access your data. The secrets you carry could be the key to humanity unlocking the mystery of rift abilities. If you're willing to help us, we're ready to pay whatever price it takes." Zhong Yuan asked, "But your price isn't completely limitless, is it?" Feng Zuzhen turned and looked straight at Zhong Yuan, saying, "The ultimate limit is that the end result must benefit humanity." Zhong Yuan replied seriously, "Drawing blood is fine, but I'm not selling my body. Not even a single strand of my hair." Feng Zuzhen was completely speechless at his train of thought. She sighed and asked, "Well, tell me, what does it become after it evolves? Can it heal other people?" Zhong Yuan was bewildered. "Wait, Commander An hasn't told you?" Feng Zuzhen frowned and muttered, "So you already told Commander An, huh?" Zhong Yuan sighed helplessly. "It's a long story." Feng Zuzhen pouted. "Fine, then don't tell me." Feng Zuzhen lifted her phone and saw that the frozen sample of the 9-eyed mammoth had already been collected. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "The corpse of the 9-eyed mammoth you just killed has arrived. While it's while it's cold, could you help me with an experiment?" Zhong Yuan stayed quiet, which she took as a yes. Inside the lab, the corpse of the 9-eyed mammoth was propped up, its severed head neatly sewn back onto its body by the researchers. Zhong Yuan asked Miss Feng, "Are you sure that if I use the authority of life on it, it won't just clear the contamination in its body but actually bring it back to life?" Feng Zuzhen replied, "Theoretically, yes. You didn't use thermobaric pressure to deal with them because the energy consumption was just too high to sustain, right?" Zhong Yuan admitted. "That's right. In practice, thermobaric pressure converts matter into energy, absorbing it until it's completely destroyed. But that method consumes way too much energy, so I only use it to clear airborne contamination." Feng Zuzhen connected the dots, murmuring, "Thermobaric pressure, eternal ice domain, authority of life, death immunity, frozen blood burst. 5 abilities originating from the snowbone snake. Although their forms differ, they share many similarities in their physical transitions. If the power of rebirth is applied directly to an unstable atomic nucleus, it could trigger its decay to release instantly, much like a frozen blood burst. The radiation particles would be completely destroyed, just as if they were hit by thermobaric pressure. On top of that, a state close to absolute zero would freeze the transition from life to death. At that exact moment, triggering rebirth would produce an effect identical to death immunity." Zhong Yuan stared blankly at Feng Zuzhen as she explained all this. He blurted out, "So basically, all I need to do is activate the authority of life, right?" Feng Zuzhen nodded. "Exactly." Zhong Yuan immediately channeled the authority of life into the mammoth's body. In an instant, the 9-eyed mammoth roared back to life, sending the research staff into wild cheers. "It's a success. It's fully revived, and the contamination is completely gone. Our theory was correct." Zhong Yuan was secretly astonished. He never expected the snowbone snake's abilities to work like this. This was true control over life and death. Zhong Yuan happily hugged the mammoth and said joyfully, "Its adorable charm hasn't faded one bit." Feng Zuzhen asked, Yuan, you've done an incredible job again. Have you thought about what reward you want?" Zhong Yuan replied, "I want access to the database on rift abilities here at the Science Institute." Feng Zuzhen agreed without hesitation. "No problem at all." With his task complete, Zhong Yuan wanted to leave immediately. He'd already been delayed for half a day, and registering for the tournament couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was about to head back, Zhong Yuan bumped into Qi Shu, who blocked his path. "Zhong Yuan, my young brother." Zhong Yuan greeted him awkwardly. "Uncle Qi." Uncle Qi extended an invitation. "My humble company is right next door. Why don't you come over for a cup of tea?" Zhong Yuan quickly declined. "Maybe next time. I still have to compete in the college tournament." Zhong Yuan turned to leave, but Qi Shu added, "The college tournament only has registration and exhibition matches scheduled for today. I've already handled your verification info. Just find some random cat or dog to sign for you. Zhong Yuan glanced at him and agreed. A cat or dog, huh? Fine by me. Since you had the guts to suggest it, I'll have the guts to find one. Meanwhile, the Than students participating in the intercollegiate tournament had arrived. The management staff quickly came over to greet them, shaking hands with Director Ko, Lieutenant Colonel Ko. This time, your Than students achieved absolutely incredible results in the Ku realm hunt. You've left so many people completely jaw-dropped. Ko Nam smiled warmly and replied, haha, that was just their normal performance. The staff member quickly gestured. All right, let's not waste any time. Please have your students step up to register. Feng Qin raised his hand to signal everyone. All right, line up by year. Upperclassmen in the front, underclassmen in the back. Let's get registered. The registration officer focused on his tablet, carefully processing each student. Facial verification successful. Please sign. Signature verification successful. Please place your finger on the fingerprint sensor. Feng Qin completed his registration next. With his fingerprint verified, only a few students were left in line. As it was almost Zhong Yuan's turn, Feng Qin thought to himself, the registration requires facial recognition, a signature, and fingerprint verification. Nguyen actually asked me to help him register using a black cat. Someone must have tampered with the back-end database for him. Could it be Uncle Tae? Meanwhile, the staff member announced, Truong Ni, fingerprint verification successful. Only Zhong Yuan is left. Is Zhong Yuan here? Suddenly, a black cat poked its head out of Feng Qin's backpack. With a sharp meow, it leaped straight onto the registration desk, startling the officer. What on earth is that? Before the officer could even process what was happening, the black cat quickly positioned itself right in front of the facial recognition scanner. But what shocked him even more was the device suddenly emitting a loud beep. Facial verification. Successful. The officer's face went completely pale. What? Before he could even catch his breath, the black cat bit down on the stylus and smoothly signed the name, Zhong Yuan. The screen immediately displayed. Signature verification successful. Next, the cat casually pressed its tiny paw onto the fingerprint sensor. Fingerprint verification successful. The registration officer stood there frozen, utterly speechless at the cat's bizarre sequence of actions. Feng Qin casually announced, all right, now that registration is done, let's head upstairs to drop off our bags. Get ready to move out, everyone. Only then did the officer finally snap back to reality. He rushed after them to block their way. Hold on, isn't Zhong Yuan, the competitor, supposed to be a human? There must be something wrong with the system. Feng Qin turned around and gave him a cold warning. If this cat passed the verification, it means whoever controls the back-end database recognizes it as Zhong Yuan. You'd better think long and hard about the consequences before sticking your nose into other people's business. The officer seethed with rage. Not only did they let a cat register for a human, but they're also using their authority to bully me. The people from Than Academy are completely lawless. I bet those 80,000 Ku stars you got in the Ku realm hunt were also obtained through dirty tricks, weren't they? Just wait until the exhibition match tonight. I'll show you arrogant jerks exactly where you belong. Stepping into the lounge, Feng Qin said, Ween, I'll leave your bags here. If you need anything, just come find me next door. The black cat gave a satisfied meow. Feng Qin then lowered his voice, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh right, there was one more thing. If Uncle Tae bullies you, just let me know. Meanwhile, back at Uncle Tae's villa, Zhong Yuan heard Feng Qin's voice and instantly froze in absolute shock. His face turned a comical mix of pale and green. Hearing Feng Qin's words, he realized he had never once shared this secret with him. Not only did he figure out that I can turn into a cat, but he even guessed my real body is sitting right here with Uncle Tae. The deduction skills of the Feng family are absolutely terrifying. Tae-tu poured the tea and said, Zhong Yuan, Feng Qin mentioned you're still a minor and can't drink. So I decided to take the initiative and serve tea instead of wine. Zhong Yuan replied calmly, No worries, uncle. It's not like this is the only time you've made a decision on my behalf. Hearing this, Uncle Tae choked on his words and froze. He swallowed hard and asked, What? What do you mean by that? Zhong Yuan got straight to the point. I'm talking about you transferring my records to the 9 Ku. Uncle Tae asked in disbelief. I haven't even told Feng Qin about this yet. How on earth did you find out? Zhong Yuan explained. You told Commander Ha, didn't you? He's a very old-fashioned man who takes military law extremely seriously. Yet, despite not fully knowing my strength, He not only let me participate in the operation, but even agreed to let me fight solo. That alone speaks volumes. Hearing this, Uncle Tae silently conceded. Trung Nguyen continued, and Guillaume Thak, the guy ranked 150th on the youth leaderboard. You sent him to test my strength, didn't you? Naturally, his word alone wasn't enough to convince you, which is why you called Fengkin back to Thuongkin during Golden Week. If I'm not mistaken, Fengkin probably warned you not to try and recruit me. After all, the thing I despise most is when people take it upon themselves to control my life. Hearing this, Uncle Tae broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, "Oh boy, I'm screwed. We secretly transferred the kid's files, and now we've pissed him off." With a strategic class powerhouse that strong, if he turns against Jushu, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhong Yuan, meanwhile, was casually sipping his tea. Uncle Chi lowered his voice. "About transferring your files. I'm sorry." Zhong Yuan cut him off with a faint smile. "Uncle Chi, there's no need to be so tense. I'm actually a very peace-loving person. At least for now, I have no intention of flattening the Jushu compound, Uncle."